We're going to give this line a few seconds. My nemesis, the paid live stream, has been holding us up for 14 days or so. We figured it out 8 minutes ago. Applause.
Perfect timing.
And that just means we don't have to refund all. Many angry people had already called the live stream company saying we were robbing them.
Oh, God.
And luckily Rex did a live stream this morning explaining the conference starts in 1 minute. So I hope I don't have any internet porn up here. It's been a while. I've been busy. So I'm going to make sure not to plug in. Okay, that's the right place.
What's the problem in getting a live stream authorized? Was it just marketing, or what was the problem? It's just that it was dressed up.
No, I bought a new computer to run it on, new microphones, PCs. None of this crap interacts. Okay. It's almost like, yeah, it's on purpose. So rather than piss off anyone that's waiting to not stab me, I'd be happy to answer any questions while I'm setting up the first talk. I don't want to introduce the conference until all those people are in here. And then hopefully it'll move smoothly after that. So if you have any questions about why I'm here, why I don't need I don't need to make any money off of this conference, and I run myself ragged like a maniac to make this happen, feel free to ask a question.
Why do you do it?
How do you do that? Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
A maniac.
I was compelled, for some reason, I was compelled after I was abused by the system, abused by my family, and abused by the world. And I was like, I was trying to accept it, thinking like, this is real, this is normal. Everyone has a shitty life. Everyone is miserable. Everyone hates their job. And I was just accepting that by my late 30s. I was also confused by the fact that I spent 8 of the most intense years at university learning about things I cared about, and there was no job in the world to actually do that unless I was a professor. But if you're a professor, you can't do what you actually want to study. You have to do what they fund you for. So you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. You need to literally be a millionaire to study what you want to study and then to implement it to help humanity. That's it. Because once you get sucked up by industry because you're smart, they make you make genetically modified foods. And they only tell you this much because you think you're feeding the world. And this guy's making a part that kills people in Libya, and he doesn't even know it. He's like, no, I work for the military. I'm keeping America strong. And he's murdering babies. So that's when I decided, like, the information you get from the mainstream is not information. It's like to coddle you. It's to lead you to believe that you're important, that your job matters. But it doesn't. It only matters when you get that paycheck. You know, very few people's jobs matter. Surgeons, people in the emergency room, they're saving lives. But most of their job doesn't matter. They have to do shit they don't want to do. They want to save lives all day. But that's not all a surgeon does. He has to stay up for 80 hours a week and feed his wife or whatever the consequences of this lifestyle. Drink heavily. You know, get a mistress. It's disgusting. So when I finally was able to get out of the criminal justice system, my life had crumbled away and I had become alcoholic and introverted and blamed everything on everybody else. And when I finally for some reason, this judge gave me an opportunity to get into this drug court where I got sober for the first time in my life. And I had some clarity. And I couldn't get sober, so I continued to listen to what they told me to do. They said, don't ever do anything you did before. So I literally got a newspaper and pointed in the, want ads and picked a job. Job I had never had before, and I went in and I lied my ass off, and I got the job. And then in a few weeks, I was the best at it, and I got the next higher job, and I kept working my way up and back into life, I call it. I was working my way back into life, learning new skills, not doing the same stuff I was doing before. And I was making like minimum wage with a graduate degree. It felt good because I was learning and earning. And the first time I felt I had value because what I was doing was unique for the first time, and I was trying and I was doing it. And that I got sick of that in a minute because I'm like, I have a very short attention span. And so I started to want to run these companies that I initially started to work for. Right? I could do that better than you. And in fact, in a few years, I was good enough at what I was doing in activism to run the activist groups. And then they started calling me to save Philadelphia schools or Planned Parenthood or the American Civil Liberties Union. Any groups that has millions of members wanted me to be their endorser because I can look you in the eye and you'll hand me your credit card in 5 minutes. Yeah, and it's not because I'm nice or pretty or put this jacket on. It's because I know the scam, which is the scam of life. I know that if I never met this man and I look him in the eye and shake his hand, he'll respect me right now. And if I only use down tones, he'll believe everything I say is important. But if I go up, he'll shake my hand, give me $1 to escape. So there's a way to scam the world, and there's also a way to be a human. And unfortunately, almost no one in this room that's younger even understands what that is, what it is to be human. And the reason is because of all these devices that we've just been struggling with. It's taken me 2 weeks to figure out how to show lazy people how to watch me. And all they had to do was spend a couple more dollars and, hitch a ride with me, and they could have been here. So I think that the key to moving forward, to healing ourselves as humans, the why you're all here, is to actually be human and to meet people here at this conference and to finally talk with people that have similar ideas that can relate to you. And so you don't feel so, sometimes if I'm in a city or in the wrong place, I feel like I'm surrounded by nobody I can talk to. And if I have to talk to them, it's like, do you know where the bathroom is? Is there a hotel near here? I can't say, could you see that news? Because they'll be like, global warming, global warming, global warming. Burn it up, yeah. I subscribe to that channel or whatever. So there's really very few good conversations that are happening. So then I got sick of actually doing the job I liked and getting paid for it. So I said, why don't I just become a freelance activist? And an opportunity in 2012 arose when I got a blind email from somebody who says, do you want to help organize the March Against Monsanto? And I was like, yeah, I'll do that. And someone in Philly had already decided they were going to do it. And so I challenged him. I said, no, how are you going to do it? Who are you? And he happened to be like the biggest nonprofit guy in town. So I said, well, let's meet and we'll decide who's going to do it or we'll do it together. So as soon as I met him, I fired him. I bet him. I said, I bet you I can bring everyone in Philly to my event and make sure no one comes to yours. And he basically pooped his pants and gave it to me. And then when thousands of people descended on Philly, he was there starstruck. Like, how did you do that? And I did it by talking to people. So my first life experience, sober human, I decided to stand in one of the busiest places in Philly, which is Rittenhouse Square, and ask a simple question. Do you know what a genetically modified organism is? And that was my only question. And the first year I did it, 3 out of 1 million people knew what I said. And every person that didn't know, which was everyone, I gave a flyer. And I went back there day after day after day, tens of thousands of flyers in the same space. And then by the second year, 10% of the people that walked by me when I asked, 1 out of 10 said, oh yeah, it's a genetically modified, or they knew some of it. And then I continued to a tipping point where when we organized a march, thousands of people that I had already spoken to, see, it was a trick. I subliminally tricked Philly to come to this event a year prior to it happening by standing in the same spot and having them walk by me. And there was just enough people, 1% of Philly heard me saying it or were near me when I said GMO or Monsanto, that they actually showed up to that march. And then the March Against Monsanto was successful worldwide. I don't know if you don't know that. If you don't know that, it's because the mainstream media outlets that should have reported on it didn't. They were not allowed because the multinational corporations that own those venues, Monsanto is top notch. And they have the ability to say, do not, you only tell people GMOs feed the world. Click. And that's what's in the paper. And it's amazing because you get all the CEOs at Bayer and Monsanto here after they're paying out a settlement to a guy who got cancer from their product. And they'll be like, they're liars. And this is a corporation of people who have poisoned humanity, have been eavesdropped on in their meetings saying that I would rather save $1 than save your life, because that's my model, the business model. The business model is not to care about you. At some point, it begins caring. At the local level, I find politicians care. And then quickly, within a year or 3, they get bought out. And so people that you might have liked now become bought. And then they become fake. And the same person you knew 3 years ago is now beholden to someone, can't even interact with you naturally. And that's where we are today. And the purpose of this conference is, collectively, I believe in lots of things. I believe in cycles, first and foremost. My background goes all the way back to cycles. I didn't know anything about cycles until I got to college and met this professor who had, he had a hypothesis, the punctuated aggradational hypothesis. And it was cutting edge, so I listened to him. But more importantly, when he brought me out to see rocks, sedimentary rocks for the first time, I understood what he was saying, because I looked at a bunch of rocks that were laid down episodically and periodically. Now, at the same time I'm in college, I'm learning about a thing called gradualism or uniformitarianism, which is what we live by as humans. And it states that the only thing that you can know, sir, has to have already happened, and we already know about it. So there's nothing that can happen that's not possible. So according to humans, everything that we know has already happened, and we already know about it. And that's what you're taught as a scientist, which is not science at all. It's the exact opposite of it. And as a geologist, it's your introduction to geology. Gradualism, uniformitarianism, and there is no catastrophism. None. And I bet you, how many people in this room know what catastrophism is? Yeah. And so did Immanuel Velikovsky, right back in the 40s. And once he talked about it, they shut him down. Right? Yep. They did. And they shut him down because the multinational corporations that did not publish the information on glyphosate, millions of people getting sick, autism, inflammatory disease, all increasing in 1992, are owned by the same people that shut down Velikovsky. And it goes all the way back, and I'm going to tell you, it goes back to religion. It goes back to the Vatican. The AAAS is the Association of Accredited Assholes. There is not a single scientist with core value that is part of that. They had the audacity after we found Göbekli Tepe to tell you people, the sheep, that it was a skull cult, and then they were just carving shit in it. Are you kidding me? Does anyone not know what Göbekli Tepe is? It is a stone megalithic area in Turkey on this hill that basically consists of thousands of archaeoastronomical circles that have been dated to 12,000 years ago. When we were hunter-gatherers, when 30 million Clovis people that populated North America, that built the mounds that no one knows about, disappeared in an instant. And you are still taught in school. This is known. Go ask any scientist. Even my friend Dennis Stanford, who is part of the scam, he now is head of the Smithsonian. He is doing science by talking about the fact that North Americans were here 17,000 years ago, because he actually has all of the fossils. Every fossil found, they give to the Smithsonian and Dennis Stanford. He's got them all. He's like, you want to look at them? It's crazy. So it's very clear that we have all been around for tens of thousands of years. We've known about celestial mechanics, advanced concepts of the universe and science forever. Not only that, where does astrology come from? It comes from the rotation of the heavens around us that ancient man witnessed. Now, here's the problem. When I say ancient man, you all think of a hunter-gatherer, don't you? Because it's been indoctrinated into you. When ancient man could probably float, and he didn't have language because he was telepathic, and he's building pyramids, and he's building mound structures that are shaped like serpents that mimic the universe. I guarantee he was not picking berries and trying to beat a rabbit on the head, coming up with those concepts. It's just ludicrous. So the information in plain sight is being held from you. Groups of people know about it. The mainstream dialogue is being lied directly to your face so that you're compliant, that you pay taxes, that you continue to strive for that 401k, so that you slave your ass off until you almost die so you can never figure it out. And that's the purpose. And there are very few people that figure it out are conspiracy theorists, nuts and assholes, and blah, blah, blah. And then when someone starts to pick up on it, when smart scientists start to step over, when the Thunderbolts project begins, when electric universe theory becomes well known amongst small percentages, the tipping point, they then create up a new ruse and they flat earth us so that all the grand solar minimum people now are flat earthers. How many people believe in grand solar minimum, believe in flat earth? How many people in this room believe in flat earth? Wow.
Zero.
I didn't expect that.
Making progress.
Hey, if you didn't bring your hand up, we love you.
It's like you were golden eyes. Oh, that happened.
So I'm going to quick get started here because I think everybody's in.
If you don't mind to scoot in, if you can scoot yourselves in, then our guests that are coming can find a way to sit down easily.
Excuse me, are we allowed to just click photos?
Very good job.
There it
Yeah, feel free to take pictures. Please don't try to film this and sell it, since we've already done that. Yeah.
We can take pictures, Simon?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, you can do pictures. I want to actually record my talk. Is there any other questions before we get started? Yeah, we're going to get there. Yeah, so I met my partner, Leah, who's absolutely in the room.
Hi.
She's right
Hi,
Your hands where I can see them. So this is going to be a quick presentation, but first let me welcome you to LeakCon2019. Give yourselves a big round of applause. You made it. Now, my talk is going to be on cosmic catastrophe, comets to cosmic rays, because you've been lied to. Not only that, is that many of the esoteric researchers that are here that I invited, like one of my heroes, Laird Scranton, Robert Felix, which I guess is here today. I haven't met him. He's here? Good. Now, these are people that have been diligently working on information that is suppressed. It's hard to get funding at university to go fly to West Africa or East Africa to talk to the Dogon. I'm pretty sure they don't have many hotels in that region. But we'll hear what Laird has to say. So there's lots of new information in the last 10 years coming out. There are a lot of scientists like myself. I actually believed in global warming about 11 years ago. I was like, I'll give in to it. And that's because for 12 years, I was struggling with my sanity and barely interacting with media or multimedia. And in that time, all of humanity around me was all global warming, you know, and it was still warm in the summer, and sometimes in the winter it got warm. So it's believable. And the reason that you can believe in whatever the media tells you is because when it comes to climate cycles, climate change, very tiny changes have very big effects on humanity. And if we had a VEI-8 volcanic eruption while I was speaking right now, 90% of the people in this room would be dead in a week. And that's not a fear, it's a fact. Because what would happen is the global temperature would drop 10 degrees, the sun would never rise for 8 years, all crops would wither. And prior to that, in just 48 hours, there would be no more food or products in the store. The looting would have begun. And unless you're prepped and hiding, you're now a target where people are going to come and take your stuff. And that's just one of many options that can happen at any time. And humanity up till this point we've been living in a quiet period, a productive and abundant period. It's called the Holocene warm. And for those who don't know what that is, it's a period of time when we warmed up. So I'm going to give you some context. And I can do that right here. So my research, and if you have any questions for the next 2 days, my research is basically on the fact that we're living in an ice age currently. And what I was taught in college was that at the beginning of the Holocene warming, see this up here is global warming up here? That the ice age ended here. That's what they told me. It ended right here. But once I got to grad school and I started looking at the last million years to even 5 million years, what I realized was that the Eemian was warmer than today. So at the last interglacial, they call it interglacial because it means we're still in an ice age. And that when we come up here, it's warm and we have cities and then we have Rome and we learn about sports, which are stupid.
Amen.
Hey, let your team beat us. Let's go. Where? So the times of stupidity are here, 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 and here. So humanity has only been dumb for about 40,000 years, but we've been getting destroyed for 400,000. And the reason I go back to 400,000 is because I'm a scientist. And the only facts I can find are the Sumerian kings list, which goes back that far. So that's how far I go back. So if we had kings 400,000 years ago, then there was stuff going on. Definitely cities, definitely rulers, definitely different, because we just found language right here. So these dumb people for the last 500,000 years, they didn't know how to speak, but they had kings. So if if you're not already picking up what I'm putting down, you should be questioning the narrative. So here's the global warming. Warmest time ever on Earth, except that 100,000 years ago, it was warmer by 1.4 degrees than it is today, according to satellite data, which is not made up, it's actual data. So around 120,000 years ago, it was warmer than now. Have you ever seen that in a newspaper?
No.
Yeah. And back here in the Holocene, during the beginning of the Sumerian kings list, it was also warmer. Which leads me to believe that we probably had a society just as big of Homo sapiens back then as we do now. Just a lot less stupid. And the reason that we keep getting taken out is because of these lines. So I want to draw your attention to the rapid shifts in this lower graph here. Because in the last million years, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know, you can count them out. We've had a lot of times when there has been major temperature shifts. Now, these are driven by a mechanism. And what people have been struggling with for the last decade is to determine that mechanism. And anytime there's a new flavor of coffee or cannabis, you want it. And the new flavor is Micronova. It is. But unfortunately, it's just another tool in the toolbox. So like one of the tools I didn't have as a geologist was the electric universe model. So I didn't know I could be looking at plasma discharge. I didn't know that ancient man was actually drawing Peratt instabilities on the rock. People were like, no, that's a centipede. No, they did this dance. Which, it's not funny, Laird Scranton saw the Dogon do the dance. And they were dancing the Squatter Man.
Wow.
Which was dancing in the aurora. And they saw it back here. And they remembered it. Because I guarantee you, if the sun set and there was a big purple dude dancing, you would remember that. Right? And you'd keep that alive. The problem is now we're so far down the line, we've forgotten what it means. Not only that, there's controllers, governments, that are purposely controlling you. They don't want you to know about your past. because you would not comply. You wouldn't. Society would be a lot different if we had the truth. But the truth is that the controllers know that these events occur. And that's the secret. And the secret is cosmic catastrophe. And the problem is that we don't have very little information. So I'm going to bring it down into a real recent time. What you're looking at is since the Holocene warm. And we're going to get to what happened right before this warming. Because right before the 11,000 year warming, now this is after 65% of all megafauna on one side of the earth went missing in a week. That happened right back here. And if you think the mammoths died off here, you've been lied to too. There have been mammoths that are found that made it as far as 6,800 years ago. But they don't mention that because it doesn't fit the story. But you can get the paper. We're up in Siberia. The mammoths were essentially extinct back in the 11,000 year event. But 8 or 10 varieties made it. Most of them were gone by 9,000 years ago. And the last one ever found was supposedly dated to 6,800 years before present. That's pretty amazing because I'm sure almost all of you think mammoths were extinct back then in 11.5, right? Except Greg Allison, he knows.
Rangawala.
Yeah. So, and guess what? Fairies and elves are real. Homo floresiensis proved it. And then we found a second species this month, also on an island complex of tiny people. So, if elves and fairies are real, giants are real, probably. And we know the Smithsonian has been hiding mummies and tall people. And Dana Stanford wouldn't tell me anything. But now let's go back to the ruse and the misinformation that everyone has in the world. This is burning up. And this is temperature going up. 6,000 years ago, it was warmer. And in fact, we've been steadily cooling for the last around 3,400 years. So after the peak in the Minoan warm, it's been dropping off. And this is pretty much the same environment. Now, right here, I want to give you some more interesting information. At the end of the Maunder and the Dalton minimum, which are these two spike downs, the mini ice age and the Dalton minimum, there's a cycle called the Danskar-Oeschger cycle that only happens every 1,000+ years that kicked in right here. And many people, including myself, believe that explains this uptick into the solar max. And it was a mistake. Had the Danskar-Oeschger cycle not happened here, we could have dropped into ice age. But because we won't have a saving blast of energy for another 900 years, we're probably fluxed. Because, look, it's steady, and then it starts cooling, and then it recovers, and it levels off, and it starts cooling even more, and it levels off, and then the next step is ice age. And the reason I say that is because it's never, ever not worked out that way. Even 400,000 years ago, when there were people, and there were people, and there were people, they couldn't burn enough to change the temperature because climate systems are controlled by the cosmos. They're controlled by solar systems. They're not controlled by people burning fires. And the idea is, and the reason you're blamed is because they want you to pay your taxes. They want you to go to work. They don't want you to know the information. And I don't know why that is. And that's unimportant. What's important is that all of you think about the information and that somehow there'll be a breakthrough where Dubine talks to this guy and they figure something out and we move to the next step. So science is about walking a path, not about winning a prize. If there is no prize in the end, if we're talking about cosmic catastrophe, we're talking about death, famine, bad times, but we're also talking about renewal, the destruction of this empire model that is keeping people sick, feeding them poison, raping the earth of natural resources, destroying biodiversity. These are all things I care about because I live on Earth. It doesn't make me a Democrat. It doesn't make me a libtard or a liberal. It doesn't make me a Republican. If you want to label yourselves those things, that makes you an asshole. It does. Because it doesn't matter who you vote for. They don't care about you. They want your vote so that they can get paid off.
Right.
They get paid off in the end. And that's the revolving door that I revealed from Monsanto and the FDA. The way that these CEOs were getting positions in the federal government and then getting paid $5.4 million a year to tell you that your grain was safe. And then they came back here and said, I'm telling you what food is safe. Is so bizarre that if you actually showed it to someone that didn't know about it, they look at you and they're like, you're full of shit. That's not real. And then you tell people and they're like, oh my God. And then they go to work. That is it. That's all that happens. Oh my God. Baby, got any bugles? I love those Pringles. It's like made of cardboard and styrofoam and they make it look like a shit. So we're back to the cosmic catastrophe. And here they want to tell you it's global warming and it's your fault. Well, what happened then? Was this our fault? Did the Sumerian king smoke too much pot?
Yes.
They did. And they paint themselves in gold.
Cows.
So we have a lot to learn, but I want to teach you today a little bit about cosmic catastrophe. And there's many ways of looking at it. So if you want to look at it at the Doug Vogt scale, the Ben Davidson scale, when we're talking about cosmos interacting with effects, because Ben gave us the part of us moving through the solar system. And that comes from work out of Israel and work with Spenzmark. Niv Shavir, he studied the long scale 100 million year cycle, which is actually the galactic arm cycle. And so if you know what the galaxy looks like it has these big S's where there's some thick areas of stars and some thinner areas. The solar system we live in travels through the galaxy on a slow scale as the Milky Way spins. And there is a definite cycle in there, 60 to 100 million years. It may correspond to the 65 million year mass extinction cycle, which the dinosaurs were killed by a comet. And that, again, is a false narrative because the Holocene mass extinction was also caused by a comet, but 7 of them, and then 15,000 other objects that hit the west coast of North Carolina, and on and on and on. And some piece of the shell that hit Four Corners region and killed all the Clovis people that day. So that's not just a comet. The comet is part of the story. And as soon as we found the comet under Greenland during the Holocene mass extinction, we found another comet under Greenland at the same time. And then everyone's like, what about Hudson Bay? And then someone's like, what about the Carolina Bays? So now we have 25,000 objects hitting 11,500 years ago. Did you know that? No, but you know that NASA said a comet hit Greenland because a comet killed the dinosaurs. This is a story. It's bullshit. Because I guarantee that when the dinosaurs went extinct, there were 20 comets and 500 other things. And our magnetosphere probably got ripped off too, and on and on and on. There is a multiplicity of effects. Multiplicity. So it means, and when I started back in the 90s looking into the Milankovitch orbital forcing, I was blown away by Newtonian mechanics of our solar system and the fact that the Earth every 26,000 years wobbles like the precession of the equinoxes, and that it has an obliquity pattern, and then there's an eccentricity of the orbit. And I'm like, can we check this? And you can't. But what we do have is astrology and astronomy and the knowledge of precession built into megalithic structures. So we know that's one of the cycles, but we haven't proven what that cycle does. And we know there are other cycles because this is way less than 26,000 years. And something definitely is going up and down. It is. And here it's going down and down and down. But now you're burning up. We're all going to die. Remember. So what am I getting at? And I'm all over the place, but the information is important. Look, this is a solar flare. Coronal mass ejection included. So just to get if you get a solar flare, and we get an X flare, a C flare, an M flare, you don't have to get sun with it, for those that don't know. A flare can come off the sun and produce no coronal mass ejection. It's just some energy. And that's a good flare. But the more stuff in the flare, the more fluxed we are at Earth, especially if it's coming our way, because this stuff will hit us. I portend that the Carolina Bays are that. They were a plasma filament or a coronal mass ejection of excessive scale that was Earth directed. And at that moment that North America turned around and that splatter hit us, it was desert and no more people. And on the other side of the world, as the magnetosphere got pressed, the mammoths froze. That made it through, by the way. And the mammoths froze as the magnetosphere on this side smashed flat. The low pressure system over here in Siberia would have been wicked. And in fact, if you stand in the Four Corners region, you're actually like pointing straight through the earth at northern Siberia up in Ukraine. So it's like the opposite. What is that called when you're opposite of the earth? Yeah, it's like an antipode. So at the coldest place where the weirdest stuff happened and the most muck happened, you come over here to Four Corners and it looks like, damn, what happened out here? Got scorched. So all the soil was burned off. The Great Salt Lake and that gypsum rim of turquoise that goes all the way around Four Corners is probably the center of the blast, because you need electricity and heat and water to evaporate out of the whole planet there to get that turquoise. And if you look at the turquoise ring, it's big enough to be a coronal mass ejection impact. It's like 4 states big. So that might be the impact site. And then the opposite side of the earth is where everybody froze to death. And this is a quick event, but I'll tell you what, if you were in Four Corners, you'd be dead. And you might be dead on the other side. These types of events are very rare. And why do I know that? Because I want to calm you all down. This is not to get scared now. It's to realize you have a chance. Whatever these major events are that happen every 100,000 years, the last one just happened. So what happens next is it just gets cold. So right now, all it's going to do is get cold, according to what we know. I'm not saying it's the truth. I'm showing you the data. That after it's warm, it gets cold. Now, many people are speculating what that cooling is. I know as a geologist, there are 2 events that happen every 26,000 years. And I prove this by traveling all over the globe, looking in sedimentary basins and quarries everywhere at rocks from 400 million years till present. And they are all deposited in cycles, which consist of one environment laid over another environment. And the environments are typically not contiguous, meaning that they're from very different places. Where if I'm sitting in the coastal plain here, surrounded by clams and worms, for some reason, instantly, I'm now in 80 feet of water. And there is no place on the earth that this isn't the pattern, that every 26,000 years, this happens. There are some unique formations out in Zion where there's thicker or thinner deposits, but the general depositional environment on our planet is periodic and episodic, like climate. Which makes sense because environments are driven by climate. So therefore, the rocks that are representative of the environments are driven by this very graph. And look up here. So when I look at the cycles in the rock, I'm actually seeing this. This is the precessional signal, which is changing the temperature up to 5 degrees every 26,000 years, which means you go from Florida to New York, Florida to New York, Florida to New York. So if I laid the Florida sand on top of the New York sludge, back to the Florida sand, that's what you find in the rock record. But the shift is instantaneous, geologically speaking. So what I want you also to know when you're looking at data is that these vertical lines are estimates of proxy data. They have some data points and then they extrapolate. And we're going to get to that as I finish up the talk here on what that extrapolation means. This vertical line here, which they want to pin on a comet, or they want to pin on a micronova, or they want to pin on whatever, is not one event. But on this graph, it's one event. Sure looks like it. Here's the last of the ice age, and here's the global warming. Boom! But here are the unfortunate facts. Right here, I'll give you, this is a good one. So this is the vertical rise we just looked at. And just like in global warming data, you know how they stop at some point? They're like, look, it's going up. That's because if you keep going, it goes the other way. So it depends on how much you look at it. And how many people have heard of the Younger Dryas? It's half. Did you know that there was a first Dryas and a second Dryas and probably another Dryas called the Miss Dryas? Oops Dryas. So we have the first Dryas and then the Oops Dryas and then the second Dryas and then a warming and then the Younger Dryas. But number 5 is what caused the mass extinction. That's what's in the book. It's number 5, Greg. Which is such BS because I'm like, well, this is a pretty rough 3,000 years.
Yeah, no shit.
And that happened from a comet that hit Greenland. When did it hit? And then what happened here? Did we all of a sudden burn too much trash and warm the earth? And then we got smart, and then a little comet hit. And then... So the facts are in. There are too many facts, and there are too many experts. But the point is, there is a multiplicity of effects. And I'm going to tell you that by watching our channel and other channels of people here, suspicious observers, and looking against the mainstream, what you've been learning over the last few years is these effects. What will happen? When I talk about grand solar minimum, if you listen, that is when the sun goes through a 400-year cycle. And all you have to do is Google grand minimas, the Homerian, and then on and on. Every 400 years, it gets cold for 100 years, and everyone starves. And this has been going on since the beginning. You would think a pattern that simple would be taught in 4th grade. And they'd be telling you, our 400 years is over, honey. And you'd be like, I want to be a farmer, Daddy. But no, they're making apps for people to stare in the square. Because the longer you stare in the square, once you realize there's no more food in Walmart, you're already dead. And there's no one you can get. You're sick, you're weak, you're already medicated. Are you going to go and kill the government? You're going to cry like a baby and die. Like everybody else. And so lots of people died on that blue line. In some regions, there were tens of thousands of people that died in weeks. And there are lots of information we don't know that happened there. And so imagine what could happen there. When we're talking about 15 degrees of variation that happen instantly. Once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 instantaneous temperature fluctuations over 3,000 years up to 15 degrees. That means you went from Florida to Edmonton to New York to California to Maine. So you would not be having much success doing anything on that earth. And it might just be the multiplicity of small effects that killed everybody. And then everybody's sick and weak. And then this comet comes. And they're like, oh, my God. I can't even get the live stream to work. But what I want to tell you is a few things. When you have an instantaneous rise in temperature, it can be only a very, very few things. Either your position versus the heating element changes. Like if this is a hot guy and I walk toward him, I'm going to be hotter. Right? That's a very obvious thing you can all understand. Or something happens with the atmosphere to allow us to hold more heat. And that's where the greenhouse effect comes in and also doesn't make any sense. Because the greenhouse effect actually, we now know, not only causes warming, but is followed by rapid cooling. Because it eliminates the albedo effect. Because once you start to actually do math and add variables, and you don't compartmentalize yourself to a theory that's total BS, then none of the theory works. Because once you greenhouse the planet, it gets warm for a day, then the sun never hits and it freezes forever until the clouds go away. And then it's only when the clouds go away that it will warm up again. And so that's what we're looking at here. We're looking at our Earth that got sick and the response mechanism to it recovering. And so anyone that claims that they know what happened in the first dryas and the second and the third and the fourth in the younger dryas is missing the boat because there was probably a proton event. We know there was a proton event because Rex Bear and I went back to the largest Charlemagne event where we went to an area where there were petroglyphs being drawn during the Charlemagne event and they grew a plasma discharge. Imagine that. That everyone called feather until I made that video because that petroglyph isn't feather. That petroglyph is shitting my pants, drawing this thing in the sky. What is that, man? Give me a rock. And now we can put pieces of the puzzle together. Then we could probably say that the Charlemagne event might have been in here and have something to do with the sun. The sun going into shutdown. Because we now know as grand solar minimums occur and the sun shuts down, our magnetosphere shuts down, The sun has to be active to give us good magnetosphere. And that when the magnetosphere shrinks is when we get major auroras in these. And if the sun were to shoot out a proton or a solar mass ejection at a weak magnetosphere, the sky will light up. The exact opposite of what the mainstream told you. We all read over the last year, no more aurora. You all heard that. It's all over, Johnny. And then a week after they published that, there was a dragon in Iceland. Never seen before. So here's the problem. The problem is that we're learning. And that's why we all came to the conference. So that we can all learn why we've been isolated. Now, the sun is in a very strange state. It is shutting down. All the models are pointing to the sun being very dangerous and potentially outbursting very soon. And I can tell you why that's true, because the last M flare was in 2017. We are now in an M flare drought. So we need 5 M flares this year. And we're now in an X flare drought. And that means at any moment we'll have 5 M flares and 2 X flares. And that's not good, because our grid that Greg's going to talk about is not hardened. And 10 years ago, they claimed it was 5% hardened. And I just confirmed with him that 10 years later, it's 4.9% hardened, which means we're not really getting anywhere, except in the state where he is. I mean, he actually is, they're doing a little better work there. But this baby is volatile. And we are doomed to experience what the Charlemagne event showed the ancients, that they had to drop everything and draw it and write it down. We are doomed to repeat that the ancients had to draw that squatter man. They had to drop everything and do that, because the sun is dynamic and it will outburst, and it will happen in our lifetime. I guarantee it. Everyone in here, if they live for just a few more years, will experience an X flare. And if it's an Earth-facing X flare, you will experience a blackout. Maybe not in your city, but on TV. You will see Beijing explode and Chinese people jumping from a building. Is that China and Beijing? Okay.
David's moving over here now.
So cosmic catastrophe isn't our future. So I implore you, it is important not for you to listen to what I say, but to listen to what everyone says and to make a decision on what the rest of your life is about. Is it about playing along and playing a game, or is it about shifting your thought pattern to thrive in the future? And where you actually have to opt out. It's not easy. You have to opt out of your life. And financially, that's not easy. But you can do it in a rural area. You can move away from everything like I did and pick a job you never had and become someone else that is now the person that lives each and every day to be self-sufficient and grow food in case something like this happens. Because I guarantee a cosmic catastrophe will happen, maybe not in your life, but we are living a cosmic catastrophe now. And it's not the grand solar minimum. The grand solar minimum just happens to be happening now. That's a time of farming difficulty. A cosmic catastrophe is not a time of farming difficulty. Farming difficulty means bread is $8 a loaf and you can't get all this fancy shit in the supermarket. There's no more avocados, Dad. I'm going to die. Eat the hummus. Well, we're in a time, the magnetosphere of our Earth is waning. And I don't know if you know what that means. I was going to go into length about all these topics, but all the people I invited are going to go into length. Robert Fields is going to talk about that. Magnetic reversals, magnetic excursions occur at the same periodicity of the precession of the equinoxes. I knew this in 1989, and Robert Felix was a hero of mine because my stratigraphic model matched his evolutionary model. I couldn't tell anyone in academia because they were like, Robert Felix! That's literally how they treated him in 1991. But I guarantee any smart scientist that's a paleontologist would want to shake Robert Felix's hand today, as long as they're not at the university, as long as they're at this conference. And that's because his ideas are true. Stephen Jay Gould from Princeton and Niles Eldredge heavily studied evolution. They said, there is none. We have a bunch of shit and no in-betweens. And now I can see it quite clearly. There's 800 species here, and then the next line, there's 400 new species and no more of these species. That is not evolution. That is cosmic catastrophe, where all of these species die, and then the next day there's 800 new ones. It's not the aliens genetically modifying you while they anal probe you either. But it is cosmogenic. And the one thing we know that changes DNA comes from the sun, comes from pulsars and space. And that's either solar cosmic rays or galactic cosmic rays. The only thing that scientists have ever been proven, except Monsanto, to change genetics is cosmic rays. And when the magnetosphere wanes, cosmic rays increase. And when cosmic rays increase, we now know through the work of Spenzmark that has been decapitated by the mainstream. I think I have a slide in here. I'm going to try to find it. Cosmic rays force cloud nucleation. They also make entire populations insane about chemtrails. But commercial airlines at 18,000 feet are not spraying chemicals. It would serve no purpose. It would do nothing except make crazy old ladies in trailers go, chemtrails! But cosmic rays cause the clouds out of commercial airplanes to nucleate longer. Now, I am not anti-chemtrail. They are spraying. They've been spraying since the 50s. Stratospheric aerosol management occurs above 58,000 feet to 110,000. How many people have seen a plane at 75,000 feet? You can't. And why would a covert government group that's trying to shield us from the sun or kill you secretly spray lines above your heads? It's the dumbest idea I ever heard. But they will certainly allow everyone to spread that to mash up the information, which is why all grand solar minimum people, full circle, are now flat earthers. But no one in here raised their hand because we're not. So the truth movement is specifically being manipulated by the controllers to wash out the truth. So it's up to each and every one of you to be diligent in what is real and what is not real. Chemtrails are real. Commercial airlines do not produce them. So if you see a Lufthansa jet or an American Airlines jet, and there's a contrail that goes all the way across the side, and there's another one that's making an X, there's a 99% probability that that is a persistent contrail, not a chemtrail. Because the odds of them being able to spray at that height to specifically know where that's going is zero. And the people that think that they're making a cloud to block the sun at that height is even more bizarre, because you would just have to drive a mile down the road and your chemtrail's now not blocking the sun. And then there's people that think, well, they do like 800 and then it spreads out. You would not do that down in 20,000 feet. You would do it at 100,000 feet, because that umbrella up there would stay for years. And anything you sprayed in the lower atmosphere would dissipate in hours. So it would literally be like throwing money, a secret thing to poison you. Let's throw the money out when they could poison you slowly forever if they actually release the toxins up higher. So there's a lot of problems with the chemtrail controversy coming into our realms, but it is real. But it's not all chemtrails. The cosmic rays are changing the clouds. 10 years ago, we needed new clouds. You want to believe the words I'm saying and you're on the fence about commercial airlines are simply persistent contrails, you can start to research the air traffic control. Around 2004, someone said, hey, come look at this. And he looked and he said, that's crazy. And they saw all of North America was crisscrossed by lines, contrails that had never been there before. And about 4 years later, the same guy said, oh my God, it's getting worse. And so the contrails became more and more persistent over the last decade, as cosmic rays have now, as of last July, reached a new cosmic ray maximum. It hasn't been this way ever since before this time. We don't have information back then, but we know about Squatterman and strange things in the night sky. So the cosmic rays are now at a point where when you go out and look at the sky, you shouldn't recognize anything. It's not because they're poisoning you. It's because they want you to think they're poisoning you so that you don't know what's happening. The magnetosphere is waning. And within a few decades, if we drop down to 5 or 10%, you can't go outside. If you were to go outside, you'd be dead in a few hours if the sun was out. And if it continues to increase at the rate it's going, in about 10 or 20 years, they will have to ground all flights, or we'll be flying low and close to the equator. Because if you flew up to 70 north latitude at 40,000 feet, you could die. It'd be like in a dental x-ray like the whole time. These guys are saying 5 years. I'd like to be calm. All right, so let me wrap it up. 2 things that you should take away from this talk. That the information is clearly there for you to look at. You can go study cycles. You can study the sun. You can study the fact that we're still in an ice age. That this is global warming has happened before. And it's been warmer than today over the last 500,000 years. You can also go to Robert Felix's talk and realize that magnetic excursions and reversals happen every 26,000 years. The last one happened here. And sometimes there's a flexure point in the middle. So if we go back in time, we see every 13,000 years a magnetic excursion. And you add 13 plus 13 and you get the precession of the equinoxes. So I started thinking, wait, those cycles I saw, 13,000 years of deep and 13,000 years of shallow, has to do with this cycle, which is one of magnetic reversal, which drives evolution, which drives climate catastrophe, which is driven externally. We still don't know what the mechanism is, but it could be the sun, plus our place in the universe, plus the spin of the earth, plus many other things we didn't even discover. So there's no reason for us to need an answer why it's happening. What we should know, based on the information I showed you, is that it is happening. It happens again and again and again. Let's just look up at the Pleistocene. This is the precession of the equinoxes, shifting the temperature 6 degrees up and down. Again and again. And so we know that's happening. So there's no reason why it wouldn't stop. We also know that the magnetic field has been waning since 1905 and is rapidly shifting. And Mavstar, who just contacted me this morning, apparently, he wanted me to be able to Skype him here because he has some information that the new readings on the Mavstar Observatory are showing an extreme increase in the movement. The pole is now right off the shore of Ukraine. Wow. And if it's speeding up, how fast can it get? Could it be in 5 years that we flip? Because if the magnetic field drops down to 10%, human life is going to be completely different. Find a cave. And please stay for the rest of the talk because I would have told you my opinion on magnetic reversals and other things. But I wanted to give you a general overview of the lack of information we have as humans. You've been lied to. You're coddled in the media. And you're grouped into flat earthers because you're learning. And they don't want you to know anything. Any questions? Yeah, just hit that green thing in the back. We got 3 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Hello. Can I ask a question?
Yes, go.
Okay, so on the chart, we're at the top.
Yeah, the Holocene one.
Okay, so you said that temperature driven.
Huh?
Coming down.
Sitting here, that fellow's sitting here, so nobody else.
Oh, rays are, the sun is, I'm go die.
Sometimes.
So what then can, I don't know, I guess, my question is, what signs do we identify that are going to warn us or tell us or show us that we're entering a
Slow. It's slow. It's happening now. Catastrophe is slow.
I'm gonna watch all Easter time. That's what threw me off. Oh, is it?
Learn to grow food. You have the time is running out.
when we're gonna shift.
No, the magnetic reversal.
Good, how are you?
Trying to put these sensors on.
I'm Greg Allison.
I know you from YouTube.
I
know of you.
know.
Glad you're here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say
A tripod. Right. He's taking out. He's taller. He's taking out that.
Never mind me.
Greg Allison.
You need to plug it in.
Oh, well, just a second. I want to make sure I have everything open first.
It's nice. It's a real thin jacket. You're not gonna sweat. How much is he gonna charge us for that?
You got a 5-minute break, Lenny?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's give David 5 minutes. Is that a Lenovo? No.
See what's happening here. I guess I gotta close it down and start it back over. Look at where everything is.
Oh, that's good. Oh. Okay. What, did you just have a folder?
Yeah, I have a folder inside there. Well, I got a PowerPoint.
What's your porn? Full house.
Yeah. All right, so help me find it. What the process? Denver.
Would you have a good otherwise?
Yeah. Let me get it on the stick here. I got it on my stick.
Anytime. You got a stick?
Yeah. Technical breakdown. Hold on.
Check 2.
Come on.
No, it's nice and hot. Well, PC is.
Do you have your water bottle, sir? Do you have a water?
No, I don't.
Do you want just a cup?
No, I'm good for now. I
I
usually
needed
don't
it at 52.
I usually don't get dry mouth. I'm pretty good.
If you do, I'm just in the back to say cachet water.
Okay. What I would like though is to have a little bit of light versus last time it was totally dark
Yeah,
in
do you
here.
know what that is?
Before they had like just some side lights on that made it was pretty dark, but we had some side lights. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I came to Colorado yesterday and I looked at it and it's like, this is pretty much
Okay, I'm just starting the PowerPoint right now. Is anybody? Can you hear me in the back there? I don't really have a microphone. I guess I'll have to raise my voice, but like.
There's your mic.
Okay, well I gotta wait for this thing to start up here.
Before we get started and his PowerPoint loads, let me just tell you a little bit about David Dubine. I thought he was much shorter.
Thank you. Compliment already.
No, I started watching him probably back in 2013. I might be right.
Yeah, right when I started the channel.
And we started chatting, and he was responding to me. I was like, wow, I like that. So when I decided to have a channel, I was gonna do the same thing, and I started a Facebook page called Solar Shutdown to watch the sun. People were interested. There were like 1,500 people in the first year, and then shortly after that, I started the Oppenheimer Ranch project with my partner, who's not here anymore. And it was 3 years before we put up the first video about climate. So it's been 4 years since the Oppenheimer Ranch project started. About 3 years since I put up the first video. And in that time, I watched David's channel grow, the birth of Christian Westbrook, who I tried to help. I said, dude, stop being so weird, man. And now I'm crazy, but he was a little weird in the beginning. But once I spoke to him in person on Skype and Christian, we were immediately friends. We weren't doing this for any ulterior motives except for to spread the truth. And we immediately picked up on that as humans. And because at first, and Christian, even after I Skyped him first, the next day he called me and said, I'm sorry. He wanted to make sure And he did. He came, wherever he was, no one knew where he was. He came to my house. He was there the next day. And he looked around. He's like, "You are you. You're you. You live in a barn. Damn. You poop in a bucket." He checked up on me because he never met anyone as honest as me who wasn't in it for something. But
God, I can't see.
I'm unique. Please don't live a minute in my life because you might still be in the penitentiary. Yeah.
There we go.
So without further ado, I give you David Divine.
Right, thank you. Happy we're all here today, and I remember people saying, "Hey, can you make something special to try to give us a greater idea where the food pricing is going?" And Diamond just alluded to it. We've got these longer cycles, and the shorter one here in the 400-year period is going to affect the food production globally. So I wanted to try to give you an idea that it is a cycle. It's mathematically based, and it's a cycle. And I want to try to give you some forecasts as to where I feel the food is going to move to. So I'm going to stay right close to my computer here. And one of the first things we need to know about this is, even though there were food spikes, and this is from 1755 on the bottom, and it moves up through 1800. So I want you to remember this date here around 1785 or so. I'll show you something later on to try to connect these two. But this is Central Europe here, and they went through different areas in what Czech lands, which is the Czech Republic now, and also in Germany and Switzerland. And then they showed you how much the food prices rose depending on how good or bad the harvest was. So now this is really important to understand that it wasn't just cold and then food was expensive forever. They had price rises of 4x, quadruple food prices, and then it came back down and it was stable for a few years. And then it rose back up again. Bad harvest, but then it fell back down and food prices stabilized to somewhat similar to what they had originally today. And then bad harvest, whoosh, right back up again. It was up and down, 3x, 4x, back down again, up 4 times, down 4 times. But if your food price quadruples, that's going to have a serious effect on the economy. People will stop spending instantly on almost everything, and they'll move over and then shift their spending habits. And you can see the same thing again. This is correlated here with all the, I'm going to use my timer so I know I stay on time here. But we see again, this is correlating, there's Paris down here. We got Brussels, Paris, and this is in the 1690s up to 1702. And we got Amsterdam. But you can see all of the food price rises occurred at the exact same time across Europe. But then again, after it spiked, it normalized, and then it spiked again, and it normalized. This is kind of, you're not going to get a full-on spike and it'll never decrease. So you're going to have some good times. So if you didn't prepare enough, in the next iteration where the prices drop, you might be able to grab some grains or get a little more preparation done inside that second cycle that comes down. And remember, we're all talking about the Maunder minimum because this is where most people believe we're going again in this area. But those charts I just showed you were right in here as they were rising out of the Dalton or the Maunder minimum, heading into the Dalton minimum. And there was still a lot of tumultuous harvests as they were exiting out, and the sun was starting to get more powerful on the cycles again to build back up into some solar activity. It wasn't right here where they had all these bad harvests. They did, but I was trying to show you that even exiting out of this Maunder minimum, it still affected the harvest to those spikes that you saw there. And I wanted to see if there was any modern examples of how this food pricing would be affected for us as we go through our economies and we buy things. The global financial crisis, remember 2008, 9, and 10, well, these soybeans, beef, rice, and maize or corn all spiked in price. And remember, if you lived it, we all remember that, what happened. Things got too expensive. People shifted their spending habits, and there was a big movement in the economy. Housing, car loans, any types of loans, credit locked up. There was a huge shaking of the economy. Now, that was very temporary. What we're going into is a multi-decade event, and this is going to have some longer-term effects. So here we go. This is Bagan in Myanmar. Now, these temples themselves are built on older structures. That's another time for a different discussion. But there are previous civilizations there that are built on top of. But I'm showing you here that we have the sunspots, and this is an indicator of how much activity is in the sun. And then once we map these out over longer durations of time, we start to see they're higher in activity or they're lower in activity. But then that also drives the civilization cycle in terms of higher activity for us in terms of heat on this planet. We can grow more food. And we need more food for, if you're not worried about eating, you have time to think about mathematics, art, music, engineering, and other things that help us grow our societies. But these three are tied together. And the reason I brought up Myanmar is I used to buy coffee in Myanmar. And that's what got me started into this whole grand solar minimum thing. I'm somebody just like you, and my job used to be to buy Myanmar coffee. And we were finding cold weather crop losses and the killing of the new plants frozen in the fields and the farms out there, where they would overplant 12 to 14% because they were counting on the cold weather crop losses to kill off the new plantings. Now, this is in Burma, Myanmar. This is not somewhere way north. This is right here at 21 degrees latitude, right in this area. The coffee buying is right over here in the Shan State. I wouldn't have never guessed cold weather crop losses in that part of the world. So this is what was being killed off, these new plantings that they put out in the field. They were smaller plants, of course, so they're going to be super susceptible to colder temperatures. Now, with the kill-off rate here, I had to figure out what was going on because we were looking out about 5 years to figure out, is there more supply coming? Can we, you have to pay for this in advance. So you can't just get coffee production up and running. And again, you know, once you tell them that you want to get more production, they start here and they start growing out the seedlings until you get here and they put them out in the field. It's not like, hey, we want more coffee. And they're like, okay, thanks, next week. It's no, we want more coffee, wait a year to plant, or 2 or 3 for those things to come into production. Another thing that was happening was the top leaves on these were being burnt by the cold. Top leaf kill. Made no sense to me. I was like, what? That's silver oak, by the way, for the shade cover up there on the Arabica coffee trees. And this is what they look like full grown. But the tops of these plants were getting burnt also. So their yields were down. And that's what we were looking for. This is the gold right here, Myanmar coffee. The bean density also was being affected. And what that means is it got so cold at night that when the beans were forming, the little water pockets inside would freeze into spherules of water. And after it would be, solid ice in there. But when it melted, it would have left that hole, and the holes would never fill back in. They would never grow back cellular structure-wise back and fill in. So the density of the beans was affected as well. So now I had all these 3 things: new plantings killed, top leaf damage, and then the bean density. And I started to look at why. Yeah. Now, I know some of you like coffee, so I thought I'd include the slide. This is double washed out here, and they have the big flats where they're drying, sun-dried. We've got the naturals here with the skins on it still, so you can get that nice flavor. And they were using Canamore 528 and Canamore P90 as a couple new varieties they were trying up there to deal with cold. Yeah, see, they understood the colds there in the Myanmar coffee farmers. So they got 2 new varietals here that they're trying to put out to resist the cold damage. And they just started these when we were there back in 2012-13. They saw the changes, and they were trying to deal with it as they move forward. So those of you who don't know who I am, I run the Adapt 2030 channel on YouTube. My name is David Dubine, and I also have Mini Ice Age Conversations podcast 3 times a week. You can find that anywhere on the net where things are hosted. Now, yeah, thank you. Now, it's not a secret. We already know what's happened before, so we're not going into this blind. We have some historical records along with climate records to put it together to know where it's occurred once, and we can kind of forecast where it's going to occur again. So this is the most famous map. You always see this one, the temperature reconstruction of the Maunder minimum. And when you look at the record cold temperatures occurring today, the coldest ever recorded ever in the history of the United States, the massive floods, they're all lining up right in these exact areas that cooled before. And discernibly on the map, you can see it. Morocco, record snows, record cold. We got up here as well, Norway right at the edge there. And then we got the loss of crops in the Ural Mountains right now. Oh my gosh, Greenland's heating. It's getting warm. Well, it got warmer back then too. Alaska is heating. Oh, it's global warming. Well, wait a second. It got warmer in the Maunder minimum there. Huh? They're riding on a natural cycle. They're trying to capture your attention by riding a natural cycle and blaming everything else in between it. Now, I make bold calls where the food crops are going to be lost. Remember this? I did this one back in 2017. I even circled on the map where they're going to lose crops. Oh my gosh, right there, North Korea. You know, they're having the massive famine right now there because of loss of crops. And Heilongjiang, this is an area I reference all the time in my talks. Heilongjiang, that's a major wheat growing area in northern China. They're losing production left, right, and center this year. So it's kind of easy to pinpoint through history where the losses are because the losses occurred there before too. So it's just like mapping through history. It's not, and I'm trying to do the temperature study with the science as well as historical accounts. And we got this big yellow thing off to the left there, and they say it has no effect on our climate. Well, where's our Earth? Where's the Earth in this thing? Yeah, where do you see it? Which one of these planets is the Earth, do you think? Yeah, we got it right there, that little one. Right, but in the scale of it, you understand that that thing's 1 million times plus bigger than our own Earth. And then you look out at it, and they're real nice. Here's our current solar cycle, and we're way down here. Actually, it's lower than the red line. The forecasts were off. But then when we couple a couple of these solar cycles together, going back, 45 years or so with 4 solar cycles, then we can couple it and take that back into the 1800s, and they're just iterations of each other. That whole thing here going back over 300 years, that's just that little small box there. So you can map out the solar cycles and the activity, and each feeds into the next one in terms of the intensity. And here it's warmer there. It's warmer in the Minoan warming, medieval warming period, warmer. That's a 4,000-year climate chart. But in what we look at in terms of hundreds of years, just this little square on the end. We need to go way back in history to take a look. We can figure it out. Because bad stuff happens when the weather gets cold. And I know it's too small. I can barely read this thing right here. But let me go ahead and I'll try to point out a few things here for you. The Harappa civilization collapses right through here. And then we got the Yuan dynasty collapsing. The Mycenaeans are collapsing. What is it when we're dropping in temperature? You get all these collapses along the way. When we're increasing in temperature, we get up to the climate optimum, the Romans and the Chinese, the Han dynasty flourishing at these apex periods. But as soon as we start dropping, we get the collapse syndrome happening. Yuan dynasty collapses. The Han dynasty collapse right here. When we get to these bottom troughs and peaks, once we start coming out, good things happen again. When we drop, bad things happen. And we are dropping again. So we got the starvations, the plagues, the end of the Roman Empire right through here. Whoosh, medieval warming period, expansion of the Vikings, expansion of wine production in the UK, or England, which now Scotland. Then we come back down to the modern minimum. We got the plagues, the collapses of dynasties, empires, and everything in between. It's all related on solar. The history of our world is dictated by the amount of solar activity we get. And then these are other ones like the Akkadian collapse, and it just goes through. Every time there's a drop in solar activity, it wipes out civilizations that were the most advanced of their time. You realize that. That's a sight. It's always the most advanced ever. Now, through these historical wipeouts and crazy things happening and just decimation of society and food price rises, there always has to be a culprit, Now, this is a proxy data for the execution of witches. Now, they weren't just burned. They were hung. They were drowned. They did horrible things to people back then. But one of the weirdest proxies that I found out of all my studies is where they had killed witches after trials. You'll find that you're looking for the most extreme weather shifts based on this map. Because they wouldn't have killed all those people there unless the weather was extremely something off to the uber outside of change that they never experienced before. So as we look back through, we know we're going to see the losses in Spain, like Almeria right now. All the greenhouses getting destroyed from wind, hail, cold, loss of crops and shortages in the UK because what they couldn't grow in Spain. So we're seeing all types of incredible record snows, record hail, record rain, all through the same area here, all the way down into Croatia, Slovakia, Slovenia, all here. And it's matching up perfectly with what today's weather shifts are. This is where they killed the witches because they thought the witches were responsible for the weather. So when we come here, we'll start to see the matchups again. So if it's not happening now, you could almost expect it to get more tumultuous around the Netherlands based on what happened in the historical cycles. And again, NASA, never a straight answer, always so pretty with their charts. Like, look how perfect that is. That's perfection in the magnetic field lines on our Earth. So pretty. Ooh, nice graphics. It looks so tame, doesn't it? But when we get here, this is really what the sun's magnetic field lines look like. Yeah, that's pretty not so pretty as in such. Now let's put those two together. And you start to see how these field lines interacting can really affect our weather systems, magnetosphere, and drive and push jet streams and all types of things on our planet. Now, this is really the interconnection that they don't want you to see, because that sun is 1.2 million times larger than the Earth. Of course, electromagnetically connecting, it's going to have an enormous effect on us. We're a little tiny dot. You saw that chart, right? I do remember that I showed you the smallness of it. Now here's our sun right here, and we're 1 astronomical distance away from it, 1 AU. The magnetic field of the sun goes out 100 AU. We are so close into that sun. Whatever it changes, we're going to change fast. You know, I got clear out here at the bow shock, termination shock. That's 100 AU out, 100 times further than we're being affected magnetically. And again, that's where we are down here, and this is what's happening with our climate, and this is a lot of the shifts. Now, I want to come back here to central England, and you can see when we have low solar activity, follow the arrow down, we get these drops in temperature. Again, here we got low solar activity, we get drop off in temperature. We're expecting another drop off in solar activity. This is affected when the solar activity drops off. This right here, this drives society. Who is it? Kissinger said, I don't care if you control the money system, let me control the food, because if I control the food, I control the society. And that is well spoken and very true. This is what happens when food prices spike or are not available. We get tumultuous results in the stock market unless you're positioned in a certain way to take advantage of food price rises. We're going to get the food price spikes, which is going to spook people in their spending habits and shift. Then we got the civil unrest. Venezuela is coming to a country near you soon because we're going to get empty shelves rolling into 2023. And I'm going to stick by that call. And I'll never forget my friend. He's like, hey, David, I have my son's in 5th grade. He just started 5th grade. Can you make a graphic to explain it to him? So this is what I created here. Like the different facets of the diamond. We got the jet streams going out of flow, the atmospheric compression, rain events, the loss of agriculture, the sun going to sleep. Diamond talked about cosmic rays. We got the volcanoes, massive floods. That's only one part. Now, what's going to happen with the media? This is the important part. What to expect moving forward. The media is going to try to distract you so you don't see what's happening. They're going to go into overdrive to try to distract you. Absolutely. And it's not going to be a little one. It's going to be Hollywood-esque, everything unfurling at this time. There's going to be more surveillance of the police state and your social media. And I was told firsthand, your social media is to track you to see if you'll be a threat during this time. Your social profiles, who you're connected with, what you're talking about online, what you're doing, they're assessing your threat by using your social media profile along with your banking information. Now, what I've also noticed is the media in these last couple of months is in overdrive to assure you that everything is stable, that nothing's changing. Your intuitive abilities are waking up and you're starting to notice changes, but the media is swinging back saying, no, there's no change. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. They're in overdrive to assure you that everything's stable. And, you know, once you understand that it's not stable, you might behave differently. So I show this chart a lot. Whoever's watched my videos, you see this one. The magnetic waves, once they get to this point here, at their widest point, they're canceling each other out. And this is where the instability is happening magnetically. There's about a 2-year lag on this one. Nobody's sure if it's 2 years or 3 years. But what you're seeing here, these longer, the more interference pattern causing more solar shutdown, if you will. What we're experiencing is actually just this little part here. We haven't jumped into the big changes yet. There's still a little bit of delay in that. And then where did that chart come from? Well, it came from Valentina Zarkova and her team in the UK trying to put this together. And they were using a quadrupole model, which is 4 magnetic fields. You know, we have a north and a south, pretty easy to understand. But the sun has a quadrupole. And what I mean by that is it's layered and it's 4 different poles on there. You got 1, 2, 3, 4. I tried to match these up the best I could. And then they said, well, there's a missing component. What is the missing component? Well, it's this, the magnetic torus field that surrounds the quadrupole. So I tried to put this together to give you a good representation. I created this graphic because I didn't see anything out there to explain it. Now I want to make this thing move, and I want to animate it where the layers of the sun are moving in the quadrupole, and then also you can see the torus wave encapsulating that. Now once Zarkova and her team added in the magnetic torus field on top of that quadrupole, then they pretty much got 100% statistical correlation. But it took this extra component of the magnetic torus to get them to that statistical, we're on it. Nobody has disproved their math yet. That's the scary thing. If they would have made a mistake, they'd have been jumped on, vilified, and everybody would have tried to. They can't undo their math. Their math is scary because it's so precise. Also, we can see how fast these are the fields on the sun when they're flipping from north to south, and the intensity, like how much energy is coming out during the flip from north to south, south to north on the pole in the sun. So the activity state, obviously, you see right here, that's a really active sun. Now we're coming up, and this is the solar cycle we're in now, and shoot, it's supposed to just drop off a cliff by solar cycle 25 and 6. It's going to be a rapid descent. It's not going to trickle. We're not trickling into this one. We are going to drop off. You look how steep that drop is. If this is 25, that's 26 at the bottom. If we're at the end here, there's going to be this rollover point between the next few years where we're going to drop straight off into the cooling, and it's going to be rapid. It's going to be incredibly fast. It's going to take me off guard too, and I'm right in the center of this. I am unprepared. Truly, how fast this is going to slow out and throw. So, secondly, if there were things happening, we should be seeing signs around us to verify is this true or not true. Well, this was put out, about 8 months ago? A lot of you have seen this one. Where they were predicting here we would go into the coldest ever recorded for the thermosphere. Well, that's actually blasted below. We're at the lowest ever recorded now. So the projections of going into this cool phase, this is from NASA. This is not from like a random website somewhere. This is NASA and their atmospheric physicists talking about the space age cooling. And we've actually dropped here into the all-time record now. It's been confirmed. All-time record cold in the thermosphere. Now, how was it explained to me? And I'm trying to explain it back to you. The sun has a charge and the earth has a charge. And they're different. We got positive charge and negative. Like a battery, you got the positive and negative on the two sides. The sun is stepping down in its state of activity. So if this is going to shrink in electrical intensity, if you will, we're still too highly charged here. We're going to have to equalize somehow. So what would you do if one has too much excitation in it? It's going to have to discharge somewhere. And if it's truly happening, we should see other discharge patterns and strange things that verify also this electrical connection trying to equalize within the atmosphere or within the upper reaches of our, going clear up into the ionosphere. It's called the global electric circuit. And if there's differences in electrical connectivity, electromagnetic coupling of our Earth and the sun, we should really start to see changes in this. And we are. Look at this. We got an enormous amount of upward lightning now. There's way beyond what's expected. I mean, it used to be incredibly rare, but now every single storm has this. It's insane what's going on with the, ground to sky lightning that's occurring. And the amount of sprites, they used to be rare, like you never saw a sprite before. Now, almost literally 100% of thunderstorms and electrical storms have sprites associated with them. People are just snapping them every day now.
What is the reason for the ground to air?
Well, it's trying to equalize its charge. So think about that again. We're coming back. There's two different charges here. The Earth's charged negatively, and the sky, that electric circuit's charged positive. So there's trying to be equalization, and something's overcharged. Mm-hmm. So when you hear these sky sounds, a lot of sky noises these days, they think it has something to do with this equilibrium charge balancing going on, because the differential between the charges is driving something. So it wouldn't make whatever's in the crust could have, whatever crystalline structures are in the crust, it could have something to do with the sounds, because they use, the radio crystals back in the old days in the 50s, they used to use a crystal inside there, right, to be able to. So if it's a crystalline surface, of course, you're going to get some sound resonance coming out of that. And also these blue jets. Rare before, now we're starting to see exceptional electrical connectivity, the upper reaches of the atmosphere, which we haven't seen before. Now also, who's Steve? Remember somebody yesterday was talking about, hey, my name's Steve. Yeah. Here's your electrical rope coming out, going into glow mode off the plasma filament. Now, this was only discovered in 2017. A new person named it because they found it, 2017. And since 2017, it's occurred 3 more times, but each successive time is more intense. Now we can actually see the field aligned currents wrapping in on themselves there in the plasma filament.
Where were those photographs taken?
1 was Russia and 2 were Canada, and the first was Canada as well. So the 3 Canadian instances, and then this one was in Russia. But look how you can actually see the field aligned currents coming down in a plasma filament. It's insane. And then we got the picket fence auroras coming off the filament structure. You got to tell me that this was only discovered in 2017, and then we got 3 more instances, and they're getting heavier each time we come down in iteration. There's definitely an uptick. And again, you know, you talked about squatter man. Well, right there, we got the middle column of the squatter man already visible in our skies. You know, the intensity plasma rambo, there's something going on. Because I'll bring you back to that there again. Like this thing right here, if it started to get those arms like we see in the petroglyphs, that's it. That's the center body right there of that. So the center body structure is already being shown visibly in our atmosphere. So what's going on? We got at least a part of squatter man visible now. Now, it didn't stay visible for so long. Also, if there's real changes, we should start to see changes in the solar wind, and we are. This comes from Smash-O-Mash, Daniel Nigro. If you want to follow his channel, excellent source for space weather as well. Smash-O-Mash, Daniel. He showed me these, gave them to me. Solar wind. Obviously, we get the pressure coming off, wrapping in our Earth, keeping our magnetosphere nice and tight, well, as tight as it can be. And then right here, no solar wind. Whoosh, everything let off and it's puffy. And I thought, well, when did this occur? Oh, January 12th of this year. This is years ahead of where it should be. And if we look at the plasma density too in the solar wind, we start to see the same thing. You can see here clearly where the wind is pushing in, and you can see our magnetosphere right there. The wind is pushing, solar wind's pushing and creating this collapse, which is nice and tight around our Earth. And then down here, we have no solar wind. We get that whoosh, puff off again. This shouldn't be happening right now. This is years ahead of the predicted forecasts of at least solar wind shutdowns and slowdowns. And then you notice that whenever, I'll talk about cosmic rays for a second, but I'm going to skip past this pretty quick because others will talk about it. But we get the high cosmic rays when we get to the low of the solar cycle, but there's about a 9-month delay lag on this too. So right at the peak, it's not exactly at the peak, it's offset by a few months because the sun will send something out, but the Earth's systems don't instantly react to it. There's a lag time there. And what does that mean for us? Well, we're going to be heading up an incredibly high cosmic ray density coming up. This is where we are now. They're forecasting to come up here somewhere. And the amount of cloud cover is going to be incredible moving through. Now, just a quickie thing here. This is how cosmic rays actually create clouds. Photochemistry, and they come in and with a positive charge, and then that's enough to create other chemical changes that then will bring you over to cloud droplets and nucleation occurring. And this, as it moves out from the cosmic ray, interacting chemically, photochemically, will create different charged particles, and they'll start binding to each other. And boom, at the end, we get clouds. And that's all it's about, really. And, you know, they're finding that the effects now are 7x more with this cascading effect that they're finding with cosmic rays, like a 7x increase. That's huge. Clouds doubling would be massive, but clouds 7 times, that's going to be, 1,000-year floods every time. And again, you know, you might have seen this one, the cosmic rays continue to increase. This is here over in Northern Europe when we're looking up in Norway and Sweden area. And again, if we stay here right in the United States, you notice that some areas, especially up in Maine, are getting a much higher reading faster than in places like California, which is more of a steady increase of just a couple %. But it seems like these more northern latitudes, like Norway, Sweden, Maine, etc., these cosmic rays are increasing more in the northern hemisphere in the upper reaches of upper latitudes versus lower latitudes. Now, the magnetic North Pole in motion, if you will. This here is one of my favorite ones because it goes from 200 AD, which the pole was over Russia in 200 AD, and then it swung back and did its drunken dance all the way through 1500 AD, about 500 years ago. So we know where the magnetic pole moved from 200 AD up to 1500 AD, and this is what it did during those centuries and millennia. But remember, it went all the way here to 200 AD, and look, it's tracking toward the exact same spot right here. So I'm thinking about a 2,000-year matchup in cycles here, because wherever it's going and it's increasing, it's going to end up right here. And that's real interesting because 200 AD, it was in the exact same place almost, literally less than 100 miles away on the track it's at now. Coincidental? Perhaps, not sure. But the European Space Agency stopped producing any more results after January of 2016. Why? Not sure, but the magnetic pole has shifted And you can see where it was in the year 2000. It was about here. And right now it's in the center of the Arctic. And then what we just heard, it seems like it shifted right over into land again, which would be terrifying because that is such a fast shift. We would not be able to cope with that. Now, the link between the low cloud cover and the galactic cosmic rays, I mean, this correlation here, if that doesn't show you anything, well, I'll take a deeper look in. Heinrich Svensmark's the guy you want to look at for this information. For sure, Heinrich Svensmark, he goes through where we are in the galactic arm, the changes that occurred, and then how much watts are reflected back in space if we get to certain types of clouds. And they're generally right here, this 15,000 to 18,500 foot range is where this new cloud layer is blending in or bending in. And again, Cloud Mystery is the name of the film you want to watch. It's free on YouTube. Heinrich Svensmark. Once you watch the Cloud Mystery, that'll explain a lot more things that'll make sense to you on why these atmospheric compression events and once in a 1,000-year floods seem to be occurring daily. Now, with all this electromagnetic connection and loosening of our magnetosphere, of course, our cloud bands are going to shift. We got the jet streams moving. The cloud bands are going to start shifting and moving more north or south, depending on how history has worked itself out. But we also know through peer-reviewed research, I mean, there are thousands of papers on this. I pulled one that's a pretty easy to understand chart here. It just shows the galactic cosmic rays on a weakened magnetosphere, how much the intertropical convergence zone will move and where it will move. So some areas will get more rain, some areas will get less rain. So the ICTZ, or during the Little Ice Age and the Maunder Minimum, pushed more south. Now we're expecting another push as well, south. So these areas got wetter in the Little Ice Age, so we're looking at places in Africa. Some other places got drier, like Venezuela, and northern parts of Brazil got drier as this intertropical convergence zone moves.
And with the no color, is that mostly unaffected?
No, this is just where the actual bands of the flow in the atmosphere are. No, ICTZ is not anywhere up here. It's just on the equatorial bands. So they were just showing you where does it move. They used a couple different types of proxy. They went into caves, and those things that grow off the cave roof, stalactites, they cut them open. They're like tree rings. You can see how much water was seeping through, and they could get real wet periods or real dry periods. Also, when they go to alpine lakes, they drill down and they find how much pollen's in there, because more pollen means more plants. Less pollen means less plants. And then they can determine the species of the plant, because the pollen has its own signature. Also, the jet streams are behaving strangely, which is also expected. That's not bend. That's not easy bend. That's just almost vertical. And then what we saw over the UK, actually, when I was speaking last week, the jet streams went vertical. That's not right. There should be some undulation in them. I saw a strong bend here that looked really strange, so I put this in when I was doing my presentation. But now it's vertical pretty much, and that's a problem. If we got vertical jet streams, that explains the equatorial vortex and all this heat you hear about. Oh, it's hot in the Arctic. Well, you got a vertical thing pulling off the equator straight up. Well, that's the cold one, but right here, straight up into the Arctic. That's coming from the equator. That should be pushed down and separated, but now the vertical jet streams are allowing incredible pockets of heat. But don't worry, the media already has an excuse for you. They already had it for you. Oh, they're trying to explain how this is working and that's working. The jet stream should have this undulation and U pattern, as this should look something like that, but not vertical. Not vertical. I'm sorry, that's just something wrong here. But it would be expected. And again, you know, I showed this slide in one of my videos before. People liked it. Everything is warming faster than the rest of the Earth. So when we start here, Singapore is heating up twice as fast as everywhere else on the planet. Spain is warming faster than the rest of the world. Global warming is happening twice as fast in Alaska. It's happening twice as fast in Australia. Sweden's twice as fast. Adirondacks here in the US twice as fast. Canada twice as fast. Europe twice as fast. Mountains twice as fast. Berlin twice as fast. China twice as fast. Where's that other one at? Oh, South Africa twice as fast. And then Switzerland twice as fast. What is it? They went around the entire planet saying everything's warming twice as fast as everywhere else. So the whole planet's warming twice as fast as itself, basically. Yeah, and the reason I want to go in and talk about the heat is because this is the excuse they're trying to give you for all the record snowfalls this year. You know, if it really was a heated ocean creating more evaporation, creating record cold and record snow, which is the story, then we should have seen the same thing in 1998 with the massive, most incredible El Nino ever seen before. Temperatures spiked right here, and please keep this in mind. I'm trying to give you a time reference here, because the evaporation excuse is what they're telling you right now to be able to explain record snowfall. When we come here and we take a look, this is off University of Alabama, Huntsville, the UAH data set. Here's that spike I just showed you before, and here was the peak of it. Well, it's only about not even a half a degree warmer. No, it's a tenth of a degree warmer here than here. Why didn't we see record snowfall here if evaporating oceans were the cause of all the record snow? We should have seen it at the exact same time because the heat's nearly identical. It's a tenth of a degree difference. So we should have seen record snow and record cold back in the 90s, but we didn't because it's a different mechanism driving the whole system right now, this grand solar minimum. Now, again, they can take a look at Australia and we take a look at Indonesia and we see where it got cooler during those times. So we can forecast out which crops are grown in which areas, which crops are going to decrease in yields, and you can start to map it out around the world. Well, Australia is going to start to get really wet. And the reason I said, remember that first chart I showed you and I said, hey, keep your eye on the 1780s? Well, this is what was happening in Asia in the 1780s. They had massive droughts. So if food prices are spiking in Europe because of crop losses in the same time period, we know it happened in Europe and it happened in Asia. But Asia got drier and Europe got wetter. So we can start to map all these things out, which areas across the planet will have which effect and which crops are grown, and we'll know which governments are going to have trouble struggling to feed their people. Now, Indonesia is importing 250 million tons of rice at the moment. They're storing it, and they already know what's going on. So if truly we were going to get more rainfall and these things were happening, then we should start to see increased rainfalls across all these places in the world. So what we have here, this is Ayers Rock, Uluru, yeah, out in the middle of the desert, in the middle of the Australian outback. These are waterfalls coming off from last year, and they had record rains each year, breaking the last record. And 2019 is absurd with the amount of water coming down. This is the outback now. It's becoming a verdant field pasture land. All of northern Australia and central Australia are becoming green pasture lands again. Formerly deserts a few years ago. Now the water's coming back. If you look at the Sierra Nevada snowpack here too, this is massive. That is a massive change in one single year. The drought is no longer in California because they have so much snowpack and so many cubic miles of water that has poured down this year in the form of snow. Now they're even reclassifying these arc storms here. They're going a 5+ now. It's going to be a 5+. And they're trying to identify and show you these arc storms coming off the Pacific. They already know they're going to get more intense. So they're starting to reclassify it at a higher level to explain it away. They are going to have an explanation for you. But what does this mean? Well, these arc storms are going to be pouring so much more water over the coastal range there that you would expect other areas to have effects. And this is just this week, this map came out. So the dark purples are the latest ever recorded spring blooms. It's the latest spring has ever started on when leaves came to the trees. So the dark purples are the latest spring ever recorded, but the dark greens are the earliest spring ever recorded. So these arc storms blasting into California, they're getting an enormous amount of new rain and moisture right along the Sierra Nevada range, dipping over into the Four Corners area. That moisture is now making it over the range and really starting to bloom out a lot of stuff early, which is in a desert area, if you will. But then up here, it's getting dry and they're having really cold temperatures and just nothing's, the potato industry up there is gone, decimated this year. And then we got right here, again, latest spring on record, but that's kind of right down in the Kansas wheat area. And then right through the Smoky Mountains and that kind of range there, we get the earliest spring ever again. So what's going on with these temperature fluctuations and why are they so close to each other? Latest spring ever on record, earliest spring ever on record, a few hundred miles away from each other. So that's how much difference is going on, please.
I just noticed an anomaly in Florida and in California. Now, I can understand California because of elevation, but Florida from Lake Okeechobee there's that hook going up almost to Kennedy Space Center.
Yeah, that'll be the earliest. That'll be the earliest on record. I mean, something down here is getting more precipitation, warmer temperatures earlier in the season.
But there's the darkness is what I'm talking about. So most of Florida is early.
Yeah, because that's a dark green that you're looking at right here on
So
this
that's
spot.
just very early.
That's very early,
Oh,
wetter,
okay.
earlier. Plants are blooming earlier in these areas. But again, look how much purple there is. Just view across the United States how much lateness there is in there versus how much earliness there is in there. There's a huge difference, right? A huge amount of the United States is late, and it's going to get later each year as we move forward. And if it's going to get earlier, you could expect it to even get earlier as we move forward. So whatever's happening, either drying or wetting, it's going to amplify and it's going to continue on its trend from this point forward. So the trends are already starting to show themselves in different areas. Now, for you all who were looking for specifics, so I've had a couple requests. Dug in, I found this one. This is the amount of moisture above the averages here for this same time period right now, talking about the arc storm increases. So when we look at these dark blues, this is much more rainfall in these areas. So I had some specific questions about the Four Corners area coming out off of California after the range was coming with the arc storms. So anywhere you're looking at greens and blues, you're looking at an enormous amount of new rain activity and record rains and moisture patterns forming in these same areas. So obviously these areas are going to get greener and they'll become new grow zones. Which brings me to my next one here. These were the floods that took out 30% of America's stored grain crop. This is what they normally look like, the river systems, and this is what they filled to during that time. This is not normal. This is the highest amount of rainfall ever recorded, with the most days of Mississippi River in flood stage ever recorded. And that goes back to the early 1800s, not like 1880. The number of flood days have been recorded back in the 1790s on the Mississippi River. And we're at the highest ever. So that's another couple 100-year cycle. These are the destroyed grains, and this is kind of what our American grain crop looks like at the moment. This is what our fields look like at the moment. They're not getting in their planting this year, not even close. But the size of the waterway is exploding in size. Like you get this is the normal one, but then look at this. That is a gargantuan shift in water, the amount of water that's coming down. But we're not just seeing it in the U.S. Iran, anywhere that's blue, it's the all-time highest recorded floods ever recorded in Iran. You got to remember they had accounts of the Silk Road traders at that time. That's how far back their records go, to Silk Road trading days. And this is still the most rain they've ever recorded, ever. So this is a 2,000-year plus cycle they're looking at, 2,500 years of the most rainfall. And this is kind of what it's looking at in Afghanistan as well. Some of these rivers here haven't had water in them in 2,000 years. And this is the amount of flooding going on. It's not just a little bit of extra water. This is how much is coming down in the driest places on the planet. There is an extreme shift going on in our atmosphere at the moment. And then again, we look, there's the Afghanistan, like all that blue area is what I just showed you right here. That's the blue that you're seeing on the map right there. So when they're talking about these areas, Kandahar and all this area, Northwest especially is where all the old temples and pagodas and forts and that kind of stuff, they were all abandoned because they ran out of water. But the water's coming back thousands of years later now. Saudi Arabian deserts. This is how much water's come down this year. Saudi Arabian camels in verdant fields of flowers all across the Middle East. This is not located to a single region. This is everywhere across the driest regions of our planet. Year worth of rain in United Arab Emirates one day. This turned there in the driest. This is in the desert in the UAE. And here we go. This is the floods in a year's worth of rain in a day. This seems to be the new ramp up, a year's worth of rain, several months worth of rain, all coming down at the same time. And here we go. This is Yemen and Oman. Lakes are forming in the desert in Oman. Usually look at one cyclone every 7 years, one, but they've had 3. They were getting 1 a month, and that's how these lakes were able to form. So something shifted in their patterns as well. Atacama Desert, the world's driest place, period, hands down. There's no other place drier in the world. Second year in a row where the blooms are here. Look at these flower blooms from all the excessive new rain coming in. Death Valley flooded this year. Right? So this rain pattern shift across all the driest areas of the world, if you have a crystal ball and you know past cycles, you could say, hey, these are going to become new growth zones. Now, maybe not Atacama, but other areas in the Sahel. Now, what I did here, this is a precipitation map Now, the bigger the cross is, the more moisture was pouring down between 4,000 and 6,000 years ago. So what they've done is they reconstructed the amount of rainfall coming down over the last, and this is mid-Holocene, around 4,000 to 6,000 years ago on this map. Now here's the Chinese investment map as well. It's an interactive Chinese investment map. So I was starting to look and say, hey, there's a lot of rainfall here. And then I go, oh, there's a lot of Chinese investment there. I go, oh, look in the middle of Chad. That's going to be a new lake basin that will fill. Oh, look at all the Chinese investment that's right in that same area there. Wow, that's interesting. What about North Africa? Oh, they're up there too, same spot. What about Libya and everything? Oh, same spot. Oh, wait a second. Somebody knows something going on. So wherever you see a cross on this means increased rainfall on a certain frequency pattern, several thousand years. So I overlaid those two, and you can start to see wherever the dots are, those are Chinese investment projects. Now, it's a little statistical impossibly to be up here where you have all these areas in the middle of the desert surrounded by these. It's not coincidental. They know the patterns are repeating. And everywhere you look, you get the 100% match here. You got all the matches through here. You got the match in Morocco, clear out in Mauritania. You got the whole river basin getting, you know, rail lines connecting all this through here. You got all, what are they doing in the middle, literally the middle of the desert? And they're putting investment project, oh, it's going to get rainier in there. Well, of course, they're connecting all these areas here for grow zones. Oh, up here in Sudan, are you kidding me? It's been dry for centuries up. Why did they go there suddenly? And then all this whole port area here, obviously, and then you come down into, you know, Tanzania further down. But what I found really startling is once I found this is a 7,000-year drainage basin map, when these used to be big lakes 7,000 years ago in the mid-Holocene called the African megalakes. What I found even more startling is when I overlapped it was too busy. I need to like take the time to maybe make that different colors so you could see it. But some of these larger investment projects from the Chinese are lying on what would be the larger rivers filling into some of these mega lakes. So they're placing themselves on the dry riverbeds of some of these that are going to refill and become some of the largest waterways and tributaries as the deserts start to bloom again. That's what I found most interesting is some of these are right on the biggest waterways that are going to be forming up there in this new place. Somalian floods. This is what I'm talking about. This is the area in Somalia. So you can see this type of rainfall coming down is excessive and massive. It's shifting. Now, these are coming from 2017. Did you see anything strange in these photos? This is last year and this year. Yeah, elephants in snow, not something I'm used to seeing. This is in Southern Africa as well. Zimbabwe and South Africa both with these excessive snows. Also going over into, you can get over on the coastal area too in Namibia, and they saw some excessive all-time record cold in Windhoek and a few other places this year. This is the desert southwest of the United States, Saharan cactus covered in snow. You don't see that too often. Giraffes playing in the snow, it's kind of an outlier. But all this is happening in the same year right now in the last few months, in the winter. So if I was smart in China and I'd set up all my new investment projects to take advantage of all the wet new areas, what I would do is I'd have to protect that, and I have to arm my fleet to protect my food supply. And then we got the string of pearls straight out of here. And, you know, it's actually going to be coming from here. They added a new port system in here. So we got the string of pearls. All they're going to do is deliver the food right back to Myanmar and then send it across to Kunming right here. Now, China created a new food grow zone. This one goes offline. North Korea, all these places go offline. But look, they're going to find new food grow zones here and deliver it back. This is their plan. This is what's planned. And also, what I learned in the UK last week when I went to Alternative View 10, I never heard about the European Neighborhood Policy or the Integrated EU Defense Force. Never heard about it. It's not the EU Army. That's the wrong lexicon. They want you to use that one. It's an integrated interoperability defense force. It's not an army, a defense force integration between all those nations. And where are they going next? They're going down in here. That's where they're headed to. So the entire United EU integrated military and defense force is actually going to start going through this area and placing troops down here. They're having a real difficult time figuring out how to start the draft because they don't have enough people. And part of the reason Brexit, they don't want the EU to exit out is because they're going to lose this stronghold here. They need the UK inside their defense force to make it legitimate. There's two different intergovernmental operating bodies that are forcing and wanting this whole area here occupied by EU troops. And we see it again here with the Union for the Mediterranean, and we see it with the neighborhood policy and the integrated EU Defense Force. Why are they all focusing on these same areas here? I just showed you it's greening. Chinese are there. Now the Europeans want to go there. What? This is the Roman grain growing map where they used to grow crops. So this is 14 AD, and you can see the road system that the Romans had all the way through North Africa. And these are also the grain growing belts that the Romans had to grow grains across the same areas. Now it's a little coincidental. The rain's falling there. These places are turning green. We got two massive military structures are going to be in there, China and the EU Integrated Defense Force, all vying for the same grain growing areas that were proven that they grew grain there to supply the Roman army and this Roman civilization at the time. It's a little coincidental that all those are matching up and overlapping. Now, the last thing, people said, hey, David, I think you went a little too far with this one. I don't think so. If you're going to take over this area to grow food, you're not going to want the local men there to be defending it. No army has ever successfully gotten into North Africa and stayed because they are ferocious fighters, and I'll give them props. Those guys are tough. They only know how to defend their countries. They don't stop, and they will defend it to the death. Those guys are so strong over there. And here they are. They got them to go voluntarily out of their own neighborhoods and grow zones and send them up to Europe by offering them. How do you get those defenders out of your country? You give them free, whatever it is, to get them out of there, because millions of men have gone up to Europe, and they're not coming back. It's a one-way ticket, and they use the NGOs to run them across the Mediterranean. So they took maybe a possible military force of 1 million or 2 million defenders out of the equation by sending them up to Europe. So when they go down there with their defense force and the Chinese armies running around down there, there's going to be very little resistance this time. Like, this is a carefully calculated plan. And if it's happening in this particular area, I want to know what's going on with the rest of the Ukraine, and I want to know what's going on with Turkey, and what the hell's happening in Myanmar, because everywhere you look geopolitically, you're starting to see the same kind of like super long play chess game going out to get food grow zones. And here we got, these are the two. Now notice their insignias. I mean, it goes all over. It's essential, but it's covering. And then again, you know, this, see the same thing with the eagles, and it's always the same symbology. Got the movement on the coordination of center of Europe, MCCE. This is part troops going to control here, and then we got the defense policy down here. That's all the Europeans combining on their defense force. Remember this, European neighborhood policy. This is going to give them legitimacy to run into these countries and occupy and hold. And as I was explained to me, if they do get these areas up and running, and they can use the primary water sources from Libya, this grain growing area will exceed all of North America in terms of tonnage coming out. They will produce more grain than the United States and Canada combined in this area, because the growing conditions are much better for grains on a faster return out. They're actually going to get more grain than entire North America produces out of this area here. So if we go offline and China goes offline and many areas start to decline, they're looking at this area here, parts of the Middle East and over into Iran and Pakistan, to grow the new food to feed our cultures and our world. But who's going to get that food? That's my question, my ultimate question. I'm almost out of time. I got 5 minutes. I'm going to try to wrap up. The planetary geometry here at 79 AD matches almost within a degree or so of the 2024 alignments. Now you got all the forged gas giants out here in a pair, in parallel pairs, and then the Earth sandwich right in the middle. So I call it like a magnetic Earth sandwich. But again, we see the parallel pairs exactly to the degree with the parallel with the Earth sandwich magnetically right in between that. That is a 2,000-year cycle. And we keep coming back to the rainfalls on a 2,000-year cycle. So what's going on with the planetary geometry, and the rainfalls are matching on multi-millennial cycles? There's too much coincidence going on for it to be just a random thing. And this is the kind of points I put together. The North American snowfall, I mean, look, it's so far above the standard deviations. It's got to have its own new ranges built in there. That's from 2017-18. Look how far out of the range it is above the normal. 2018-19, it happened again, but a little bit earlier in the season. Notice where the peak is compared to here. It's pushed back a month or two. But they got to have the ready-made excuse that it's evaporating oceans. Greenland ice. We come here, 2015-16. The blue line is well above the baseline average for the 30-year averages from 1990 to 2013, way above the average. They tried to explain it. Again, it's evaporating oceans. What happened again in 2016-17, but look at it. Wow, so far above, so shockingly, astonishingly above. And then this year, 2017-18, totally above again. Now, those pages are gone. They don't exist on the net anymore. They erase that information, so you're not able to access it. Offline. So you have to go to Polar Portal on the back door to find this info. And they don't show you those charts anymore. They're starting to present the information like this. So when we look at, the 2012-13 melt season, we got way down in the incredible. Look how low the melt got. I mean, way down at what? 16 minus 16 gigatons a day coming down. Look how low the melt was in 2013. When we come back here, that was a 2017-18 melt season. We stay above pretty much the 30-year average on melt. But here, look how low it was below in 2012-13. And they're still trying to tell you it's gaining ice up there. It makes no sense. And again, the reason I try to explain the problem is we have the biggest opportunity in human history in front of us. There's going to be more opportunity to find your niche, provide value, grow your businesses, grow whatever you'd like to grow during this time, because more people are going to need more services, goods, and whatever. Consulting could be a million things in between the change from here to there, because there's going to be more change than has occurred in the last few thousand years with the most people on the planet there's ever been. So this is the hugest opportunity in human history. So please don't look at it as, oh, we're going to die and we're all going to starve to death and fight to the death by knives to get food. It's not going to be like that. If you know the changes, you're going to be able to map them out and find your niche to provide the most value for people during these changes. And again, this is kind of what our crops are going to be looking like in the next few years. This is what our crops are going to be like in the next few. This is what we're going to be harvesting in like October, this kind of snow, when our crops are still in the fields. Now, we know where the changes were before. Obviously, you've seen this map. Now, the kind of research I do is I even look down to like Bohemia. This is in central Germany. And then you can see the wheat, the barley, the oats, the rye. And the grand sum minimums here. And you can see which ones decline on which timelines. So you can start to get an idea of which grains will be most affected in which regions. And you start pinpointing dots. So you got this in central France. You got it in central Germany. You got it in the Czech Republic. You got it in Russia. So you can start to map out where the losses are. And if you do any options trading, you can kind of see where the main crops are in the countries and then go long or short depending on delivery calls for something out in 2020, whatever. So I focus on the wine production in France, Germany, and Austria. Again, this was 2017, and I was predicting massive losses in here, and that's happening right now. Again, 2017, these are the calls that I called Alberta, the central grow zones, which we got the massive floods and delayed planting, and then right up here in the Great Lakes. And Newfoundland up here is offline already pretty much. Australia, these are the main wheat growing belts. And somebody sent me an email today when I checked. This is the first time Australia is turning it into an importer because they've lost so much grain production. And Kevin Long and I had a great interview, and he talked about this area here. They're expecting 7 more years of drought down here, so the rest of this is going offline. And West Australia this year has experienced extreme losses due to cold and excessive winds and Antarctic storms that are out of season. We saw this in China, so you can expect the Chinese dynasties to go. Now we've got 2 choices. And I'll wrap up right here. We've got 2 choices. We can move our grow belts south, which we're going to have to do. But each 1 degree Celsius temperature drop means 140 miles push south. They're expecting a 3C drop. So we're going to have to move our agriculture almost 400 miles south of where it presently is. I'm a fan of using hemp for that. We can get protein out of it. And it grows a lot of bands and zones that are hardy for other plants. So that's about all the time I have, except I'm doing some of my own grow stuff here. I'm working on a magnetic motor to be able to power the devices independently off grid. And then I want to couple that with Brad Buttrick's new all-in-one LED grow spectrum light, and then put it out as a kit where you got the magnetic motor, you got the new efficient grow lights, and then you got vertical tubes indoors. That's what I'm working on. And it'll all be for free. I'm just going to give away the designs. But anyway, thanks for listening. Thank you very much. Come out here and give me 1 second. Let me turn off let me hibernate my computer, and I'll be out of here. And you're on. Thanks.
I got a 5-minute break or something.
Yeah, I gotta use the bathroom too. Good stuff,
There's
dude.
the.
Hey, let me
Take a job. I'm going to give you a good introduction.
Give about a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
It hit the head.
Okay. I'll introduce you while you're pissing.
Do I?
I'll introduce you while you're pissing.
Okay.
some of the new
Let me
infos
just-
coming out.
let me get some water.
Stuff that they just done last week. I never would have put that together without going to that other conference last week. Like that would have been not in my presentation.
How can we get some of those naps you have?
I'll just send me an email and send it to you. I have that stuff routinely all over my stuff.
Okay. Thank you very much.
That thing usually takes me an hour and a half to do. Us in 60 minutes. All right.
Good night.
Are you leaving, David?
I'm not leaving. I'm just going to take a break. Yeah, take a break quick. And I'll be right back.
Is this your phone, bro, or is this probably Greg's? No, maybe.
Yeah, he said he was using it for a time.
2? Okay.
Yeah.
David or Greg?
David.
Oh. Dubai.
Your phone?
Yeah, thanks.
I'll be
Yeah,
downstairs
right
at
there.
3 if you want to talk.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm just going to drop my stuff. I'll be right back. I want to listen to Greg.
Okay, cool. So our next speaker is going to need a minute, and it's Greg Allison. For those of you, how many of you know Greg Allison? Yeah, for those of you that don't, I'll give you a little background. He's been on Leak Project with Rex Bear several times. They've talked about esoteric things. He is a contractor at NASA. He is a hillbilly rocket scientist. He holds Guinness books. He is in the Guinness Book of World Records for being the most psychotic hillbilly rocketeer. And he basically could take a tube and some accelerant and blow shit up into space, which is why he's the first person I called and said, can we get a satellite near the moon that's ours? And unfortunately, that we could do that. It would probably cost us at least $1.5 million. And it would be tiny and it may fail. And people like Rex Bear, Greg Allison, and Diamond don't have $1.5 million to fail. But that's probably all the money we'll ever see ever, forever.
Yeah.
And that would suck if that failed. So the reason Greg is at the conference is because he is an insider with the powers that be that have been lying to you since they were created to hide the fact that we went to the moon to find out if we're all going to blow up. Because when they went to the moon, they weren't trying to race to the moon to be the first one. We're so smart scientists. They were trying to find evidence of cosmic catastrophe on Earth, which would be on the far side of the moon laying there. Because if it was on the Earth, it would have had eroded already in 10 or 20,000 years, which is why we can't find lots of impact structures on Earth. Earth is a dynamic planet with weather systems. And it is our erosional processes that pretty much erase all the information of our ancient cultures. So we have many levels and information about ancient cultures on Earth that could go back 500,000 years. These are Homo sapiens that look just like you, that talk like you. Well, not in English. Because back prior to 12,000 years ago, we don't even have evidence of language, but we have high culture. That means these people were using communication that was much more advanced than writing. In fact, the Bible even describes how at one point in the past, we all spoke a common language that had no letters. And then it was all broken apart, and then we all didn't understand each other. And that's probably based on truth. Because of the fact there's no evidence on megalithic structures of any language, there probably wasn't any. And this all goes to Occam's razor. There's no need to be a brilliant scientist to understand facts. If it's the most logical and obvious, it's probably that. It's almost 80% or more. That's it. And so how the population can be duped that it's Rick's fault that the Earth is warming is beyond me. It's totally beyond me, because then everyone just has to nod and believe it, and then it becomes indoctrination. It has nothing to do with the fact. Then they create fake science. It's called climate science, by the way. I'm a paleoclimatologist. In 1989, you could be a climate scientist only if you were a paleoclimatologist. They were just developing this fake ruse. So the people that knew about climate for millions of years. We didn't study since 1970. That's ridiculous. Why would we spent half of a century figuring out how to get a very fine-tuned picture of Earth's climate through the ice core project. We started with the Vostok data, and we drilled into Iceland because it has 5 miles of ice still. Then we drilled into Greenland, and we got the Greenland Ice Core project and the GISP-2 project, spending billions of your dollars, and then they didn't tell you what it meant. So all the money you paid for taxes to NASA and the federal government for the last 2 decades to drill those holes in the Antarctic, to drill those holes into Greenland, was not so that you could know what happened in your past. Because did they tell you the climate has been up and down for 12,000 years for the last 500,000? No, they told you that it's your fault that it's getting warmer. Does that make any sense? And then the climate science that was invented by the very cabal that we call government, which is now the IPCC, NASA, NOAA, and all the fraud squads that give us fake information. Guess what? There are real people like me and Greg that work there. And Greg probably has to go around his global warming buddies and be like, oh, yeah, be like, grand solar minimum, buddy, and walk away. Because I'm allowed to think like I think, and he's allowed to think like he thinks. And we could disagree.
Amen.
But in the end, we can both worm farm.
That's right.
And that's why Greg's here, because not only is he an insider, but he has solutions. So give it up to NASA insider Greg Allison.
Well, today I'm wearing the red shirt because first I'm going to talk about hell on earth. But then I'm going to turn into Santa Claus and gift you with how we get through it. And it's a heck of a thing to follow Diamond and David. So anyway, here we go. So
Can we take pictures of your slides without recording? Just pictures?
Sure.
Yes or no?
Sure, just credit me. That's all. Yeah. Anyway, so let me touch on my little timer here. Keep up with myself there. There we go. So, and it erased them. There we go. Start out here. Now, like I said, I'm bringing some scary messages here. So I want to assure everyone first that no matter how bad it gets, no matter how tough it is, rest in the comfort of knowledge that there is a silver lining around every mushroom cloud. And so my friends that preceded me talked about the grand cycle of things and all these things and threats we face. And they talked about what that does in terms of food and the big picture. But I'm going to talk about how it affects our technology, the things we live with on a day-to-day basis, and just how stark that really is, the threats we actually face. And I'm going to look at a lot more of the near-term things. And I do talk about the solar flares and some of the big cycle things, but I'm going to drive in on what are the threats to the power grid? How credible are they? What can it do to you in the end? What can you do about it? And there was this congressional EMP task force that Congress set up that a dozen years ago looked into this and said 9 out of 10 people can die due to societal collapse. And what they were talking about here is what happens when you don't have electrical power. Do you realize electrical power runs the pumps that we use to pump our water, our fuel? That without electrical power, you don't have cash. All our money is digital ones and zeros in the banks. You think the ATM is going to work without electricity? What about the internet? Prescription drugs. How many of you are dependent on prescription drugs? You might better be finding some herbal alternatives or something. Food delivery in the stores. David Devine talked about that. Diamond talked about that. You know, it's not going to be there, and we're just-in-time society today. So, and what I'm going to tell you is the worst news is I don't buy that number. And I'll tell you why. If you go to my YouTube channel, Green Greg's, and look at some of my videos, you'll discover that society is a lot more complex than you can imagine. In my last video talking about, I'm showing a pencil and a number 2 pencil, and you'll discover that farmers are going to starve to death on the farm. See, we've been thinking, well, farmers and rural people will survive. But hey, I've been surveying. I'm finding in my surveys only about 8% of the farmers are growing food. 19% of people are rural, only about 8% are actually growing food, and only maybe 25% of them are growing it on a sustainable basis. Yes?
So what do you think that number is? The number you disagree with?
About 1 in 250, maybe in 3 years. It's right there. And you could adjust it up due to the fact that some people prep and store food, but you're going to have a lot of other things that be driving it down, like the mayhem that you'd face in society. So part of my talk is going to be what we need. We need to prevent this if we can at all do it. So let me come on down here. And we know it don't take long for things to get bad. Look at Katrina. I got like 100 charts, but I'm going to fly through them here. So now I'm going to drive it even deeper. It's worse than you even thought. It's not just you won't have food and all the things they talked about there. So what we're going to talk about here is it could get worse than a nuclear war. That's hard to believe, right? Here's why. In our nuclear power plants, we have spent fuel rods outside of the main containment buildings. So everybody talks about the nuclear reactor. I am going to ignore, for our purposes here, the fact that we have nuclear reactors, what everybody worries about. Let's just talk about the spent fuel rod pools outside the containment buildings. In the United States, there's over 74,000 metric tons of spent fuel rods. That is 280 times more radioactive material than in all the warheads on Earth. That is a very bad number. These fuel rods can burn on contact with air. Those fuel pools evaporate 160 gallons of water a minute that has to be pumped on those fuel rods. Now, they're about 20 foot deep, so you got a little margin before it evaporates off. And, the nuke plants have backup generators. They have batteries there that will last, for a few hours, and the backup diesel generators. Backup diesel generators require fuel, too. The fuel has to get to them. The electric pumps aren't working. See, trucks aren't rolling because you got problems with the fuel pumps where they're getting their fuel. A lot of things are starting to unravel. And if you can get that going, the parts, the supply chain, it keeps that industry moving. Anybody here ever drove a truck? Is there any truck drivers in the room? You got any family that's driven trucks? How long can you maintain a truck, sir, without parts? Not long, right? Takes spare parts. Those things are in maintenance all the time. So, and the supply chain is just in time too. And by the way, it uses computers these days. Remember when some of us remember when they go to the parts places and they had big books? Show me that today. There's not so much of that. So we're just waiting basically. Next chart's on that. I will skip most of that. That's some of the science behind it. This is back to your 280 times the radiation you'd expect to get out of a full-scale nuclear war. Just sitting around our backyards waiting on the lights to go out. Just sitting around, and now we're going to talk about the lights going out. See, they don't tell you this. Even if people talk about power grid defense, seldom tell you this story. It's just too darn scary. So that's why I'm wearing the red. Besides, it also shows up better in this dark room, but that's another story. So how could this happen? Could it happen? What's the likelihood of this? Well, we're going to start out with root causes here. And we'll talk about the probability of these root causes. As we all know, and we've heard talked about here today, the solar coronal mass ejections, but there's more than that. There's electromagnetic pulse. This would happen from a high altitude detonation of a nuclear weapon. There are direct kinetic attacks where somebody could actually attack substations and take the grid down. We all have heard of cyber attacks. Even the New Madrid earthquake zone could cause a probability. Then NASA had done an estimate that we could have about a 12% per year, 12% per decade chance of a CME taking us down. But that's based on things being the way they've been. That's not based on, they're looking at Carrington events, and they're looking at how it has been historically. Well, I think you've already heard here today that the Earth's magnetic field is dropping in field strength rapidly. That's our shields that protect us from this stuff. Without those shields, we're more vulnerable than ever. So what I'm here to tell you is that we have a high vulnerability today. And if you look at this Carrington event, we all hear about the Carrington event, how it started fires in telegraph stations. This was a serious event. And this happened in 1859. And so most of these calculations are based on the Carrington event. Then we had a railroad event in 1921. Now, yeah, we had some power then, but we didn't have the high voltage power transformers that we have today. Those would be vulnerable that even this event would take them out if we had the magnetic field that we had back then, which we don't. And then in 1989, the Hydro-Quebec event took out power in Quebec and also burned a one of those high voltage transformers in Salem, Massachusetts, of all places. I guess I don't want to burn a witch. I don't know. David Dubai made me think of that, talking about burning witches in bad times. Let's hope that we don't see bad times like that, because I'll be one of the first guys that'll be trying to spring up the burn, right? So we had a near miss just in 2012. A CME as powerful as a Keratin event was streamed. There's the sun. The sun shoots these things off in different directions, like shooting cannonballs. And they're very big cannonballs, as you'll see in a moment. But fortunately, we've missed this one, and a lot of them miss us. Most of them don't hit us directly, even though they're very large. So, and we've heard some discussion about solar flares. It has been suggested by some that the reason we have a Fermi paradox is once a civilization reaches a technical level, the solar flare and from their sun will take them out. That could be. Take them down. And you should see one of my recent videos when I go into the fragility of our civilization on my YouTube channel, Green Ridge. You need to go there and look at that. But so we had an event in 660 BC, stronger than the Keratin event, 900 AD, 5 times stronger. And then Diamond mentioned this one. He talked about this one, the Charlemagne event. He and Rex were finding some evidence for this out in the desert. 10 times stronger than the Keratin event, 774 to 775 AD. This is where they were drawing. The Spider-Man, more recently or something, they saw some centipede or whatever it was. But this thing was very strong, and it produced, we wouldn't survive that with a technical civilization today. And this is a CME, and you can see the Earth here by comparison to that. Well, I'm going to show you some scarier shots here. Look at that. You wouldn't even see Earth on that photograph. Just take David's pictures, for example. Thank you, David. I appreciate those. You know, Earth wouldn't even, there's not a speck on that screen big enough, you know, maybe a pixel. So, and look at this. And by the way, when you say these shots with this covering the sun, so they can photograph this stuff, the actual size of the sun is within that circle there. And Diamond showed this photograph, I believe. But you can see these are seriously large events, and the sun does kick them out. The sun, just operating normally, does things that threatens our technical civilization. And so that's just the sun side. But mankind poses maybe even a bigger threat, possibly to our power grid and immediacy. I don't know. The sun is going to get us eventually. If we don't do something, that eventually may not be long with our decrease in magnetic field strength. But an electromagnetic pulse is where you have a nuke weapon detonated in high enough in altitude, or you can generate them with other means too, in smaller scale regions. But everybody thinks you need a big nuke. No. Actually, what you want to do is maximize production of gamma rays out of your nuclear device. So the bigger nukes have shielding, but they're so big and massive, they actually block some of the gamma rays. So it turns out that the ideal nuke is probably about 300 kilotons. Just exactly what North Korea started out testing, by the way. It's not the bigger nukes. It's the smaller nukes that are the ideal. Besides, that makes them easier to orbit on satellites and things like that. So you have to watch that. Now, today we have all these tensions on the south side of China Sea, Russia, Ukraine, Syria. Now it's ramping up all over the place. I actually made this chart some time back. Of course, now we're having some high tensions with Iran, as you all know. North Korea is coming back online in the tension index. But we can have terrorist groups attack us. You know, there was a story told a couple of decades back about 80 or so backpack nukes that the Russians had lost. That they'd hit some pre-position in the United States. They don't know what happened to them. What are these things? Where are they at? And I've heard other rumors. So how could a small group actually pull off something, a technological achievement like that? How could they? I've had people tell me that a small group of people could not, a terrorist organization could not make a delivery of a system like that. Okay, you believe that? I'm going to tell you something. That's me 20 years ago. This is my little group here developing a hybrid rocket in the garage. This rocket hit space. That's our avionics shop. We did this on a shoestring budget. We all were just part-time workers, just a handful of us. And 40 years prior to us doing this, it took a superpower to achieve what we were doing. Now you can do this with less today. Here we are. on NASA's Pearl River barge out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. And that's my SL-2 rocket, which today hangs in Straightdale Brewery in Huntsville, Alabama. And that's our balloon. You can come see that rocket. And what we found was it's a lot easier to launch a balloon from the deck of a ship because you can move with the wind. And that's what we did. In fact, we were able to calculate exactly by knowing the wind's aloft, prepositioning our boat. I could have that rocket at a point in the sky that I wanted to when I released that balloon. Everybody thinks, well, balloons go here, there, and yonder. No, I could, on the moving deck of a boat, start my balloon inflation, know where that boat was going in. And when I finished my inflation, and I released the balloon, then I would know where it would be when I wanted to fire that rocket. So if I wanted that rocket launched from a certain point in space, I just adjusted to where I started my run with the boat. We were good at that. This is my balloon launch return vehicle. That's Tim Pickens in the picture there. That's a subscale test of it right here at UAH. I also went to school at UAH, and yeah, I've met Spencer and all those guys. Christy, this is a subscale ground launch. This is it hanging from a balloon. Been launched out in the Gulf of Mexico off of the C. Michael Calais. And there on the deck of the C. Michael Calais, and that little tuft of hair is me, and I got my hand up on it, let it go. And this is my Cat's Prize rocket. I did this just, I was cranking these things out over and over and over. And I might show you a video on the Cat's Prize rocket if I don't time out, which I might do. I don't know. If I get time, I might show you that. But this is in October 2000. I mean, we're talking 20 years ago we were doing these things. This rocket's 17.5 foot long. And we developed our own avionics. Just a group of guys working on the side. We developed, designed, and built our own boards. You didn't have all the stuff in the cell phones like you do today. But we came up, that's what the antennas we put on the system. We came up with the means to defeat the COCOM limit so we could use civilian type GPS for our missile tracking. The big countries and groups weren't supposed to be able to do that. That's why they had that. Well, we plowed right through it. So if we could do that, who couldn't? As our launcher avionics. I'm not sure. We built 4 ground stations. And we did all this on a small budget, by the way. So this gets you, oh, by the way, this is a space explosion known as Starfish Prime of a nuke being detonated in space. It was launched on a Redstone rocket. Those were developed in Huntsville, Alabama. I'll work on the Redstone Arsenal. That's where NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center is at. That's a ground-based burst. That's what most people are more familiar with looking at. When they did this out in the South Pacific, they had effects in Hawaii that they noticed. This is where they started getting interested in EMP once they discovered what that thing did. Now, this shows you per various altitude. This shows you what how much destruction you would get in the United States from a EMP. It's in space. Yeah, in Canada, Mexico. Now, this is per altitude. Now, see, my balloons go 20 miles high. So just if I didn't use a rocket, just coming right off of a balloon, I could cover this much area. So if I put this over the Northeast, I could take out 100 million people right there. I've already done the delivery systems 20 years ago. Backpack nuclear would do it. Now, I wouldn't do this, but I'm just telling you and showing you. Santa Claus is not going to take down your power grid. I'm here trying to get you guys aware that it can be taken down, and we've got to stop this. And you get all these people. I've heard some people, no, it can't be done. There's no way they would do this. Oh, yeah, I could have done it 20 years ago. I'm telling you that. Me. I could have done it. But I didn't do it, and I'm not going to do it. I'm trying to stop it. So, and that's why I'm here. When I was in that garage working on these rockets, realizing superpowers could do this kind of stuff, and it took superpowers to do stuff that we were doing, it kind of led me to rapid thought experiment. And what I thought was this. If we can do this today, what will be available 20, 30, 40 years from now? Are we going to be basically giving weapons of mass destruction capability to any group that wants it? I mean, like an atom bomb in every pot instead of a chicken in every pot. That's where we're going. Technological proliferation will take us there. What does that mean amongst ourselves as a society? One, it means we better learn how to get along. Right now, we're fanning war and hatred all over the world. We will not survive doing that. We have to find, and the government's not going to solve that problem for us because they live and make their living through a military industrial complex that's funded on the basis of you got to worry about the guys on the other side. And they do the same thing conversely with their people. That's how these big governments justify their existence. That's how they justify taking all your money and that and other similar scams they put upon us. So we've got to find ways for people to reach out directly. You can go anywhere in the world. You can go to China. You can go to Iran. You can go to Russia. I enjoyed Moscow. I've been there. David lives in China. And David, correct me if I'm wrong. Anywhere you can go in the world, when you meet the people, the direct people, the people are the same anywhere in the world. You find good people all over the world. People there are just like us here in Africa. And people want basically the same kind of things. David, am I lying? Thank you. It's the organizations that derive their strength through running games on us that pit us against each other. They make a lot of money doing that. And we've got to figure out how to bust through that and go person to person. We need to just say, hey, we don't need you guys anymore. I got a plan for that. That's coming up later. So I'm talking tomorrow. I'll show a quick picture maybe that day. Kim Jong-un, you know, he launched his satellite in April 2013. It flew over Washington, D.C. I'll show some more stuff about that in a moment. The KMS-3 satellite could potentially carry a nuke big enough to cause an EMP. James Oberg, who's one of the few, he's the only American aerospace engineer and journalist who's ever been to North Korea to see anything. They brought him in there to show him, oh, we're not launching a weapon. They showed him a satellite, but they would not show him putting that satellite on the bird they launched. So he was not a happy camper. He did not come back and venerate them because he said, they wouldn't let me see what to put on it. Scary. Oh, yeah. This notion where you don't use a ballistic missile to carry something, but you just do it from a satellite, it's called fractional orbital bombardment. The Russians come up with that concept. And by the way, Russians said that they gave, when the wall fell, Russian generals admitted giving EMP superweapon technology to the North Koreans. Technology, but 200,000 volts per kilometer on your power grid. And this was testified by a former NASA temporary director named William Abrams. I'm getting brain lock right now, but he testified this. It's a congressional record. So I'm not giving you classified information. It would have been classified if he hadn't put the congressional record. Something happened interesting though on 16 April. This one, the satellite flew over Washington, D.C., and some other things happened on that date. Sometime around that time frame, that the North Korean tramp freighter, the Chung Gang, was steaming around in the Gulf of Mexico. We caught it on the way back through the Panama Canal, and we looked under the bags of sugar they had in there. We found two fully assembled missile launchers and shipping crates underneath the bags of sugar. So they had been in the Gulf of Mexico just steaming around. And 16 April of 2013, something else happened. The Metcalf Power Substation, and that would serve the San Jose area where a lot of our internet stuff comes out of, in California, was apparently hit by a dry run practice attack where somebody went in with AK-47s and they shot up a few very key components, but not enough to quite take it down, and policed up their ammo and got out of there. Those people have not been captured or identified to this date. Who did that? See, that's scary. This is called a kinetic attack. You've all heard of cyber attacks. That's for your Metcalf station. PG&E. We heard about them in the California fires, right? Yeah. Yeah, they're not exactly popular these days. But the thing is, small teams with AK-47s. Now, I'm not going to tell you, and nor do I directly know which 9 substations it is, but it's been reported already, and it's in the media, so I'm not giving you classified information, that there are 9 critical substations the United States have taken out, would take down our whole power grid. And somebody told the head of the Iranian Revolutionary National Guard that, by the way, it is in their military doctrine if they have war in the United States to take out our power grid. And theoretically, they plan to do it by an EMP. I don't know what their capacity is in that regards, but we do know they launched a satellite. So, but the Iranian National Guard leader said, hey, I've already targeted 20. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're at the precipice of perhaps some ugly situations with Iran as we're sitting here and talking here today. This could happen an hour from now, 2 hours from now, or 20 years from now. I don't know. Let's hope it don't happen in the next few minutes. But what I'm telling you is we are susceptible. This could come upon us. Of course, I'm not going to delay. I'm not going to talk about cyber attacks. But if you haven't, who has not heard of cyber attacks, raise your hand. Thank you. No point in covering that. We have 3 electrical grids in the United States. This is how it works. You've got power generation systems. Then you have these really large step-up and step-down transformers that are there to kick that power up to as much as 750,000 volts. They transfer this power long distances by doing that to end users, homes, and factories. And sometimes you have little step downs at the factories too, like here, some in the intermediate area there. Now the picture depicting the same kind of thing. And here's these big transformers. And this is there's 2 things that's most fundamental on our power grid. There's a supervisory control and data acquisition computers that are like, I don't know who in here might be familiar with, Yeah, well, the SCADAs, that's what they're, okay, good. Those are vulnerable, and but you can shield those to some degree and replace them and have some in Faraday cages. But the biggest, hardest to replace thing is high voltage power transformers. Why? Because they're huge. Some of them are as big as a house. They weigh 200 to 400 tons, and the coils are hand wound. It takes good craftsmen to do this. South Africa lost some of these in an electrical storm. They thought, well, we'll just build our own, and the ones they built didn't last but 3 years. Look, it takes major infrastructure to move them. There's only like I think 6 to maybe 12 of these big flat cars in the United States that can move these things. And look at the trucks required. That's a small one there. Yeah, this is what it takes to move these things. That is a rare piece of equipment. So it takes the time you place an order, and to place an order, you're going to require the internet, right? How are you going to do that with the power down? And how are you going to have money when all your digital money's gone? So you got to have money. You got to be a place. By the time you place an order, it takes 18 months to receive. It's a ship dock that transform. And by the way, most of them are being built overseas, although they are starting up a small manufacturing capacity for these by the Hyundai, South Korean company, in Montgomery, Alabama. Oh, by the way, I'm trying to get Alabama to harden its power grid. And so when we harden our power grid in Alabama, this will be Bama Nation. So you better all learn how to say y'all or get your grid hardened. If that ain't leverage to get you moving, I don't know what is. So anyway, this is another look at some of the nuclear power plants and prevalent winds, where you may be downwind from these things. So I'm not going to go into my local plant. This is one of the cooling rods. You see the blue, that's from the radiation in the rod. in the tank. Now what you have is you have these fuel pellets, individual fuel pellets, uranium. They assemble them into a rod. It's clad with zirconium alloy, zircaloy they call it. That stuff gets, when it's in reactors, it gets infused with hydrogen and oxygen and will burn on contact with air when it's hot. This is a depiction of a nuclear plant. Here's your reactor. Now here's your reactor. Here they're moving the stuff in and out. And this is your containment building. And over here with just a sheet metal roof is your typical storage pool, which is depicted here. That's what happened to the ones in Fukushima. Look, those sheet metal roofs covering the spent fuel rod storage pools just weren't up to much, were they? Fortunately, the whole national infrastructure didn't go down. They were able to maintain pumper trucks and things to keep water pumped on those fuel rods. Thankfully to that. Yeah, here's where our nuclear power plants are located. That's a little better depiction showing what they consider the keep out zones where you got to run for them. I live right inside this one, right about there. Yeah, I'm not exactly happy with that. So I have some interest in maintaining cooling for these plants.
Hey, Greg, is there one in
We had a nuclear power plant at Fort Greely, Alaska, and one of my best friends buried that reactor core in what's supposed to be a couple million year stable mountain range there. His name's Ed Kiker, and he lives in Huntsville, Alabama now. And I met him at Fort Greely, Alaska in 1981 in April when I lived there for 2 years. Yes?
What's the rate of accumulation of the spent fuel rods per annum?
This is what this chart shows right here. We produce 2,000 metric tons of highly regulated waste each year. So you can work that back to any rate you want. And we're filling these pools to capacity. Perfect. You asked a question when I had the chart up. And here's one of these backup generators that you got to worry about. That these guys putting some kind of filter on there. Yeah, that's not your biggest problem. So, ladies and gentlemen, when this goes down, the cavalry's not coming in to save us. It's not going to have that happening. We see how ugly things have gotten. And this is 3 days in Katrina. 3 days and things was going unglued in New Orleans. What happens when your problem is for years? Now, see, we had in Huntsville, Alabama, in 26th April, the entire North Alabama, 26th April 2011, we had a string of tornadoes. We had all day long tornadoes coming through. And at EF5, just past about a mile south of my house. This was the day after my earthworms arrived. I started my earthworm farm. I called them my little red ones. I call them little red twisters now. And so that's when I was getting my earthworm farm started up, a worm farm. And we were out of power for, I don't know, they got us restored pretty fast over a week. But see, we had bucket trucks coming. I went to the highway to find me some generators to keep my aquaponics system running. I had to go all the way to Kentucky to find the generators. By the time I got back, my fish were dead. I mean, so my aquaponics system collapsed then because everybody was going after everything. But imagine if there are no other places to go to. The whole power grid is out everywhere. And like I said, we had bucket trucks just streaming down the interstate as I was driving north, coming down to help us out. We had a lot of people coming from all over the country to help us get going again. If it's nationwide, everybody's going to be worried about their own. It's not going to happen. And so what can we do? We can add surge blockers to the center taps of those big high voltage transformers in series, a bunch of them in series. That's one thing that you can do. And in fact, they should just start doing that right now. As far as I'm concerned, you could use a lot of Faraday cages on a lot of your simple sensitive equipment like the SCADAs, and then build them per mil standard, or at least put them in a mil standard box to protect them from surges and things like that, and have a backup one. I was in the Army when I was at Fort Greely, which I mentioned. At the time, I was in the Coal Regions Test Center, but I got out and went to the National Guard. And when I was before I went to grading, and they taught us there about nuclear defense and things like that. And they told us we had to have radio sets completely unconnected. And even though the boxes were built with Faraday cages and all your cables were built, per standard, that wouldn't help you. You couldn't even have the connectors close to them because the pulse would jump the connector. And switching something off, if you got a contact switch enough, because you'd get an arc over. That arc over would jump over and fry your stuff. Now, I've seen people selling little bitty rinky-dink boxes telling you it's going to protect your home. Ha, 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 ha. With little bitty wires and little bitty components heavily potted so you can't tell what's in them. That's hilarious. They might give a high voltage if it's a very low current, but you're going to get both high voltage and high current with this. If you can burn power lines, if you can burn telegraph wires, how is that stuff going to protect you? It's not. But I'll digress with that. The reason I'm bringing this up with the military systems and what we were taught is that's what you need to do with some of your more sensitive items of equipment for your grid, for your SCADAs and things like that. You might want to take your computers that control your vehicles and buy another one and put it in a Faraday cage. The Faraday cage is just a metal enclosure that keeps the radio waves out, because if you take a metal sphere, all the electrical charge will be on the outside of it. That's just the way it'll all go to the outside. That's how a what do you call them? Big ball generators. The getting brain locked sometimes. Huh? Van de Graaff. Thank you. Van de Graaff generators. Yeah, the Van de Graaff generators work that way. All the charge goes to the outside of the sphere, and so and that's per Gauss law. Gauss law claims things like that. I'm an electrical engineer. That's what I studied in college at UAH, by the way. And my daughter's at UAH now. She's going to be a senior. So, there are a lot of things that you can do. We need to have backup means to pump water for these plants. We need backup means to get fuel to the power plants. States need to recognize, and I've briefed this at Montgomery to the head of our EMA. Our EMA director in Alabama, Brian Hastings, I've talked with him, I've briefed him and a whole bunch of other people, including Special Projects Coordinator for our Governor, Kay Ivey, and our Public Services Commission Chair, Twinkle Kavanaugh is her name, and several others. I've briefed these people on this. I've had 2 power grid defense conferences in Huntsville, and they're becoming aware of this. We're going to need National Guard escorts to keep the fuel running, but they're going to have logistics planning and maintain the spare parts to keep them running for a time. This needs to be run for 10 years. Maybe the best thing to do, unfortunately, most of these plants are on rivers, is to get fuel barges parked at the nuclear power plants. But then you have to guard them to keep, what was Mad Max all about? When you need National Guard escorts for fuel trucks, you ever seen Mad Max? And Mad Max, the whole thing is get the fuel truck, right? That's going to be a precious commodity. Well, that may sound hot, Greg, that was science fiction. That's funny. It's already happening in Venezuela. It's already happening in Venezuela. So that is something that goes on. It's not made up, contrived. That's a real concern. We got to develop resiliency. I can't even talk today. Resiliency in our power grid. Microgrids are a way to go. Home base. Let's get off the grid as much stuff as we can. Let's just take it down. Why don't we power the man, the guys that people don't even care about us, the big centralized system. Let's decentralize as much as we can. Low cost fixings. Well, a lot of these solutions are not really that expensive in the grand scheme of things. We're talking about the cost maybe of a B-2 bomber, or maybe 20 cents per month added to a utility bill if they choose that way. Or maybe they could work it in as a small piece of the infrastructure bills they're talking about funding. Now, I do know that General Quast at the Air Force's Air University, it seems strange to me that a school in the Air University would be leading the charge on this, but I'm glad somebody's doing it. He's had 2 conferences now. One was up in Maryland, the last one just a few months ago in Montgomery, Alabama, thankfully. I'm telling you, it's going to be Bama Nation. Anyway, he is driving an effort to push micronukes at the military stations, all the military bases. Right now, the military bases get most of the power off the civilian grid. Like I said, hey, yeah, we buried a reactor core at Fort Greeley. But what that buys us, though, is that they could also, these aren't like the big nuke stations that we're doing today. They don't require the kind of cooling. They won't go into meltdown. They don't have the kind of threats that the older style facilities put upon us. And microgrids are a better way to manage our power grid anyway. But these could help. You realize a nuclear power plant, to restart it, they can't restart themselves. They don't even provide the power they use inside, because they don't balance out the grid and everything. They have to have another power plant to start. Basically, you have to have a coal fire plant to start a nuke plant. Oh, we just took our coal power plants offline, didn't we? Holy smoke, because they were going to give us global warming. By the way, I do promote global warming. So, yeah, I'm thinking about starting an organization and calling it the Glacial Interlude Preservation Society, GIPS. If you join, you'll be a Gipper. Yeah, we'll propose to strip mine West Virginia and set the whole coal fields on fire. Just kidding. I'm an environmentalist, actually. It was sort of just a different. I don't buy into the mainstream media stuff. So, so there was a presidential executive order. Trump's been saying, hey, we got to do something. But his executive order calls for studies and studies. And yeah, you do need to start out with some studies. But there's things that we could be doing right now. Like I said, going to them high voltage transformers and start putting in those surge blockers. Go to some of your more critical assets, have spares, have Faraday cages. Go to Blackout Wars, written by Dr. Peter Vincent Pry, who's spoken to in my conferences. And he talks about low-hanging fruit methods to take care of some of these things. And, there's just the biggest thing I worry about, though, is that the power grid industry is fighting this tooth and nail at every corner we turn. And so this they blocked this at the federal level because they had one key subcommittee member who wouldn't pass this out of the subcommittees, blocked it in Congress. So we've taken it on to try to address this at the state level. And they're trying to follow around to keep a lot of the states from doing what they ought to do.
Why would they block it?
Money spent, changing things. There's just various and sundry reasons. Of course, maybe they want to vote the Georgia Guidestones on us. I don't know. So, but the good news is that one of the things you could do is work with your local EMA. One of my speakers at my conferences was Ambassador Cooper, Hank Cooper. He had been head of the Strategic Defense Initiative at one time under Reagan. But he actually went to the EMA community in South Carolina and says, you need to practice a realistic grid down, not one of these 1 or 2 day exercises. They're typically, you always hear they're doing a grid down exercise, but it's always a scenario like it's a day or 2 or 3. Yeah, really, we're talking years. And so he said, practice a real one where you're not getting help from the outside. When you really lose power, what are you really going to do? So they went through the exercise, and all the lower ranking guys in this, they said, my God, we can't deal with this. And they started complaining back to their upper management, said, this can't be dealt with. Our hands are full. We've got to harden the grid. And based on this, Duke Power that covers North and South Carolina is looking into and taking steps now to harden the power grid. There is a spark of hope. And this is what people like yourselves could get involved in your communities. Another thing you could do is you could write your local, actually the federal level politicians are the most corrupt. A lot of times you'll find some state level people who are, especially the ones that aren't lawyers. Like I've got one in my, I've got one, we have my state representative, my state senator is actually a pharmacist. And he's actually come and participated with our committees. He's on board. So if you work through some of you might find his predecessor, who he preceded previously, was totally bought into the system, totally corrupted by it. Fortunately, we got rid of him and we put Tom Butler back in the spot. So if you find the right people, you might lucky out find people you can work with at the state level, people you can work at, even at the federal level from time to time. So don't give up. And there's organizations you can join. I'll show some more on that in a little bit, but that just shows you. I mean, look, guys, the universe is vast. It's a wondrous space. And I really think that it's our holy mission in life to appreciate and wonder the universe. Through us, the universe has eyes and ears so it can comprehend and see itself and adore its beauty. That's a holy mission that we have. And we don't know how many others there are or are not out there to participate, be co-participants in this adornment of the universe. So that's what we need to do. This is what I wanted to see. I want to see us moving out into space in a big way. And we could. Do you realize that if we don't botch it here in the next few years, the future could be mind-boggling if we can get through and figure our way through the hurdles that's right at our face, like if Iran don't EMP us or in the next few days or something. David talked about this. He talked about all kinds of opportunities over here. And they are there. And it can be mind-boggling. But you will have to know how to position yourself, take care of it. No matter what, we're going to face some difficulties ahead, with or without an EMP or a solar flare. And we could harden our grid. Now, it may take time. The problem is, do we have enough time? I don't know. I can't sit here and tell you that we're going to get it all fixed. I do know there's some people trying to fix it. I know these people. I also know there's people that are fighting us. So look at this. This is a notion for something called a Bernal sphere. It's round. Greg, this house is on the ceiling. How are they doing that? Well, it's rotating to provide artificial gravity. This is like a giant inside-out world with trees and houses and rivers inside. Could it be done? Yes, this is a different version called the Stanford Torus. It gets it out over a wider diameter, so you're a mile across, so you can rotate just 1 RPM with the same kind of slice of light right through the center. Most of our planet, if you think about it, our planet is 8,000 miles thick. But we live on such a thin veneer of the surface of it, it's unbelievable. Do you occupy a mile of the surface? No. You occupy a few feet. I guess 8,000 miles, that's something. So a planet is an inefficient way to organize, to have cities and life and things like that. If you could reorganize, like say, asteroids and build the hulls of vessels like this, you could house 1 trillion people in our solar system, several trillion, just off the asteroids. Moons of outer planets. You could have worlds and millions of Mozarts and millions of Einsteins. This is inside of Stanford tourists. This is different. This is called the O'Neill space colony concept. These concepts, this was done based on using bridge building technology. And these concepts were for counter-rotating cylinders that would be 20 miles long, 4 miles in diameter. That's supposed to be, I don't know, San Francisco Bridge or something in there. Golden Gate Bridge, excuse me. And this is the idea of looking down the length of one. They've got this concept at this time. This was drawn in the 70s. Had alternating mirror window and land regions with big mirrors outside reflecting the sunlight. Here they're showing an eclipse being reflected back inside, so it's kind of dark and they're having a solar eclipse. The artist got quite creative on that. But we could have many beautiful worlds in space. We could take our heavy industry off Earth and relocate it to space. And this has been a vision from O'Neill's time. It's been recently talked to very well by Jeff Bezos, believe it or not, in one of his Blue Origin talks when he was introducing his lunar lander concept. Yeah, so Jeff Bezos is kind of like a double-sided coin. He's got that Amazon take over the world, and everybody's going to be a little minion side, but then he's got this other side to him. It's like, wow. I mean, that was a very interesting video he put out on that. So, in long term, though, huh?
Don't trust him.
We don't trust him.
I didn't say I trusted him. If you've seen my videos on my channel, I got spanked for saying, hey, should we even trust Trump? You know, I got spanked. I had a lot of people unsubscribing me for putting that out there. I said, is Trump an agent of the deep state? Hey, I just asked a question. I just asked a question. I mean, look, he's all for prosecuting Julian Assange. What's that all about? And as they've been holding a carrot in front of us for years of QAnon and everything that's going to happen. I don't see squat happening or any sign it's ever going to happen. I don't know. I just asked a question. Oh my God! You'd think I had. You'd think the Thunderbolts project, the concepts were aimed at me, and all that thunder was coming on top of my head. All right, so our life is about the choices we make, what we do with it. I choose to fight to preserve our power grid. So, hey, look, I'm a prepper. You're not supposed to admit that, right? But in my videos, I talk about what to do when they come for your food and all these kind of things. And check out my Green Greg channel. I cover a lot of topics. How to grow your own stuff, how to take care of it. And I cover growing microgreens. David Devine talks about a lot in his videos. I'm raising food in my home. I got a greenhouse. I do aquaponics. I do raised bed gardening. And I got a concept I'm working up I'm going to talk about tomorrow, which is an answer to a lot of this stuff for survivability. But, hey, what do you want? You want a bright future or hell on earth? Do you want the devil or do you want Santa Claus?
Santa.
There you go.
All the way.
Well, I'd rather be Santa Claus than the devil any day. Anyway, well, I don't know, the devil might have some fun of his own, but this, I'm not going to talk this right now, but this is a concept for a habitat that you can live out of, make a living out of, and grow all your food indoors in a walled compound that could serve as a nice fortress. It has lots of thermal mass. You build it on the dirt you built it for the most part, and you can grow practically all your food right here. And I'll cover that at the end of my talk tomorrow. This is just a teaser to get you interested.
Yeah.
And the key things in this habitat concept, it's like an Earthship on steroids. It's scaled up for more growing area. But the key principles, I'm not quite the Nazi they are with some of the Earthship things, but some aspects of that. But the key parameters for this concept are growing area and thermal mass. That's the two key things for this concept. And, oh, by the way, this can be modified slightly for a space habitat and can be radiation proof. Yes?
Oh, when you finish that thought, I have a question.
Ask.
Okay, so the EMA and FEMA have actually a bad reputation amongst this crowd.
Yeah.
So
Well deserved.
can you speak to that as an insider?
What's really going on?
Okay, when you go to these agencies, usually at the ground level, the working Joes, you get a lot of good people there. A lot of them care about their jobs. You go to the FBI, even the CIA, even them. The working stiffs are usually good people. But as they go up the organization, they say it floats, right?
Yeah.
And once it floats, it gets up the level where the politics gets involved and other things that control masters. So let me tell you about 3-letter agencies while we're at it. And this has been talked to by Diamond and maybe David a little bit too. These 3-letter agencies have a revolving door where the organizations are supposed to regulate. We created all these agencies supposedly to protect us from this, to protect us from that, right?
They're in cahoots.
Yeah, they're in cahoots, absolutely. So what happens is this guy sitting over here in a 3-letter agency working, he's wanting to retire, but he knows he can get that government retirement check, but what's he want to do then? He's going to go work for the same company he regulated. Now, how hard do you think he's going to be on that company? And the guys from those companies, in order to get to make themselves look bigger as they go up their board of directors and go up in elevation, they try to get some time with the government. So that it revolves. It's a revolving door. And then they have shared boards. And David will tell you about that. They've got shared boards of directors. They're intertwined. And if you've ever been to Washington, D.C., do you know where K Street is?
Yeah, I live there.
Is K Street not one of the strongest built up, most active places in what? That's where all the lobbyists are, my friends. K Street. Yeah, and I've been to K Street. I've been to meetings on K Street. I have run the halls of Congress myself, actually, promoting space. But if what's happening in K Street is these guys are there for the industry. They go into all these politicians. They're what corrupts the politicians. The politicians get their money, their funding, and from these big companies. And these big companies also own the news media. Then all the local news media have been bought up by these big conglomerates, and these conglomerates are getting bought. Now, if you think Fox News is going to give you the truth, maybe you're on the conservative side of the coin. Guess what? Fox News just got bought out by Mickey Mouse. Same organization owns ABC. So I don't believe anything you get out of the mainstream news media. Don't believe any of it.
So what is?
I mean, have you heard anything on the mainstream news media about anything you've heard here today or anything you'll hear this weekend? No. What?
So yeah, FEMA.
Oh, FEMA.
Yeah.
Well, again, some of the lower level people in FEMA are out there to help communities in emergencies, but they're kind of understaffed for that. What's their bigger overall purpose? There's a lot of debate about that. I don't know the answer. I'm not a member of FEMA. Somebody told me FEMA's been run by a bunch of guys from Alabama lately, so I don't know. You better watch it. What I said about Bama Nation earlier, right? I think I'm about to time out here. Yes.
How many of our current utility companies throughout the U.S. or North America are foreign owned?
I don't think they are, except maybe at the lower level. So what you have is the big companies produce the energy and they distribute to a lot of little distributors. Where I live is actually government owned. It's TVA. That's a kind of a government corporation. You have Alabama Power. You've got Duke Power in the Carolinas. You get a lot of corporate PG&E. Now that one may be partially. There's been allegations of foreign influences on that one in particular. So are people on their board of directors from some of these other entities? Possibly. Are they trying to serve some bigger agenda? Possibly. I'm in the world of speculation, so I'm not going any further.
I was the director of construction support
For
for Flora.
who?
Flora.
Flora.
Daniel. Flora.
Okay.
Flora Daniel.
Yeah.
And of course, 2 of the big power plant projects in South Carolina and Georgia, Toshiba and Westinghouse. Toshiba was heavily involved in that. They went broke.
Wow.
So there is more foreign ownership in a lot of our utilities and infrastructure than what people know.
That's scary. That is scary. Guys, look, we're in tension right now with China. China owns a lot of our bonds. They're invested heavily in the United States.
They own a lot of our toll roads.
Yeah. How do we deal with that? What happens if we get in a conflict? So there's a lot of things to think about. But There is hope. We are descendants of survivors. I'm going to tell you that. We're all descendants of survivors. Even though I showed up here, you might have a situation where like only, it's a very small percentage survive. Yes. Speak up. I'm practically deaf. Oh yeah, they could but they got to have. It's not so much the plants themselves in that case. Yeah, those will be operable. The nuke plants will not be. Huh? Well, they can operate. However, they got to be able to transmit that power. And with the lack of high voltage power transformers, that's going to be hard to do. Although some local grids might be inoperable, especially in my region, maybe. We're set up to have Bama Nation, guys. So that's why you probably want to get your grids a little stronger. Oh, I don't want Alabama taking over my state. All right, thank you. Oh yeah, do check out my YouTube channel, Green with a space Grex, 1G, no apostrophe, and I love alliteration. Galactic Grex, 1G, no apostrophe. That's the space channel. It's very new, and that's my homestead and survival and how to grow your own stuff channel. Thank you.
Hey, for those of you that are here, I have an announcement. Ice Age Farmer was experiencing an emergency today.
Governor.
He was at the
Who
hotel.
is?
He'll be here tomorrow.
You are?
And I don't know what that emergency is.
I lived in Alaska.
I know. Let's talk to you. He's okay.
All right, cool.
He was here. He had to leave. So he'll be back tomorrow. So there's no talking.
Oh, our next speaker's gone?
Everyone should have open mic. Open mic. Just don't touch the live stream. Just don't touch. Get up there and say whatever you gotta say.
I'm a big fan of all you guys. I'm going to try not to be blubbering. I'm trying to figure out a sustainable aquaponics system where I don't want to have to be putting food in for the fish. I want to be able to feed them worms and like grass clippings.
Well,
have you figured out a sustainable a fish?
You might be able to
that
feed
is-
grass clippings possibly
or
to
food scraping.
tilapia are a vegetarian fish.
Yeah.
Now, all the fish I'm raising right now are carnivores, so you could feed them worms. I do have a worm farm, but you can also feed them fish food and things like that, or the insects.
But during the zombie apocalypse, you're not going to be able to go buy fish.
Oh, no,
food.
no, you're not.
You need a pelletizer. So we take all of the sweepings from any grain or any grain. You can use grass clippings with the nutrient-dense product that you grind up.
Yeah.
You pelletize it, and you have fish food.
Yeah.
Fish food is
But
pelletized
that would be
garbage
good
from the
for
ground.
the tilapia.
Yeah.
And tilapia, though, they like it warm, so you got to be able to keep your greenhouse warm.
They just feed it.
So,
I'm working in my basement because I
Must be
have a
vegetarian
very
food.
tiny property.
oh, basement's a great place now for
Will be
aquaponics.
warm
You can
enough-
grow-
warm enough for the
Well, you can
tilapia?
grow tilapia in there.
Okay.
So, sorry, how to stop this?
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, sir.
I don't mean to. Can you tell me if you build
The animal.
with rebar with that, can you build a Faraday cage out of an insulated concrete floor?
You'd have to put like screen wire in there or something like that. Or you got to have a tight metal mesh where the size of the metal grid is smaller than the wavelength you're trying to stop.
So the rebar that's.
Yeah, the short wave is going to get through that. I didn't talk about E1, E2, and E3. There are a lot of things I didn't talk about.
So you need a mesh.
Or solid metal.
Like a trash can?
Yeah, but put an insulator in the bottom and like a wooden block and put whatever you're trying to protect on that wooden block. Yeah, I could have gone in a lot of detail, but I was trying to push through for time. I was covering a wide
There's
spectrum.
so
of
much.
things there.
You can't go fast enough.
Huh?
You can't go fast enough. In our area, we had Idaho from Canada trying to take over.
Oh, yeah?
Washington killed it, Idaho killed it, because in Idaho state law, you can't have a foreign.
You have a what?
You can't have a foreign company
Oh,
own a.
that's interesting. That's a smart move.
And
Smart
they
law.
were fighting that and went to the Idaho Electricity Commission.
Yeah.
Utilities Commission, and the lawyer found the law. It was in state law. So he presented it. The commission looked at it. We don't violate state law.
Yeah, I think as a conflict of interest, it should not be allowed to have lawyers make laws.
I know a state legislature in Idaho. I helped get 2 from elected.
Yeah.
I knew retired Marine, so I know he asked me my opinion.
Well, that would be somebody good to start with, and maybe you can talk to him and tell him about this stuff and see who's best to work with in your
Well, I
state.
meet with them on a weekly basis.
Okay,
On
okay.
the state legislature.
Oh, good, good.
We're on the same page. I told him I was coming to this.
Yeah.
So I get to meet all sorts of interesting people.
Good, good.
Like that book I got. You probably saw that one.
Yeah, yeah, you showed me that.
Yeah, and Jim Pearl.
Yeah. You shown that to Diamond?
No, not yet.
For who? You wear clothes?
Clothes,
But you can't put sunscreen on because the second you put sunscreen on, it's in your bloodstream. That's the paper coming out. So if you ever use sunscreen, you're probably giving yourself cancer. 100% of the people that use it are giving themselves the opportunity to get cancer. But only sick people get cancer.
Right.
So as long as your immune system is fine, you can use sunscreen. But if you're diabetic and you're trying to go to the beach and rub sunscreen on, that's like a death sentence. So cosmic radiation is stay inside, work at night, go in a cave, and you'll make it.
Sunglasses and hats.
Yeah, because you're going to get cataracts.
Yeah.
I mean,
so you can't like put a lead lined hat on.
So certain metals block just limited bands.
Okay, so the full spectrum isn't.
And the most damaging is cosmic rays, which there is no protection from. You'd need a whole planet to protect you, like a small percentage, which is why we can land on the moon, because if we went to the side of the moon, you'd be dead. If we went to the back side of the moon, you'd be deader. But if we're right in the middle of the dark side of the moon, the whole moon is blocking the cosmic radiation. It's the only place you could land, and these guys probably won't die. That's what they were hoping. And they didn't die, but they all got cataracts. And the one changed a little and looks a little weirder than his twin brother.
A lot.
Yeah, but they.
Science fiction.
But had they gone, so one of the reasons why NASA's like, oh, we can't go to the moon now is it's way different now on that same spot. The reason they claim they lost the technology of the spacesuit is because if you put the spacesuit they had back on now, you would make it. You would not make it. It's just an airtight suit. There is no, and the cosmic radiation since the moon landing, on the surface, it's the same as the astronauts on the moon now. Here. So can you imagine if we went to the moon, the astronaut would be like, oh, I'm dying. It's death. That would be terrible TV. And they don't have a cosmic ray suit.
Yeah,
so if we go there, and I guarantee we will soon, we're going to stay in the ship and send out a robot. And there'll be an explanation, and it won't be because of the danger of the astronauts. Because the technology is so much better in the robot that you'd be wasting time and money to go out there.
So do you believe the only purpose that they went to the moon in the first place was to see the activity of the sunburst to the moon?
The transcripts recently released in the last decade prove that. That's all they're talking about is looking for the glass. If you find any glass, got more glass over here. There's some glass over there. And not one newspaper article ever said about the glass found on the moon. It's not. None of it's about that. All the schools got moon rocks. We had 10 moon rocks at Temple. There was no glass at Temple. Are we supposed to have a part of the mission? But someone has all the glass. I've never seen a base of that glass. No one has. Which is really fucked up because that's what they collected mostly, the glass.
And that was the goal.
That's what they're looking for.
That was proof of solar
outburst. Well, they probably knew about it already from glass found in the Sierra.
Is it accurate that we had an X-47 like in 2016 or 17 that was not Earth facing?
It was in the back. Yeah. It's probably higher. So the X-47 was an early estimate. It could have been an X-257. So there's no monitor in that range to tell. And what happened in the solar storm that happened on Mars, which was facing, lasted for like 14 days.
After the burst?
Yeah, so it was huge. And if that was at Earth, we would not be here. We wouldn't be at this conference. I'd be alive. You'd probably be alive. Most of us would be alive because we're here. You would have to escape. Fort Collins would turn into a zombie apocalypse. People would run out of food, and you would probably look for Oppenheimer Ranch. But we would have been fucked. But the nature of the sun during minimums is these major flares don't come off until they pass the exterior of the limb because of that. What the Maunders discovered to make it the Maunder minimum was that the sunspots shut down during grand minimus. Like they were waiting for a solar flare and it would shut down. And then it would come back up. And so that's what has been happening. The same thing they witnessed, we're now seeing now. So when was the major solar flare after the last minimum? It was as we came out of it, right? So you had the Maunder minimum, then the Dalton minimum, and then the Carrington event.
So it's 1759?
But what I'm showing you is that you go down, and as you come up is when the event happens. And then you can scale that down to single solar cycles. We're dropping into 24. We're at the bottom. We'll be there until 2020, mid-2020 we'll come up, and 2021 is when the solar will happen. So that is the minimum time frame for a global grid failure for you to prepare, which is, that's the beginning. And I think by 2023, we'll definitely have one, because that whole cycle will peak in 24, 25. And then we'll drop down cycle 25 into the coldest minimum ever experienced by humans that we have information on.
The backside of that.
The bottom of 25 will be brutal because it begins the 2028 to 2035 death time, where all the major grain and crop growing zones will be offline because it will snow in through till July and there will be no way to plant. And then it'll start, and then if you try to plant something, it'll start snowing in October and it won't be anything. So you either literally grow lettuce or kale. I don't think the world's ready for that. But we could have a perennial kale crop in all the growing zones that could feed everyone. More nutrient dense than any food ever grown there. And the whole world would be healthy during a grand solar minimum. But no one will do that. And one bag of kale seeds literally will, a 50-pound bag of kale seeds, you could grow food in 50 acres with that one bag. Because I don't know if you know, a packet of kale seeds can grow an acre. This is like 10,000 seeds, and you need one every foot. I mean, it's a huge amount of food. Whereas grains, they overseed. 80% of the grain rots in the ground and it doesn't grow.
We weren't designed to eat it anyways.
Yeah. So shit's about to hit the fan, and this is a great time to learn about it and prepare. Because the events are going to be minor and walk through. That's the most likely scenario. It will slowly decay. The temperature slowly drops. Nobody will notice it. Volcanoes slowly increase. Nobody notices it. Prices go up. Nobody notices it. And then in 2023, you're going to hear on the news, a major solar storm is apparent to hit Earth. And it will be in all the papers. And people are like, wait, is that bad? Nah, I saw that on the Express for the last decade. It's bullshit, honey. And then they'll wake up and it'll be really quiet. And they'll be like, nothing's working. Oh, they'll have the power back on. And then that will be the going story. They're going to have the power back on. What are you doing? Oh, the power will be back on. And then about 4 days in, the rumor will get out. And the power's not coming on for 3 months. The power's not coming on for 3 years.
Stores are empty by then.
Back in your hole.
Yeah.
So it's a really quick transition that you need to be prepared for.
So I'm glad you clarified, because the cold was a main issue on me looking at different areas. So I'm single, I don't have kids, I can go pretty much anywhere I want. I'm 34 years established where I live, and I think where I am in Florida is a pretty good place to be for what's coming our way, short of some major.
If you're not within 50 miles of the northern border, Florida is a no-go zone because there's no roads out. So as soon as people find out something's wrong, you'll never leave. The last minor hurricane, no one could get out of from Miami. They got stuck mid-state, and then it became.
Why would I leave? That's my point.
Why wouldn't you leave? Because you'll be eaten.
No, I'm saying, why would I leave?
If you stay there, and when the grid goes down forever, unless you have a fortress, they're coming for you, and they are the last desperate people. There are millions of people. They're all going to come for everyone until the last one is dead and eaten. Until there's nothing left, not a flake of food, that's what it will look like. So you need to get out in a rural area where no one can get to and be there. Because when it happens, you go out and you say, you're not getting here.
So
and they're never coming.
For rural, you need more than a gas tank of fuel away?
It has to be 250 miles from a city. And that's Flagstaff. And then between us and Flagstaff is all desert and mountain ranges. No one would ever walk that. They would need days of food, a horse. And you wouldn't decide to do that. You'd eat your horse. No one will ever come where I am.
What about Cortez?
Cortez is fine.
There's not enough people there.
That's not many. There's only 10,000 south in Durango, and they're pretty self-sufficient. Most of the idiots will die in that town because they'll be just desperate people, smart. And then there's so much to loot in Durango. All those rich assholes, their houses are filled with liquor and food. So all the hungry people will go up and be living in mansions. They're never going to get to Cortez. It's like a poor rural farm town.
Yeah, if you don't have a car,
It's a hell of a drive.
that's a heavy pass.
Yeah, so these areas all over the Four Corners are easy spots to make it.
So I understand, I mean, Florida being now the third most populous state, there's too many people, but.
It's illegal to use solar. It has to be grid tied. You can't have a backup generator. If you have batteries and people know about it, you'll be fined. Blip, 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 blip.
When you're agricultural, there's a lot of things you can do that everybody else can't do. So we gotta.
They're coming for you.
Maybe. I better be good at dodging bullets.
So I'm not against Florida, except I'm against Florida. You either live in the marsh of the intercoastal in some kind of invisible swamp buggy that floats, surrounded by turrets of guns, or you're probably someone's going to find you.
You got part of that right.
If you cut the top of the state off, first thing that they eat is the silver meat, and that's the ladies going to the 4:30 buffet. It doesn't taste good, but it's abundant. And if you cook it long enough slow, it tastes just like chicken.
Long for it. Fair enough.
This is live. We apologize for the graphic nature of this content. Yeah, so that's my beliefs. These are just all my beliefs based on potential outcomes. There's the odds of a major catastrophe happening first are very low. So you're going to see a slow rollout of food going offline during this minimum. The next winter will be worse. It'll catch up in the stores. And then as we come up into 25, we're going to see flares that are hitting the grid. So you can see little perturbations. About 2021, 22, we may see so we haven't had an X flare since October 2017. We're already in a 2X drought. So by 2021, being a 4X drought. So we will have an X flare by then. By 2022, we have to. What are your thoughts on that?
High probability, but hey, we may reach one more than M flare to take it out of the grid.
Yeah, so by that time, even an M8 with the coronal mass ejection, Earth facing,
yeah,
that could be it. And then we'll be able to watch because it'll only be local. You know, let's say 800 square miles. It may grow into a rolling blackout regionally, but whoever's on the other side of the world will probably watch it.
Sure. The X-class flare, big enough to take out the whole world.
Yeah, anything at X20 or higher.
Whole world.
Especially if it's the center of a major grid portion, it would wipe the grid because it would connect to everything. Probably go through the ocean. Isn't there wire under the Atlantic?
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's going right under there.
Yes. Phone cable.
And coming up in New York. Boom! So it should be interesting.
If you take the New York area, the megalopolis there, that's why I mentioned a balloon position over that area would take out 100 million people instantly. 100 million people.
For an EMP.
Yeah, for an EMP.
Makes more food for the rest.
And then you have to worry about what I think Greg talked about because I wasn't here, is the threat of global unrest being manipulated by governments. So they know it's coming. Grid down. As soon as the grid goes down, they're like, Sudan's out, let's go in. So these other countries are going to move in and bomb other countries and take them over.
Sure.
They don't have any power. Take all their food because we need it.
David was showing North Africa. That's going to be an ugly place to be with the Chinese and the Europeans trying to fight for the same.
And people don't realize how many countries are up there.
I'm betting on the Chinese.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They eat very little, so it's good. We'll want them around.
Yeah, my money's on the Chinese because they'll fight. I'm not them North Europeans.
And I think the most important part is a region you live in or stay in or decide is yours because the people around you also believe that there could be an event, that they're all there because if it happens, we'll work together. So everyone on my road that I'm friends with, which is everyone, they're like, we know why you're here. And then I go over their house and he's got an arsenal and a tank and fucking 4 other houses and there's people living in the back. And I'm like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, you want to see my... So be on a dead end road with like-minded people. A lot of people move to Arkansas because when you go up in the Ozarks, they're all dead end roads and you meet the people, they're all preppers. These guys got canals and fish and water supplies and guns. So
you're familiar with Ocala National Forest?
Yeah.
So that's the best of where you can get. Yes, there's population.
Yeah, I would say Ocala. Yeah, because you can go into it and hide.
Well, we're right.
Edge.
What do you mean into it?
But if you're a national park near a population center, everybody's going there. So be careful. But stealth camping is a technique to develop, huh?
About 2 years ago, you talked with a man who lived on, I think it's Tuxedo Island. and you guys talk about like the bees, like some kind of bees to fill the like beeswax or the how the cone they made to insulate your house.
I remember him. He's an author in British Columbia.
Yeah, I live about like 30-minute drive from that island.
Oh, cool.
So,
but his breakthrough was simply to blow up air in the wall, and that's the final conclusion. So it's a customized bag you blow up in each of your sections.
Yeah. I hear that, but there wasn't any talk after of how that can be done.
Yeah, he said he was going to send me his pictures, and that was it.
Nothing.
Yeah.
What's the shit?
Well, you could find him. I don't remember the author.
I know.
He's 30 minutes from you, huh?
Yeah, he's about 30-minute ferry away from
Well, then hurry up.
There you go.
Dude, where's the insulation?
I listened to your channel for about 2 years now. And some stuff I try to learn, like so the town I live in, there's only population of 30,000 and surrounding. But I don't want to be there. I understand the area there. I have a cave.
Good.
There's some forest I know in the area too well because my parents are slough pickers.
You need to flesh out that cave a little bit and be ready to go into it.
Well, the cave I kind of know a little bit. I know there's surrounding water, and I know there is some stuff. I learned from you. You can eat tree bark and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's a lot.
But
hey, that's right. If you watch my videos, I show there's a lot of food out there. You know,
knowing your environment is a lot because not everybody's going to be in the same place.
British Columbia is the same as Cascadia.
Yes,
because we're in the U.S., we only show the data of 8 United States volcanoes erupting in the Dalton Minimum. Mount St. Helens, Mount Baker, Mount Whitney.
You got them up there.
If you go up north of there were 13 more towards Alaska.
Exactly on the Cascadia fault zone.
So those volcanoes will be erupting.
I live in Alaska. Erupting?
Yeah, but there's no towns real close. They're all east and safe. You'll watch them blow.
Except for the wave coming up through Anchorage.
If there's a tsunami? Yeah.
But you're far enough away from that.
But even during the magnitude 9 in the 60s, there was no catastrophic tsunami.
But the Fairbanks.
So the odds are low up in Alaska.
Where I was at, that was the big city.
Yeah.
Substantial for Fairbanks and for.
It'd be good to see somebody from interior Alaska running. So somebody from down.
The known major tsunamis is on the Cascadia Rip, right off of Oregon. So it is known that water has washed up 600 feet.
I asked you a question that
if that hit Fairbanks and it was 600 feet high, there would be no people. But mostly everyone lived. They didn't get crushed. So that's the difference. I think Alaska.
So what are your thoughts on methane release if Alaska is supposed to warm?
Most of the methane is in the deep ocean and a little bit of fart. I mean, you got to understand how much methane comes out of cows' asses.
Oh, yes.
That's why California has bags on them. There is a lot of methane.
We need to give the environmentalists of the Millennium Award to Wild Bill Cody.
Is he the fart bag inventor?
No, he killed all those buffaloes. If he hadn't killed all those buffaloes, the whole universe would have been incinerated by now from global warming.
Yeah. That would have.
So that's going to be one of the first actions the Glacial Inland Preservation Society, GIPS, is our first action going to be to posthumously give the Environmentalist Award to Wild Bill Cody.
The eliminator of global warming data.
He saved the whole world.
So again, everyone wants a catastrophic thing that's going to kill us all instantly. I showed you on a graph. It's not instantly. It's geologically instantly, which means 1,300 years, which is 50 generations. So anything that we see that's catastrophic is going to be an X flare that we know happened, and we all know we're about to be screwed, and we'll watch it happen, or there'll be a major volcanic eruption that will darken the sky. It's really the only two. If there's a solar flare that's big enough, it's probably not going to be a micronova. That's a new term. And we know what those look like. We already ad nauseum talked about the Carrington event. Like most people can mimic the Cuba incident and the sky glowing and blah, 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 because those are the only 8 sentences that came out of that event.
I know what it was I was going to ask you.
What?
The event in North Carolina that you mentioned.
Carolina Bays.
That you said that was an isolated event. Was that like something from an X flare?
It's not an isolated event. There are 15,000 impact structures in that entire region.
There's a whole array of bays.
Global is what I mean.
It is global.
A small event.
The Carolina Blaze. The Carolina Bays are one localized effect
Yeah,
of the
and
mass extinction.
that
of
effect
Cal.
is seen in other places too.
What's causing that kind of
I told you in my talk, no one knows. It's a cacophony of events.
Is it a
The
plasma
magnetic,
discharge?
no, that's one thing. The magnetic reversal occurs. Cosmic rays come in. The sun flares. Debris falls in. Do you know that every single one of the satellites is going to hit Earth? That's going to cause weather in the ocean due to evaporation. It's going to cause the ground to light on fire. There are multiple events.
Yeah.
I showed you 5 events during the last mass extinction. That can't be the Carolina Bays. That can't be a comet. It could be the Carolina Bays, a comet. It could be a solar flare.
A bunch of.
It has to be 5 things because there were 5 things that happened during that mass extinction. 5 geologically instantaneous shifts in temperature. That if it was one thing, there would be one shift. So someone that says it's a comet is a liar. Someone that says it's a solar micronova is a liar. Someone that says it's global warming is a liar. Someone that says it's global cooling is a liar.
Yeah, it's a combination.
Yeah, there is an effect that we are unaware of that is cyclic. It always happens every 100,000 and 26,000 years. It is nested in different amounts, and we are just figuring out that it is, we don't know. So anyone that says they know, I can just show them one graph and be like, bullshit. Because it could be one of those things. The first dryas could be a comet. The second dryas could be a solar flare. The third dryas could be the fact that because of the solar flare, the oceans evaporated and now it's snowball Earth. And then it warmed because it was supposed to be warm the whole time and we went back to normal. So do you see how that works? It's lots of things. And it happens regularly. So there's a cosmogenic external effect. It's a clock. There is a clock cycle, but I don't think it's Doug Vogt's clock. The clock cycle is a 100,000-year cycle. I showed you. It's the epoch of data. Where every 100,000 years, there's a mass extinction. And it's, who knows what it is? We don't know what it is. We call it.
Well, the poles are getting closer together and they're migrating, and that's causing.
You want to see them?
I've seen them for Vostok Oscorp, but you've got a lot of data. I'd like to get some more charts you guys.
I'll email them.
And I think the weather's going to intensify greatly the closer that they get to each other.
Well, the weather is intensifying by space energy. And this is proven by Ben Davidson and others. So as the magnetosphere wanes, the space energy comes quicker into the global electric circuit. So minor M flares 2 years ago caused perturbations to the grid, which should not happen. That means that as the magnetosphere wanes more, that same M5 is now going to do something we never thought it could do, like light Chicago on fire. This fall, I showed you that running explosion in that town. It was like, that was from like a C5. That was from a coronal hole stream that got us to KP5, I think. So a little event and shit will be crazy. And so far, the explanation for the past 3 years is like, oh, we don't know. It's a they're not saying space weather. No one said space weather.
So do you think it's a charged atmosphere already that's allowing
hail to increase?
No.
Yes.
The increase of energy from 5 years ago didn't have much of an effect. But now that same energy coming from space.
So space is,
multitude
and it's getting closer. The space atmosphere transition has been collapsing. So space is 20 miles closer than it was when you were a kid. It's going to get closer and closer. So that allows less filtering of the energy coming from space, which is why you burn faster. It feels hotter out. The sun is less atmosphere. And when it gets down to 5%, you might be able to launch in a plane and at 15,000 feet be in space during that event. But the other side of the Earth would have a thicker atmosphere. It's interesting how it works. So we got 5 minutes. We're going to do a workshop in here. 5 minutes.
Well, we're loving it.
5 minutes.
These other type of speakers still. Email, you have a lot of email. Is that yours?
So I'm just going to make it quick.
So the
No, go ahead. I'm gonna find my brother one. How was it, though?
It was excellent. I was, yeah, and you really want some stuff to like. I want to live in a part of America that is nowhere near. Horrible. Meltdown.
That fuel rod pulls.
Yes.
Actually, it's sort of mirroring each other tomorrow, but they're different.
I thought about that. It's hard to go outside the country. Oh, different things get bad. You know, you probably listen about. So you made the other man. As long as they think you're contributing.
We're going to have a VIP conference here. What's going to happen?
Tables, Cliff?
Some chairs when you don't start talking. Is that what's going to happen?
You gotta be careful.
There's a guy right here.
You have it. I don't have the link.
That's fine.
Don't have it.
You're gonna give me that one.
Huh?
Yeah, I was talking all three dollars.
I just give it to you. Four people have them.
Oh, y'all.
Okay, you guys are all live. Okay, wave. Let's do it.
Hey!
All people to either.
Yay! Out there to the world.
Workshop now.
It's workshop.
VIPs, baby.
Pictures are okay.
We're not going to kick anyone out right now.
That's right, man.
Man, he knew what he was doing when he was in here.
So yeah, it's all the altitude.
You had worried last night about whether you're going to do.
Oh, you found some cannabis? I know what you're talking about. So those that didn't get any cannabis, we have plenty of cannabis.
Yeah, she didn't get any.
So I'll have seeds and cannabis after this workshop available from 5 to 6:30 in the exhibit hall. Okay. We're not going to do a speech at all. What I want to do is talk to you about why we're having this conference. And I want to ask you to be here to share with me why you're here. And the whole purpose of this is to leave this workshop with a better understanding of why we wasted all this money to come to Denver when we could all be, I'd be digging holes, putting up fences, and planting seeds. So let me give you a quick synopsis of what the Oppenheimer Ranch project is. And my partner will be here any moment. When I met Leah several years ago, we hit it off and we started talking about what our dreams were. And one of her dreams was to have a homestead because her uncle was homesteading up in Vermont. He was one of this 1970s group because I remember in my little suburb that across the street in we called it Jew Hills. And I'm not against Jewish people because Leah is half Jewish. But that's what we called it. It's where all the Jewish kids lived across the street. But a lot of their houses had these weird things on their roof. We didn't know what they were on our side. We're like, what the hell are those weird things? And so that was the beginning of the first solar systems going into houses in the late 70s. And these things sucked. Like 8 panels was like 125 watts.
Yeah.
And then today I'm thinking, like, what the hell would that run? It really wouldn't do anything. It would give you some light, but in the houses I lived in the 70s, it wouldn't run a refrigerator unless you had 50,000 of those. So that was the beginning of sustainability back then. And her uncle bought this homestead up in Vermont, 100 acres or something. I don't know. She could tell you better. But he got into the solar panels, sustainability, food, and water. And here's Leah. So, yeah, so our uncle started this homestead, and he's still working on it right now. It is your uncle?
Yeah.
Yeah, so now he has more modern solar panels, and I don't know more about the project, but maybe she could help you explain it in the middle.
I don't know what you said before, but I've got this Uncle Larry. He's my dad's brother, and what an inspiration. I mean, he bought 50 acres of land up in Vermont in the 80s. I was about 5 at the time, and it was going to cost him 30 grand to run an electric line out to his house. So we said, screw that. You know, solar was massively expensive at the time, but it was still cheaper than 30 grand for a line. So he just went and did it. And he's a tinkerer. I mean, he does all kinds of stuff. He builds telescopes and boats and loves to experiment, and, you know, just kind of kept going and going with that. And he's just evolved and tweaked his solar system over time. And big fan of propane, you know, as backup heating, which probably isn't sustainable in the long run, but for now it's helpful. So pretty cool thing. It took me a while to realize that having had that experience as a kid really informed my decision to do what we're doing today.
So then there was that, and then we met and we started talking. And I told her that my idea was the South San Juans. And her main need that I thought, because remember, I'm listening to her, and my interpretation of what she's saying is mine.
No kidding.
So what I heard was that she wanted someplace that had seasons and snow. And I was like, South San Juan, shit, 50 feet of snow, one of the most biodiverse areas above 9,000 feet on the planet. From 9,000 to 15,000 feet where we live, there are 1,000 exotic medicinal species that are nowhere on Earth. And some people live in New Mexico or Arizona that don't even have that many species. And we're just talking the high alpine region where we live. And so this was a good sell to her. And and then we started talking about the logistics of the future of the Earth. So back then, she was helping me with the March Against Monsanto. We were well aware of the ruse in the government, the revolving door, the fact that we live in a corporatocracy, which is evolving into idiocracy. Literally, we're going to have toilets in couches. Literally. The young people I know, I walk in and they're just playing games. And they're playing games on big screen TVs, and they're playing games, and they're playing games, and they're playing games. They're staring at things. Now, I'm not going to downplay games, because I'm sure if you're going to be a military fighter or someone else, game playing would be good for murdering people. And if computers were going to continue to exist in perpetuity forever because the grid was hardened and everything was safe, well, then games would probably have a point in the future. But there is a 90% probability that in everyone's future in this room, that a catastrophic event is going to occur. And it is going to be socioeconomic. It's going to be driven by, interestingly enough, space. But the governments want you to believe that it's being driven by you so that you remain compliant. And so we were kind of sick of that. And I had been working alone in this little crack house room I was in on eBay, literally working 70 hours a week. And I was making shit tons of money because my plan was I'm going to sit in this hole until I have a pile of money to buy everything I need to just walk away. And it was an opt out. I was going to opt out. And as I'm piling the money, I'm buying chainsaws. I'm buying shovels. What else do I need? I go to this prepping site. So I'm buying this shit that literally I'm going to leave with.
And in the meantime, I had been prepping at my house in Philly, just stocking food in the basement, you know, just like as much as I can get the stockpile of this, the better, you know.
So when I went over her house for the first time and I went in her basement, I was scared. Because first there's like food everywhere, and then there's like hundreds of gallons of water.
Oh God, she's a crazy prepping girl.
And she opens up the cannon safe, and there's like AR.
Precious metals.
Now, at this time, I'm pretty anti-gun. Yeah, so
You should have heard the first argument we had about firearms. That was hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, I'm under the impression, which is completely logical and factual, that you can't get hurt from a gun if you don't have one. And you also can't get in a gunfight if you don't have any guns.
Yeah, but you also can't protect yourself.
Yeah, but where we live, good people don't have guns. See, now where we live now, everybody has guns. Yeah. So, and it seems to be 100 times safer when everyone has guns than when you're in a liberal city where only criminals have guns, and the good people have convinced you don't need a gun because that causes gun stuff.
Now, the great irony in this, of course, is that we came from like the murder capital of the U.S. to Little Pagosa, which is pretty darn safe, and only then do we have a crazy delusional stalker after us. But anyway.
Yeah, and I lived in some of the worst crack neighborhoods in the world and hung with some of the craziest people, and I did get shot at. I got shot in the face by a shotgun once, but that was not at me. I just happened to be walking down the road and someone shot a shotgun up there. Ow!
That doesn't count.
But it was that kind of town. There's very few stray bullets in our town, but there's constant shooting. Down at the bottom of the road where we live is all guns all the time. Boom, 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 boom. But everyone's shooting into a target, into a hill. And we know that because they're our neighbors, and we're like, oh, we know who's shooting. Like where I grew up, we didn't know who's shooting. We just try to like stay in between lots of walls. Or let's go to the middle of the house.
You go, oh God, is that fireworks? Is it my neighbor?
So we met, and we had been thinking about similar things. So then we sat down and we started to concoct a plan. And I think it was just a website. We were going to start a website and a Facebook page because I was already a social media organizer. I had organized the March Against Monsanto in Philly, and I was helping organize other marches, March Against Corruption and the Fed, anything that has to do with corruption in government, because I was pretty smart and I knew of my constitutional rights, and I went right into the city hall in Philly and I said, I want to do this, and I want to bring guns, and I want to do that. And they gave me the permits. They gave me the paperwork to get the permits. I filled it out, and because I did everything I had to do, I was allowed to do whatever I wanted because that's my right. And this only happens in major cities that you're able to do this. Then I would get the support of the police, the feds, and just as long as no one's an asshole and throwing bottles, and we're all there to say, you government, it's completely legal. Now, the problem with that is it usually attracts Antifa or other troublemakers, other things called agent provocateurs. So the purpose of heavy security today, if you were an agent provocateur, you would have gotten in that line where our friend was wanting you down, and you would have popped back and back because you'd have been alone, and then you'd have turned around and you would have never come to this event. And that was the purpose of heavy security. Also, this group we now know is all with us. So if we together will be able to point out in the future a spy, because you will pick up on it. Someone will be acting strange, sitting alone. No one will know them, and they'll be questioning you why you're here, or what the purpose of this is, because they want to switch the narrative. And if you were here in my first talk, I explained that with Flat Earth. So once there's a large group of people that are onto the ruse, and we're actually following climate science, and we want to know about the history of the Earth, and we're starting to pick up on the fact that they're hiding information from you, they then intervene and they try to muddy the waters again. They did it with chemtrails and contrails. As soon as we figured out that there has been geoengineering since the 40s, scientists that are trying to say that the commercial flights are not chemtrails are now the people, you don't believe in chemtrails. I'm like, no, I specifically told you every type of chemtrail. There's stratospheric aerosol radiation. I was telling there was almost 1 million flights this year in North America to cloud seed. These are planes at low elevation that you can see. But you don't see them unless you guys live near a ski resort. And you don't see them unless you live near a farm where they pay for the cloud seeding. And they're planes that you can go to cloudseeding.com or whatever. They show you where these planes take off and fly, if they have silver iodide or what's in them, who paid for them. We pay for cloud seeding in Pagosa for Wolf Creek Pass because they promise us that it produces 5% more snow. Didn't you know that? And silver iodide is poisonous to the environment. And then in the last 5 years, we've proven that hail suppression causes bigger hail. So that probably means that cloud seeding causes less snow, as far as I'm concerned. So these methodologies we're using are completely bullshit and unproven for no purpose except to muddy the waters about the truth.
Someone's making a lot of money.
Yeah. To create fake 5% of snow, some guy has some Cessnas. He's like, I'll spray that shit.
I think the other thing you got to keep in mind too is, about, you know, like things like flat Earth theory, if you even want to call it theory. I mean, the way I look at this is that if you're able to get a bunch of people to grab onto something like flat Earth, and then they also believe in this other conspiracy theory over here that maybe has a very high likelihood of being true. Well, if you then lump those people together, then they're all regarded as just a bunch of crazies, and you just can kind of go, oh, we don't need to listen to that. Yeah, I really think that that's ultimately what it's about. And to me, the real proof in the pudding for that was the fact that it was the 9/11 truth community that suddenly became the flat Earth community. Like, what is that? That makes no sense to me whatsoever. Because typically, from what I've seen, the 9/11 truth community has been very good critical thinkers, and they really analyze the information that's there. But there is no such critical thinking going on with flat Earth theory at all.
Is there anyone here that thinks 9/11 was concocted by people in caves called Al-Qaeda that flew 2 planes and collapsed 7 buildings? That's why Lee Wheelbarger didn't come, because that's his belief. And he thought about coming here, and he said, oh, I'm going to go on that yacht. He didn't explain to me why. He said, I'm busy on the yacht. But I guarantee that not a single person here would believe a word he said. I mean, I brought him on my show because I believe a lot of things Lee says, but not about 9/11.
What do you believe?
Lots of his preparedness information. We did several videos on a bug out bus and solar energy and cool shit like that. Practical things. He's got great ideas. But he thought that he could be salacious and start to be the grand solar minimum insanity guy. And nobody listened because he was basing it on his own fairy tale. And that's why nobody watched his channel more, because they would listen to him and be like, does that sound real? Everyone has to move to the equator, or we're all going to die in 5 years? No, that doesn't sound real. And I try to explain to you, most shifts on Earth are so gradual you cannot notice it. But 10 years later, you're like, holy shit, it's totally different. Because that's how the Earth works. It's a dynamic system, and it has other mechanisms that respond. So if it gets really cold in one region, it equalizes in the other regions. It's hard to tell an ice age is coming until you're in it. The problem is, no one here thinks we're in an ice age because it's warm out. We are in the middle of a 1,000,000+ year-long ice age during an interglacial, which are short 8 to 12,000 year periods of warmth, followed by 80 to 90,000 year periods of cold. And we just came out of the last 80,000 year maximum glaciation at the maximum extent. It was called the Wisconsinian at 26,000 years ago, was the peak of ice. And then it catastrophically was eliminated during the comet impact.
Had a question over here?
Yeah, what really bothers me the most is that there's such a systematic suppression of knowledge, whether it's in agriculture, archaeology, whatever it is. And that's not just a few guys getting together and saying, let's keep this under the table. That has to be organized on a huge scale by some really, really smart, powerful people.
And the easiest way to do that is with academic funding. You say, we'll fund global warming research, but we won't fund this global cooling research because it's just not true. And that's largely how that mechanism works, it seems like. And I still think it comes from way higher up.
Well, I just want to find those people.
Well, here's the problem, and we can learn from history exactly a few things. The fact that when we bring up Velikovsky, and it goes all back to the powers that be, his information was suppressed. And now, even after it was proven, everything he said, there's radio waves coming from Jupiter, and Venus is hot. Every single thing he predicted, which everyone says, you can't predict that, was true. And Einstein was like, holy shit, Velikovsky's right. This is the same Einstein that thinks that E = MC² is a lie.
He knew,
and you all believe
was
it.
Correct.
Everyone's taught it. Einstein said, I made that shit up, dude. It's a math thing. That is not the law of the universe. That's my math thing I made up. But Velikovsky was right. That's what he told the federal government. And then he died that month, and they never funded Velikovsky's work. So that is a little bit of the powers that be finding out the truth and saying what, and now they're looking into Velikovsky. Then they started NASA. And you know, because we're the first people on the moon, we are awesome.
What about Tesla?
So he was killed because that's way before his time.
Yeah, NASA's just the guys from World War II.
Yeah, so let's bring it into clarity. I don't know if you did anyone go to Adrian D'Amico's talk? Okay, so if you're still concerned if there's aliens in the world, you shouldn't be. The probability of no other intelligent species in this universe is probably zero. There is probably a 100% probability there are millions of other groups of smart, intelligent creatures. And I'm not going to say humans, because there's no humans except here. Now, almost everyone believes in aliens that look like humans and gods that look like humans, and everything looks like humans. Because that's the only thing we can relate to.
That's because we're anthropocentric. That's
We're
just how it
humans.
is. We've been doing that for thousands of years.
And I say, do a simple thought experiment. I'm an advanced alien creature called a human. And I just landed on Earth just 400,000 years ago. And I've been trying to communicate with ants the whole time. In 400,000 years, we have not been able to figure out how to communicate with some of the tiniest, most prolific builders we have ever found in the universe. And no matter what we do, we cannot communicate with the ants. So clearly there is a disconnect between higher levels of consciousness and lower levels. The ants are just as conscious as we are. They're more productive, they're less wasteful, and other things that we can't even figure out because we cannot talk to them. So how callous are you to think that aliens are coming down, picking you up and raping your daughter up in a ship because they're that dumb that they need to come and rape you to make genetic modified aliens? That it doesn't need to happen. If there are advanced races that are on other planets coming to visit us, they would not be abducting us. And if they did, they would do it in a way that we wouldn't notice, and they would do it in a way that we got replaced and not remember it. So if there's an abduction phenomenon, which how many people believe there is? Just that many? There's a bunch of people that believe that people are being abducted. So do I. And I believe that it has to do with people actually being abducted by covert groups called the government that are pretending to be aliens, that have reverse engineered alien technology as early as the 40s. We have eyewitness testimony from top physicists that worked on the alien spacecraft, who has now come forward for 3 decades, specifically describing the same ships that we are now seeing flying in the air, which are not being flown by aliens. They're being flown by military personnel that have reverse engineered them. But they need you to believe they're aliens because it's part of the misinformation, like flat Earth is 9/11.
But you just said that they're reversing alien crafts. So
yeah.
But you're saying little green men don't exist. How do the little crafts video?
The little green men left the ships. They didn't abduct anyone. These supposedly were found were archaeological. So say before the last mass extinction, there were people doing experiments here, and something happened, a cosmic catastrophe where they had to leave a fleet of ships. And they didn't come back. They said the people down there will never know what those are. And that's what happened. They didn't care what happened when they found the ships because they're gone. You know, they live 1 billion light years away and they were here for a minute.
Well, they died with the last extinction. We had an advanced civilization.
There is an unlimited group of possibilities. But our government definitely found this technology, was able to reverse engineer a portion of it or not at all, and they're just using those 9 ships. Because according to Bob Lazar, they couldn't figure it out. There was no way they could figure out that element because we'd only discovered up to element 123 and they needed a higher element. But we have in fact made element 151 in the lab in the last 5 years, which is the exact thing 30 years ago said we needed to fly the ship.
The only thing we haven't done is have been able to figure out how to stabilize that element.
Yeah,
you know, so maybe that element was only stable because it was from another solar system where the conditions were different, and maybe it could keep its stability.
Or we invented the unstable version to tell you that we can't stabilize it.
Possible.
Right. Did you just say they invented the what?
Element 151.
Yeah, the other version. So we don't.
And they still fly the ship around, and the aliens are abducting everyone. So that's the kind of world we live in, and there's no chance that anytime soon. Do you think that they're going to be like, look, No. Everyone, we're gonna do a special thing on PBS.
The spiritual aspects to the whole alien thing. See, I think it's spiritual. I think that these things that people are, these experiences are actually demonic entities.
Okay, well, we can go into there, but we're not going to talk about that. But I want to say this. And if you were listening, the spacecrafts that we're seeing are flown by humans. They were left here by much higher entities. If there are advanced races, they would not abduct us. They would not interfere with us. They could be occupying higher realms, which some people that have psychic abilities can hear them or listen to them. And they may not be demonic because heaven and hell and demons and Jesus and all that is anthropocentric, is created by people.
I think there's both.
But people created all those concepts. So you need to get rid of religion created by people. There are 9,000 competing religions because religion is true. There are 9,000 competing religions because religion is made up. That's why there are 9,000 fairy tales, because each person has a good story. Now, the religion is based on historical information passed down. So there is information in the Bible that's true, that's historical, that's telling us of catastrophes and cataclysms. It's telling us of giants and aliens. Ezekiel saw the wheel. But we're not here to talk about religion because I think it doesn't serve a purpose when we're talking about facts and human and survival. But it does have to do with the control, because the Vatican, the largest cabal of religiosity, is raping people before your very lives and doing nothing about it. And there are millions of people that continue to go to those churches which are indoctrination rape facilities, and they donate money in that basket every day. They're like, hey, he's drunk again. Father's so Schneider to me. I remember my drunk, before he got fired or whatever they do, excommunicated, he's like grabbing people's asses when I was 10 and it would smell like whiskey, like, out in front of the church when you shake hands and go away. And I never understood that. And these are the people that have indoctrinated the world to be like, well, the Pope is great. I can't wait to touch him. Like it's a fraud. The world we live in is a fraud. It's a cryptocracy, corporatocracy run by evil pricks at the highest level, hiding information from you, poisoning your food so they can make a better dollar and bribe their kids in Yale, whatever they're doing, because that means something. Do you know that every high-level job I ever had, no one asked me to see a piece of paper that I ever qualified for? No one looked at my high school diploma, my undergraduate degree. No one checked my credentials at grad school. I could have said I'm a doctor, blah, 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 and make shit up. And they'd be like, wow. Has anyone ever got a resume looked at? You would send it to monster.com. So that person who looked at it isn't the person that interviewed me because they never saw it. I was just the candidate. The person hiring me was like, he has great eye contact.
No, seriously, we were just talking about this the other day, right?
He's the guy.
The way you get a job is you stand up, you put out your hand, you say, my name is so-and-so. I was told once that was exactly how I got a job when there was a hard time deciding between, you know, like that can make or break everything.
Hold on.
But that's not how you survive. So we're talking about practical and personal issues here. So when we met, we have the same ideas. And then we developed the Oppenheimer Ranch project, which is still in development. I think I'm a little early on my, I say, oh, the house will be done next year.
I'm hearing this every
we'll have
year.
a barn by October. Yeah, but things don't always work out the way they do.
Twice as long, twice as much.
But it makes it very fun because all the things that you got to work out to make it happen.
Yeah. And you can learn from your experience. It also gets you in touch with your local community. So our last electrician lives a block away.
You're doing it.
Yeah. Well, and other people, you get to find out about the other people coming in to help you.
And it's just going to be evolving anyway, right?
How did you
It's
fund
never really
your
going to end.
How did you fund Oppenheimer Ranch?
Well, there's multiple pieces to that story. So the original Oppenheimer Ranch is the first piece of property purchased, which is up high at 8,500 feet. Amazing resources. We've got rid water up there, some of the cleanest water.
Island, right?
Yep, yeah. And it is amazing up there. The problem that we had up there is that we have a property owners association, which essentially seriously harassed us for a couple of years, and it got real ugly. We still have that piece of land, and the solution for now is that I ended up weaseling my way onto the board of that organization, and that kind of keeps us a little peaceful, if not way more busy than I would like to be. But after about 6 months up there between the problems, and also we had kind of a realization, there's a big difference between 8,500 feet and where we are now at 6,700 feet for winter. It's not that it was not that it was impossible to be up there during the winter, but it would mean, you know, like plowing, like, what is it, 10 miles? You know, 10 miles, 10 miles of steep, windy Forest Service road. We could easily have gotten stuck up there for 3 weeks at a time. We were just still living in a trailer, you know, just keeping in supply of enough fuel to stay safe for the winter was going to be real difficult. So then we started going, maybe we need to look for something else for this winter. Well, that evolved into another piece of land down lower nearby, to which we've tacked on a few pieces now, you know, similar kinds of resources. But, you know, it's nice to have the differing resources of both places because they are somewhat different environments. And that affords us some benefits as well because we have some options.
And one of our neighbors is here.
Yo, Mike. Mike bought a piece of property next to us, which is awesome. And we've known Mike for quite some time now. So that's a good boon for us.
So any of these projects take money, and this land costs money. And the better the land, the more money you have to pay. But we got a pretty good deal. We got a really good deal. We bought a whole mountain and a river for less than 70,000.
It was 60,000.
60 grand.
Yeah, one of the pieces we added on. And it's kind of funny, right? Because most of this land is unusable. I mean, literally, it's a cliff.
You can't use this. It's all got trees and a river.
All right. But for us, just getting that piece of the river, that was huge.
Totally unusable.
You know, and it also prevented us from getting cut off from the national forest on that side, you know, and we knew we had another neighbor that was maybe going to be interested. And I said, you know what, I'll pay pretty much what this person wants because this is important for us. So it's worth it to us. Yeah.
So did you use any of your geology background to choose a place to live?
Yeah, the most important thing was choosing a geophysically safe place because the time frame we're going into is increased volcanism, increased earthquake activity, and that means increased tsunami risk. Not only that, you have increased tornado size and hail size, and you could have gigantic cyclonic events that have never been seen, like you know, the Cat 6 hurricane. It doesn't exist. Yeah, it does. When you get a hurricane that's got sustained winds at 250 and go up to 350, that has to be a different category. So they don't get that. Like there will be a Cat 6 and there will be a Cat 7 because Cat 5 can't be from 150 to 900. That wouldn't be a bad scale.
They're really trying hard to make it that way, though.
Yeah, because they don't want you to know that Cat 6 is coming. And it even goes crazier. Let's go back to the first parcel we bought, Oppenheimer Ranch Project. We found out that Frank Oppenheimer owned it. So let's delve into the history. Frank Oppenheimer and Robert Oppenheimer invented the atomic bomb. They worked side by side. You've only heard of Robert because he was the guy that wanted to be in front of the camera. Frank and Robert did equal work on the bomb. When the bomb was used to kill people, they both said, that's not what you told us that's not what it was for. And so they were labeled as communists because they don't want to kill innocent people. Oh God, they're communists. So we kill millions of people in China that will never come here. And we cage the Chinese people that are here. Japanese. It doesn't, they're people. That's why it's so confusing to me. And these two guys are like, I can't believe it. And so they're like, you're communists. Here's 500 acres. Go hide.
Well, in truth, Frank at least did join the Communist Party. And he got so much flack from that. I mean, he was literally blacklisted from his career. And man, I wish I had that quote in front of me right now.
Yeah.
What's the name of the book? Darn it.
Something Wonderful.
Casey Cole wrote, yes, Something Wonderful Happens. I don't know. Anyway, whatever it is, I think it's Casey Cole. She wrote a book about Frank Oppenheimer, whatever the title is. And she has this wonderful quote where he basically says something to the effect of, you know, when you've been totally shit on by society and government and all of your colleagues, you know, the thing to do is like go to the mountains of Colorado and shovel horse shit. And it was like, oh my God, that's us. Not only that, but when we read this book, we then found out, because we didn't know, is that Frank Oppenheimer was one of the first people to really understand what cosmic rays are.
He invented the first cosmic ray detector.
Yeah, which was using a weather balloon with magnetic plates in it. That's all he did.
Yeah.
So this is how we figured out that these are just, you know, this is ionized elements hitting the atmosphere, which then causes water to accumulate around those ions, and we get clouds. first person to get it. So there's something synchronous going on there. There's a reason why we are where we are.
Are there any other places in the United States that you would choose to live? Geologically speaking.
With the same benefit, right?
Anywhere south or west of our region, the problem with that is securing safe, clean water and being far away from people. And, you know, any place is safe that you believe you can make it and you have the resources. Any place, because I believe intention is 90% of the solution. If you think where you're at is safe and you stockpile the necessities, it will be. If you have the right team. The right team. Yeah, if you're hesitant and you're like, we're safe. You're not, don't use that information because you don't know what you're asking. So you have to make your own list of what you think is safe because no one can predict what's going to happen. So what we did is made a list of all the things that could happen. What if there's a major earthquake? What if there's a major volcano? What if there's a big tsunami? What if the whole city is starving and they're coming for us? And where can we grow food? And the safest place happened to be a shitty place to grow food. So we were starting the Oppenheimer Ranch project, and I said, you know what? I know about geothermal energy, greenhouses. If we can grow food in Pagosa, then you can prep anywhere.
Yeah.
Our growing season is 73 days. It's shorter than Fairbanks, Alaska, which is like 84 days. And last year we had a growing season less than that. It froze in June 23rd, and it froze again like October 1st. That was like 59 days. Wow. But you can grow kale starting in January and grow it all the way to December. But you can't grow tomatoes or peppers or squash or anything unless you can get it in there.
Or unless you have a greenhouse. I mean, a lot of these things are factors that you kind of have to juggle about, you know, kind of what he was saying. What's most important to you? I mean, there are some things that are non-negotiable. Water. I was just talking with somebody about this. Water is absolutely critical. I mean, we are so lucky where we are because we've got the cleanest water in the country coming off the divide. I mean, literally for about a year, we were drinking water straight out of one of the rivers, which I don't recommend anybody do because, you know, you can get giardia or whatever. But we knew somebody that had been drinking this water for 30 years, unfiltered, and we trusted him, you know, and we did it. And we didn't get giardia, which is great. But, you know, water's tough. And every place is different when it comes to water. So in the Pagosa area, there is a ton of mineral content in the water. And if you have a drilled well, you're very likely to have extremely high mineral content to the point where you can't even soften it enough to not damage the pipes in your house. Also in Pagosa, there's tons of sulfur underground. So what we did is we avoided buying land in places that did not have a river valley. Because we have river valley property, that means that we can dig what are called culvert or gallery wells. These are shallow wells, like 12 feet down, and you're literally harvesting groundwater. So if you drill a well, right off the bat, you've got to sink 15 grand just to drill the first hole. And you don't even know if you're going to hit water yet. And then you might hit water, and then your water might be garbage. We know lots of people that have well water tapped to their house that stinks of sulfur. You can't drink it. It's unpleasant. You know, there's... Yeah.
Our friend up the road can light her water on fire like it's frack water right out of the faucet, and it stinks so bad that when she washes the dishes, we have to go.
There are places, like on the farm I grew up on, we had 3 wells within 40 feet of each other. Each one had different water. One had sulfur water.
Interesting. Really interesting. Yeah, no, that can happen. You know, and so like if you're doing a culvert well or a gallery well, you know, it's a lot less expensive. If you're doing it in the right place, you're likely to hit the water and you're not likely to have these kinds of problems because this is a different water source. What was I going to say? Something. Oh, and then the result is that lots of people in our area just simply have underground cisterns. There's water delivery services in our area, but you know, when shit hits the fan, that's not going to be available. You know, so no, I feel like that's one of the most important things you can look for.
In one rain event in the high desert, you can collect 30,000 gallons of water off a single roof.
Yeah, you can do that too.
But you're doing a earthship house, and the earthship houses are built in Taos, Mexico, or somewhere. They're collecting water off a portion of the roof on the backside of their house.
Yeah, and you can do that on any building.
Of rain, they take it through the 4-step use cycle. And that's all the water they need for the whole year.
Yeah, and that's an option for anybody, really. As long as you get enough precipitation in your area, you can collect a tremendous amount off a roof. Yeah.
So even a desert place with minimal precipitation is possible. I mean, think about it. But here's the problem when we're talking about water. Almost all of North America has been fracked. Almost all of the deep aquifers have been tainted. Now, they mandate that they put them below an aquiclude. So there's a solid piece of rock that they have to penetrate through to put the poisonous frac solution, or even frack at. But during a major earthquake, crustal shift, or event, that's going to crack. Not only that, 100% of all frac wells fail. They have a longevity of 50 to 70 years until they fail. So the entire North American continent is, the groundwater is polluted with radioactive salt water forever. The residence time on that is tens of thousands of years. So it was very difficult for us to find a place that close to the continental divide where nothing upstream is allowed to be fracked. Our river has been preserved because it was like the federal government diverted 90% of it into Arizona and screwed all the ranchers that sued. One of the only rivers in the U.S. that is federally restored 100%. So it's one of the few stories that the American public actually won, is our valley.
Some states like telling people they don't own their own rainwater.
Say it again?
Oh, yeah.
Aren't there some states that are saying you can't use the rainwater as ours?
Yes,
right? Yeah.
Well, it kind of still is. I mean, there's a limit to, legally speaking, there's a limit to how much water you can catch off your roof in Colorado at the moment. It was just increased, but it's still a real pain in the neck.
It used to be 50 gallons per house per storm.
Now it's like, I don't know, 200? They don't. They don't. And the argument for it is that, oh, well, you're depleting the groundwater when you collect it. I'm sorry. No. If my house is taking up this square footage, do you think water is getting into the ground underneath my house? The water
we have
coming
groundwater
up,
at 8 feet.
It's like, no, that's nonsense. Plus, it's a drop in the bucket. I mean, it's nonsense.
Yes.
Well, what they do in Missouri is we can collect our rainwater, but they're just going to charge us every time it rains.
I mean, this is hilarious. This kind of goes right.
Yeah, right. I'm not kidding you. Yeah,
I mean, in a way, this kind of goes right back to the anthropocentrism we were talking about.
Yeah.
Yes, it's all our fault, right? You know, everything that we do affects our Earth in some immense way. I mean, let's not forget that when Galileo suggested that the solar system does not revolve around the Earth, that it revolves around the sun, he was excommunicated, right? We have been on this track of being completely egocentric, that everything we do has some massive effect in the rest of the galaxy, and it's nonsense. Granted, there are 8 billion people on this planet, and that does have an effect, and yes, we've totally raped this Earth, and it's disgusting, but I mean, not everything is about us. You know, it doesn't mean that the aliens necessarily look like us. They could look completely different. They may not even use oxygen for all we know.
They may not even be in our dimensional realm, because they're Adrian. We have had conversations where we talk about higher level civilizations, where if humans evolved for 1 billion more years, we avoided all catastrophes and we kept getting higher, that we would have the ability to tap the center of the plasmoid in the middle of the Milky Way, which is a black hole, by the way.
It just happens to look like a donut.
And there's
a
7
two-dimensional donut, mind you.
There's 7 black holes right at that spot. So these civilizations would literally be running off of galactic energy with no waste through some type of things we haven't even thought up. But they're still flying back to Earth to abduct you and mutilate our cows, because they don't know what cows are made of.
We're still level 0.
Yes, we're idiocracy level.
Negative.
Do it.
Do you think what do you think the reason is that people keep on seeing and filming the TR-3Bs?
Because
hidden in the clouds.
Because they're there.
Because they're all over.
I mean, is that military like planning a fake invasion, or is that?
So there is the Stephen Greers that have made up that idea to make a movie to make millions of dollars. That's true. But earlier we were talking about the practicality of any of that. So if the U.S. government and NASA is a fraud, and the alien stories you've heard about, Bob Lazar saying that he did reverse engineer technology that we found, that the U.S. government is simply using Tyler and others to perpetuate the alien lie to you while they do their secret experiments in their anti-gravitation machines, because they are off planet. They do have higher technology. They are underground. Humans called the government. They are there. They're not aliens. And they probably don't have live aliens that cooperate with them, because that just doesn't make any sense. there aren't live aliens on Earth. They're only allowed to hide in a closet. Would you take that deal? You can stay here, but you got to be underground in the bunker. And then so like, yes, but their skin is not. So you can write the fairy tale about the creature that has to live underground because he's not with the sun or whatever. But there's no evidence for that. It's just a fairy tale. Occam's razor says it's likely the U.S. government has alien technology that they found and they're keeping it secret. They shared it with other countries. We're developing it. And if we just were able to manufacture element 151 in a few years, then we're just starting to learn about what this shit we found 50 years ago even is. So, and then we have even ion drives we're testing in space all of a sudden, and anti-gravity shit that we're watching everywhere, like these triangular, whatever these objects are that look like giant drones. So this is not new. And just the fact that there's, what are there, tens of thousands of aliens that we've never even found one person doesn't talk to them. We don't have one ET at home that eats M&Ms. So the odds of there being that type of hominid alien that we work with in an ALF planet is probably very close to 0. But the odds of us having alien technology that was being hidden from you is probably very close to 100, because there's so much shit they're hiding from us, right?
Even the Germans, when they were doing
Yes,
World War II, was saying that
big
they got
time.
help from these things that discovered. Just,
Yeah.
I have one question I wanted to address, because you hinted it on your earlier one, was the Doug Boyd, the pulse coming off the sun and whatnot. I heard you, I think you were talking to somebody else about that, like you thought that was what was getting us out of the worst of the ice age that brought us into this interglacial. Are you thinking that the next drop off is just a drop off, or are you thinking that the Doug Boyd thing is the?
I think the last micronova or whatever event ends that major glaciation is over.
Okay.
That was 11,500 years ago, caused the mass extinction, the temperature to come up 15 degrees. We don't have to worry about whatever that mechanism is for 85,000 years. What we have to worry about is the Earth going into a major glacial phase starting now. And that is what's happened the last 500,000 years on like clockwork. The grand solar minimum is such a tiny 400-year cycle. In the 26,000-year cycle, there's hundreds of grand minimums during that. It's like the wiggling of the EKG. So in our time frame in decades, humans have to worry about the climate changing just a degree, because it's going to affect our bottom line in farming. But at the same time, the magnetosphere is waning, which is when crazy things happen on Earth. It's when evolution occurs. So, and it's also where, so some of the most highest cultures, according to esoteric teachers, the people that built the pyramids, Machu Picchu, these were people that were high in culture during the peak of the ice. So let's say 26,000 years ago was maximum ice on Earth. That's when the pyramid people were doing that, which is weird. So, and if you look at the Yuga cycles, we're supposed to be going into an enlightenment period. And the enlightenment periods all occur during the maximum glacial periods. So we are the smartest and best humanity in about 60,000 years. And it's when it's the coldest and worst on Earth. And it is my conception that the more people that are connected through the spinal cord and their consciousness, the worse we are. And the less you know, the worse we can tap into that consciousness. And when we have a small group of people trying to survive on Earth that are more communal, that our spirituality swells and increases, and we're actually tapping into there's less ego, there's more third eye, there's more telepathy. And so we have no need for language at a certain point.
Most people are asleep.
We're working together.
Yeah, and if you go with the idea too that you know, if you can get into the idea that, you know, on some level we all have a shared consciousness of some kind. Well, when there's 8 billion people on the planet, there is so much noise in there. So we've been talking about this a lot lately, that maybe that is what sort of keeps people dumb and distracted. There's all that noise in there. So like, how can you really, but if there's fewer people on this planet, it may be then that we really start getting smart. You know?
The majority of people that try to meditate say they can't because it's too loud, and therefore they don't meditate. Then they try again. They say, oh, no, I can't meditate. It's too loud. And then I tell them, no, it's how it starts every time you meditate. And it's because there's 8 billion people that also don't know how to meditate. So you're hearing the noise in their head, which is them going, I will never meditate. I'm a slave. It's like the hive mind of insects that are going to work and just existing. Because it's easy to meditate on like global meditation days. if you've never tried to meditate, try to meditate on a global meditation day. Turn
Much
on
easier.
global meditation channel, because there's a million people now actually meditating, and you'll close your eyes and be like, it's a little quieter. Maybe I can meditate. But the more you close your eyes and sit silent, like the Alan Watts I play in the beginning of the show, the only way you can smooth running water is to wait, right? It calms down when you wait. So if you close your eyes and it's loud, do it as long as you can till it pisses you off. And then tomorrow, do it again, and you'll be able to go further. If you can only sit with your eyes closed and breathe for a minute, then you win. Tomorrow, it'll be 2. Then it'll be 5.
It is about practice.
Yeah, and then you'll be stretching at night and doing before you go to bed, because we've lost the old ways. If you learn about something called the 5 Tibetan rites, which is also called the Fountain of Youth, these are esoteric teachings that are calisthenics with yoga that are supposed to activate your chakras. And so when you do it, like the first one is spinning. So you have to learn how to spin, and you have to spin clockwise. So you start by spinning 7 times every morning, and then you increase it to 14, then you increase it to 21. You don't increase the number if you get dizzy, because the purpose of you spinning is to start to get your electromagnetic servo corrected for the earth at that moment, so that you don't take in negative energy, so that you don't get sick, so that you don't get cancer, so that your immune system is in stasis. You start with the energetic centers of your body by spinning. How many of you have ever been dizzy because you're so focused on work and doing shit that you don't have exercise, you've eaten crappy, and you're trying to just walk and you're not walking well? I always find myself like that. I was like, I remember that when I was drunk with doing that, but now I'm like walking, I'm like, why can't I walk? It's because I'm off balance. I'm imbalanced, and spinning keeps you in balance.
To me, the proof that this works is I grew up being trained as a dancer. And so I learned what is called spotting, right? When you dance, you pick a spot on the wall and you turn and you keep your head going forward, right? This keeps you from getting dizzy, ideally. But you know, the whirling dervishes in Turkey, and those guys do not spot. They just spin and spin and spin, and they do it for like 2 hours. And so there's got to be something to that, you know? Yeah.
It's a trance state. So it literally eliminates all the negative influences of the lie. You can literally sicken yourself and get cancer by the lie. You can literally make yourself get sick. You can literally heal yourself. The placebo effect is simply the Jesus effect. Jesus was able not to tap God, because you are God. He was able to convince you that you could heal yourself through him. But he wasn't healing you. You were healing you. We can all heal ourselves because we all have the same energy as every other single human. But our energetic signatures are all unique and all purposefully sickened by this society that we live in. The food that you eat, it starts with fluoride. If you think they're spraying poison in planes, they don't need to. They just put it in the water starting in the 40s. And now they don't even use sodium fluoride. They use some other crap that's from the gypsum industry that's totally poisonous. It's like worse than actual fluoride. It's fluoride times 10. And then ask any dentist, does fluoride whiten teeth? No. Does fluoride harden teeth?
No. Is this very
Do we put fluoride in our children's mouths? Yes.
Well, there's even a thing that's called where people get their teeth messed up from fluoride.
Yeah, fluoridosis. It's like streaked teeth.
So I mean,
when I was a kid, you could opt for the non-fluoride treatment. It was 5 times as much money. And it tasted 10 times crappier. It didn't even taste like mint. It was like, you're like, ah! And you hate your
it's
mother.
been pushed on people. I mean, my mother, bless her soul, she's now passed, but she totally objected to these fluoride treatments. So every time I went to this as a kid, she'd say, do not give my daughters fluoride. Do not give it to them. Do not give it to them. And then she would pull me aside and go, they're going to try to give it to you anyway, so make sure you say no. Every single time they did. And I'd go, my mommy says no, I can't have that. You know, but it's just like the fact that you have to fight. It's like, why is that happening?
You used to have fluoride pills that you gave to kids. I know, I used to get them.
They would tell you on your teeth how much more fluoride you need to eat because you didn't brush right. Yeah, that's sick. So we live in a sick world where you're poisoned. There has been internal tapes from Monsanto and companies like that where they actually poison whole cities. They get the people down, they make a decision. Should we poison 10,000 people? It'll save us 80 grand. And they say, yeah. because the litigation afterwards will make $8 billion, and that can't cost that much to litigate.
Except the one lawsuit recently, Monsanto has to pay out $2 billion for one case. Progress.
Which is great because Monsanto is already gone, and Bayer will make some kind of negotiation with the country. Who knows? So we have just a few minutes left. 10 minutes. Any other questions?
My only other question. I've been waiting like 2 years.
Well, get it out.
It's really not that good. It's something I just don't get, and I know you've talked about it in a lot of your videos, but can you just please explain in really layman's terms the whole Z-pinch thing?
Yeah.
What?
Z-pinch. Z-pinch. So if you watch some cool videos on water on YouTube, water flows best in a spiral. And in fact, all liquids tend to form a vortex. The same thing happens in plasmas, because plasmas in space act as liquids. And the energetic tendency of these plasma streams is to get vortical. So they start spinning. And then this vortex is what was coined a Birkeland current.
Ball lightning, it is a vortex.
Ball lightning. Yeah, that's a closed vortex.
Closed vortex. It's like an atomic particle almost. Macroscope.
But these Birkeland currents connect objects. So when we have these giant objects of mass in a vacuum space, they're connected by electricity. And many people predicted that Earth is connected to the sun, is connected to and we're all connected. And sure enough, as Voyager just recently left what is it called? The plasma sheath, the solar sheath? Like we're outside of our solar system.
Heliopause.
The heliopause.
Thank you.
The first thing it saw was the Birkeland current leading away into space. And everyone over there was like, oh, yeah, you're right.
Those electric universe people, man.
What the hell is that thing?
Something going there.
So there's an umbilical cord from Earth that goes out, but we don't know where it goes. We just watch it go out. But the Kabbalah, the tree of life, explains that tentacle goes to Orion. That's what it says.
This is what I mean. Really? Please keep going with it.
Yeah. So anyway, you have an electrical cord now from Earth to Orion. Let's say this is hypothetical.
Is this star to star? You think, or is it?
Yeah, every level there is a connection of a Birkeland current at every scale. If you Google or look up in the Webster's plasma scaling, you start with an atom that has things spinning around it. Then you can scale it up to a solar system. Then you can scale it up to a Milky Way. It's all the same thing.
Yes.
Then you can scale it up to the universe. Then you can scale it up to something we haven't seen yet called the superverse, which has millions of universes going. And then there's something else called I need to be a giant to get that big. You know what I mean? So it goes to every level and every micro level. And then when we spend billions on colliders and they hit shit together, even those particles are doing it. Because there's no dark matter. There's no dark energy. They just simply funding the rest of their life until they die. Because if all those physicists said, yeah, there's no dark matter, they're all fired. There's nothing for them to do. That is their entire life. Then they'd have to write a book.
So that's the electric universe you talk about.
Yeah, it's the electric universe. So these Birkeland currents are everywhere. The major ones that go long distances from galaxy to galaxy can tend to collapse, and it's unexplained why. Can you give us a good idea why the pinch occurs? It's random.
It's at the resonance points.
Probably the phenomenology is based on under the collapse.
Yeah. So if you take a vein, along enough vein, there's going to be thinner areas and areas where shit collects.
There's less to sustain it, maybe.
Right. Well, if you imagine that the entire universe is one big electric circuit, right, where all of so even that gravity, the idea of gravity can be explained by electromagnetics, those forces. So somewhere along the way, there's going to be a variable that's going to cause, a circuit to break down over here and maybe reform over here.
But the beauty of the Z-pinch is where everything comes from. So electricity is flowing everywhere, like a neural network in the universe. And then some reason this vortex collapses and touches. There's a mistake. And then you have a creation. The light comes that you can, then there was light. Then you have the star. And then the star that's created on that pinch starts emanating energy. Doug Vogt, information flowing out of the star. All that ever was, the information ever exists in the universe flows out of the pinch there. And it includes every atom. Whatever pinch dynamics that's occurring at that point creates the atomic element table of that pinch. And so when we went to our star, it was like, the star doesn't make water. The star don't make shit. It's helium.
Guess
blah,
what
blah.
it does?
Our star in the solar wind makes every element on our table, which is why we're made of it, which is why our planets are made of the elements in our solar system. And if we find objects in solar systems that are odd, that don't match our table, they probably didn't come from here. So there's a good way to think of it. But a Z-pinch probably creates all the elements at that point, and the conditions at that pinch creates the solar system around the pinch. And that's just basically the whole concept on how everything is created. Everything is infinite, eternally created by these electrical circuits that break apart and reconnect, and they pinch sometimes and form systems. And at the scale of time that this occurs, we're talking billions of years for a pinch and a system to come and then go. So to say that it's a very interesting concept. And the reason it works better than anything we've been taught is because there's nothing left out. We don't need dark energy to explain 90% of shit. But you have to live in an infinite universe that has always been here, which means that the shit that you think you know now is so wrong. Right. This has been here forever. Mm-hmm. And so all the ideas of reincarnation are probably true. We are recycled, energetic entities that happen to be humans. And maybe we keep coming back as humans, or maybe we come back as other entities. But if we're all energetic, electric creatures, when we die, we go in the Berkeley current. That's the trip to heaven.
That's pretty awesome.
So, and maybe when you're in the Berkeley current, you come by the first Z pinch, and that is like your God or let there be light, because you're actually moving through the universe. But that would be my take on it. Do you have?
Yeah, I mean, the beauty of some of these ideas is, like, in particular, I think the scalability that we've been talking about. You know, everything that's happening at the atomic level, it is happening in a similar way on a macroscopic level. My background, my collegiate background, is in philosophy of science, which I can explain to you what that is if you really want to know another time. But and with that, I specialized in physics. And the thing that really always drove me nuts is that you've got a different set of rules to explain what is happening on the quantum level, what is happening at the universal level. None of the languages are totally different. I mean, when I pick up my old quantum mechanics book, I mean, it's literally in another language, and I can't remember that to this day anymore. But none of it works together. So you got all of this science with specialists. You know, I'm working in this, pseudoscientists. I'm working in this little field over here. This is all I know. I don't want to hear about anything else, you know, and then you got this, and none of these people actually talk to each other. Well, if they did, maybe, huh?
It's called stovepipe.
Yeah. The fact that it's been so difficult, that science has long given up the idea of kind of having a much more universal explanation for how our universe works. That's bothered me forever. And it wasn't until we learned about electric universe theory that the light bulb went off, because that is really where you get a model of how something works, and what do you know? You can apply it in 200 other places. And that tells me we're totally on the right track.
And let's get into the spiritual entity aspect real quick, and I'll just give you my experience. So right at the time when my brain function started to recapitulate the paleoclimatology from decades ago when we met. We're starting to get into a
So we didn't mean decades
ago. No, I'm saying decades ago I was in academia. When we met, we started talking about paleoclimatology. So I was teaching her what I knew, and we were talking about electric universe. And that's really how we got into it. But I started to meditate for the first time in a very long time. And I started to delve into the spiritual realms. I would go outside, I would look up, I would stare at the stars, I would ask for guidance or whatever it is. Just being honest, not asking God. You can call him God, but mine's a spaghetti monster or something. And sometimes she's hot. But that way I don't get in trouble because it's God. But my point was that I'm out there asking for the universe for information, and we're studying the electric universe, and I thought it was hokey, but every time I would study some information on maybe Sirius as our binary or another star constellation or the esoteric information of the Dogon, I would go out and look in that area of the sky. With the information I learned, I'd be like, just look up. And then one night, and it was near solstice, it wasn't the 21st, it was around the 20th, I went out there and looked at Sirius that one night, and I had this tingle go through my body. I was like, it's like, it's not cold out, but something crawled up my spine. Like some people think it's a spirit that goes through them or whatever. But at that moment, all the missing volcanoes and questions that I was asking those professors in the field that they're like, we don't know. It's a missing volcano. It all was like, no, it isn't. It's electric. I saw the plasma discharges hit all the Grand Canyon, Zion, Bryce. I saw the unexplainable features. The missing sediment that's not in the Gulf of Mexico was vaporized into plasma due to high output from an external source. And it all hit me at once. So I just started typing. I know what the Grand Canyon was made in a day. And Dave Talbot, who is Mr. Electric Universe, who I don't even know, found me the next day because he saw that on the internet somehow. And I needed to do an interview with you. And then I had to Google him. And I was like, what the fuck does he want to talk to me?
I remember that.
And as we set up the Skype, and the first thing he said to me is, "You're a fucking maniac."
Yes, he did.
Is that a good idea?
Oh, I just
First thing he said.
Since Simon just mentioned it, this is a little bit off topic, but I just was thinking about this in another lecture today. Spend some time looking at Google Earth or just looking at a map, because man, there are plasma scarring events all over this planet. For a totally different reason, I was recently looking at the map. I was looking at the Ozarks, and I went, wait a second, this is another plasma event. And the reason you can tell is that you've got these weird shaped lakes. They all look like kind of like neural networks or fractal patterns. And there's no originating river source. They're just these weird holes in the ground that are totally bizarre shapes. And once you get a feel for that shape, if you really start looking at the maps, they're everywhere. It is everywhere. So there's a lot that has happened on this planet.
Yeah, there's a lot of electrical things we don't know.
Yeah.
Lichtenberg patterns are everywhere. And we used to be taught as geologists they're dendritic drainage. But then dendritic drainage patterns on planets that don't have water. And you see dendritic drainage patterns on everything that ever we take a picture of. And you're like, what's going on? And then Mr. Tutoff is some guy in his basement sending 80,000 volts through shit is making the same dendritic patterns with electricity.
Yeah.
And you start to realize that they are onto something. And why are they withholding it? I don't know if it's all truly being withheld. I think it's being compartmentalized in stovepipes. People are being funded on little pieces of the puzzle, and no one has time to do the kind of work we do in these realms. We are freelance scientists that are multidisciplinary, which is not available at colleges anymore. You cannot do that. And there's very few people that can do it. I guarantee if all scientists could get $100,000 a year to be a multidisciplinary scientist, they would all take it.
They would do it.
They can't. They have to publish 13 papers and peer review, and I have to get the funding. And there's got to be dark matter, or I don't even know what to write about. Do you notice there's now like 800 names on a single dark matter paper where they didn't find dark matter?
Well, that's a great job security. I mean, you're never going to find it, so you just keep working.
It took us 800 to figure this out. Ain't none. We need a bigger collider. Guys, thanks for coming. Let's. It's an hour to the VIP dinner. I don't think there's any more speakers, and we'll be here all weekend.
Guys are awesome.
Thanks. So,
thanks.
My question was, I'd like to see you guys help us maybe get this in the community. So that, like, I'm here in Denver, my wife turned me on to you, but there's no water. I mean,
you take water and
so
spin it once,
maybe
you watch it.
If you
But it's not allowed. Spin it again.
It's like film.
Long time at each time.
well, we have a party in the spring, we have a party here. I like it.
So
That's where we picked up the bees in.
Yeah, no, that's
spinning,
awesome.
spinning,
I
spinning.
don't know if they know what we're talking
Their
about,
water
but they seem pretty
probably
cool.
melts.
And I like it.
Yeah.
The memory is
Very good.
you without thinking. You have a knowing of being in that place.
Yeah, yeah.
Spinning, spinning, spinning.
But they're,
It's like, you know, it's like a hard drive. You're not thinking about it. Yet you now have an ability that's probably innate to everybody.
Right.
But
Or maybe you're
you got to
just
get there, like
maybe-
we're talking about practice.
And it may just be like a way of kind of adjusting your electromagnetics, right? Like I this is something, you know, we all have electromagnetic fields too, or whatever. Sometimes I think about this, it's funny thing happens to me where I can't wear hematite. If I wear hematite, it shatters immediately. Hematite is a metal base. And it's like a dark gray charcoal color.
Do they make jewelry with it?
Yeah, often
Okay.
jewelry is made out of it. And I'm going, why is it that every time I
watching this
so
stuff.
much
Yeah, I don't have
specific about my signature.
Just an
But
idea.
maybe it's a way where it just connects to me.
Yeah.
So that's
Well, I'm
But what we have here, this is
The water
a
end.
couple things going on.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
It's brother.
Yeah,
One
makes
of the
sense.
Evolution guys, one of the
Makes
two
sense.
owners.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Yeah.
Allows you to start, stop,
Right, right.
I listen to Diamond.
Oh, we got many of that. And then it's just all those weeks after
Did you ever finish that?
it's not as long as
No, I have barely even started because there's just so much going on. She needs that book.
I was working
That's a single by small city. Small cities cost us 500,000. They're big, like 18 acres, 20 houses. So 20, they're all around here. Colorado, Wyoming. If you get 20 people at a certain price.
I don't make it, at least he can make it, right?
Right.
Give the house, that's your shell. You're like 10 grand, I can rehab it to live in. Yeah.
So I'll check it out.
Person.
Yes, I have.
And we did talk about that. Like, what do you do?
Yes, episode 4 and 5.
And it's not a lot of really good answers, but there might be some answers there that
And in Christian Westbrook,
yeah.
they brought this
I don't need that. This is website.
She's a farm girl. She grew up in the farm. That's good. Yeah. But she don't believe in any of this.
I saw that first, but then I saw
You can take 50 pounds of air cream, add foam, and make enough air cream to build a house. So literally, you get these 50-gallon drums, and you're only using a 6-bag of concrete mix, which is like so you use 5 gallons of concrete. She gets 5 gallons of foam. The foam, even though you make lots of foam, and then it dries off these foam concrete blocks like this. Super insulation.
I wanted to add to your dark matter exam.
I said, man.
I wanted to add to your dark matter exam. How it doesn't exist. I think another thing that's really funny.
No, it's all concept.
I don't want to know.
Right.
Well, this walls are invisible. Most of the time, just we all breathe in here. So most of the time, there's more matter in the air than in the wall.
Right. Or in space. 1 square inch space.
So why can't we go through the wall and then go through the floor?
Right. But I love your speech. I love the whole.
Now, I'm gonna be dead by the time I worry. The first thing is that no, she just want to know. That's a wise number. He's not getting out. I want you to get out. I'm running for the 2022. About to
You're the smartest politician.
Yeah, I'm not a politician. No, I'm not a politician. Good. But the reason I'm here is to learn this stuff so that I can share my stuff.
Breaking stuff.
That's a live show.
Oh, I know.
You're here to learn shit to be a good politician. Oh, let me get this whole group. Oh, it is.
I've been hiding all of this stuff.
But you're probably not. It's not loud.
Yeah, I'm not.
You're not on camera, so they don't know who you are.
And I've been
There's everybody.
None of.
I'm gonna keep this going 24 hours. So if you're drunk and naked tonight and this door's open, this is where we're dancing. I'm gonna leave this door open. And if you have any drunken testimonials, you can come and sit and cry. That'd be awesome. I'm being serious. This is gonna be on. I would love that. I came here for my uncle. I think that's all right. You're not in it. Oh, that's my fingers.
You know of any evidence we had from
It was one of
any evidence?
The entire state used to be 7 times larger. And 11,900 years ago, water came up 400 feet. Took out 11 million cultures in the entire peninsula. Now there's the most advanced archaeological deposits in all of the world. 340 feet of water. Just so happens the exact depth that no one can visit. It's too deep for a wetsuit. No one's going to put a submarine at 200
Because
feet.
it's like even when you lay up, that's a really
Can't do archaeology there. Millions.
I'm pretty good at
So
writing
Florida was a
about
big
science.
fat, probably connected out to Bermuda and other islands that are there.
The
And there
problem
were
here
literally
is that
11,
the
14
idea of
clothes.
global warming is so
In fact, I kayaked 8 miles out the Cheryl
I
River
mean,
to the
I
highest
have
point in
lots
Florida.
of friends in Philly.
It's a shell net. It's called Mount Peak.
But on this
I was the only one there except for 8
and it's like, are
raccoons.
you listening to
And then this guy in a fan
like
boat
you
came
have
in.
all these and you're saying ridiculous things that just don't make
When
any
you get
sense.
into my kayak, I pulled it up. I was like, I don't know.
You know?
Because I'm like smoking pot and flip flops on this island in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. But that island was made by humans. It is estimated that there would be millions of people eating oysters over decades to even create a 470 foot high oysters. This is all the, here's Miami. It's on the other side, right near Bonita Beach and Estrella. It's called Mount Peak. 472 feet.
Oh yeah, no, totally. Yes, thank you.
So those people,
Yeah,
that was the
yeah.
closest.
And he thought I was like some old woman that.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. I'm like, I work at a nail salon. So that's no.
Right.
Last summer, I wanted to give you
We're also not 300 foot offshore. There's one of the biggest archaeological sites in the world.
I know it because he was complaining all his tired. So I picked
That's a
up
very
on
important island because the last what we call punctuated aggregation cycle is the Key Largo limestone.
So when
you heard
that's funny. I'm like,
that's the
well, maybe I should
cycle below the current boundary.
Yeah, this is really funny because my father's new wife, she's Korean, and she's a nail artist. And so every time I see her, she's like, please, let me, and I'm always like, need that. Because I'm not a girly girl, you know.
It's not about the beauty.
No, I know.
It's about getting just to handle
No
yourself.
kidding.
And I have a lot of clients that never did a
The odds of it being washed over by tsunami during that time,
I've never had
about
that.
95.
I'm 41, so there you
There'll be
go.
no people on the island.
That's where I was
a lot of my clients.
That's the worst. Good, how you doing? Awesome, man. Good to see you.
And I saw his toes.
Yeah.
On the
Mine are no
It's
better.
been-
Mine are no better. Mine are no better.
I was hoping one day I can give him a pet.
It always shows some of the sincerity.
Yeah, I remember it. That one was easy. It's close to mine.
Monster square
Actually,
meter
I have a client.
is a unit of measuring the output of the sun.
Really
In
good.
watts per square meter. And what you should glean from that is that a change in just 1 watt kills everything.
I was really like attracted
So
to
the
him
sun
because of how sugar-coated
And we
I
all
mean, he does have a
so very small fluctuations in the watts of the sun.
I know.
But it's okay. It's okay because
In fact, it goes up
rat
in
will
scale. So
like how
we're ready. We're shutting down. Little measures where we're actually watching. We'll know when we're.
I mean, it definitely, like, a lot of people say that.
Because it will fall below. That's how we say.
Like,
The key is back in 1910s. Now it's exactly where we are.
Other people, it's like,
So the same energy is mimicking the same weather events from that exact same point based on that graph. When we find those,
yeah, I was in West Philly for 2 decades. In fact, I need to go back next month because I still have a
so we're
house there.
literally predicting long-term weather patterns based on the sun's output.
I was in South Philly learning
Which was managed by Benjamin Franklin. So it's not a new technique. It's one that we don't really use in schools because it's global warming, as you recall. I teach students the sun and the cycle of the area. We're pretty much into the
Yeah,
entire
I mean, he's
fake
he grew up
world.
outside of Philly. I grew up in New
Everything.
York, but then I
It's
moved
a
to
story.
Philly to go
You
to
have to
college and
believe.
never left.
And you have to smile and shake your neighbor's hand, believe
I
it.
said
We can't fit in. It's really
he's a
bizarre.
very lucky man.
It's very, that's why we moved into the wilderness, because we don't have any people. So fuck them. People come there and be like, hi, goodbye. Go over there.
This kind of stuff.
Because it's very difficult to live in a world where no one.
Yeah, and this is the kind of
You have a
stuff
real conversation. I have to vet you to see how far I go. I better not mention Trump or global warming.
Right. He's got the geology.
No, I'm not. I know. So when one person says my ass is fat, I say, oh, don't ask me.
Kind of like helps you
Because it's fat. You wouldn't have asked me if it's not fat. Because if you had a thin ass, why would I ever ask if my ass is fat? Wouldn't that be weird? So when she's asking if it's fat, she looked at it, it was fat. You think it's, let me just squint a little. No, it's blurry.
So between those two things,
Political correctness is all right. I mean, it's good for a cocktail party. But if you're making friends, one of my not telling the truth, they're not your friend. You're gonna find out later that which is kind of weird. Because a lot of people where I live have different ideas, and they connect. They don't get mad. I come from believing what I believe. They're like, well, he's I still believe in global warming, but maybe you're right. That's when I get there. You're not mad at me.
This gentleman, throughout his gratitude, I was able to learn how to pray.
I was trying to tell you, pink elephants lived in my closet. I'd have to be pretty convinced that was happening. You, how dare you question my pink elephants? Have you ever been there? See, it's easy.
Thank you.
I just have to be an asshole. Mask is great. It's more than nothing. No, you continue to get snow in the high mountains and it's more lower, so you can get yeah.
They all found out it's crazy
Wow. So actually, the illusion
stuff that 20 years ago, right?
Yeah, that I
yeah,
feel
because
that
all
now.
the illusion islands.
Wow, the fact that I'm growing food is crazy too, because it was only like 2 generations ago that people started basically
Nobody knows what's really cold on the earth. One place in the Pacific. So the whole earth, frozen Pacific small pumping out heat. The heat budget illusions are in it. They never get cold. They get warmest. And then even the ice 3/4
how soon are we
but not in the
It's also good for anxiety, for sleeplessness, for stomach aches. It's good for just about anything. It's one of my favorite areas.
But see, Mormon, everyone's like, oh, you're in the mountains now. And they go out there.
Well, in BC, we are known to older spots. Leon. Yeah? Everything waiting for me. Oh, yeah. So good. Okay, Leon.
Kara? Carrie, nice to meet you.
And you're right there. I think the last one.
For about 7 years ago.
You wouldn't take advantage.
Something nice. I don't think so. I think it's a misnomer.
That's been an interesting process.
We'll have to have a female war party.
Enjoy it again.
I'll see you tomorrow?
Yes, 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 yes.
Anyway.
Because 7 years ago,
More ice on it than ever recorded in history.
barely making, barely
Oh, you want to know? So the Nazis were there. There was a battle. They won. It has to do with the technology they had.
Yeah.
If the Kira resnapped, ice cream, like it is, that means it was ice cream resnapped. If we found alien technology and we hit it,
We're just sort of talking
that could be the place we
about
found
how
it.
to deal with people in your life.
If the Nazis were the first people to start to reverse engineer this until we found it out, before we found it, then that's definitely where it was. And now there's some kind of thing going on with the that's it. It's like it's kind of plain sight. Did you watch Gary's Numbers in Plain Sight? There's definitely something going on.
Bernie reptile. Not Bernie Rand, Bernie reptile. It's big reptilian.
Yeah, because Brett stuff tells me hybrids, all my hybrid tomatoes and shit stay in my barn all the way until spring, and then I can eat them. A tomato.
I mean, I don't have any specific recommendations. I mean, there are a couple of people that are, I mean, like, you know, he was talking a while ago about this idea of
squash
going in on
keep it getting smaller and smaller. I can feed them to my pig all winter.
I don't, to be honest with you, right. And I don't personally, you'd have to talk to me because I don't know. I know that kind of is just for the time being, and I think the issue is water. I think it was an issue. And I don't know exactly what the status of
Rex was gonna buy a whole town. And I'm like, Rex, dude, buy that town, bro. You better have Rex.
Yeah. So I grow some.
Oh yeah. The cabin.
Whatever.
We're building it up.
Yeah, because this is what I've been looking for years. I've been trying to find other people that get together. I can help.
Well, your first problem might have been, and I don't know about all the areas you looked at, but that you had this like Christian-centric focus, that might have helped sort of create some problems or distract why you're really all together, right? Because if it suddenly becomes about a particular religion and it's not actually just surviving, then you've got a whole other side.
And got my way out of that.
And groups, no matter what groups are really hard. Some are really good. In fact, I understand my entire life. Just never appealed to me. Never had a group of friends. I had my individual, very good friends.
Howdy. Yes, I am. Nice to meet you, sir. What's your name?
Marshall.
Marshall? Good to meet you. Thanks for being here. Did you have a question you wanted to ask me?
No, I just looking forward to hearing your thoughts.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to sharing them with you. So if any comes to mind, feel free to ask. Thank you. Absolutely. Good to meet you, Marshall.
Hey, you Rex Spear.
Yes, sir.
Hey, how are you? You're shorter than I thought.
I know, right? Yeah, I'm one of the small people.
Yeah, it's okay.
Thanks for being here, man.
Yeah, it's so honest. I came from Canada.
Yeah, Canada.
To meet Diamond, Leah, and David Devine.
What part of Canada?
BC.
Yeah, nice.
BC, bud.
A lot of people are here from BC. Okay.
Are they?
Yeah, you're like the fourth person I've met today. Yeah, absolutely. So I'll introduce the others.
Yeah, I didn't know there was any other people from BC.
You said BC.
Yeah,
British Columbia. Yeah. No, they're not here. They'll be here. Anyway, thanks for making it. Did you, are you going to do a Q&A?
I just came here for a few reasons. One was to blaze with Diamond.
Which is worth it. That was worth the trip alone.
So, and the other to learn from what you have to teach.
Nice, yeah.
So I was really happy to be here. Greg Allison.
The legend. Hey, Greg. What's up, man?
Let's go.
Somebody made it for me. He gave it to me.
Got the ham.
His name's Paul. He said, "Hey, Rex, this is for you." He said, "It's real gold." I said, "Man, give me a hug." Yeah. It changed my life. Wow. He said, "Now."
Well, I got this because of Diamond. This is Shanghai.
Yeah. I was telling him I met several people from BC on this conference. Have you met anyone from BC yet? I mean, yeah. A couple people. So I'm looking for them and I don't see them up here. Anyway, they'll probably be here. They'll find them. You're here tomorrow.
You're from BC, right?
I am.
BC. And there's a lady here. I was just sitting over next to her a minute ago. She's gone.
Huh. Anyway, that's cool,
Sitting
man.
next to me just until a couple minutes.
Oh, it's my nephew's wife.
Oh,
She was from BC, but then she moved to Philadelphia.
Oh, nice. How's the mic work?
No. No.
I can't say nana nana?
He's the live stream guru.
Oh, okay.
He made that happen.
Check. Thanks, man. I heard you were like calm and collected, and
He only bit my head off.
He already bit my head off. He bit my hair off. I love these things.
Yes, they are.
You want to?
I'm okay.
All right. You're welcome. It's not like you need one.
This eye is strong, and this eye only have about 70%.
Okay.
So very minimum sight.
Okay.
But I was like, well, this guy's too famous, so I guess anybody can spot
Everybody
him.
can spot diamond in a minute. That's what I get. Yes. How do you not spot diamond?
Yeah.
He just shines.
Well, he's the main attraction of the show.
He sure is. Absolutely.
I've been following your channel and his channel for a while now.
Yeah.
I don't talk too much because I'm not really good at English.
Yeah.
And I have a limited vision.
Yeah.
But I do learn a lot from you.
Have you looked into the new electronic eyes that they got? That's pretty cool.
I wish I knew more. I guess I can only wait for bionicle parts to come up.
Yeah, like plug and play.
Yeah.
Look at the zoom on this one.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. But nothing come up yet. My specialist in one eye, he said the only thing you can do is wait for something.
Yeah. Or invent it yourself.
That's very smart.
Well, if you're here, you're smart.
Yeah,
you know this guy, you're smart.
Well, I just follow people that are local to teach me stuff.
Yeah, that's smart. Right on, man. Well,
yeah, I'm really happy to be here.
It's good to have you, man. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Rex, you know if the dinner is here or where?
Diamond, where's dinner at? Atrium.
I don't know where that is.
Downstairs. Yeah. Downstairs. You go downstairs. You go all the way to the end. Yeah, and that's where we're selling art. The exhibition hall. We got all the shirts and hats and stuff.
I know where he's zoning out. I know where.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Nice. I zone out. I like to zone.
He's my cousin, so I can tell when he's like,
Yeah. Cool. All right. This is perfect. I like that. Are you cracking on you? Yeah. Good to meet you, man. Yeah. He bought in November. He's like, I want to conference or something. Yes. And I was like, that's the same. Sure, I'll go with you. Yeah. And now you're, and it's just like, what? But it's knowledge, right? I'm just trying to figure it all out. 10%, that's 9% more of I'm trying to okay, so that's 1%. You're there, man. You're there. And then it just gets it goes from like that 1% now to 50%. Well, I was just here at the Q&A with this is from like survival. Now it's time for nanotechnology and quantum entanglement. Yeah. All right. So I think we should probably get started in a minute if anybody has any questions. Yeah? Okay. All right. Hey, everybody. How's it going? Why not? You looking good, man.
All right. We got a rechargeable battery system right there. How much do you weigh? That means that we could put about 50 quadrillion gigabytes in your DNA. So when you're asking how it's going, I'll say that's pretty good. That's pretty remarkable. You think I'm joking, but IBM's actually out there right now. So anyway, thank you everybody for being. I started off a little awkward. That's how I roll. Strange. Keeping it strange. Well, I want to thank everybody for being here. I wish I could walk and shake all your hands, but that take half the time. You're all absolutely incredible, and it means the world to me that you're here. Your support and your money and your time and just wanting to do this. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here, and I think this is a whole lot of fun. So I want to answer all your questions. Anything you got, throw it at me, and I'll do my best to answer it. If I don't have the answer, I'll just say I don't know. So what do y'all want to talk about? I've got a lot of stuff we could talk about. So bad people? Oh, and people. Bad people. I was like, whoa, that's a wide topic. We're going to be here a while. And people. Okay. Yeah, I've actually got an image I'll share with you. A petroglyph that I saw in Sago Canyon that kind of triggered me a little bit. It spooked me out because it reminded me a lot of that experience I had when I was maybe a year and a half. And it's one of the only experiences that I can remember at that age. So people are like, Rex, you're 2 years old. You really remember that? You were a year and a half. You really remember that? Yeah, I do. So I don't remember much else, but I remember that. So, and it was a good experience. It was nothing like spooky. I don't remember getting abducted. I don't remember going on any spaceships. I just remember I was in my crib and I'm staring at these three things and they're looking at me. Everybody okay? I knocked that guy back already. He's like, whoa. Talking about ant people, I'm out here. That sounded like a real person. Yeah, that was a real person. Yeah, everybody okay?
You okay?
You okay? Okay. Good. That joke was so bad, I passed. Yeah, I can turn the lights on. Where are some lights here?
Yes, thank you. Yes, that's good. Perfect.
I don't see any lights.
No lights.
Hey,
No lights upstairs.
security. Light? Yeah, right there. That's it. It's not working? There we go.
There we go.
All right, now, yeah, I can see each other. They need to take a nap now. Oh, my goodness. Woo! All right. Down. One more down. There we go. All right. Is that good? Everybody happy with that? Okay. Okay.
Now it's getting dark.
Now we're good.
We good?
Oh my God. Perfect.
Yeah. Solar flare. Yeah. I saw that petroglyph. So anyway.
30 seconds of darkness.
What?
30 seconds of darkness.
Oh, 30 seconds of darkness.
Like I said something.
You did.
I'm sorry.
30 Shades of Gray, I thought you said. I was like, hello. Marshall's like, come on, let's go. And people, what do you want to know? I think I saw him when I was about a year and a half old. I saw a petroglyph in Sago Canyon that looked just like him. I asked my parents when I was an adult, I said, did we have life-size Star Wars figures growing up? And they're like, what are you talking about? I was like, well, I remember when I was in the crib and I was looking at these things and I described them as the characters out of Return of the Jedi, those insectoids that are playing the instruments. They're like, ding, ding, ding. That's what I thought. That's what my mind saw. But then later in life, I asked about it. I did a bunch of research. I saw this. My parents said, no, we didn't have any life-size statues. I did confirm that it was the first house we lived in with my dad. I explained the room to him. He explained the floors, the hallway, everything to a T. But I saw this petroglyph thing in Sago Canyon that looked like a bipedal mantis beam. And it's thousands of years old. And one theory is it's what our ancestors were seeing in the skies. Like there's like these, solar flares and they're looking like gods or beings or aliens or something like that. And they have been able to duplicate a lot of those petroglyphs with Perot's work in laboratories with plasma. They can duplicate a lot of those. This is different. This specific petroglyph, and I could probably find it and put it up here. It looks clearly like a mantis being that's standing upright, kind of like a combination of a gray and a mantis. And I think that's what I saw when I was about a year and a half. So I don't remember ever seeing him since. I mean, I've never been abducted. I don't know, implants or anything like that I know of. That experience has stayed with me. And I used to think that they were like extraterrestrial. But the more I think about it, the more research I do, I think they're here. I think they've been here longer than us. And if you look at the Hopi prophecy, they talk about the Anunnaki, which means ant friend. So the ant beings. And yeah, and I'll add to this to make it even cooler. When I went to Bandelier and I went to Sankawi in New Mexico, there are these just rooms and rooms and rooms that look like they were designed by really small people. And there's petroglyphs out there that show what looks like ant people that have the antennas. And then it'll show some of them, they're holding hands with humans, and you can clearly see the difference of the humans and the ant people. But I think that these areas out in Bandelier and Sankawi are actually remains of these beings. And whatever I saw, hey, maybe it was a dream. I don't know. Maybe it was just some crazy dream that I remember. I don't know if you can see the hair standing up on my arm right now. I'm getting a little bit emotional thinking about it. Whatever it was incredible. And I think that's who they are. I think they're like one and of the same. So I don't necessarily think they're aliens. I think that they could have been here longer than us. And I recently went to Dulce, New Mexico. I live close to Dulce. I talk to a lot of people out there, the Mesa, the Archuleta Mesa. I go there quite a bit. And the locals have told me a lot of stories, but one in particular that I recently discussed, the gentleman that lives out there, he's a native, and his grandma used to talk about the small people. Think about this for a minute. If you've all heard of Phil Schneider, Archuleta Mesa, if you've heard about the possible underground base there, I've been very skeptical about that. But Mr. Phil Schneider, if you look at, you can see pictures. You can find pictures of him after he was suicided, and clearly it looks like he was tortured to death before he was killed. He talked about being a part of a military program where they were doing tunneling systems and underground tunnel systems. And underneath the Archuleta Mesa, he said they bumped into this cavern or some type of base, and they were doing a shootout with Secret Service. And he talked about these gray men, little gray men. He got his fingers blown off. What if the little gray men are the small people that this guy was talking about that's been underneath the mesa longer than we have? So what if the little gray men aren't from out there? They're from here. What if they've been here longer than us? So I'm like, where? Oh, they're the demons. I don't necessarily think that's true. Now, with that being said, I have friends and family that have had lifelong experiences that you would consider more like demonic or spooky, with grays and drinking gray goo that tasted metallic, lifetimes of experiences, waking up and not being able to move, like almost levitating and like this, and seeing things coming in and out of like a wormhole, with getting injected with stuff. And not only does one person confirm it, but her mom confirms it, her sister confirms it, her kids confirm it. So it's like a generational thing. So I think a lot of the talk about the grays and the ETs and stuff, I think a lot of it's actually here. And if you get into the Anunnaki and their genetic manipulation, I mean, who knows what is genetically manipulated from here or from somewhere else? Does that mean I don't believe in aliens? No, I certainly think that ETs exist, extraterrestrials. I mean, the universe is so big, it's pretty silly to think that there isn't other life out there. But why don't we see Dyson spheres when we look out at the sun? Why don't we see UFOs all the time? Because you would think that we would, because the universe is so big that there's enough planets out there that are going to have life just like ours, where you'd think that we would see stuff, but we don't. So what happens? Why aren't we seeing it? And I'm still trying to figure that out. And I've kind of broken it down to we're in some type of quarantine, or like they're making sure that we can't see what's really out there on like a solar system level.
Cloaking.
What's that?
Cloaking.
Cloaking could be a part of it. Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's questions. Yes.
Yes. Do you think there's any credence to the history of the dementia book writes out?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know enough about it. I mean, I've had a, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm not going to get into the details.
Sure.
It's a text that talks about the same timeline roughly as the King's List in Sumeria.
Okay.
These beings came here to administrate us.
Okay.
And that they changed their minds about how they want to do it.
Okay.
The rest of the universe. That's why we have some screwed up systems here.
Hmm.
I was just curious about it. There's a lot of interesting research happening in it right now about like gene lines, for instance, the last 30 or 40,000 years. I saw the other week that you did a lecture on it.
I've done a couple of shows on it, and I had a bad experience with one guy that claimed to be the Messiah, and then he started doing some freaky stuff, and I was like, and I took his video down, and then I found out down the pipe that there was he had a lot of stuff in the closet. Let's just put it that way. But I'm very interested in the Urantia book. I know the process where it was kind of like an automatic writing for many years, so it's interesting. I haven't read it, but I have read the Sumerian tablets, the Nag Hammadi scriptures, the Enuma Elish, I've read through the Enochian calls, the Enochian magic, the Lesser Keys of Solomon, and it all seems to be kind of connected to the planets. But then you've got the Anunnaki, the manipulators, which I think did manipulate us at a certain time, our genetics. Sure. Like stories that pass on information through fiction that could have like truth in the storyline. Absolutely. Yes. Hi.
Have you or anyone here heard about this space fence thing?
Mhm.
I just come across it once and I'm really curious.
Yes, I have. And they even did an X-Files episode on it in the new series, and it was probably the best episode I ever saw. Where there was, it was like, and the character that was talking about it was kind of like a cross between Loki and like the devil almost. It was really tricky and stuff like that. And that is a good possibility, and that might explain why we don't see UFOs and we don't see Dyson spheres and we don't see a lot of activity when we look with our telescope, because there could be some type of space fence. Can I prove it? No, I don't have any scientific evidence to back it up, but it is a possibility. And it would make sense if there was a galactic council that didn't want nuclear weapons getting in space, that didn't want this rogue individualism getting in space. And maybe that's why they're attempting to create this collective mind. And I was talking to David Devine earlier, who's telling me about how in the UK, they're wiping out entire forests for 5G. And guess what? If you have a house out there and you've got a tree on the property, they can come take that tree down if the 5G is going to get in, or if it can't get through. It's disgusting, but it's like, I'm thinking to myself, why are they doing this? And if you get into the 2030, 2035 timeline, the magnetosphere weakening and the singularity movement, where Ray Kurzweil talked about the singularity being approximately 2035, where computers are far superior to humans. Well, then what if the machine is already taken over? They don't want trees. They don't want nature. They want everything to run on a system of mechanics. They just launched 9,000 5G satellites in space. Elon Musk, I can show you the FCC report. I don't want to call it a 5G, but there's low orbit satellites that are running up to 40 something gigahertz, which is 40 billion hertz. Yeah.
Is it line of sight? Is that why they're having to demolish?
Well, it's line of, and also rain. If it's raining, water gets in the way of it also. So yes, it's line of sight, but water gets in the way of it. Trees get in the way of it. Nature gets in the way of it. So they get rid of that.
Limited for all their height.
The new 5G systems take a lot more antennas. So there's
Millimeter wave technology.
It's going to be like 10 antennas.
Well, now there's different 5G stuff too. You got to keep in mind, they're talking running 800 megahertz on 5G, but that's not real 5G. They're saying the real 5G, they want to run up in the 30, 40 gigahertz range. So that's the millimeter range. So they got to have an antenna on every city block because it doesn't go as far. So it's going from point A to point B to point C. Like ding, 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 ding. And like, oh, it's totally safe. Don't worry about it. But if you're standing right in front of the antenna that's going bang, 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 I mean, what's that doing to your body? I don't know. I don't want it in my house. I love Cliff. I do. I call him Uncle Cliff. He's brilliant mind. I think that maybe it could be used for that. But does that justify the means to me? Absolutely not. And if there is an extraterrestrial invasion going on right now of hybrids, I think it's been going on for a very long time. And you can read about it in the Sumerian king list. The first kings descended from heaven. So is there something new going on that they need 5 to protect us from? Maybe. There could be, but I don't know.
Hey Rex, do you know what federal law was passed to make sure this goes through? Because there's a federal mandate.
I don't know exactly what it's called, but I know I read up on the FCC law, a bill that passed when Clinton was in office. And if you put a cell tower up next to a school, that school can't sue if the kids get cancer from the cell tower. They're protected.
Right. But there's a federal law that was put through to make sure that no state or local government tries to undermine the doings of the government with the installation of the 5G network.
Okay, well, it was like that before with the 4G network. It was like that when Clinton signed it in office. So now they're just adding to the 5G.
They're claiming commerce and national security.
Yeah, I actually read that, but it was they want to have one 5G system. The government does. They want to have one system.
They want a civilian 5G, and then they want to have something on top of that.
Right.
To supersede that, right?
Right, but here's the thing. They want to be able to have one system where everybody's going to be renting from them.
I know.
They want to have it uniform. And you can read that in the bill. It specifically states that in the bill, that they want to keep up with China and all the other countries with the 5G, because whether we like it or not, I think 5G is the future. I mean, unless something so drastic happens right now, we're going to see 5G. It is, unfortunately. Yeah.
I understand from what I've heard that we've actually had 5G and 6G for a long time, militarily weaponized.
Sure.
And we just don't know about it.
Yeah.
Now, it's like everything else, we're finding out 50 years later.
Well, now they love you so much. They love you like deer. They love you dearly, like deer. Think about that. So they're giving you your choice to kill yourself and download it faster.
Well,
No, we don't have a choice.
Well, don't buy the phone.
Yeah, I heard that they are weaponizing it because it's one of the only things that if there are, what is in the South Pole, in the capsules, the not the nephilim, in the time capsule. I don't know, you guys have probably heard some of this stuff too, but it's the one thing that they can control them and kill them with, and that's the weapon that they're creating for them.
Do you know what that sounds like to me? Can I be honest with you? What that sounds like to me? That sounds like something the military would say, or like a lobbying company would say to pitch that. Like, oh yeah, let's tell them we're going to knock out the Nephilim, so it's 5G. It's okay.
Yeah.
That's what I think of. I could be wrong.
No.
I could be wrong.
Exactly.
I'm inclined to agree.
A more practical utility for such technology is just radar. You can literally scout everyone's physical body position with Wi-Fi right now. So if you have 5G, which is on the same microwave frequency, you can map everyone's position without running that computer. Yeah.
Wow.
So I mean, you literally just know where everyone is at any given moment.
But they can do that now without 5G. They can. They were bragging about this in 2011 with your smart dishwasher. The CIA guy out came out. We know where you are with your dishwasher. We kill people with metadata. That's what he looked like. You think I'm joking? Look it up. Look it up. But 5G just amplifies it. Now it's even the next level. They could probably make your heartbeat. In China, they're doing that whole, like, they want to know what you're thinking. They want to know when you're in a good mood or a bad mood. And they're like, oh, we made billions of more dollars with this mind control technology because we know when people are happy and sad, and they take shorter lunch breaks now, and that's okay.
Another theory I heard is that the 5G works with the smart dust, the nanoparticulates that we're absorbing in through every.
That could be a possibility. Can I prove it? No.
Little robots inside our bodies that are already created by the smart dust automatically.
Let's think about that for a second. Let's think about that. I can't prove it. I have no proof of that. But do you know what somatics are? Y'all know what somatics are? Yeah. Somatics are when you bust some sand on a piece of paper, get some bent and bowls, and go, whoa, and then you'll see these cool shapes come up on the paper, right? Like it'll make a specific fractal of something because of the sound. The sound wave creates shapes. In the beginning, there was the word. The word is a sound, right? So let's just say hypothetically that they were doing that. Let's just say hypothetically they were putting a bunch of nanoparticulates of aluminum and barium and other heavy metals that could then get lodged in your body. And then you could put a certain frequency on. You could turn a certain activation code on. And then what could that do to your own DNA?
And combine vaccines.
I'm just asking questions. I don't know.
But they're doing that with the chemtrails now because isn't that the same principle?
Oh, but wait, you're a conspiracy theorist, man. Chemtrails aren't real, even though you can look at them all the time. But here's the thing about chemtrails. Most of the time people see chemtrails, they're looking at cloud seeding. And cloud seeding is, everybody knows. I mean, you can go to weathermodification.org and you can actually see where they do the spraying of where they do the cloud seeding. So most of that's cloud seeding. And I think some people, when they think of chemtrails, they're thinking what you're just talking about. They're actually spraying nano dust and they're going to launch some 5G. I don't know. Is it possible? Probably, but I don't know.
It's changing the soil that trees,
It certainly seems from what I've seen, though, over the past 7 years, they've been spraying a lot. The weather's changed. The weather's nuts. You see dead trees over 7,000, 8,000 feet that are facing the sun. There's plenty of evidence for a terraforming type program. Now, they say it's because of the grand solar minimum. They say it's because they're trying to keep the planet at a certain temperature, because if they don't, then the ice caps are going to melt and then the cities are going to flood over. However, what if they're doing it for different purposes?
They're doing it for malevolent purpose.
If you could control the weather, you could control everything.
Absolutely. But they knew that back in the day of Washington.
Evidently,
Yes,
every
absolutely.
government,
Absolutely.
I don't know how long, has been run by off-world entities. So, I mean,
Are they? I mean, maybe.
I don't know. Who knows?
We can't prove it. I mean, for all we know, an AI system's taking us over. If you look at quantum physics, if you really look at quantum physics, we're not even really here. So how does that make sense? Our DNA is dual binary code, that we're living in an electric universe. Our body's an antenna. The gods are the planets. What does that tell you?
Are we like laying in some pod somewhere, like in Avatar, and this is our avatar?
hey, maybe Enki tricked us. He's like, hey, you want to buy a timeshare? Come here in this thing. And then we like plug in and it's like Inception. And then we die and then we wake up and then we die and then we wake up. It's like, go through the sun, go through the sun. And then all of a sudden, next thing you know, wah, wah, you start over again. Yeah, yeah. 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 Oh, we are. Right, right. Now that's another great question. Why would they be launching so much stuff into space and be doing so much if they knew that it was pointless?
Right.
I don't know. I think that'd be silly.
That's an excellent question.
Unless they're like, screw it, let's just make as much money as we can and just, let's nuke the place.
Because they thrive on evil.
They feed off of it. But okay, if we're in a duality, which I think we're in a duality, I've like, wouldn't there be the opposite? Just as many good people, just as much good as there is bad? Because if one's greater than the other, it would eventually overcome everything and then consume itself, and there would be nothing. There has to be half. So there's just as many good MFers as there are bad money funders. Well, I wouldn't show myself if I was one of them. I'd be scared too. I'd be like, man, let's do this behind the scenes. Maybe they want to what?
Stifle elevation of consciousness.
Right. Well, then you could go all the way back to the Nag Hammadi scriptures when the archons created Adam greater than themselves, and they said, "Wait a second, he can't be better than us." And now, like it just amazes me how much TV talks about how bad we are, how greater everything else is. It's like, what? How does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's weird.
I have an idea for why they're doing the 5G and a question.
I'm sure there's a bunch of reasons they're doing it. It's not just one.
On the point of the grand solar minimum, I'm wondering like if they're trying to get a deeper control over humanity in order to maximize our productivity to ensure their survival even more, like create their mega regions, cities, or whatever it is.
Right.
And I'm also wondering, do you think it's possible to retain autonomy living inside of a 5G grid?
It's a great question. I mean, I was talking earlier about how there's colleges that have taken computer viruses and put them in human DNA. So you can put a computer virus in human DNA.
No, shut that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can store 217 billion gigabytes of information in 1 human gram of DNA currently. That they're telling. That was actually that was last year. So, and it's getting faster. So, well, hold on. Let me answer your question. Okay. So, if they know about a 12,000 year cycle, let's say, as an example. Okay, 12,000 years. We got 12,000 years to build our stuff, and then who cares what they do? That's a great possibility. And then let's ask this: have you seen the megaliths? Some of these megaliths, like Baalbek, these giant 80-ton stones that, like, how did they get it there? Yeah, and the biggest. A lot of people say, oh, ETs. Well, what if it was just us in a previous civilization? I mean, look at how much we've done in 700 years. We've got proof that 700 years ago, a solar flare took us back to the Dark Ages. 700 years ago. Look how much we've done in 700 years. So if you go back to the Eastern beliefs of humanity has been here for 18 million years, and I can show you footprints of humans with dinosaurs in Tuba City, Arizona, as one example you can go to and see for yourself without even having to go overseas. How many times have we done this? How many times have we been here? They've got giant skeletons. They've got remains of giant skeletons. The Smiths. I would just love to see what the Smithsonian has. Like, to really see what they have, that would be gold. Like the Vatican and the Smithsonian. That, oh my goodness. I know. And then you get down there, it's like this. It's like, oh, I'm out of here, man. The demons down here. There really are demons. But anyway, I'm digressing. So where was I going with this? Yeah, like DNA, talking about manipulation, keeping us down. Well, maybe they thought, man, they're tough to control. They think for themselves. We just wanted them to be worker bots. Like, read about the old Sumerian tablets. You don't need to read Zechariah 6 and stuff. You can read the old tablets translated from Oxford University, Enki and Ninsak. They were manipulating, creating humans to do the work for them. They were getting drunk while they were making them, and they were making mistakes. Like, oh, this guy can't take a piss. Let's give him to the king. Oh, this one doesn't think. We'll give them to royalty. It's called Enki and Ninhursag. You can read it at Oxford University. It's right on the web. You can read it for yourselves.
How many books have you read?
I don't know.
Good Lord. Are you a speed reader?
No.
You're
but
a
I'll
speed
read.
talker, I'll tell you
Yeah,
that.
I'm a speed talker. Thanks. I just actually, DARPA and I had a program where they put this nanotech, and I'm like, okay, what do you want to talk about? What's that? Crypto? I think it's awesome. I think it's great. I think it's just another way to get off the fiat dollar and take control back in your own hands. I mean, you could have your own bank in your hand.
Do you have crypto?
Yeah. I got Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum. Thinking about making leak coins. I got Coinbase. I got a wallet. You want to hear some bad news, though? I do have a, this is no joke. I've got a wallet, a Trezor wallet. And I've got Bitcoin in there, Litecoin in there, Ethereum. And I've kind of, like, when I was watching it all go, and I bought it up here. I'm like, and I'm like, I'll just leave it a while because I knew it was going to go back up. So I kind of tucked it away for 6 months. And now it's, it's going way back up again. And I forgot my password. Totally forgot my password. And now I'm to the point to where each time, like, it doubles. Each time I put in my password, I'm up to like 20,000 seconds before I can redo my password. So it's about a day, and then it'll be 2 days. And are there any good hypnosis therapists in here? I need to get. Can you regress me? It's just like it's a 4 number, and I've did all these numbers that I thought it was, and yes, yeah. I thought I put my password somewhere, and I can't find it.
You can't find where you put your password.
I can't find where I put my password.
Right.
It's well, they also give me a word combo. I got a word combo that's like, yellow, orange, trees, plants. What? Yes. That's what I was saying. There's a seed phrase that I'm trying to find for it. It's in my house somewhere. It's in one of my books that I have. I'm gonna find it, but yeah. So anyway, I don't want to make it about my Trezor wallet. But if you got one, right, make a code, put it on the side, tuck it away. Yeah. Any question?
Could we have your Gmail address or no?
Yeah, leakproject@gmail.com.
Oh. Okay. Well, that
Yeah.
was too easy.
Yeah. Leak Project. Anything else?
So, what's the deal with the town that you were talking about?
Okay, so I think this guy bought it. That he called me up and he's like, "Hey man, tell me about this town." And he's like, "I'm in software." So I told him about it, and then I called up the town specifically and talked to the guy. I said, "How much do you want?" He said, "Well, we'll do it for as little as $500,000 down. You can finance the rest. We'll do it over a 3-year note." And then you start talking about it. And okay, and then I called the guy back that wanted to go in on it, and then I haven't heard from him since. So I think that he ended up getting it, and that's okay because it's in Georgia. And as much as I love Georgia, I don't think it's the safest place. And I told him that on the phone. The first thing he asked me was, "So tell me about this town." I said, "Well, it's close to some nuclear reactors, and it's only about 600 feet elevation. So, if things get really bad, it's He's like, "Well, I'm not worried about that. I just I like all the buildings they're on." Because he was more looking at that, which is cool. I mean, should we all? That's a question I have for a lot of people. Should we always look for the end of the world? I mean, should we live for the now and enjoy the now and be prepared, not scared?
Both. Do both.
Yeah, do both.
I mean, I think throw something out there for you related to all your cryptocurrencies and all your looking into all the stuff that all of us are looking into, the grand solar minimums, the Anunnakis, the Bitcoins, the cash. Just plan for the worst and hope for the best.
Yeah, it's a good analogy. Plan for the worst, hope for the best.
Will you interview Soph?
Soph. Don't know. So
It's a 14-year-old girl who's now being incredibly censored. You've got to check out this kid.
What's the story?
Soph. SOPH.
Soph.
She has only a few hundred. She has 970-some thousand subscribers. She has almost 1 million subscribers. YouTube has recently took away all of her comments. She's been on it since she was 10.
Is she
Oh my God. No, she's total right. She's the yeah. Check her out.
I'll check it out. Hey, yeah, right on. Okay. Yes, sir. What are some of the places that I've moved to?
That you would move to.
That I would move to? Colorado. Oh wait, that's where I live. So Ophir is awesome. Ophir is amazing. Ouray is amazing. Silverton's amazing. Pagosa Springs is amazing. That whole area, like the Four Corners area, southern Colorado, I love a lot of it. The people are great. The elevation's good. Livestock, fishing. The dispensaries are amazing. What's that? What's it? Yeah, you did. You told me about that, and I looked into it, and you were right about that, Greg. I checked it out. It was incredible. It's surrounded by these monster mountains, and
Where's that?
it's southwest of here.
Redstone?
No.
Is that what you said?
No, Ophir. Ophir.
Colorado.
Colorado. Elevation, Ophir is about 9,000.
Check out
But then there's
Redstone,
mountains you can
too.
go up to that are well over, like there's like 14,000 peaks, foot peaks that are around it.
There's roads up around it over 10,000
Yep.
foot high.
Yep. Yeah, it's not too expensive. It's good. It's good vibe out there. It's cold, because you're in the mountains and but hey, you're from San Antonio. Like I lived out there for 10 years, and then I came out here. I thought it'd take longer to get acclimated to, but I got used to it quick. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I live in North Idaho.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Probably not gonna be going nowhere if things go bad.
Yeah, you're in a good spot. Coeur d'Alene area?
Yeah.
Beautiful area. Yeah, I love Coeur d'Alene. That's very nice.
We got the aquifer and the whole world.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
How do you think about it? Like, how do you say this is good?
Well, I mean, makes me happy. That for me, but for safety, you look at from the research that I've done, for example, the Adam and Eve story by Chan Thomas, which is a research essay that was classified for a lot of years by the CIA. They declassified it. You can get it directly from CIA.gov. You can read it. It talks about different cataclysms that have happened over the past 40,000 years. And it's scary. Like, for example, if you watch the film Knowing, watch the film Knowing. At the end of the film, you see the solar flare that wipes out the whole planet. It's about that bad. So this gentleman, Chan Thomas, who Chan Thomas is his name. He came out with a research essay called The Adam and Eve Story, and he went around the world getting information on cataclysmic events to find out the timelines. And he was able to go back about 40,000 years, and there's these cyclical events. And what happens is his research led him to believe that something in the core of the earth called gray matter released. And when it released, it causes the tectonic plates to move. It causes this just global event where tsunami will actually be, like a pole flip. And you can go to Moab and you can see evidence for this, not just in the petroglyphs, but the actual geology out there.
The surface of the planet for the first so many miles is movable. Basically.
And well,
It rotates around the corner.
right. Well, and let me get back to the story real quick. The Chan Thomas. So 10,000 foot tidal wave goes from the west coast to the east coast in a matter of hours. So this event, the only people that survive, or the very few pockets, are in specific locations. One of those pockets is the lee side of Pikes Peak. Yep. The lee side of Pikes Peak. Yeah. The wind's coming this way, you're on the other side. The wind's coming this way, you're on the other side. So you would be on the east side of Pikes Peak. Now, also, they talk about magma coming. He talks about, and this is the evidence. He didn't just talk about this. He wasn't just like, oh, let's freak people out. I'm going to write this down. He did research around the world. He compiled it all together. The CIA classified it because we think he actually wrote this essay for the CIA specifically. And there's a good chance the CIA got started because of these events. They found information about cataclysmic events that happen every X amount of years. And somebody asked me, why would we prepare? Why would they? Maybe it's because they know the time is going to happen. Yeah. Well, they were going to choose Cheyenne Mountain. Cheyenne Mountain, where they've got that incredible base built into the mountain. There's
You were inside of Pikes Peak.
hello, and guess where they were actually testing originally? Utah. They were looking at Utah originally, and you can actually see the mines out there. They're called the MK tunnels.
Oh my God.
They were testing that there. It didn't work. The rock wasn't good enough, so they put it on the lee side of Pikes Peak. So what do they know that we don't? And when is it going to happen? How far away? Is it next week? Is it 100 years from now? I don't know, man. But the hair is standing up on my arms thinking about it. What's up?
So that story you're telling about the Adam and Eve story, suspicious observers spelled with a zero.
Yeah.
The observers part.
Yeah.
He's put together a series of about 12 or 13 videos.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of his videos actually covers exactly what you just
Yep.
described.
Yeah.
Look it up on YouTube.
I've done several episodes on it. The first episode I did on it was about 2 years ago. And then he's done a great series. I mean, that guy is brilliant. His work is exceptional. And I find it fascinating that I'm just connecting other dots. Like, he's dialed in on the science. I'm taking the conspiracy and, stuff that he probably wouldn't even look at because he's a scientist.
How about Jim Lee with Climate Viewer?
Never seen him.
Oh, you got it.
Okay.
Climate Viewer.
I'll check them out.
Serious.
Okay, awesome.
Yes. I could tell you more, but
Okay.
I don't want to.
Let's get Dutch Sense here next year.
Yeah, I like that. He's the earthquake guy. He's the man. He's good. Yeah. Yo.
I still think it'd be good to get some remote viewers and some people to do actual travel to really look more into these kind of things to see what are the most vulnerable areas. And for example, Chan Thomas was seeing phenomenology out west that led him to these conclusions. Was there a tidal wave, a tsunami that came in from the west coast that was 10,000 feet high? Maybe. Or it might have been where stuff splashed off the over 10,000 foot thick Laurentine ice sheet. So it could have been one or the other. But in any event, if I would submit that if the wave came over the mountains, or it hit the mountains, that by the time it reached the Mississippi River, it washed out and went south into the Gulf of Mexico. I don't think it flooded that way where I'm at. And the reason I say that is my region is full of caverns.
Okay.
These caverns have stalactites, stalagmites, and columns that form where the two meet. And I calculated the based on the rate of growth, which I believe is like 10 centimeters per 1,000 years, something like that. It turns out that there would be like only 4-foot growth in stalactites and stalagmites in 12,000 years. If you had something coming through a wave of water that thick, that high, it would have penetrated into the caverns. And I don't know if you've ever seen submarine movies. If one, it probably crushed the caves to start with, but the ones that weren't crushed, you would have jets of water shooting through, and it would be busting the devil out of all those stalactites and stalagmites. The fact that they're there.
Great point.
The lowest cavern I know of, there's a great cavern in Jackson County, Florida. Yeah, but it's like 70-something foot above sea level for the entrance. I checked that out.
Okay.
So I would say that's probably as high as any tsunami might have gotten in that area within.
Wow, that's big. Well, and check this out too. To add to that, like I've always wondered, how does a 10,000 foot, 2 mile, 10,000 foot,
high, which is high from one
how would that stay the same height going across the entire continent? It just didn't make sense to me. So what you're saying right there, that might explain the Georgia Guidestones where it is, because by the time it gets to the Guidestones,
well, I would say that if something like it did hit, I don't know if it was that or something more kind of. He's found evidence. It'd be neat to go back and have a team of people look at the evidence in more detail, to try to piece it together with other knowledge we have today.
I agree.
Or even use the remote viewers and other people to try to psychically check it out.
I agree.
And both the past and the future, how do we best prepare? What are the best places to go to? See, there isn't. So if his supposition is correct, then you need to get as high as you can get. But getting as high as you can get introduces other threats.
Yeah.
And that each time you get an impact or something like this happening, I would submit that some of our atmosphere is ruddered away. So the atmosphere gets thinner and thinner and thinner. If you're at 10,000 feet and you don't have enough air to breathe, you got a problem.
Yeah.
If the atmosphere gets knocked thinner, you want to know, you want to make sure if you are at that altitude that you're not going to lose air to breathe.
Absolutely.
Or you have some other ways to provision yourself for that.
Absolutely.
So you really need to know these things. If you're going that level, you need to know how to deal with that, or else know other levels you can go to and where to be. So I can see that if a tsunami was 2 miles high, hit the west coast, because it's got to cross the Sierra Nevada, it's got to cross the Rockies. That's going to knock
Wasatch
a lot
Front.
of it out.
Yeah.
There are gaps and slips where some of them can get through, but by then it would spread out, inverse square law.
Yeah.
And actually it'd be inverse square, it'd be 1/r. But it would spread out and then could go down into like the Mississippi Valley, probably just all wash out the Gulf of Mexico.
Oh, nice. I like that.
That's
Ladies and gentlemen, Greg Allison, the legend. Boom! Boom!
Hey, I delivered worms a couple weeks ago to about 1.5 miles in the Georgia Guidestones.
Dude.
I saw the towns the same town.
You should have went in.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. Speaking of the Georgia Guidestones, you asked about the biker community. If it was going to be in Georgia, we were going to set up new Georgia Guidestones. Yeah, we literally were.
Yeah.
Why give them all the fun, right?
We can do it too.
Colorado Guidestones. Hello. I think so. Awesome. Good. Good.
I would submit the most beautiful thing in the universe is a baby.
Right on. Hello. All right.
All this talk with population control is
Yeah.
nonsense. It's not. You're right.
Right on.
I want to cover it tomorrow.
Right on. Yeah, Greg's into like more people, you know, like the Illuminati's like, man, only 500 million. Greg's like 500 billion. Let's go. We'll just go travel stars, man. We'll build big spaceships and go into space. Why not? Yeah, that'd be kind of fun. What? Yeah. Who's what? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Speaking of Chan Thomas, his other book, Body 2, I don't know if you've talked to anybody who's very familiar with that book.
No.
But I'm trying to read it right now, and I know it's available out there.
Yeah.
So speaking on Greg Allison, your idea about getting together with some, what are they called?
Remote viewers.
Remote viewers.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody more familiar with Chan Thomas's work in the psychic realm might be more connected with those kind of people or
Sure.
ideas.
Well, I actually know a few remote viewers that I can. I've reached out to one that's actually pretty famous, and he hasn't gotten back. He might be under some kind of like no, we're friends. Like I actually know, like we're good. I don't want to say good friends, but we're cool. I think it's like a no compete. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, she's the one that doesn't like NASA, Greg. I'm joking. Totally joking.
So let me bring up an idea.
Totally joking.
And especially when I talk tomorrow and the
Come over here. Go ahead.
doing. So we got people here talking survival. We have people talking about all these cosmic catastrophes and threats and how we get through them. But yet, think about this. Look at all the people who've gathered here. What we need to do, in my opinion, I think this is a great opportunity to start getting people to get together, maybe form groups, and look at forming communities to survive through what's coming at us, to set up tribes. And we could be like, you know, we may not all go to the same place, but we need to know what kind of places we can go to. And we can be told all our communications gets knocked out. We can be at least a community that communicates through the resources, the internet, and what is available to us as long as we have it. We might decide to set 1, 2, 3, or however many communities through a Leak project type project, because and you know, he looked into Toonsboro. I went there and checked it out.
Yeah,
and I made some video there. I may put it up on my channel here in the not too distant future.
Yeah.
I need to find out if this place is still for sale or not. I need to say something about that because
right after you told me that, I called the guy back up that was contacting me. He never got back to me.
Yeah, he probably bought it because they cut the for sale sign down.
You got me a good deal.
But I went back to the internet. I didn't see anything about it not being for sale, so I don't know what the case is there. But I think the right kind of habitats, and I'm going to brief some on that tomorrow, in the right locations with people formed into a community. I think it really is going to take a community to survive. And one of my YouTube videos talks about that very thing. We need a tribe or a community. I cover that, right? And I also cover in one of my videos sharecropping lawns.
Yeah. So I talked to Diamond about the same thing at the last break, and he said that there's a new app called Para App that's for people who are preppers. And the Para app, it hasn't been officially released, but he thinks it's out there. I didn't try to download it, but that might be a method of connecting,
like a community platform
through that app. It's called PARA app.
It might be,
but for preppers.
But I think we should go. You know, this gentleman here has done a great thing. He's brought a lot of people together, established quite a community.
Yeah.
Quite a following. He's a superhero just for that.
I paid him to say that.
I mean,
But
to throw in myself as I'm in total agreement that people need to be able to come together and form communities, get over our baggage, whatever we drag into a community that winds up killing the community from within, so we can handle this.
Yeah, one thing we need to learn to appreciate as human beings is the following.
Yes.
There's like 7 billion of us. We all have our own worldview, and no two are exactly right, which means none are probabilistically, no one's correct.
Right.
So as soon as we recognize that, then we can get over our differences in the way we see things and find those few things that we do agree on and work from there and work together, because at the core, we're all human. Anywhere you go in the world, we're all human. And you know what? And maybe we oversynthesize and make some things important in society because our society wants us encrusted in certain ways of thinking, certain ways of being through their control mechanisms that the churches and governments over the years have have put upon us that actually go against human nature.
Yeah.
Anytime you go, anytime you have a society or a societal platform that goes against human nature, you have problems. You have all kind of issues and drama and people hiding things, but they use that against you too.
Yeah, well,
That's part of their control mechanism. Huh?
They inculcate it. They create it on purpose.
Bingo.
Divide and
Bingo.
conquer. And
Religion
so
and
it's
governments
all
and all that, they're all control mechanisms.
distraction. So divide.
The only thing we really need in the end is things that help us be able to defend ourselves and have the knowledge from outside threats, be they a comet, a supernova, or somebody on the other side of the planet that hadn't yet got integrated into this new thing. But most of what we're doing in the world is we're fanning hatred. We're fanning the fires of hatred.
Yeah.
And if you saw my presentation earlier where I showed you from the garage 20 years ago, we were building stuff that took superpowers to do, 40 years earlier. We're reaching a point that we can atom bomb in every pot.
Yeah. This is one like
We can't survive with the hatreds in this world.
Right here,
Sorry.
I like
Oh, don't.
Hold on. Can I throw something in here real quick? It's in our language. When we say we're including ourselves in that destructive mechanism.
Yeah.
And
when I say that, I'm talking about the overall government of the United States of America.
Yeah, but that's not me.
Yeah. You and I individually don't support these things.
Right.
But we are taxpayers.
I love this.
And our taxpaying
isn't it great?
Tends to support that kind of stuff by default.
Yeah, by default. So if we're claiming our responsibility.
We have a future governor of Alaska standing here.
Yeah. Nice.
Wow, my name is Ashley Garrett, and I'm here to learn what's going on because I want to prevent state. Not a politician, I'm not a person.
Yay.
Yeah.
Nice.
We need more human beings running for office.
Amen.
This
Yeah.
is the thing that we have right now. It needs to be revamped, like all of them. But anyway, it's about time for dinner, and I just want to.
Yes.
Here,
VIP dinner. Where's it at? Where's it
downstairs? So please sit with me at dinner, and maybe if you just want to give me advice on what a governor
What time is dinner at?
I think it said 6:30. Altarium is.
Good luck with that. You're gonna
Yeah, we got 15 minutes. Right on. Good luck. Hey, have y'all heard of Alaskaphobia? Y'all heard of Alaskaphobia? Texans' morbid fear. Alaskans' morbid fear of being stuck in Texas.
Wait, when I was in Texas, when I was in Alaska, we had a joke. I lived in Alaska 2 years.
Yeah.
Our joke was Alaska was going to split in 2 states, and Texas would be the 3rd largest state.
Nice. Texas. I used to live there. I can say it.
I have a daughter lives there.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm thinking, and this can be true of any of our states. Alaska is a small population, right? So why don't we have to convince a portion of them, the voting portion, and more than the voting portion, the ones who are voting age but don't vote, right? Because the whole thing is a bunch of voting.
Right.
So that's who I'm talking to. It's a grassroots campaign. But any state can do
Yeah.
this, but my personal opinion is that Alaska could be a leader in the nation in the world.
Oh, yeah.
For how to
Yeah.
handle this stuff.
Alaska is the one state that the
Yeah.
grassroots people can get into
Yeah.
and get into office and even to the governor's office because it don't have all the organization of other states. It's a small population. You can do it on the basis of town hall meetings. You can go around and actually meet people, meet and greet.
And it's full of MacGyvers. Like, you have to be like MacGyver out there just to live in Alaska. Like, something breaks, they fix it. Yeah.
Have to.
Yeah. All right. We have to go to the store.
It's like
buy
when you
it.
live. It's like you
go to
live
eBay.
on,
We're like, dude, I gotta get it on eBay. I just made it.
Living in Alaska is like living on Mars.
Yeah.
You got to put on an EVA seat website.
Yeah. Excellent. Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, I thank y'all again for being here, and I've had a blast. I was nervous when I first got here. I was, because I usually am not around people. I'm in my garage, and I haven't all of you are awesome. I feel like we're family. I mean, I mean that. So thank you all for coming in. Right on. Let's go eat some food. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, my name's Christian.
Hey,
Nice
Christian.
to meet you. I
Yeah,
love your
good to meet
show.
you. Thank you very much, man.
Have you ever thought about a LeakCon community forum?
Yeah, I've got one.
Oh, you do?
Project.com.
There's a forum on there?
Yeah, and I want people to go there.
Well,
That's what I want to get in.
You know, why don't we use that forum as a platform for these ideas and reach out as communities?
Basically, what we need to do is create research communities.
Yeah.
People that these wayward scientists can actually come together and have a forum for whatever their creative thing is.
Yeah.
That's what I'm all about, man. I need to get them juices flowing.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
I know what I mean. I get
I'm
the
talking
juices
about.
flowing.
Boom. Right on. Hi.
Hi,
How
I'm
are you?
Erin.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, and I'll show you. I drew this thing.
You drew that?
I'm an artist.
Wow.
Is that kind of the song? Because I've heard you talk about that before,
The
and I
head-
just have this thing.
It's more elaborate. Like I
Okay.
don't like it was more like just this
Okay.
looks like a full on ant.
Okay.
What I remember seeing is more, I'll show you.
Okay, yeah.
It's like that, but it's not that
I'm
detailed.
curious, because I heard on one of your podcasts once, I heard that, and I was like, oh, sure.
You're an amazing artist. by the
Oh,
way.
thank you.
No, that was awesome. Let me see. Where
You have an amazing amount of energy, by the way. I'm fascinated with how you keep it up.
Thanks. This is it.
Okay.
This is the petroglyph I was talking about.
Okay.
See it?
Yep.
See, it looks like a bipedal ant slash mantis dude, right?
Okay.
Oh, and guess what? Diamond, he saw the same thing I did. He doesn't talk about it that much. He saw it at the same year. He called him the cockroach. He said they stood in the door, and he said, "Yeah, I heard the cockroach." Interesting.
Something's up. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. I just.
Yeah. I was like, because he's a few years older than me, right? So, but he saw it when he was the same year. 'Cause I think I saw it in 78 or 79. Because that's when I've been at age. Because I'm 41, I'm 42. So he's 7 years older than me. He saw it about that same time.
Interesting.
It is, and now we have all these weird synchronicities. Like I never met him until about a little over a year ago, and then we've got like all these weird synchronicities. Like he started this thing called Occupy Monsanto. I was going to start a thing called Occupy Monsanto. I'd never even heard of it. And I met him. Like, oh yeah, I used to do it. We live on the same street numbers. So I'm like wondering if whatever these things were. They're like talking to us. They're like, in 40 years you'll leave a message. And now Diamond and I are together, and all we do is like come together. And then you showed me that. So
Yeah. I don't remember seeing anything. It's just been in my mind's eye.
You could have brought your art out here. We got a whole booth down here.
Next year.
Yeah, that'd
Next
be
year.
great.
I didn't know. I
Do you have the
will.
original of that?
Yeah, I mean, I did it digitally, so I
Oh, you
have
did it
the actual
digitally?
lens of prints. Yeah, I paint it on a Cintiq. Yeah, so it's hand drawn, but I do it through a digital medium instead of on a canvas.
Are you selling it? Or you keep it? Or what are you
I'm
doing?
doing a set of tarot cards right now, so
I just got done doing a set of tarot cards. I swear it's downstairs. We were gonna have the original, but like they couldn't get it done in time. So I've actually got the book of cards that Brady and I did, and we used like Illuminati stuff. Oh, it's insane! I'll show you. Like when I go to eat, it's down there on the table.
Yeah, I'd love
She's got it all
to see your
booked out and
cards.
decked out.
Love to see it.
And she does have huge, mega.
And this statue thing is like incredible. Did y'all see that Vishnu thing? That Vishnu statue from the 18th century? She sent me a statue from the 18th century, this Vishnu statue. It's wicked. It's like from Cambodia. It's incredible. It's like magic.
I love it. I really do. My husband said he looked it up before
I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah. He said, I didn't want to tell you about it. I want you to find out for yourself. And I'm like, asshole, you're going to save me a lot of time. Him
Right?
too.
Right?
So I wanted to tell you something. Last time I was out there,
Yeah.
we got to talking.
Yeah.
Probably ended up in circles about 8 of us. 6 of the 8 are women who are married who left their husband's home to come to the computer shop.
Yeah.
The other 2 came with their 20-something kids.
Right.
And it told me, this is what I was told, whatever. But when women do change, when women affect change, like get home,
Sorry.
cooking dinner, that sort of thing. And that's how
Oh,
change
thank you.
begins. Because like if
Valuable.
you want to change your
It's been tried
diet, your wife
before.
cooks you dinner,
Yeah.
she'd be over there changing your diet. You wouldn't even
Right,
know, right?
right.
So women affect changing how men go out and affect it loudly.
Yeah.
You do it on a subtle level,
Yeah.
but it's much deeper and it also makes a lasting impact.
Oh, there was certain
You
criteria.
are the change.
Oh,
You really are.
Thank you. I was deep right there. That was the moon aspect. Feminine, the moon, the shadow. Like you just said, you connected all. That was really cool.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
anyway, so I was thinking about that last night. I wouldn't tell you. Yeah, you've done really well.
Thank you. That means a lot to me. I appreciate that.
Nice.
Awesome. I'll see you. Are you going to eat dinner? Cool. I'll see you in a few. Awesome. All right. Thank you. A few minutes to take care of that. Are you ready to go? Can you just stand in the slot one more time and let me look at the picture? You like that? The way you look?
Well, I mean, I have all sorts of personal insecurities if that's what you're asking me.
You have the interest or opportunity to chose to. So something I want to look at, and I'll share the site with you. I don't want to give you the wrong name, but it's new software that was developed in the insurance industry 500 years ago. And almost all that area is made up of water. Oh, really? Yeah, yeah. And so a lot of people only focus on 100 years. 500 is probably not enough. I mean, all of South Florida. Property of which there's only one section which is an old forested area.
I know how to get them here for
There's
you.
only one section. But that's the only area of the property that's wet. That's as well.
Can I talk over your noodling?
Yeah, please. I'm just sort of fitting it.
Hear ye, hear ye. Simmer down. So it's Sunday and we're all in Pikes Peak and it says this is the VIP workshop with John D'Souza, which it is not. Because we're live in front of many people that have paid a tiny bit of money. We wanted the VIP session with John D'Souza to be special, so only VIPs can meet with him today. And that VIP workshop will be at 1 p.m. in Conifer, which is not live streamed. So if you want to see John D'Souza, VIP, and do a workshop with him, which he's been doing for quite some time, he spent some time on this workshop. He has an extensive PDF. You need to go down to Conifer at 1 p.m. And because we had a little snafu with a good friend of mine, Christian Westbrook, which I'm very delighted is here. See my smile? And now Christian also graciously is also going to be doing a VIP workshop. 3 p.m. today. If you want personal attention or want to just chit chat with Christian, he'll be down in Conifer at 3 p.m. And now that leaves everything else is exactly the same on the schedule. So is that clear? Does anyone need more clarity? Now, Ice Age Farmer, I found him as soon as he came onto the YouTubosphere. And one of the most intriguing things I thought about this cat was his candor. And it was fascinating the way he spoke. Because most people are trying to be funny or jokey. And some people are trying to be serious, but they do that and it doesn't work out. But usually people that are talking about a fringe subject that are trying to be serious, when I find them on YouTube, they're liars and they have bad information. You're like, oh my God, Or 3 minutes in, you're like, I can't listen to this. But Christian, I could listen to because I could hear in his voice that he was personally vested in the information he was telling us about. And not only that, he's doing it for a purpose because he's starting a family and he now just has another kid. He has 2 kids now and people to provide for. And watching him grow in YouTube and the way he's a presenter now, and he's now moving off grid, doing similar things to what we're doing, and he's failing like we're doing. And he knows it's for a purpose. And I love to watch this guy grow. I love to see his channel explode to over 30,000 subscribers. And without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to Christian Westbrook.
Wow. Thank you all. It is absolutely an honor and a delight to be here with each of you. It's awesome to meet you and there's actually real people, right? It's equally, in fact, I would argue, a little more transparent from my perspective, where I just like put out this videos. Maybe some numbers go up or not, but I never know if there's algorithms doing that to me, or who knows, right? So to come out here and meet you guys and to be present in this field of sheer intellectual curiosity and passion for the truth, which strangely I find lacking in the world at large as I walk around, right? So it's just great, genuinely great to be here. And thanks for coming. Where do we go from here? So,
do you mind if we take pictures, or do you prefer we don't?
Feel free to take pictures here. Unless it's like a flat, you know.
Try not to.
All right, so yeah, it's great to be here. Tell me a little bit to shape this talk by a show of hands. How many of you guys have seen the Ice Age Farmer channel? That's awesome. It's very humbling. Okay, cool. Thanks for that. Great, that helps me shape this a little bit. One thing that doesn't happen on the channel is that I don't introduce myself. So I figured that'd be a good place to start a talk. Plus, the conference trailer has me wearing duct tape on my mouth. So I figured it was a good place to start. I actually have a background in computer science, specialty in artificial intelligence and robotics. So I come from a world of numbers and objective things, and I want data. More than anything, I want data, and I use data to make decisions. And that's especially just, I've always been that way. I'm still that way, probably to a fault, even though I've started to really look a little more at the subjective things. And so when, let me see how, I guess about the Ice Age Farmer channel, even though it looks like most people are aware of it, when we started looking at the Ice Age Farmer channel is what I started as a response to my learning about the Grand Solar Minimum, a lot of the challenges that lie ahead, because it just blew me away. I literally remember going to Twitter and looking for Grand Solar Minimum, and there was nothing. And it was just staggering to me, because I think this is the most important challenge facing us today. And so there has to be a conversation. And I started talking about it. I'm still not particularly expert in anything, but it was that important to me that we start that conversation. And we now, it looks like, all know sort of what's motivating this conversation. We've seen the cycles in history play out before, and it's true that this has happened before. So not everyone's going to die. You know, I don't think that we need to get all crazy about this is the end of the world, because these are natural cycles. And so in that respect, there's not a lot to fear. We can just say, well, humanity's been through this before. We can do it again. Right? We can take some solace in that. I guess the problem arises when how it played out in the past was difficult. And we see that, yes, humanity survived, but there were millions of people that died during the Little Ice Age. And so we do need to take this seriously. And certainly now, you know, you see these things playing out in the Wolf Minimum, the Great Famine of 1315, the Year Without a Summer, the Spore Minimum. All of these were characterized by the crop losses with which everyone in this room is familiar. And certainly looking around in 2019, there's no shortage of highly visible, multi-billion-dollar losses to agriculture that are difficult. The swine fever that's going on right now in China, and actually more broadly now, is really astounding. And it was that precipitated the conditions that people are saying, guys, analysts are saying we have a global protein shortage. And to hear these kinds of words coming out of analysts makes me think we need to have that conversation about how we growing food in the future. So the flooding in Iran, the massive losses due to the drought in Australia, the whole situation with the flooding in the Midwest, all of these things are I think the rising vibes of the crop losses, like those we've seen during the previous cycles. But I'll be honest, this is the scariest chart that I've seen, and it has nothing to do with the climate or with space weather. It has to do with how few of us still know how to grow food. And this is why it's the most important thing to talk about, guys. Only 200 years ago, roughly in 1800 for the United States, we were at 90% of the people who were involved in growing food, producing food of some sort. 9 and 10. And see, even in the Depression, there was still a good amount of people that were involved in growing food, and we know that hit the cities hard. So yeah, the fact that we're entering natural cycles that almost invariably produced food scarcity and rough conditions, adverse conditions in the past, but now I think this is the coefficient of danger, because all of those risks that exist and do in every cycle are now multiplied by the fact that we just are disconnected from where our food comes from. By and large, people have no idea. Speak up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why does this say Europe if it's a USDA slide?
Oh, so let's zoom in on Europe. I wanted to mention that the situation is hard to see this one. The situation is not much better in Europe. We're also very disconnected from growing there. The reason that I included this, I mean, we could just make a platitude. The reason I thought this was actually notable was that this is 75% at the top of the chart, and like 50% here. So even as of 1600 in Europe, 50% of the people were already not involved in growing their own food, contrasted to 90% in 1800 for America. So you can tell that America was we were still forging west across the wild frontier, and people were self-sufficient by and large. It's kind of cool to see that I don't know, it's just informative. In Europe, there was a civilization structure established, right? There were trades and masons and priests and entertainers and smiths and market people. Now, of course,
the current is 1 to 2%. Is that what that says?
Yeah, other than Poland, which is still at 12.5%, which is surprising.
Wow.
What were we saying?
Sorry.
It's all good. So yeah, but even then, so all of these people, it's interesting. This is why maybe it was difficult in the previous minima, because these people were not already farming directly. And so it's the equivalent of like when you think of it was more difficult for them to, we talk about the marketplace. They needed to move their goods to market. They still needed to money. They still needed an economic infrastructure. And it was those things that allowed them to drill down to way advanced of the United States, to drill down to 70, 50%. It's kind of like the equivalent of today's grid, the infrastructure that keeps things going. So even that is interesting. All right. So in the time that I've been doing this channel and coming up with some of the artifacts like the crop loss map, I've just been trying to get the word out and documenting also my progress. The other thing that's been going on is sort of documenting my progress. We were just talking about this. Moving from a shoebox apartment in San Francisco, where it's difficult to be self-sufficient, but this is why I have experienced with and really underscore the importance of growing crickets under your bed, or mushroom logs in your closet, or your RV, whatever, microgreens just in the windowsill, sprouts, whatever experience, whatever capacity you have, wherever you are, you're learning from that for one, and you're just getting into it. And so I really think it's important. But yeah, so it's documented my progress, starting from there and growing spirulina as well, doing a bunch of experiments. And now moving into a place where I have a little bit more land, and I'm trying to, get the permaculture, food forest going, and all of these things, like Diamond said. I'm killing a lot of plants, learning as quickly as I can. So that was what the focus of the channel was when I started it, and sort of how it's evolving. But when the BBC issued, well, it was also it's a couple places that had, this is actually a leak, where the BBC's internal guidance about, we're not going to talk about climate change anymore. Like it's there and it's a fact, and you're not allowed on the air to disagree with this. When that happened and we started seeing alternative channels ripped off of Facebook and YouTube, so the censorship really ramped up. And that, to me, was a clarion call. We need to, we got to up the ante here. We got to reinvest in what's going on here. And I deepened the scope of the channel to talk about why that's happening. What is motivating the global warming people? Where do they come from? The Fabian socialists that have their transhumanist agenda, they openly talk about it. And when I did that, I got a lot of people saying, dude, you're out there. You've got this conspiracy theory junk in your channel now. It's totally discrediting the grand solar minimum. I got a lot of pushback. But it was important to me to get deeper in understanding why that agenda is being perpetrated and sort of help make sense, at least on the media and sort of the messaging side of things. Because a lot of people, even if you present this information, they're just like, well, why wouldn't the governments tell me? There's still a lot of resistance there. So that's why I felt that I needed to deepen the conversation and start talking about it. There's the Fabian socialists, wolf in sheep's clothing. And you see the agenda, the Club of Rome and Julian Huxley. I've talked a lot about this because I think it's important to have this context. Because otherwise, if we just focus on growing food, then it's too easy for us to, even like just to generate, it could be us or the next generation, we just fall back into the same, we cede control back to the system if we don't understand what's motivating us to go be self-sufficient. And so I think that's important. I titled this talk, Seizing Damocles' Sword. And I wanted to, somebody actually asked me earlier, what is Damocles' sword? So briefly, let's just say Damocles was the guy who wanted to be king. And he got to be king for a day with one condition, that there was a sword hanging over his head. And he was freaking out. I've actually used my brilliant Photoshop skills to multiply the threats because I think we all live with a myriad of existential threats. And it's difficult. I mean, let's be honest. It's hard. You got to work through that. When you learn about things, it's a traumatic thing to learn that your life is being threatened. We were just talking about especially if you've got a family, you've got a future that you expect for yourself or for your family. And when that future is robbed from you because all of a sudden we've been lied to, any number of things, realizations that affect the way the future is going to happen. And so you grieve for that future. It's a very real process. And I think we need to talk about that too and acknowledge that we're humans going through this, because it's easy, like I said at the top, it's easy for me to come from here and to talk about data. That's easy. I actually had some slides with a lot more data, and I get up, we can talk about numbers, do this is going to be easy. But I threw that stuff away, so I wanted to come from here today. And so this is part of, I don't even want to enumerate the threats, but seizing those swords. So how do we take these existential threats over our head? Did I close Damocles? He didn't want the power. He left right away. He's like, get that sword out of here. But we can't do that. So we have to figure out ways to take these swords figuratively and integrate them into our experience. How do we metabolize them into something that can be good? And I'm not trying to say that trauma is good for you. I won't go Nietzsche and say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, because it wounds you. Like we said, it hurts. It's traumatic. There's grief. But there is a newer concept in psychological realms called post-traumatic growth, and it suggests that mostly as a function of the individual. If someone's just been downtrodden, it might be difficult for them to get back out of a pit. But people who are naturally sort of resilient and happy-going, something very bad happens to them, often they're able to, clearly to recover, but then even to grow somehow from that experience. And I will say that certainly there were experiences in my life that helped move me in the direction of looking for better answers about what's going on, especially around the medical system, sort of where I started digging, and then economy. And, a lot of people say, how did you wake up? For me, it was definitely a series of realizations that all sort of led into each other in a process that are beautiful. And I'm fascinated with finding out how people awaken, how that plays out. I think it happens in a number of different ways and for a number of different reasons. And I'd love to understand those better so that we can wake up more people, right? That's the whole thing. So post-traumatic growth. How do we make this? How do we take these swords and make it into a catalyst for our getting better? How do we make this into a good thing? So that was what I wanted to be sort of. It was like the guiding principle. I wanted that to be the theme today. Let's come away with a good message, some hope, because there's plenty of talk and data now about bad things, and it's just, I mean, I don't want to just like keep, oh, we're gonna die. It's just like it's not helpful to keep pointing at the threats ad nauseum. So that's that was the guiding principles. And then also this week, it happened again that on Tuesday, actually, the guys at Natural News had a piece. They had the piece before Tuesday on the fact that CO2 is plant food, that it's, you know, that the CO2 thing is ridiculous, that everyone's out of their minds at this point. Well, Apple News ripped them out of their news feed right away. They went to them, and I hope you can see this, but this is really the, there we go. This is the crux of it here. Your channel has been removed because content advocates views that are overwhelmingly rejected by the scientific community. And I just want to pause there.
The scientific community, I love that.
The 97% are against you, so it's ludicrous, guys. I don't even need to see it.
This was because of the statement about CO2.
That's correct. Being plant food rather than
plant food.
Rather than yeah. It is incredible, and so this, for one, it needs to be acknowledged, and we need to know that the time to have these conversations, I think, is, you know, there's a window there, and nobody really knows. It's kind of like a lot of these things. Nobody really knows when these things are going to come, but it's clear that we're moving in that direction. And so this also informed what I wanted to talk about today. I got to hustle here. This also informed what I wanted to talk about today. I asked myself, if this channel disappears, if we don't get to have these conversations going forward, what is it that I will regret not having shared? What am I holding? What's going on here? What am I holding back? And I did. I still, in this moment, feel massive resistance to talk. Like I said, I'm a numbers guy. I'm an AI guy. I want to talk data. It's very comfortable for me. Coming here and opening up and just being like completely authentic is still. Thank you for that. I haven't done it yet, so just be careful. Well, let's do it then. Let's do it. We have all, I believe, in this room, and that's why it's fun to be here. Gosh, it's great. We've all talked about, and we know about the fact that the geomagnetic field has effects on the human body. Probably seen this graphic with sort of details given various KPs. Are we still at KP0 right now? That was crazy. Good. All right, excellent. So at various levels of activity, there are different risks. Most of them are impossible to read, but most of them have to do with the heart, with the way that the heart is beating, arrhythmias, increases in, just all sorts of cardiac situations, heart attacks, strokes, which also result often from cardiac conditions. And I think that's interesting. Harvard, I think, Caltech, pardon me. Caltech just did an awesome study where they built this triple, what's it called, where you put your Faraday, they built a triple Faraday cage and put people in it. So effectively this triple Faraday cage completely nullifies the magnetic field of Earth. And then they created a fake geomagnetic field. So they synthesized an artificial field, put subjects in there, and did things to the field. They rotated it, even though the subject was stationary. And what they found was that, and they were doing this motivated by the fact that there are almost every other organism on the planet visibly demonstrates the fact that they're affected by the field. So they were looking for something in us that is similarly sensitive. And they found it. They found when they moved that magnetic field on a stationary subject, there was a perceivable and quantifiable, right, an objective change in our brains. So we are energetic beings. We are responding to our external environment, whether we know it or not. There's an organization called HeartMath, a nonprofit. You guys have heard of HeartMath? Oh, yeah. Fascinating. So I was so impressed with their research when I was coming across it in 20 2011 and 2012 that I just said, I have to go work for these guys. And I did. I went to work for them for a little over a year and was fascinated. It was great. We put magnetometers all over the globe, and that enabled us to do some cool studies synchronizing the Earth's magnetic field with what various subjects we're doing. But I might be getting ahead of myself. HeartMath has also done some great studies, like that previous one, detailing the effects of the field on our heart, and in fact on our bodies altogether. And from this abstract down here, the studies, among others, confirming that our autonomous nervous system responds to changes in the geomagnetic and solar activity. Solar wind was correlated with increases in heart rate. When you get more solar wind, your heart changes. So all of this is really just underscoring, again, the fact that we're affected by this field. And I don't think that's a huge leap for anyone to make. You know, if there's a huge magnetic field, it's gonna have some effect on us. It's just sort of, perhaps it shouldn't be too much of a surprise. What else did HeartMath do? Because their research goes beyond this geomagnetic field. They've been doing great work and great studies. Like I said, I was so impressed that I went to go work for them. And their chief finding that they've been exploring has to do with looking at the rate of the heart, because the heart is not a metronome. There's a natural variability between your heartbeats. If everyone's already heard of HeartMath, I'm in danger of saying things you already know. But there's a natural variability in the heart rate. And when you look at that variability, when you graph it, it tells you, it's informative, it tells you things. If you're having a bad day, and you're pissed off, your heart, you can feel it. When you're really mad, if you're one who experiences things somatically at all, you're well aware that you can feel this. Dude, I've got a 3-month-old, and when he cries, I can feel this, like his anger. I can feel it coming off of his heart. This is what this looks like when you graph it, and it's a function of, it's like the derivative of your heart rate. It's the rate at which your heart is going. So if you're pissed off, it's sort of all over the place, and this is not doing much for your body. It's just sort of happening, and I think it's not helping you at all. When you feel something associated with love, when you feel good, when you feel gratitude, when you feel appreciation, your heart goes into this state that I will call a coherent state, a psychophysiologically coherent state of your heart rate. That physiological coherence doesn't stop there. It actually goes out, it synchronizes with some of the carriers in your EEG, some of your brain waves start suddenly, they snap into place when you enter your cardiac physiological coherence. Your blood pressure starts to sync. So when you get to this state, something happens, and all of a sudden your body, it's like your body has its normal clock cycle back. It's like, oh, I've been waiting for that. And there's more that's cool back here. This is a nice graph. You can see where the subject was just breathing normally, and then they hit this point right here, started doing deep breaths and employing what they call a quick coherence technique, which if we have time, I'll describe. But basically, you just focus on your heart, do some regular breathing, and maybe you can think of something you like, right? It helps to put yourself in that state of appreciation or gratitude, and it happens. You can feel it happen. So as I mentioned, there is increased synchronization and harmony between the cognitive, emotional, and physiological systems, resulting in efficient and harmonious functioning of the whole. Studies conducted across diverse populations have linked the capacity to self-generate and sustain psychophysiologically coherent states at will with numerous benefits. And they have a bunch of papers that are all pretty fascinating. I will briefly acknowledge that it's not just being relaxed. There's more. This is a different state. It's a different way to be. When you're relaxed, you can see your heart rate drops because you're hanging out. But the variation in HRV, when you map sort of where it's flying, it's still sort of all over the place. Versus this coherent state. You've locked it in. You've got a very nice wave there, and it is very much centered there. And they talk a little bit about how that synchronizes with some Schumann resonances and other things. In fact, here's an interesting study that was just done last year, identifying a group's physiological synchronization with Earth's magnetic field. And so this is what I was talking about. Once we've placed these magnetometers across the world, we can watch sort of the rate of change of the field, and we monitored heart rates of several people in different places, and saw that there were changes in each of the subjects that corresponded to these changes in the field. So that's really cool. That's really cool. Let's see if I. And what I want to suggest, yeah. Oh, this is huge, and it's a measurable electromagnetic field around your heart. Like I said, I could feel it when my son gets mad. You can use these squid. It's called squid. These little magnetometers, and actually quantifiably, objectively measure the changes in your heart field. And if I'm doing this technique, if I'm in this coherent state, and I'm just sitting here in the room, it makes it easier for everyone else in the room to get there as well, and to get there and to hold it. So if you're next to someone, and that's because the field extends hundreds of times. The electromagnetic field of your heart is hundreds of times stronger than your brain, and it extends. And they have been able to show this. There's evidence. Sampling results providing intriguing evidence that an exchange of electromagnetic energy produced by the heart occurs when people touch or are in proximity. That's awesome, guys. That's great. We're gonna...
I was just want to say, because I'm not a math kid, I didn't come here for math, but something that helps me reach that state is the scripture. Be still and know that I am God.
Mm-hmm. That's secret high place. It's so your HRV, your heart rate variability, synchronizes with people that are in proximity to you. It just blows my mind. This is why I was like, I have to go work for these guys. This is important, and I did. And now that one is aware that we walk around with this field, I was thinking about this. You think of some guy who's like driving an old beater, some trashy car, and it's spitting out, it's just spewing black fumes, but he doesn't know, right? He's just driving forward, he doesn't even know, and he's polluting, and people are like, that jerk is just making it miserable around here. But until someone says, hey, buddy, dude, your car is belching smog, you need to get that taken care of. The fact that he has no awareness of the fact that he's emitting this pollution precludes him from doing anything about it. But if we're aware that we have these fields that are measurably affecting the people around us, that are affected by our own emotional states, then we can start to take responsibility for what we're putting out. We can start to be responsible for that. And that's a big deal. I also want to suggest that it extends further than they can measure in these studies. We talked about, or maybe you've heard about the human cosmic connection. LeakCon wrote about far from our linear uniformitarian version of the universe vision. The ancient Chinese believed, and some continue to believe, that the behavior of rulers, the state of our world, and natural catastrophes are intimately related. This is also the way our ancestors understood the world. So I firmly believe this. As above, so below. I think there's a lot of ancient knowledge that points in the direction that it's a two-way thing here. It's not just that we are slaves to the magnetic field, and if it's a bad day, then it's gonna hurt. And I think we need to take cosmic responsibility and step up to the plate here for what's going on here, and we can do that now that we know what's going on. There's lots of studies about. Well, let's keep going. So that's why I shared this. There's lots of studies about consciousness also being non-local and things that would be unmeasurable, basically things. Maybe I'll get back to that in a second here. So that's it. That's awesome. There's clinical evidence, outcomes that demonstrate that being in this state is good for you. That it lowers your, cortisol production, which is your stress chemical, makes you more resilient to recovering from trauma. A bunch of studies. It's great for PTSD. They've done studies with vets. And so I think it could be beneficial to you as an individual, especially if we have trying times in our, if we're expecting something bad, then we need tools to be able to weather these storms emotionally, like we talked about the grief and the trauma. And I said this is important to acknowledge, and so this is part of it. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Oh yeah, so it's, I think it can, like what I was trying to say is it definitely helps you, and then you mix in the fact that it affects the people around us. It affects the plants and animals around us. They've done studies with dogs entering coherent states. So we're putting this stuff out there, and we need to be responsible for it. Let's now turn. We now know that our heart fields are out there, that there is a better way to be in this psychophysiological coherence. So let's go deeper. Before I go deeper, I just want to bring up this quote that I love. It was sent back to Queen Isabella in 1492. Language is the instrument of empire. And it's great. It really tells you. Language affects the way we think. It affects how, obviously, it affects how we communicate and what we can communicate. And if I stand here now and I talk about prayer, then I can expect that some people are going to go, this guy's a religious nutcase. I'm not going to learn anything about prayer from this guy. This is a waste of my time. And if I say instead meditation, then there's a different part of the room that's going to go, this guy's a new age, crystal smoking, whatever it is. And she prays. And so and they're the two right now shall meet, right? There's a problem there. So that's why I say this is, I think, really good example of where language has been weaponized here. And it's only in the post-Cartesian West that we separate spirituality and science like this and treat them like they're so different. Prayer and meditation, I think, is a good one. Because what I'm trying to say there is that we come together, probably we reach a state of coherence, right? We quiet ourselves and focus on something good and feel gratitude, and we focus on what we want. We can call it intention. Again, it's a word that's laden with metaphysical jargon, and if I talk about having a focused intention, people think that I can't even think of an example of what would be the.
Can you say just a little more about what you mean when you say language has been weaponized?
Yeah, totally. I mean that keeps me then from talking about if we all focus on something we want, then maybe we can measurably affect the chances of it manifesting. You see how I already in mid-sentence I'm like, crap, I have no word. I have to use manifest, which again makes me sound like I'm off smoking crystals, and it doesn't. So thank you for forgiving me. But yeah, what I really want to do is try to bring everybody together, because if it's weaponized. If reality, here's where I'm going. If reality is a function of our beliefs, and I believe it is, then when we all believe different things, when we are divided and conquered at the language level already, then the game is. I mean, the tables are what's it called? The tables are turned, slanted. The odds are against us. So that's the weapon. It keeps us from coming together and actually saying, "Hey, we should focus on what we want to do." And go figure. Instead, we're like, "No, I'm going to go meditate. No, I've got to ask God to forgive." It's too divided. So that's what I mean. So now let's get into some more weaponized language. I want to talk about ki and chi. Ki. This was the Chinese call it ki or chi. The Japanese call it ki. The Indians call it prana. In Hebrew, it's referred to as ruah. It's mana to the Hawaiians. It's not a new concept that there is some essential life force working within us, keeping us going. And it's also so it's well described by ancient, whatever you want to call it, ancient traditions, wisdom traditions, and it's also been well researched lately by people who were very brave and overcame their fear of talking about things that weren't establishment mainstream science. This is also sort of all of us are here because we were brave enough to overcome that indoctrination of global warming or whatever it was, right? A lot of us got pretty hardcore programming about a set of beliefs. We broke from that. And so what we're doing is doing the same thing in some other areas today, perhaps. Let's not enumerate these, but it's been studied and called different things by different modern investigators. And here we go. Please go forward. There we go. And so too then are there, just as there are many languages for this concept of energy, so too are there many languages for the ideas of energy work, healing. And again, I'm at risk of using words that have an emotional reaction for you. This guy is on his rock. He's talking about Reiki. And I still have, I'm a Reiki master, and I still have a reaction when people are like Reiki. I'm like, that's not the AI, the data, I can point to it and talk about it. It's like, ugh. But Reiki is awesome, guys. I wanted to talk a little bit about it. I got into Reiki. It was just the first of these systems of energetic healing and these processes that I looked into, and I still like it. I don't buy into it wholesale. There are elements of it that, for instance, in Reiki, there are attunements, and so when you first start, you get attuned, and this is it's more of a ceremony than anything else. But the system says that this is actually, now you're attuned, and so you can go do Reiki. That's hogwash, right? I think anyone can do what we're talking about here. These are innate abilities that we all have. This is part of us embracing our existence as electromagnetic beings. Is knowing how to control our heart field and what it means and what it does, and knowing how to work with these energies, because they're there, they're measurable. So I don't subscribe to the idea that we need to be attuned or pay some guy, right? None of this stuff to gain the ability to do Reiki or to work with these energies. I will say a couple of the reasons that I think Reiki that I like it is that it's well crafted. And so there are lots of things that come up, like people are afraid, if I go do this, am I going to catch bad vibes from this guy? Or am I going to get really tired if I do some energy work on somebody? And Reiki is encoded, it's crafted such that you just don't have issues like that. There's only good Reiki, you can't do it wrong. So you don't have to feel, maybe I shouldn't do this because I don't want, no. If it's either good or it's not going to happen. It's just the way it's defined by its very essence. You can't catch bad energies from the people, and you can't exhaust yourself doing it because the system says you are channeling the universal energy. In fact, there's evidence that says when you're doing Reiki, a bunch of measurable stuff happens, but both the practitioner and the subject brainwaves synchronize to sort of an alpha state, and then there are resonances of the Shu frequencies in there too. So there might be some suggestion that we actually are channeling energy from some other source, from a geomagnetic source, but I can't prove that. So you can't exhaust yourself, was my point. And these are some of the aspects of it that make me say it's well crafted, it's built well. You don't have to, because like I said, these are the beliefs. When you define the system that way, those are the beliefs that you enter when you start to use it. And if reality is a function of our beliefs, then things go well for us when we have well-crafted beliefs. Let's talk a little bit about some of those studies. This color is difficult. Becker and Zimmerman did a study where, I already mentioned this, where the practitioner and the receiver's brainwaves both sync to the alpha state. The magnetic fields grow about 1,000 times around the hands of the practitioner, which is astounding. And yes, they pulse in unison with the Schumann resonance. There's some other studies by Bengston where they did some double blind. This is a guy who didn't believe. He was like, this is nonsense. I'm a doctor. This is nonsense. I'm a research scientist. These guys are off their rocker talking about energy healing. And so they sat down and did Reiki on mice that had been injected with cancer. And 100% of the mice recovered. 88% of them recovered. Whereas, of course, the control group completely died out. And then the other interesting thing was that it turned out to be a lasting effect. So they re-injected the mice that had been treated, and the cancer just didn't catch. So there was a lasting effect even after the treatment had ceased, which is also interesting. There's something going on there. When you go out and look, in fact, this is true of the heart math stuff as well. When you go out and look for Reiki information, there's a ton of fluff out there, and you need to be very careful. Careful might not be the right word, but just be aware that, I think there are people who see some of these ideas and get so excited that they just take it a little, further than you can, right? Further than it's acceptable to take things. And so they talk about the secret and manifesting what they want, because then we're just going to think about good things only, and this doesn't work. And there's another key here where partial knowledge or insufficiently, it's kind of like what I said. If we just learn how to grow food, but we forget what's motivating us to become self-sufficient and move away from these broken systems, then we will simply re-enter them in the future. It's kind of like that. You need to, might have lost my train of thought there. Let's go on. So that's Reiki. And those are between the field around our hearts and the field around our hands when we want it to be there. These are two things that I really consider part of being human. This is part of what we are as energetic electromagnetic beings, and we need to know about it. And I think there's it's good. We should take responsibility for our heart field, like I said, and we should step fully into the electromagnetic beings we are. Plants love the attention. I mentioned that. I sort of tipped the hat at this earlier. Since we're talking about the ways that modern science is wholesale lying to us, this is one of the bigger ones, guys. Consciousness has non-local phenomena, and not only is this encoded in all the wisdom traditions, but most of the physicists who attain God level, they're like really deep into it. Eventually, they come around to some point where they're like, yeah, it's not a materialistic worldview. At the end of the day, here, I love this quote from Max Planck, Nobel-winning physicist, who said, "Consciousness is fundamental, matter is secondary. Everything else comes from consciousness." And of course, the CIA, we all know, right? The CIA does experiments staring at goats or doing remote viewing. They are taking advantage of the fact that we live in this field of consciousness, and so it only makes sense that we really internalize this and start doing it as well, because it's sort of like dark matter, where they're like, well, our model's not really working, so we're just going to call this 97% dark matter. It's kind of like that. All of these things that are real phenomena in our worlds that we can and I have experienced, and that's why I'm sharing it, they're just pushed aside and called paranormal because it doesn't fit into the bucket we want. So it's dark matter, it's paranormal. This is look here, not over there. Push that aside. You guys heard of Michael Talbot and his holographic reality? Some fascinating research there. So yeah, good people have been looking at this for some time. So if reality is a product of our beliefs, if it is indeed a mass shared dream, like a lot of traditions have said, then we need to be careful what we believe. We need to really, this adds even more importance to using discernment and discretion when you're looking at how you construct your own belief system. Don't believe everything you think. Yeah, I think we need to, even as we acknowledge and look at some of the challenges that are absolutely facing us going forward, we should be confident that we can get through them. Because I think our experiences are very likely to be similar to our beliefs. So that's one way. And plus you get hope, right? When you actually believe that you can do something. I mean, look at the athletes always do visualization exercise, telling themselves they can do things because they know the power of visualization and believing it later happens. You see the placebo effect. There's a lot of things that indicate belief is important, has a real measurable effect. And so that's why I sort of say when we put our hearts, that's what this talk is about. When we put our hearts into it, whether you call it prayer or intention, focus, intention, or meditation or whatever, there's something that happens. And there are studies, it's called the Maharishi effect. And they're funded by the Transcendental Meditation Group. I guess without even speaking to them, because I think it's weird, I'll just say I think it's weird to charge a lot of money to tell someone how to meditate. But I have less of an issue for it, given that they're taking some of that money and funding studies that then show the meditators are having measurable effects on our real world. And they have. They've shown measurable decreases in crime rate and a number of other things. And I will again caution you, if you go out and just look for the Maharishi effect, you will find studies that are not good. You'll find things that are objectively verified, not wrong. Like this is just wrong, and it's included here with this. And I think it's mixed. Who knows? Who knows why it's out there? Maybe, as I guessed, someone got excited about it and they just took it too far, or maybe it was a deliberately crafted piece of misinformation. It's hard to say. But again, be aware that if you look for these things, there's a lot of noise out there. Some of them are fluff. And of course, if that's true, this would be one of the most closely guarded secrets about our powers, right? If we are that powerful, then of course those who seek to retain control over the mass of humanity want to get this out of our awareness. They want to push all of this aside and put us, like I said, into that fear mode where we're just dealing with the magnetic field as it comes and we're powerless against it. They want us powerless. It's very different. And what we're talking about is very different, like I said, from The Secret or the Law of Attraction, because those are very you just can't hide from reality. And I think if anything, then you're repressing it and there's in your subconscious this huge belief of something bad, and your failure to integrate that means that you might actually be helping to manifest that. So there's a lot of like crazy stuff, and we can talk more about that maybe after. Here are some of the studies. I'm not going to read them because we're out of time, about the Maharishi effect. I realize that you can't read them either because it's completely illegible. But I just, to sort of tie it back, the Vedas, and a ton, this is from a paper that was looking at Vedic knowledge as it's now been encoded into a different, sort of finding like the common threads in a bunch of different Native American and other indigenous cultures, and piecing together these core Vedic principles about reality. And a lot of them, we saw that, in fact, I should have mentioned the corn back there was the Hopi. Yeah, the Hopi corn, dry farmed in the middle of nowhere, which is just awesome. So when I spoke with that Hopi guy, he was really sharing the fact that the way it's not just agriculture for them, it is their spirituality. It's an integrated worldview where they bring themselves and their heart fields right into the field, and they worship. In this case, we see they worshiping the field and showing gratitude to the earth. Well, that's that gratitude word again, right? It's a coherent emotion. So there's things suggesting to me that, folks, it's not just the agricultural labor participation rate that's gone down to 2%. It's our fundamental connection with reality and with cultivation, which is part of who we are as humans. And these things should be, and probably, frankly, are indivisible. And that's why there's so much problem. Part of the problem is that we're separated from these things. So it's bigger than just the job. The graph is just agricultural jobs. I'm going to skip these for now and return to that main point that we are more powerful than they would like us to believe, certainly, and probably even than we would like to believe, because dang it, if I do have some power here, then I got to use it right. I got to be responsible for this field. Now you've told me about it. Now I can't walk around belching smog everywhere. Right? And I'm not at all high and mighty. I walk around belching smoke daily. I think everybody does, which is part of it. But we can work on it now that we're aware of it. We can try and feed the field better things. And holding, the same thing, holding good beliefs about the future, even and especially while being well informed about the challenges, the very real challenges ahead of us, I think is important. We don't need to be manifesting revelations. See, there are dangers. These are weaponized beliefs. Yeah. Okay. So the true superpower might just be being sane and being human and integrating these things and acknowledging that there's grief and trauma and carrying that around. I remember referencing the study where people were like in a waiting room, and everybody would stand up, and the people that didn't know about it were like, I guess I should stand up too. And it got weirder and weirder. But all it took was one person to stay seating or to question the narrative. And everybody else in the room, like 70%, just because of this one person, the effect was almost completely nullified. So it doesn't take many of us being sane in the real world to substantially change the game. And actually, this is true also. The Maharishi effect that we were talking about drops the crime rate across millions of people in a city, even though there's only a couple hundred people doing it. So it seems as if the universe is prime, and certainly life and nature, look outside, it seems like there's a lot of love and things work together. And while we're disconnected largely from these things, it seems like that's the preference of the system we live in, the construct. And there is an outsized effect when even a small number of people get into this state or put their mind to it. So that's also encouraging, because it's easy for me to like look at these things and be like, yeah, but this isn't helpful because no one does these things, and like I need to just go move in the middle of nowhere. It puts me back in fear mode if I look at the way a lot of people are living right now. I need to get away from these kind of people. So that's helpful to me to know that it actually only takes this room to change all of Denver's like outcomes today. It's pretty cool. Absolutely, they're worried about this room. Absolutely. So I will end on this little concept I found. There's something called imaginal cells in insects An imaginal cell is one of the parts of the insect larva that will become the body of the insect once it's in its full adult form. These cells are genetically identical to all of the cells around it. And yet, when the pupa starts going through the metamorphosis, and cells are, it's apoptosis, the cells are killing themselves, and like, what's going on? It looks like complete chaos. It looks like the caterpillar is dying, right? It's turning into goo. But these imaginal cells aren't freaking out. In fact, before that started, they were already building the new structure. And they're sort of compressed into these discs until the metamorphosis happens, and it just pops out the leg. It was ready to go all along. Just needed to get to that point where it was time. Just needed to get to the right time for this leg to pop out. What I want to suggest.
Did you know that if you help the caterpillar break out of the cocoon, it'll handicap it?
I did not know that. What I want to suggest is that we are the imaginal cells right now. And I hear every day, I can't go to food because I don't have money, I'm not in the right place, my family doesn't run, I've got no time, whatever it is. There's a number of reasons, valid reasons, frankly, in many cases, that people put them in between themselves and taking some action. But I think right now, my point was, and also it's illegal. I don't have the money, or it's illegal to do what I want to do where I am. So these are the constraints that are there. But we need to be imaginal cells now. And even while this other system is still existing around us, and it's still, frankly, it's coming down rapidly, right? Even given that, and that feels scary, but even then, we need to be building that future. Because when the time is right, it will be we who have those new structures, who have those anti-fragile communities built, and they will just pop out, and that will be the continuity there. So yes, the systems will fail, and they have to. They only provide for our extinction right now. I'm sad, right? There are people that are attached to these systems that can't make a transition. I'm out of time, yeah.
3 minutes.
So that's it. So things have to change, and given that they change, let's be imaginal cells. That's what being the change needs to be. Grow abundant, nutritive food. Keep researching, because things change. You need to. This is that quench, that thirst for knowledge has to stay there, and educate people. Build the anti-fragile communities. Be the imaginal cells. And that is it. Thank you. Thank you. Any Q&A? Yeah. We have 2 minutes.
Towards that end, I decided that I put out a thing, so anybody wants to continue the conversation, I'm going to have a sign-up sheet for a while. So
awesome.
We don't want to lose the momentum we've got.
Good deal. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
It was amazing that was your talk, because as soon as you guys got up and left, me and Steve and Eric had similar theme to your talk about how we need to interact, not just on the food or the land or the water, or how the people need to be. So that was excellent.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It fed the vibe.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I had to get out of your way here. Thank you.
Listen, I just want to shake your hand and say thanks for everything, man. That was very inspirational.
Thank you. Good.
And are you near Santa Rosa, by chance?
Not anymore.
Not anymore? Yeah,
Are you?
got some relatives up there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in North Colorado right now. Cool. Learning. Yeah. Chris, thanks for the last couple of years.
Thank you.
Continue.
Thank you. Great to meet you.
Awesome.
We're good. Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Almost cried. Cried.
No, remember.
Yeah. You didn't tell us any data, but.
Yes.
What? And the stop that we use to I know exactly what you're saying. We're very
We have a conversation now. I'm gonna get my stuff out of this guy's way.
Hey.
Do you like this light?
I think maybe a little dimmer.
The next step is dark, where you're illuminated and everyone's black. Which is what I did, and that gets it'll give you
Let's
that-
leave it like this then.
This?
Yeah, let's leave it like this. If we can't dim it just a little bit, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you though.
Yeah. There's extra water here, but you have water.
Yep.
Okay. So for those of you that are in here, Christian's going to be doing a workshop at 3 p.m. downstairs. If you are not a VIP and you missed this talk, feel free to let the VIPs go in first, but I don't think the whole room will be full. So you're all invited to go see Christian at 3 p.m.
Nice.
Down in Conifer and overwhelm him.
Hey, my name's Christian as well. I think it's inspiring that how you can spread those responses to information. And also admirable that you talk about taking the responsibility from the awareness of our powers and mechanisms. So, right on. That's awesome. And a really good thing for all of us to be doing it for each other. So, thank you.
I'll take that.
Are those your boys that were here? Yeah.
This is not yours?
Oh,
It is not.
Were yours up here?
Yes.
Oh, they were yours? Oh, no, they were fun.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's fine.
They were a little hyper. But the minute you said go upstairs, they didn't argue. Yeah. And how they're young with their boys. They still costumes.
Here's Joel.
Oh, yes.
Adrian, did how many people were in Conifer?
So you came and brought all your friends.
3 o'clock. It was full.
Well, the only key here is that we have it recorded.
Downstairs?
No, but it should be even. Going to about Christians, it should be 77.
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to introduce whenever you're ready? Yeah. Okay, sure.
And same with that what? Yeah, I found out by accident. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that's all right. Okay. I'm gonna adopt this expression. Yeah, so.
Adrian, it's better we go to came back.
Oh, okay, great. I think you like it.
I can't find a dimmer.
Oh, Diamond, that's okay.
We should
All right, so our next speaker, guys, is Adrian D'Amico, and did I say it right?
Yes.
He is good friends with Ben Davidson, who I started following at the beginning of the Suspicious Observers phenomenon. At the time, I was following Comet Ison because, according to what I believed, I thought Comet Ison was going to be an electric comet that was going to light up a little bit more than it did. And what I was waiting for was global unrest and a bunch of people jumping off of buildings. Because it's been a long time since a comet has come in and made people do that. And then, and it didn't happen. So there is a comet coming in 2026, and that'll be the one. But Adrian is good friends with Ben. So not only that, he's unique in this in these realms because he's a lawyer. Like when I found out he's like a corporate lawyer who studies aliens, it's pretty fascinating. He is the creator of Suspect Sky YouTube channel. For those who don't know, and he just published a book, which he's probably going to tell you about.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So without further ado, the corporate lawyer, alien guy, Adrian D'Amico.
Well, thank you all. And can we get a quick round of applause for the conference, because day one was great. Yeah. And it's no easy task to do this and execute it successfully. So really great job. It's been done really excellent. And thank you for inviting me and the other presenters. So yeah, and by the way, is anybody else feeling the altitude effects? Okay, so I might drink this entire bottle of water during this talk, just so I don't sound too raspy. But please forgive me if I have to do that frequently. So yeah, we're gonna get started here. Yep, Adrian from Suspect Sky, the founder. We started in 2012, and we have a number of pillars of content that we sort of focus our research and our investigation on that we're going to get into a little bit as we go through this. So unidentified flying objects, unidentified aerial phenomena, Vimanas, chariots of the gods, strange lights in the sky. So throughout the entirety of known human history, we have records, observations, and written accounts of something suspect happening in the sky. It's been with us forever as a people. So something is going on, and the evidence is there. And I am a bit of an oddity in that I'm a corporate lawyer who knows that aliens are real. And I think over the decades that I've been researching this, that I've pretty much figured out that there is sufficient evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that there is something in the skies and that alien and UFO phenomena is real. So the talk is entitled, Have We Ever Been Alone? Because this is sort of an interesting concept that I tackle in the book, and I'll share a little bit more about that. One of the content types that we do on the Suspect Sky channel is the project to collect as much realistic and legitimate footage of the phenomenon as possible and present it in compilations that are engaging and entertaining to the viewer. So we use things like music and editing to sort of thematically present it in an interesting and exciting way in an effort to sort of be a little bit more viral, right? To get the message out so that it can be shared. And I actually have selected a couple clips here that hopefully the sound and stuff works that I'd like to share with you. These are all clips from the last 6 months. Yep, here we go. Brazil.
How are you doing?
Any types of analysis? Oh, you guys don't say that. You just say the beautiful.
Yeah, pretty wild, right? It's amazing. So our team has a network of volunteers across the world that send us footage like this that they find. It's actually very exciting to see sort of people willing and able to provide evidence and be able to share that experience with us. And then we sort of compile it. And you would be amazed at the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos that are sent in every month. So we do a compilation every month. So I don't think it's unreasonable to make the assertion that there is enough volume and frequency of sightings that there is something going on in the skies. Unlike a lot of other people, I don't think that they're all alien. They could be government, black triangles, for example, the aurora, plane, hidden technology. But there are enough that are very strange and don't really fit that philosophy. And if just one of them is real, then the entire paradigm and our understanding of the universe shifts. So it is an extremely important question that we are faced with as a community. And speaking with the community, all of you LeakConners here, there's something unique, I think, about people in this room. And what I call this unique quality is that we have Renaissance thought. And by this, I mean, unfortunately, in our society today, and particularly mainstream science, we become ever specialized at a particular area of interest. You are a senior programmer level 3, and that's what you do, and that's your silo. That's your world and your reality, and that's what you live in. The people in this community and the other communities that are involved in the search for truth, I think, apply Renaissance thought, meaning they have multiple disciplines that they study and multiple skills and areas of research that they sort of connect together. And this is why Leonardo da Vinci was so impressive, because he studied sculpting, he was an inventor, language. I mean, he was an expert in all these different philosophies, and he brought them together to really create breakthroughs. So I think that our focus as a society on specialization leaves a lack of these breakthroughs and understanding, which I think that our community possesses this quality, which is why I think the real research and the real truth will come out of people like you all. It's less susceptible to influence. So this, there are no big corporate Monsantos funding this, right? GMOs, in my opinion, have been allowed to exist because of the revolving door that sort of Diamond talks about. It's climate change science is funded by government programs and corporate interests. So we do not have that. So we are less susceptible to influence. And this is very important in terms of creating these breakthroughs in understanding. So the question, are we alone, is one of the biggest for our civilization. It's up there with, is there a God? What happens after death? Are we alone? This is one of these big, universal, fundamentally paradigm-shifting questions that if we were to answer any one of these, would change the human condition. It would change our understanding of reality and our philosophy and us as a people and how we interact with one another. So it's a really big question. So other people thought it was a big question too. So this is the Brookings report. This is a study that was organized in 1960, commissioned by NASA. And the idea was the human civilization was beginning to enter into space, right? We were beginning our Apollo moon programs, manned missions into outer space were beginning. And NASA said, well, wait a minute, are we missing something? Let's hire a think tank, this Brookings Institute. Let's hire them to figure out, have we missed any sort of problems or questions that might be highly relevant to the human exploration of space? And so the Brookings report said, yeah, there actually is. So it's very possible you're going to find artifacts on the moon or other planets in the solar system throughout your space exploration activities. And this is going to be a big problem for society. It's going to be extremely disruptive. things like religion, belief structures. These things could collapse. It could cause a social disruption at a level that we've never seen before. And they also say something else that's pretty interesting. I actually don't have a slide of that particular page, but they also noticed that the people involved with the exploration of space are engineers and scientists. And those individuals are going to be the ultimate arbiters in answering the question, are we alone? And they also said something interesting. They said that these disciplines, scientists, engineers, have a psychological condition that they understand their purpose in life to be the mastery of nature. And to find evidence that another civilization or species might be a superior mastery of nature than them would be psychologically difficult for them to say, publicly because of this sort of condition. And that leaves us in a really interesting place. The people that we depend on to answer that question, are we alone, are the least likely to tell us that answer psychologically. So that's where I think people like our community, Renaissance thinkers, need to sort of apply our skills and take a look. So the title of this talk is called Have We Ever Been Alone? Because I think this is the real question, not are we presently alone? Do we find present evidence of extraterrestrial or non-terrestrial intelligence? Have they ever existed anywhere in the billions of years that the universe has been around? And I think that's the real question, because it would have the same psychological and social impact, the same disruption, regardless if they were presently with us now or not. And this brings up an interesting point. Is anybody familiar with the Drake equation? So the Drake equation is this concept, this attempt to estimate how many potentially intelligent communicating civilizations might be here now that we could find evidence of. But it lacks sort of the idea of a past civilization. Is there any archaeological evidence, for example, that we could find that might help us answer this question? So yeah, UFOs are fun to look at, and they're really exciting, and there's tons of evidence out there. But from a scientific perspective, we need to have a stronger basis and analytical framework to look at this with. And I suggest that we should begin on how do we measure civilization? What is it we're actually looking for out there? Sure, sightings are cool, but is there other stuff that we can find or evidence that we can locate that we can put now into a rational scientific framework to answer our question, have we ever been alone as a people? And I'm not the only one. There's many smarter people out there that have already thought of this idea. And it all began with a guy named Nikolai Kardashev. He's a Soviet astronomer, very brilliant guy. And he wrote pretty much the paper that started this whole idea, this whole field. And it's entitled On the Inevitability and the Possible Structures of Super Civilizations. So Kardashev was really smart. And he said, you know, in the billions of years that the universe has been around, in the trillions of light years that we can see, it has to be inevitable that one civilization achieved a size and sophistication to build superstructures in space that maybe we can see with telescopes. This was the whole theory of the idea that Kardashev came up with. And it was interesting that he said, you know, it's not only possible, it's probably inevitable, because if life formed once, it's probably going to form somewhere else. And eventually, over the billions of years, these civilizations might build something big enough that we can see with our telescopes. He's also not the only one. So here's a picture of a concept of a Dyson structure. Is anybody familiar with what a Dyson sphere is? A Dyson sphere is, one idea of it is a totally encapsulated structure around a star that a civilization uses it to provide energy for its population. But there's also another potential Dyson's-like structure, which is not a complete sphere, but sort of rings around it. So maybe these are things that we should be looking for in our telescopes. There's also other people that have created their own scales. So Kardashev came up with a type 1, a type 2, and a type 3 civilization scale. he puts the conditions for sort of measuring the civilization's progress up this scale involved energy consumption. So a type 1 would have the full capability of exploiting its local planet's energy resources. A type 2 could analogously exploit all the energy resources in its local solar system, and a type 3 would be the galaxy. So this was sort of the initial scale that Kardashev came up with in the 60s. But other people came up with other scales. So Carl Sagan, famous author, said maybe energy isn't really what we should be looking for. Maybe it's information. How much knowledge do we have as a society, and how accessible is that knowledge to our citizenry? Is sort of what Carl Sagan thought might be another alternative way to look at measuring a civilization. A guy named John Barrow came up with the idea of it's not really energy or information, it's really how technologically savvy are you at manipulating ever smaller components of reality. So genes, elements, molecules, all the way down to the fundamental fabric of space and time would be sort of the type 3 analogy under his scale. And then one of my personal favorites is a guy named Robert Zubrin said, you know what, enough with the science, right? What do we really see in the real world when we're looking and gauging civilizations? What we're looking at is how can that civilization project its influence around its environment? So for example, the Roman Empire, the British colonial empire, today's, I guess, American empire. So how can a civilization project its influence across its relative environment? So I actually suggest that we need a new scale. And this scale is called the Civilization Power Scale. It's actually just a mix of Kardashev and Zubrin. And the idea is that when we're supposed to measure a civilization, we need to see both how much energy it can exploit, and then how can it project that energy and resources into its environment. So it's a mix of what Kardashev and Zubrin were talking about. So I like to round down. So I consider humanity presently as a 0.5 civilization. So in a few hundred years, we will likely reach a type 1, meaning that we can exploit the energy of our entire planet and project our influence across the entire planet. Would be what under the scale that I propose would have us as. And this could be happening in a couple hundred years, and we see evidence of it already. So we can modify the weather. We have a global internet. Information can be accessed everywhere by literally almost anyone. Some knowledge of humanity has been digitized and placed into the internet. And then this little guy, I don't know, has anybody heard of the M drive before? So this is a real device developed at NASA's EagleWorks laboratory. This is a device, it's a space engine that produces produces thrust without propellant. Nobody knows how it works, but it works. Theories range from quantum vacuum energy to microwave radiation, all the way to radio energy. And it's actually, the M drive is sort of a neat name for it that is not really what it was named by NASA's EagleWorks laboratory. It's actually called an RF, radio frequency cabinet thruster, resonant cavity thruster. So the leading theory is that somehow radio waves or vacuum energy produces thrust. And this is the type of technologies that we are looking at seriously into developing that might be able to bring humanity influence into our greater solar system. So we're seeing evidence that we as a people are moving up this civilization scale. And it's probably likely that other civilizations have as well. If we can do it, are we that special? It's likely that others have as well. So once we understand sort of what we're looking for in terms of evidence, and we have a framework to measure civilizations and sort of think about possible places to look and things that we're looking for, I break up the search for extraterrestrial life into three sort of buckets. There are signals, radio signals, other types of signals that we can pick up, perhaps detect with our radio satellites. There's also physical signs. This is sort of what Kardashev talked about when he said, can we just point a telescope and see some type of evidence of an alien civilization's projects or constructions or just their influence of an environment somewhere else. And finally, one that is oftentimes left out is our backyard. So has there ever, in the billions of years of our solar system's existence, has a non-terrestrial civilization ever passed through and left some type of evidence? So there is potentially a lot of evidence that we could be finding within our own sort of backyard, areas that the M Drive might be allowing us to explore and visit and identify. So who's looking now? The scientists I mentioned, right, the ones least likely to tell you that there's any evidence out there, is pretty much SETI. So they're pretty much the sum total of sort of the organized search by the scientific community. And they have a couple of assumptions that a lot of people don't know about. One of which is they exclusively look to radio. So they ignore things like potentially laser light communication. They ignore physical signs like the search for Dyson structures. They deal only with radio. They also assume that interstellar travel is impossible. So they're not looking for evidence, say, of M Drive signatures of vehicles moving throughout the cosmos. So they exclusively look to radio, and they're assuming that that interstellar travel is impossible, and they're just not even looking for any sort of signs of potentially ships or vehicles or other types of craft moving throughout the cosmos. It's also very human-centric. This is an important concept. Has anybody heard of the hydrogen line? So the hydrogen line is the frequency at which the element hydrogen resonates at. And it's 1420 megahertz. And reasonably so. SETI said the sky is too big. There's virtually infinite numbers of frequencies we can be listening for radio signals on. We need a frequency to look at. We need to limit our search. We need to narrow our focus. And they said, well, you know what? Let's look at the most fundamental element, hydrogen. It resonates at 1420 megahertz. So let's look there. Let's monitor the sky at that frequency. They also, and my biggest pet peeve, is that the signals must repeat. So they have to detect it multiple times in order for it to be, according to them, a scientific confirmation and a valid hit of a potentially radio signal from an alien civilization. Well, lo and behold, we've detected a few. So we have WOW-1. This was detected at the Big Ear Telescope, I believe in the 70s, 75, I think. It was an extremely powerful transmission at 1420 megahertz, the hydrogen line, and it came from the Sagittarius constellation. You can see here, and actually, if you look here, this is the signal. So it was proven to be outside of our solar system. It was on the hydrogen line, 1420 megahertz, and it was an extremely powerful signal, well beyond any background radiation noise. So, what was the duration? Looks like 120 seconds, I think, is how long it was. But it never repeated. So it wasn't a valid hit. Well, okay, so they said, well, let's start to think of other ways, other places we can look, other frequencies we can listen to. And somebody said, okay, perhaps it's possible that the hydrogen line could be produced naturally. So let's pick a new frequency, one that can't be produced naturally. And what they did is they multiplied 1420 megahertz by the number pi. And because pi is a non-terminating number, they were saying that this perhaps can't be produced as a signal naturally. So if we multiply by one number into another number, let's look at that frequency. And we're assuming that this would be pretty strong evidence of artificiality of a signal. They found one. So this is WOW-2. It was even more powerful than WOW-1. It was on this sort of magical, non-natural frequency. It also came from a star system that is very similar to our G-type star, with planetary bodies, exoplanets, in habitable zones. So it's potentially a very good target, a good hit for evidence of an artificial signal coming from a non-terrestrial civilization. It didn't repeat, so they threw it out. SETI also has some overlooked opportunities, I think. So I think they're doing a great job. I also think that, like I said, there's sort of an infinite number of frequencies to look at, so they're making these educated guesses where to look at. Another team member on Suspect Sky, who's speaking after me, is named Gary Long. And he actually has an expertise in radio technology and engineering. And we've actually come up with a couple other places we should look in terms of searching for signals of alien civilizations. Similar to the hydrogen line, the golden ratio, 1.61 gigahertz, is one of these sort of fundamental mathematical truths of the universe that we would assume alien civilizations would recognize and maybe broadcast their signals if they're looking to tell other people that they exist. Maybe we should look there, which is different than the hydrogen line. It's pretty close, but it's a similar concept. Another thing is the idea of a spread spectrum signal. So you can sort of see in the background here, do you see how this is sort of a traditional sort of wow looking signal? Well, there's also the idea that you can spread that signal out across time and frequencies. And who uses this? The military. So this is a way to encrypt and hide the location of your signals when you're transmitting. And perhaps aliens, unlike us, who are stupid and broadcast our existence everywhere, perhaps they would try to sort of encrypt or hide their presence a little bit using what's called a spread spectrum technique. And then finally, we're looking at very high frequencies. These are really powerful signals. And the problem with looking at very powerful, high frequency, highly energetic signals is that they are susceptible to being dispersed when impacting things in the interstellar medium. So if it's traveling through dust, these signals tend to break up. So one of our ideas is perhaps we should be looking at very low frequency signals. These are things like submarines use sonar. It's a very low, quiet signal. It can pass through thousands of miles of thick water because it's very low frequency. So perhaps we need to be looking at the very low frequency end as well, much like submarines use sonar. But so this is sort of the search for signals. There's also, as I mentioned, there's signals, signs, and our backyard. So what about physical signs? Well, perhaps we can look at other star systems and see, is anybody manipulating that star in some way? Are they building a Dyson sphere around it? Are they changing the chemical composition of the star in some way? Are they blowing up nuclear bombs to extend the life of the inner core of the star? You know, whatever. Is there any type of evidence that we can see of star systems being manipulated? And I call it interstellar archaeology because due to the speed of light and the vast distances involved, this would be really old stuff that happened. So if we detect a signal, or I'm sorry, if we see a sign from thousands of light years away, it'll be thousands of years old, which is why we call it interstellar archaeology. They found something. So this guy named Bora discovered that out of 2.5 million stars cataloged in what's called the Sloan Digital Sky Survey, 214 of them, oddly enough, have coherent laser-like beams being transmitted out of them. He also argued that this had to be artificial because all of the 214 stars were shockingly in a stellar classification very similar to our star, which is habitable. So he argued that if these laser coherent light beams were some fundamental property of a star itself, that likely we would see them happening in many different types of stars rather than just our sun-like stars, is what he argued. And it was very coherent light that is not capable of being produced naturally. And this is also something that SETI doesn't look at. They don't look at laser beams. And also, there's been a lot of talk about Tabby star lately. I don't know if anybody's heard about this. This is a star that varies in brightness from by as much as 80%, which is kind of crazy to think about. I mean, imagine if our sun varied in its brightness by 80%. The mainstream is saying that this is some sort of cometary dust cloud or something like that, that it is dimming the star relative to us as this cloud sort of moves around it, which is possible. I have a bit of a problem with that because why don't we see it anywhere else? If this is sort of a fundamental homogeneous universe type of concept, wouldn't we expect to see other stars have this type of dimming? It's possible. It's just a very unique natural situation. But I think that it at least has to be thought of open-mindedly that this potentially could be a modified Dyson structure, like that ring object that I showed in an earlier slide? Are we seeing the variations in brightness because there's some physical structure changing that variable brightness? And what about our backyard? So this is what I call interplanetary archaeology. So can we find weird structures on the moon and Mars of our own backyard solar system? And we do. So this is from the Lunar Observer mission. This is some structural element on the lunar surface. It's nicknamed the Tower Beyond Copernicus, but it just doesn't look natural. How did this naturally form on the moon? It's hard to kind of think of a natural process to do that. And is it possible that we could see millions of years old archaeological evidence on the moon, on Mars, on the other planets and bodies that we're visiting in the solar system, just like the Brookings report warned about? So they said, you're probably going to find stuff, and if you release it, it's going to cause a lot of social disruption. So this is from the Soviet Zond 3 mission. This is on the far or dark side of the moon. And what is that? So this is a huge structure of some kind on the dark side of the moon. And not surprisingly, you don't hear about this in sort of the Brookings-influenced US space program. So that's a real photo from the dark side of the moon done by the Soviet Zond program. I've heard a mile high is what I've heard. Yeah, so when you compare, so I mean, this is the crest of the lunar surface. Imagine how gigantic that. I mean, imagine if something was sticking out of the Earth's, crust like that. Is that natural? I mean, planetary bodies don't really form those types of objects. We also see tracks on the moon. The mainstream explanation for this is a meteorite impact that is bouncing and leaving what looks like tracks along the lunar surface. I argue that that's highly unlikely because of the even-spaced nature of the track that is going for hundreds of miles. So I think that's a very poor explanation of sort of a meteorite skipping on the surface of the moon like a rock skipping on water. How could it be possibly evenly spaced impacts if it's losing velocity as it's hitting the surface? So is this evidence of ancient rovers on the moon, ancient roads? Who knows? But it's something very peculiar and very non-natural looking. We also see the same thing on Mars. So it's a little hard to see, but the tracks are here as well. They're evenly spaced tracks found on the Martian surface. We also have something else weird on Mars. This is the face on Mars. I'm sure everybody's seen photos of that. The face on Mars is actually part of a much larger structural complex. So you can see some sort of pyramidal looking structures here. This is found in the Sidonian region of Mars. And that's the face right there. And there's a bunch of really interesting relationships, mathematical and geometric relationships of this evidence of perhaps structural activity on Mars. And also, I'd like to remind people, think about what the human civilization would look like 1 million years from now. So if the human race was wiped out tomorrow by a catastrophe, what would 1 million years from now, what would the evidence of our existence look like? There wouldn't be much. So I argue that it likely would be plastics might be still around, and very large structures such as Mount Rushmore built into granite, built in climates that are likely less susceptible to erosion. Those might still exist. And what does that remind you of? The face on Mars, Mount Rushmore. Pyramids might survive 1 million years. But the vast majority of cities and things would just be rubble, rusted, grown over. It would be very difficult for somebody using a little rover to find any evidence of us ever being here. So I mentioned the mathematical relationships. The pyramid complex applies to the golden ratio. So that complex is laid out in a way that is the golden ratio, which is also which is that gigahertz frequency I mentioned, 1.61, that we might want to look at. So is this a message? Sort of similar to how our pyramids are laid out according to cardinal coordinates and things, and they align with constellations and stuff. Perhaps that's exactly what we're seeing in the Sidonian region of Mars. There's even more. So there's the Sphinx on Mars. compared to the Sphinx on Earth? Is this the rubble and remnants of a Sphinx-like structure on the Martian surface? It's a little fuzzy, sorry about the resolution, but you can see potentially this is the body, this is the head, and here are the paws down here. There's even more. So this is on the moon of Mars called Phobos. This is some structural looking monolith. It's nicknamed the Phobos monolith. That just looks very odd. It looks very unnatural. This is filmed from a satellite. But don't take my word for it. Buzz Aldrin actually noticed this. And
habitation on the moon. We can visit other people with their habitation. We can keep track. If there's something very important to be developed from the moon, I'm not sure what it is right now. And I sure think we should identify what it is for America to make such gross expenditures again for human habitation on the moon. We can help. We can join with. Together, we can explore the moon and develop the moon. We should go boldly where man has not gone before. Fly by the comets, visit asteroids, visit the moon of Mars. There's a monolith there, a very unusual structure on this little potato-shaped object that goes around Mars once in 7 hours. When people find out about that, they're going to say, who put that there? Who put that there? Well, the universe put it there. If you choose, God put it there. Maybe.
So you see, he realized what he said, and so he quickly corrected himself. Yeah, he's an interesting guy. You know, he's publicly said that he's seen UFOs in space as part of his lunar mission. Yeah, he's a really fascinating. If you're ever interested in the Apollo moon program, there was a lot of weird stuff. I have a video on Vimeo. It's actually blocked on YouTube. But it's called NASA Alien Footage and UFO Secrets. And I cover a lot of the really, really weird stuff that was part of the Apollo program. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little off topic, but it's one of my favorite videos that I've done.
Do you have a title for it, or what's your site?
Oh, it's just Suspect Sky at Vimeo, yeah. And it's really crazy. You know, they were told they had scripted things that they had to say at certain times of the mission. But then when you dig up the black boxes, this is actually public information, the astronauts were talking about things that were not aired publicly. And they were talking about things like campfires on the moon. They heard music on the dark side of the moon. So there's a lot of weird stuff in the Apollo program that you should definitely check out.
Habitation.
Just another thing. So this is a video, or this is a photo from one of the Martian observers. What are these little things? I don't know. When you look at it in higher resolution, I'm sorry, the projector is kind of, but are they statues? I don't know. It's kind of odd how you have these little things here sort of organized in a way on the Martian surface. And then, of course, this one. This is called the Demon. Is this a Mount Rushmore type structure on the Martian surface? Or is it just human nature to find sort of images in things like, you know, we look at clouds and stuff. But the sum total of all this stuff is starting to paint kind of an interesting picture, right? Maybe once and twice, you know, it might be just sort of a trick of the eye, but over time you start to wonder, what are we really seeing in our own backyard? So I mentioned the types of civilizations, right? 1, 2, 3. But in the book and whatnot, I argue that there's 2 additional types of civilizations beyond a type 3. There's a type 4, which can control and exploit and exert its influence across many galaxies, sort of like a supercluster concept. And then the type 5, you'll have to read the book to find out what that is. But the type 4 would be such a massive civilization and would produce such enormous structures at such an incredible scale. So we're talking a multiple galaxy spanning civilization. Is it perhaps building a sufficient number of structures that block a substantial amount of the starlight coming from that region of the universe? And this is a real picture. So this is called Boetti's Void. The mainstream explanation is that for some reason, galaxies just didn't form here, but they formed everywhere else, which kind of goes against the homogeneity concept that the universe is sort of the same everywhere else. And so is this perhaps a vast network of something similar to Dyson structures that are just blocking a significant amount of sunlight. And are we seeing that here? There's also another concept that we've came up with, and that's called the covert dark. So it's dark for a purpose. I argue that rational civilizations, unlike ours, would not be willing to broadcast their existence all over the place. Just because imagine if there was a resource competitive neighbor that was more advanced than you, they might take your resources. So I think that most intelligent civilizations will attempt to hide their existence as much as possible. Perhaps building Dyson structures to block starlight, perhaps using spread spectrum frequency signals to communicate via interstellar distances. So I think fundamentally our search needs to be more open-minded and more analytical a little bit. So I just say, there were all these wow signals and things, and we're looking for civilizations to basically say, hey, we're here, but I don't really think that they are. So I think we need to be a little bit more critical and a little bit more investigative in our search. Also, sort of on an aside, the idea that these covert dark civilizations, that's sort of a term that I've coined for this concept, they likely would not want to interact with us. They might surveil us, but I don't think that they're just going to say, hey, we're around here and just openly interact with us. And isn't that what we see with UFOs, right? It's sort of spooky lights in the sky every often, but they're not landing on the White House lawn and saying, hey, we're here. So I think the sightings evidence fits nicely into this framework as well. Do I have time? Yeah, okay. So the next thing that everybody likes when I talk about is fast radio bursts. So we're sort of returning back to signals. Have people heard of FRBs? They're pretty big in the media. Technically, they are called narrowband millimeter transmissions. It's basically a fancy way of saying that these are extremely powerful. They're probably the most powerful signals we've ever detected. They occur in a rapidly short amount of time. So they're here and they're gone in a millisecond or two. And the amount of energy that is in an FRB and to have traveled the billions of light years that they've traveled to get here is astounding. It's about the amount of energy the sun produces in an entire year concentrated in a millisecond. So it's pretty crazy level of energy. And so you can see here's the FRB that was detected. It's that spike. And what you're looking at here, this curve, is the difference between the frequencies of when the signal originally hit the radio telescope and then a millisecond later when it ended. And this is that discrepancy. This discrepancy in frequency is called dispersion measure. And scientists use it to estimate the distance of which this signal traveled before it reached us. And they use it as, it's an estimated guess, but it's pretty good. Because we have a good understanding of how powerful a signal is, how short this band should be had it not impacted dust and other junk as it traveled through the universe. So what they do is they estimate the distance based off of the measurement of a dispersion between its receiving and its ending signal. And it's definitely the biggest thing since WOW. But don't trust me. We have Abraham Loeb, director of Harvard University's astronomy department, and he thinks FRBs, and he publishes papers on this, he thinks FRBs is evidence of solar sails. So the idea would be there's a powerful energy wave, perhaps radio frequency based like FRBs are, impacting a solar sail and propelling a vehicle through space. And as we move relative to the origin point of this signal, we get almost a sweeping effect, almost like if you were to take a flashlight and sort of throw it like this. And that's why FRBs are so powerful and so brief. He also, interestingly enough, thinks Oumuamua that was that object that sort of passed through our solar system recently. He actually thinks that that's also solar sail technology. And that the whole idea that this was some weird spinning comet that changed velocity is just nonsense. So, and he's a very big person in the field saying this publicly, so it's pretty exciting. FRBs, they also repeat. So this is fascinating. So we found a repeater back in 2012, and this was the first detected repeater. It repeated something like 90 times, which is crazy to think about, and it gets even crazier the more that we dig into it. But they did a paper. They studied the statistics of these repeating signals coming from somewhere, They studied the statistics of it, and they found that it clusters. So it's not like a pulsar, which is very even, very predictable. It's almost like we'll get 10 signals in a month, and then it'll be quiet for another couple of months. So it's fascinating. The leading theory that is natural origin hypothesis, and trust me, they've disproven like 50. So everybody's trying to figure out what these are, and it's sort of much boiled down to this. Are FRBs asteroids hitting neutron stars? Is that why they cluster? Because as you move through greater volumes of asteroids, are you getting the effect of sort of a clustering repeat effect? But it doesn't explain a lot. It doesn't explain why some repeat and the vast majority don't repeat. It also doesn't explain a lot of mathematical properties that we're going to get into in a second. And probably most importantly, it doesn't explain this idea of linear polarization. So what is linear polarization? Well, this is the idea that FRBs, based off of the quality of the signals, are not an omnidirectional bubble of energy expanding out in all directions. It is a focused straight line of a signal. And how does that explain, as we move around the universe and the origin point moves around the universe as well, how is it that something billions of light years away is hitting us over and over and over again? It doesn't make sense. So I argue that they could potentially be directed transmissions to us, which actually is a very creepy avenue to go down, which we won't. Or is there somehow some kind of quantum entangled properties between us and this origin point? You know, how is it that billions of light years away, billions of years ago, a transmission was sent with more power than the sun can produce in a year, and as we move relative to this origin point, it's hitting us over 90 times. It's really fascinating stuff. So when they first detected FRBs, they started to find a really weird pattern. So this is a measurement of distance, and this is multiples of a number called 187.5. And the first couple FRBs, the first 11 or 12 of them, are all equally spaced distances from one another. Isn't that weird? So we couldn't explain this. As we found more FRBs, this 187.5 correlation didn't hold entirely, but 86% of FRBs are an exact multiple of the number 187.5. It's pretty wild. What is 187.5? So we did some research into what's the meaning of this number. It turns out to be a fundamental concept in thermodynamics called macrostates. And if you can see here, the number 187.5 is way at the top, right? And without getting too deep into thermodynamics, what this is saying is that the lowest macrostate, which is a concept in thermodynamics related to how likely is something to occur, the least likely thing to occur in a simple thermodynamic model has a macro state of 187.5. Is this a message? Is this a hydrogen line used? Is this another fundamental mathematical truth that's being broadcasted to us? And what's also interesting about this is the number 187.5 literally means this is the least likely thing to occur naturally in a thermodynamic. So it's really fascinating that that's the number that we're picking up. Real quick, because I don't want to spend too much time on this, I also posit that one way alien civilizations might be attempting to broadcast their existence, but not threaten their existence, might be to put in fundamental truths like 187.5 into the signals that they're sending in their asteroid avoidance radars. So we as a civilization have big radio telescopes that sweep the sky and look for near-Earth objects that might threaten us. Other civilizations are probably doing that as well. And because of the sweeping nature of these asteroid avoidance radars, you are extremely unlikely to hit the same location more than once. So I'm wondering in the night sky as you move relatively to one another. So I'm wondering maybe one way would be to put in math into these scans just to let people know, hey, we're here, but we're not going to tell you where we are. This works with the vast majority of the FRBs. It doesn't work for the repeaters because there's something weird going on with the repeater. And what do you know? We found a second repeater. So the second repeater was discovered in August 14th, 2018, detected by a Canadian telescope. No data has been released. So I don't know the dispersion measure. I don't know how far away these things are. And I don't know if it matches the 187.5 model. I do know there were about 10. So this could significantly up that 86% if they match the 187.5. But I've been able to not find any data on that. It hasn't been published yet. So let's take a look at the first repeater again, because this was crazy. First repeater, 90 FRBs have come from there. These numbers here are the right ascension and declination and dispersion measure distance of this repeating FRB that's hit us 90 times. So this is where in the sky it's coming from. It's a multiple of 3 compared to 187.5. And I couldn't believe that, actually, I was the first person to do this, and I actually wish I had done this years ago, but I put in these coordinates. So where in the night sky is this coming from?
How old is this?
It's coming in the smack dab middle of Orion's belt. Isn't that crazy? So here's the right ascension and declination, and here's the source of the FRB. It doesn't mean it's coming from a star in Orion's belt. It means at the very least it's passing through that area of the sky. But Orion has always traditionally had a very, very interesting history in human civilization, right? We build pyramids that look at it and map the stars of the belt and stuff. So this was really a fascinating discovery. The second repeater is coming from a constellation that I always mispronounce, Camelopardalis. Is that how you say it? I don't know. It's really hard for me to pronounce. But what's interesting about the second repeater is on a map of the night sky, Orion is here, and the other constellation is on the exact opposite side. So what does that mean? So suspect sky, we look at other stuff too, in addition to UFOs and sort of the search for non-terrestrial intelligence. We're working on a catastrophe science book. I'm sure everybody likes it. And Gary, who's actually presenting next, he actually found physical copies of these books. These are now available at suspectsky.com for free to download if you'd like to do your own research. And we're actually going to be releasing a very in-depth biographical look at who this individual, I don't want to reveal too much just yet, but he has a lot of very strange connections to sort of conspiratorial science and ancient knowledge and stuff. So look forward to that. We, of course, always continue our investigation and collection of data regarding the UFO and sightings phenomenon. We call it the visitor phenomenon, if anybody's interested. But this is actually an image from an amateur telescope of something in the sky. It looks very structural. It's very odd. It has light that sort of varies across it. Finally, one of the other pillars of our work is the rise of the New World Order. So this is something that we call the corptocracy. This is the idea that there is an unholy alliance between big business and big government and an agenda to basically take away constitutionally granted rights, human rights from you. It's designed to poison you because, how is it possible that we have things like GMOs, aluminum, solar radiation management, all this stuff going on and nobody can do anything about it? Fluoride, I don't know if you knew this, but fake sugar, aspartame, when combined with aluminum in vaccines is toxic. So how's all this legal? How's all this happening? And it's basically because those we trust to regulate this type of activity are corrupted and influenced by corporations, but it also goes the other way. So it's not so much that the corporations are evil and the government is fine or vice versa. There is an element within each of these institutions that is elitist and working together is sort of what the evidence. So we do usually a weekly podcast where we investigate this stuff. And this Rise of a New World Order is a trilogy of 3 videos going to about 4 hours long. It's very critically acclaimed, is well received. And you basically watch the New World Order rising from 9/11 in primary source evidence. So you're watching news clips, footage of planes hitting. It's like you're living the experience and watching it rise. And it's pretty wild. I know a lot of people here are interested in catastrophe science and sort of the environmental catastrophes that we're threatened with, but this is a social catastrophe. This will break at some point, and when that happens, it could be just as dangerous. Yes, so if you go to YouTube, if you just Google that, it'll be the first one. So yeah, I just thank you very much. Gary Long's coming up next. I guess maybe we have a minute for questions. I don't know, Diamond, should I? Yeah, does anybody have a question? Yeah, sure.
Those, how old are the radio waves themselves? What's the estimated age?
Oh, so when they look at dispersion measure, they're guessing how far away it came from. And the vast majority are billions of light years away, meaning they're billions of years old. It's also interesting, why do relatively nearby galaxies not produce FRBs? So it's really a mystery. So if an FRB was to launch in our galaxy, it would be equivalent in radio energy, in sort of visible light, of the entire sky turning white. It would be like one of the most powerful things.
It would have to be, because the amplitude to travel from 20 to 8.
Yeah, so they are extremely powerful. But okay, one last question.
I just wanted to mention, since you said the repeater, there's a repeater coming from the direction of the center of our isotop. There's another one in the opposite direction.
Yep.
All 360-degree, whatever, the firmament wall, whatever that is, the heavens, whatever. It's not that different. If you walk into an apartment building, you have security, they generally have a camera on one side and on the other side. It's a symmetry thing.
Yeah.
My guess is that if there is some overarching power that is like coordinating it all, wouldn't it make sense if somebody is focusing on Earth? Wouldn't it make sense to have one end and the other end?
I think so.
It's stereo vision.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know if that's what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, there's a question about that would be a tremendous amount of travel time. Why would they care?
But the thing is, if you watch, I was not into this until just very recently. You watched the thing by the lady who reports on this. She does the Earth Files. She says that there are some very, very ancient beings out there, and they all are serving some superpower groups. So they could coordinate.
Yeah, or is it ancient humans? I don't know. Yeah.
Spread out. I'm camping.
All right. I think Diamond's gonna introduce you. I think. But, okay, you should be all set up.
What about black stars? Can you comment on black stars at all when you play your book?
No, not really. But I think it's sort of similar to the idea of like wrapping it around in a Dyson sphere.
Yes, that's not.
I think it's
Are you all ready to go, Bank? Ready to go. Okay, so for those of you that just watched the last talk, because I was outside, you were listening to Adrian D'Amico from Suspect Sky, and if you watch that channel, you probably heard this gentleman is about to present next. Gary Long is part of, I don't know, do you call yourself something like the shadow government, or is it the Suspect Sky team?
Team, yeah.
Team, yeah. He's a member of the Suspect Sky team. And I don't know, you guys sometimes are on Fly on the Wall. Is that true? Yeah.
Sometimes.
So these guys have been studying the sun, studying all of the sciences that the mainstream is not telling us about. And Gary's the guy that goes a little deeper because he has more experience than most. If you don't know yet, the older you get, the more you know, typically. That's how it works. And so Gary is going to be talking about some things that are in plain sight that all of you know about. I mean, it's embedded in the megalithic structures. It's embedded in the layout of cities. It's embedded in your money. It's everywhere. And these are magical numbers. And so I'll let Gary, the expert, talk about it. So Gary Long.
Thanks, Diamond. It's great to be here. And I want to thank all of you guys for coming in and making a trip to this wonderful city of Denver. How many people are from Denver? See, the vast majority came from somewhere else. That's exciting. Welcome. Who's from Virginia? Dang. All righty, because that's where I'm from. I grew up in the Appalachian Mountains in western part of Virginia, so don't hold that against me. I've spent most of my life trying to learn like to talk like this, but it just didn't work out so well. But it's actually stressful because I've worked in some places where people look down on you because you talk like this. And she had to learn to talk in the most proper way. But forget that. That's too stressful. Let's be real. Yeah, I grew up in the country, in the mountains. But one thing was weird. I didn't really care that much about what my peer group was interested in for the most part. They liked fast cars and like country music. That really didn't appeal to me. I like to go up in the woods and the mountains and look for things. I had this explorer mindset. I wanted to find arrowheads. I like to think about the ancient peoples that once walked that area and look for maybe evidence of them being here in the past. That was me. And so I ended up taking a really weird trip in life. So I worked in military and government intelligence for a long time. One of the neat things about that is you learn how to do research. If you have typically people who do that have a exploring type of mindset. So that was a big benefit. So that's why we're here today. We'll talk about these magical numbers hidden in plain sight. All right. We obviously come from a very ancient history. It's amazing when you look at it. People like Graham Hancock, people know who he is. Here's his latest book, America Before. That really appealed to me because that, from growing up, that was my interest. And he had some really interesting discoveries in there. I highly recommend it. Excuse me, God. He was talking about the altitude and the climate. Okay. So he found there's one thing in there that really ties into our talk today. And it's discovery that the ability to recognize and identify geometric structures is hardwired into our brain from birth. That's interesting. When you think about that, that's interesting. So we have all these people. We've descended from a long line of people who have been here forever, some longer than others, because I found this picture of Keith Richards playing with his first band, the Rolling Megaliths. But yeah, I mean, it looks like him, right? Yeah, that's a picture from Sumer. The conventional wisdom says that's the cradle of civilization. Maybe not. Interesting thing about Sumerians, they showed up from nowhere, fully organized, advanced society. Just appeared. Well, I don't believe that. Is it possible that the Sumerians were survivors from an earlier cataclysm? They spoke a language that no one knows how it sounds. It has no precursor that we're aware of linguistically. The only thing we finally figured out about the way they communicate or left records, cuneiform scripts. And they baked those into clay tablets. Why would you do that? Why would you build massive ziggurats, megalithic sites, I'm sorry, and bake into hard objects? It strikes me that they had in mind that they wanted to save, they wanted to have something that was saved, that would be durable, that would last over ages, unlike papyri, woodcuts. But what we see here is the origin of something called a meme. Now, popular science today, or popular culture rather, will tell you that that's just something funny that you make pictures and put on Facebook. Actually, meme has a very ancient source. An element of a culture or system of behavior that may be considered to be passed from one individual to another by non-genetic means, especially imitation. So isn't that a great way to store critical ancient history and knowledge and pass it forward into generations. It's killing me. I'm losing my voice. Forgive me. Hey, how you doing? All right, who knows who these two characters are? Enkidu. Yeah, Gilgamesh and his good buddy Enkidu. And this is a presentation of the Epic of Gilgamesh, but it's in Akkadian. We finally figured out what Akkadian probably sounded like. Oh, thank you. And we figured that out because we could backtrack from Mesopotamian forward back, because they all use cuneiform. So we got to understand what that sounded like, kind of backtracked it. So now this is what Akkadian sounded like.
Gilgamesh ana shashuma izakara ana utana pishtim uki. Anatalakuma utana pishti. Minatuka ulshana ki yatima ata. Uata ulshanata ki yatima ata. Kumoka libi ana epeshtukunti. Achinada.
Have you ever heard anything like that? Sounded like that? Sorry?
Sounds like Indian speak.
It sounds like Native American, doesn't it? Pardon?
Yeah.
That's still quite quick.
Sounds similar to
Hebrew, yeah. It is the original Semitic language. Yeah, Akkadian is the original Semitic language. Okay. So anyway, out of all that, the Sumerians created a whole lot of things. They created something called the sexagesimal system, base 60. And base 60 has come forward from that time all the way to today. Originated with ancient Sumerians. Now, did it originate there, or is that just something they knew anyway? Did it come from a precursor? It's used for measuring time, angles, and geographic coordinates. That's the same as today. It has 12 factors. And it's basically a very efficient number. It's efficient to be used in things like engineering, geographic location, directions, dates, because they used to believe that the year was 360 days. So they broke it down. Right. Time, right? But there's also some interest, there are other interesting numbers embedded in all that. Imagine for a moment that this is actually 360. Right. 3 plus 6 equals, we'll come down to the next cardinal direction, 9. 1 plus 8, 9. 2 plus 7, 9. So 9 represents all the cardinal directions. 9 is an important number, and we'll see how much so. Who's our good buddy Pythagoras? Number rules the universe. How many people know about Pythagoras? What thing are you taught? That's about it, right? There's a lot more to him than meets the eye. And for some reason, your educational system doesn't want to tell you all this. He was born in Samos, about 570 BC. He was a philosopher, most famously, mathematician. He was one of the original oracles of the Delphi, you might say. He was extremely well respected, and he created a society called the Pythagoreans. Turned out to be a secret society. He learned what he knew from a fellow by the name of Thales, who learned what he knew when he was in Egypt. And they think what they knew came from Sumer. And it was all about mathematics. The 3, 4, 5 right triangle, all right? Pythagorean theorem. You can do that as a 6, 10, 8, or a 9, 12, 15, it all comes out the same. But what do they say? What's that really good for, though, practically speaking? How many people like to garden? Like raised beds, you know? You have to make a right angle, 4 right angles actually, do a proper raised bed. Pardon?
Research plots.
Yeah. And so if you measure out lines, for 3 inches, it's 4 inches, 4 feet, 4 yards, doesn't matter. And you connect those exactly and measure to come exactly to 5. That is an exact right angle. That's a guaranteed right angle without using a square.
To calculate flight distance over a street.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so as you do that, you can do a 3, 4, 5. But when you add all that up, it equals 12. In Pythagorean math, he reduces everything down to 1 through 9. All larger numbers are immaterial. Everything comes down to 1 through 9. Oh, so you have 1 and 2, and you get 3. Then increase it to a 6, 8, 10 triangle. That's 24. 2 plus 4 equals 6. You have the 9, 12, 15 equals 36. 3 plus 6 equals 9. So you have 3, 6, 9 repeatedly embedded into the formula. Interesting. And especially 9. 9 is incredibly interesting because it's one of those numbers that's both here and not here simultaneously. For example, if you want to add up a long string of numbers, let's say 6, 8, 9. So 6 and 8 is 14, and 9 is 23, right? Did I get that right? Okay. So take the 9 away, it's gone. 6 and 8 is 6 and 8 is 14, and 9 is 23. Take the 9 away.
14 is 5.
Right, there you go, right. 2 and 3 is 5. And so 6 and 8 and 14 is also 5. So the 9 is immaterial. It still comes out to 5. You can do that with any number string. And if you want to, if you have a really long string of numbers, yeah, just pull out the 9s, throw those away. Take the factors that equal 9, throw those away. And what's left is the result. Play with it, it's fun. You steal my mic?
Right there.
No, it's the speaker. No, it's the speaker. Oh.
If imaginary numbers are at the heart of quantum mechanics, then presumably they are an inherent part of the universe. Or are they merely a mathematical construct? In other words, were imaginary numbers discovered or invented?
Oh, well, that's the key question. One of the key questions in the philosophy of mathematics. Mathematicians don't like to admit it, but if you look back at the history of mathematics, a lot of important mathematics was developed because it seemed to be a pattern or a game that nature or God also plays, not just a game that one mathematician invented one Sunday afternoon when he had nothing to do.
Can you read that? I don't know if you could read all that or not. And I apologize for the speaker having disappeared itself out of here. That's very unfortunate. Okay, so Tesla, most people have heard of him. He's a pretty cool guy. But it seems like the controllers of the time didn't think so much of him, especially when they found out he wanted to build a Wardenclyffe and turn it into a free energy site transmitting electricity. JP Morgan said, that's enough of that. Give me back my money. But Tesla did some amazing things. I've read all his biographies. I've read his field notes from Colorado. Pretty interesting stuff. And he's way gone. He's way up here. And how he became so, I don't know. Anyway, he was reputed to have made the comment about 369. I cannot personally verify that. However, it's sensible, it's reasonable that that would be something he would lock into. But what are some other things that we all might be familiar with? Now let's start having some fun. Maybe I can get to talk about it. A stitch in time saves 9. Who ever heard of that? Yeah. Wow. How about Cloud9? I want Cloud9, right? You know that. How about dressed to the nines? 15 minutes of fame. That one, so we got to do a little Pythagorean math on that. 1 + 5 is 6. Hat trick, hockey fan. 3 goals. A menage a trois, but don't do it in here. That's a 3. A 9-day wonder. That one's a little bit more, a little less known. And basically refers to somebody who's a hot shot, who's a fast learner, who's a high achiever in a short period of time. 1 over the 8's old English nautical phrase. That means if you drink 1 more glass of grog beyond 8, you're in the floor. So 1 over 8 equals 9. Who's gotten the 3rd degree in here before? Yeah. The whole 9 yards. Know that one, right? Especially from the South. You know that.
What does that mean?
I'm glad you asked that question because a guy reminded me yesterday where it came from. A belt of 50 caliber ammunition is 9 yards long. So in World War II, they directed gunners to give him the whole 9 yards. That's where that came from. 3rd time lucky, or 3 times a charm. Right? 3 sheets to the wind. Oh, yeah. I know nobody in here does that. So. 3 strikes, and you're out. And we'll get into that a little bit more in a minute. So you see in our popular culture how these memes are embedded. And why is that? Why does that happen? And even further back in popular culture, these memes were there. The inch was invented, as they say, the width of King Edgar's thumb. Officially designated as an inch, it was 3 barley corns wide. Interesting. Of course, then you have 12 inches, which equals 3, which makes a foot. And the foot is a measurement determined by the length of King Charlemagne's foot, they say, in 1305 to be 36 barley corns, which is an eye. 3 feet equals 36 inches, which is a 9. An acre, this was the one that shocked me when I was doing research, because I never thought about it. 66 times 660 feet, or 43,560 feet, which equals a 9 when you reduce it to that in Pythagorean talk. A mile, 5,280 feet, which reduces to a 6. So we see 3, 6s, and 9s all throughout social history. And Tesla apparently recognized that fact. Now, go pick on Adrian, my partner. He talked about FRBs and dispersion measure for those of you who were here. And what you see here, here's the original baseline FRB dispersion measure distance, frequency distance, 187.5. Pythagoras would say that equals 3. Then we had them come in on multiples or harmonics actually of 187.5. So 375 equals 6. 562.5 equals 9. So forth, so on. So that message is embedded in FRBs. That's pretty significant if it's true, because that would indicate that this convention, this 369 geometric relationship, is not just common to Earth, it's common to the universe. Let's talk a little bit more about waves, frequencies, because that's kind of obscure to a lot of people. It was to me until I got to learn better. This is representative of an AC wave, alternating current wave, okay, like a radio wave. When you talk about bandwidth, the distance measured in meters, the top to the top, that's the bandwidth of a signal. The frequency of a signal is how many times you can compress these and how many times they oscillate per second. Okay, that's clear as mud, but that's basically how it works. But when you talk about things like FRBs being on harmonics, let's say the fundamental frequency is the lime green wave. And you can't see the complete wavelength because it goes off the chart. Then you have the first harmonic, or well, the second harmonic, let's say, and it intersects at nodal points. The third harmonic does the same. These are all representative of those FRB numbers that came in, right? So is that an accident? 86%. Hard to believe that that's a coincidence. And getting into any amateur radio operators in here? Okay. That's my call sign. FCC gave me one when I first passed my test and stuff. They gave me this call sign. It was like KB4 button. Nothing, nobody could pronounce it. I couldn't pronounce it. Come on, man. So I had to petition for a personal call sign, use my initials, that way I could remember it. So that's anyway how that works. Wavelength in meters. Now this is what 369. Hello. This is radio science. Let's say, for example, we had this catastrophe. Grid down. All you got, all you can find is an old amateur radio and a battery. That's all you need to make it work. Except you have to have an antenna. And the length of the antenna is critical, because if it's not a resonant length based on the frequency you use, you'll blow up the radio.
Oh, is that the frequency you're talking about that you tune the radio to?
Yes,
or,
yes.
So how do they switch between different channels and how do they do that on the radio? You only see turn dials.
Yeah, but you have a tuning dial.
Okay.
Let's say, just to save sake, there's a lot of different frequencies in amateur radio. Let's say 14.25 megahertz. Now, we have to figure out now, we found a bunch of wire, now we got to figure out how to cut it. So there's formulas for that. So, you know, it's 14.25 megahertz, and you divide that into 234, and you come up with a very close to a resonant quarter wave antenna. If you had a lot more wire, you could do that frequency into 468, and you come up with a half wave. Getting better. This is a really weird one. A 5/8 wave. Just remember that chart. 5/8 wouldn't make sense. That's a resonant frequency, would it? However, it is. As a matter of fact, it's more efficient than that one. And no one can tell you exactly why, but I would submit. Who's familiar with the golden ratio? What's the basic formula for that? It's 8/5, right? So the reciprocal of the golden ratio becomes a resonant antenna. But then you have a loop antenna. That's a big, that's it sounds, a loop of wire. It's a very efficient one too. You divide frequency into 1005 to find the resonant length. Now what do you notice about all those numbers? 3, 9, 9, 9, 6. That's science. I mean, nobody made this up. This is fact. I skipped this one, but it's really not that important if you want to know what frequency is. The wavelength, rather, you divide the frequency into 300. That'll give you the wavelength. 369. This is a funny one. Remember we were talking about nines exist and don't exist simultaneously. Well, a 9-sided polygon is called a nonagon. Somebody trying to say something, somebody being a smart ass, right? Thinking we wouldn't catch on, right? And that's what a 9-sided nonagon would look like. And if you made an antenna in that configuration, which is a very efficient one, roping it off here, equidistant polygon. Look at the amazing propagation pattern.
So you have a 40-degree spread on each one?
Huh?
40-degree spread on each one?
Yeah. Look at the amazing signal propagation pattern that comes off of that. A 6-lobe pattern.
What do you consider that in conjunction with this 5G thing you're talking about?
5G is a whole different conversation. Well, yeah, we could probably talk about that. We talk about that on our podcast, but yeah. But that's a pretty elegant. That was a pretty elegant picture, wasn't it? Oh, Leonardo Fibonacci. Everybody just thinks that all he did was figure out how many rabbits had come out. You started with 2, and over a period of time, you'd end up with the sequence. Well, probably a little bit more to it than that. As you can see, the Fibonacci sequence, who's familiar with this and who's not? Okay. Basically what it is, you start with 0, and you add 0 and 1, you come out with 1. Then you add 1 and 1, you come out with 2. You add 2 and 3, come out with 5. You just, each subsequent number added back. Well, that's pretty cool. And we'll see a video that makes it really cool. But it creates an infinite sequence that goes on ad infinitum. So what does this mean? What's the big deal with this? Well, Fibonacci was a very well-educated fellow. His dad was a customs officer in Italy, in southern Italy. And so he had a lot of dealings with North Africa. Most of Fibonacci's education was the Moorish North Africans, where he learned a whole lot about Hindu Arabic numbers. He's the one that introduced those to the Western culture. So Fibonacci is a little more interesting than just a rabbit or just the day, whatever. Okay, golden ratio. Who knows that? Of course, everybody, right? One of the things that's funny about the Fibonacci number or sequence, as it says, you can divide 1 into the next, and you come up with 1.618 every time. It gets more accurate the longer out you go. So the Fibonacci sequence is directly related to the golden ratio. That one. You can see 1 and 2 is 3, 2, 2 is 5, 8, 13, 21, 34 ad infinitum. It all ties back. Something that Fibonacci knew, right? Take that. Did you catch what was going on with that? Because that moves pretty quickly.
Yeah, is there a reference we can use that to go back to that?
Yeah,
I'd like to study that. There's no way I'm going to catch that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that moves pretty quickly, but essentially you see the extension of the Fibonacci sequence, then it's reduced by the Pythagorean method to single digits. Then when you add it all together, it all comes out to 9, all the way up. How does that happen? Or as one guy used to say, ain't that something? Right? Ain't that something? It really is. It's mind-boggling. And he starts seeing all these things stacking up one on top of the other. If you were just happen to see one or two of these things isolated, it wouldn't mean anything. When you start putting it all together, you start seeing a pattern emerging. And it's a pattern of a self-organizing and self-replicating system. That's hard to deny. Now, if this is such a system, of what is it emblematic? What does this actually represent? Right? The DNA helix is organized in line with the golden ratio. So you see this, one of my friends likes to say the Matrix was not a movie. He's probably right. He's probably right. Because it appears that to be a matrix. And it's based on an elegance and simplicity. All right. So who knows this guy? Alan Turing. Yeah, good. Yeah, he was a principal guy that broke the Enigma code back during World War II. He was like a super smart guy, extremely brilliant. The Imitation Game's the name of the movie. If you haven't seen it, you probably enjoy it. And there's a video, kind of a documentary, that TruthStream Media put out called Alan Turing, Cybernetics and the Secrets of Life. It's a very good movie. It goes in a great deal of detail about the other stuff that Alan Turing was interested in. Cybernetics. Who's familiar with that? Yeah. Cybernetics comes from the Greek word cybernetikos, or good at steering directing, organizing, right? Referring to a ship's or boat helmsman. Then a fellow by the name of Norbert Wiener defines cybernetics, the science of control and communications in animals and machines. The definition relates closely to the theory of automatic control. So if you think about AI, it ties right into that. Also mentions the nervous system. What's the director of the nervous system? Right. So the brain would be the director. The rest of the system would be the pattern creation, right? Turing pointed to the significance of the Fibonacci sequence as the blueprint of life. Embryology, morphology, and that vibrations bring it all to life. The code will manifest, and it's actually all the fundamentals of life script, powered by something called logos. Who's familiar with that term? Yeah. Powered by logos.
What is logos?
Well, logos is a very old Greek word relating to the Word of God. Remember the vibrations required? What's it say in the Bible? That God said, let there be light, and there was. The voice is a vibration. If you look at voice on the tonoscope with sand on it, it creates lots of geometric images, different depending on the frequencies. So the logos is whatever the directive force is. I won't get into Jungian, that's gets a little crazy. But if you want to look at it, there's a link. Western philosophy, psychology, rhetoric, religion, derived from the Greek word that means also ground, plea, opinion, expectation, word, speech, account, reason, proportion, and discourse. So powered by logos, this infinitely simplistic but complex yet system that fuels creation, that fuels reality. But that's all like crazy stuff, right? So let's talk about something else, more fun. Who's a baseball fan here? Anybody? Man, I used to love to go to Orioles games and get a bag of peanuts and lemonade. Wait a minute. Hang on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. What's up with that? Has anyone ever noticed all the 3s, 6s, and 9s that are in the game of baseball? They are. The big controversy has been recent. This is what got me onto this angle of inquiry. That it's always been thought that Abner Doubleday invented baseball. Right? Then a lot of people came out and said, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. He did not. So I said, wait a minute, because I grew up with Abner Doubleday. So I'm going to prove that he did. So I went on a journey. And, of course, at Doubleday Field was where the first baseball game was played. What year is that? Right? And it was in Cooperstown, New York. That's where he lived there. He grew up there. But he was also a very influential and well-known Union general in the Civil War. He was present at the seizure of South Carolina. What's the name of it?
Fort Sumter?
Fort Sumter, thank you. I lost that. He was present at the seizure of Fort Sumter. And he was well-renowned among his peers. So this guy was, there was more to him than met the eye. Who ever heard of this person? Anybody know who that is? Who is that?
Blavatsky.
Madame Blavatsky, the Russian-born, I guess you'd say kind of a secret society type person. She and a fellow by the name of Orcutt, I believe, created something known as the Theosophy Society. Anybody heard of that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. They're the tenets of the Theosophical Society. And you can't see it, but the last one says to investigate the unexplained laws of nature. And yeah, thank you. And the powers latent in humankind. Now, wouldn't that kind of sound like somebody that might be interested in sacred geometry? Yeah, think so, maybe. Well, okay. What about baseball? We'll start out with the easy one. 60 feet, 60 feet, 30 feet. Arbitrary. It's a geometric.
Who laid out the first that grid in baseball?
This guy, Abner Doubleday. And now to continue, pitcher's mound 18 feet a 9 from the plate, right? But it gets better. If I can find the cursor. There we go. There are 108 double stitches on a baseball. That equals what? 9. There are 9 innings in a regulation game. There are 9 players on a lineup. There are 3 outs in a game. The maximum of 6 pitches, not counting fouls. It's a maximum of 6. 3 and 2 is full count. Next pitch, you're done, right? One way or the other. There are 30 teams in Major League Baseball. 3 divisions of 5. 15. 1 plus 5 equals 6. 162 games in a season equals a 9. The first professional team was founded in Cincinnati in 1869. What? Ain't that something? Man. You think? I doubt it too. So, go ahead. Oh, okay. Yeah, I doubt it too. Well, let's just talk a little bit about Abner Doubleday. Well, yeah, he was a Union officer. He was well renowned. But Madame Blavatsky and Mr. Orcutt, I think it is, decided to move their operations to Europe. Guess who they made the president of the Theosophical Society? Abner Doubleday. So does that suggest very strongly that, yes, he was the one that created this game? The evidence would indicate so, right? So let's wind this up. I don't know how much time I'm over or under. How you read that? You know, we're talking about, well, like much of this, talking about catastrophes and civilizations and how you survive, how the information survives. And all of that's through means, secret societies, all this stuff. All that your ancestors had to go through for us to be here right now. And how many of us doubt ourselves from time to time? Right. Well, how dare we do that? We come from a legacy of survival that is to never be questioned. Millions of years. And we're still here. And the systems and information has been passed down. And our realities are still the same. Well, what's going on though? What's wrong? How many people have these big computer cell phones? Yeah. Almost everyone. You ever gone to a public place, or I went to a Cub Scout meeting once. All the parents were waiting for the kids. Every one of them sitting at the table next to each other looking at the cell phone. What's up with that? Yes, the cell phone is a very highly evolved technological marvel. It is indeed. But while we're so focused on that, a much higher evolved, more highly technological system is sitting right next to us, and we're not interacting. One of the things that Pythagoras said, he said that the number 1 was the most important number because it represented the state of the universe at its first creation. Everything was connected. We are all connected. You're familiar with quantum physics entanglement? Right? Are we not entangled? We have to be. Science would demand that we are. So we need to act like that. We need to be good to each other, good to ourselves. And take care of business when you have to. And the reason for that is no problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it. And the only way we move forward is as a unit, as a oneness. We solve problems. We become better tomorrow than we are today. What can we talk about? Anything? Any discussion? Pardon me? Well, I don't think we have time for that. No, I think we're out of time. What time you got, Adrian? I have another 5 minutes? Okay, great. I thought it was over. Ooh, sorry. Okay, 5G.
What's the name of your channel on YouTube?
I'm a partner with Suspect Sky. Suspect Sky is on YouTube, also suspectsky.com if you want to see some of the books that we were able to round up. Some selling for $2,000 on eBay. I didn't know that. Anyway, 5G. Oh, some of the books that, you know, the Adam and Eve story.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So 5G. Okay. What's? Go ahead and expand on it.
Well, you really will get off the ground.
So I think it'll get off the ground. I think it will.
So and apparently it's already in post.
I think it will. And I think no force on earth will stop it, because the FCC commissioner said so. And he happens to come from industry, right? So but I will tell you my personal thought on this 5G thing. You hear about, oh, we have to beat the Chinese. We got to beat, that's a security problem. Huh? Why is it now a security problem when most of the electronic components that we put into our electronics now for the last 20 years are Chinese? Ham radios are made in China now, but they used to be made in Japan. But now suddenly it's a security issue. Well, it's not going to be a security issue with governmental communications, because I used to work with that, because this device, which is made with all American parts, usually Motorola, talks to this device, peer-to-peer encryption, and it doesn't matter what network it goes over.
Well, and if it's being run by satellites, is it true that Israel banned it? Have you heard that?
I have seen that, but I haven't verified it.
So how
Have to verify
how
it.
can it be banned in one area?
I don't know.
It's easily done.
Well, it's possible that they banned use of those devices inside their boundaries. Because I know that they were ahead of things in getting Wi-Fi out of the schools. They don't want
Right, the children.
They know, in other words, they recognize the power of this technology to make people disappear. But if there is a 5G methodology here in America, who's to say that the Chinese can't hack it and suddenly have access to the same information that the providers of 5G here will have into every human being's life?
Where's the
They
point?
can hack
Yeah,
it too. I mean, they're great at hacking stuff.
that's a point well made, and I don't think it's a sudden issue. This is something that's been going on for a long time. We domestically have been hacking into people's stuff since 1990. AT&T was freaking out because they were giving us every telephone call made in the United States and overseas. And they were freaking out about it. So this is not a new concern. What you're hearing with all this rhubarb is we got to beat the Chinese. That's just a economic, commercial interest. That's all that is. Trying to scare you. Your security, you got no security. You don't now. What makes you think you would then anyway? Anyway, that's my take on 5G. Well, we actually did some research and presented on our site. CIA, declassified CIA documents back from the 70s indicated that there were at least 500 vetted studies showing the deleterious effects of millimeter wave frequency, millimeter wave imaging. 500. They claim that there is no evidence. Yeah, there is. UCLA maintains a database of bibliographic information that talks about that. So the only reason there's no evidence is because they don't want to look for it. Anything else? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
You're welcome.
Come on, you can clap again. So our next speaker is gonna be Robert Felix. Let it go. Yeah, drink some water.
I needed their heads on, but. Wait a minute. I stole somebody's.
I left mine up here.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, how'd I get to it?
Oh yeah, Robert, I'm excited for this one.
Good. Well, I'm waiting for this sound,
absolutely.
for the sound stuff. That'll be better.
Where does it plugs into the projector?
Just 3 hours until the speakers end at LeakCon. And our next speaker up is Robert Felix. Now, I got into geology in 1989. And around 1993, I was introduced to his concept of evolutionary leaps through Princeton. Niles Eldridge and punctuated equilibria, I think in 1992, was a new theory. And as a paleontologist, I had been studying for 2 years. I'm an invertebrate paleontologist, which just happens to be hundreds of millions of species on Earth. The vertebrate species are just a 1% of all life. So the invertebrates is how we decipher the fossil record and evolution. Now the problem with the invertebrate record is there are no missing links. That's the problem. So what we have is speciation that's instantaneous. Now this has been known since the 1800s. But the paleontologists were waiting to find the guys in the middle. So for hundreds of years, we kept going out and just finding the same species, and then above them, a new species. And this can happen as often as 26 or 13,000 years. And just 11,500 years ago, we had a mass extinction which eliminated 65% of the megafauna on one side of the globe. And now the mainstream explains it as a comet, right? But if you listen to my talks, you know there are 15,000 impact sites called the Carolina Bays. You know that we recently discovered major impact sites in Greenland. Many people have hypothesized for years that Hudson Bay is a remnant of this mass extinction. So what we actually have is multiple objects hitting, and maybe the sun outbursting. But these times all coincide, and Robert's going to reveal that, with magnetic excursions or reversals. When the magnetosphere wanes, bad things happen on the Earth. And a multiplicity of bad things, like Carolina Bays and impact craters, and mass extinctions. Now, I was inspired by Robert young in academia because he was one of the first people to have the balls to go against the grain and to have his own story that was corroborated by scientists at Princeton. And I'm sure he's going to explain to you that even more recently, long time after he wrote his first book on the coming ice age, that he is more popular now than ever before because the masses are picking up what we're putting down. So let's give a warm welcome to one of my heroes, Robert Felix.
Wow, thank you very much, Diamond. That's a fantastic introduction. Actually, you've said it all. I may as well stop. No, I hope to fill in some of the things that you are talking about. I'm saying forget Darwin. Instead, magnetic reversals drive evolution. And that's what I hope to show you today. However, I'm not so sure sometimes that evolution is really working all that great. Anyway, did monkeys and humans ever really branch apart? Do you believe, anybody here believe everything their government tells them? Oh, I've got one back there. Yeah, all right. How about everything you read in the newspapers, everything you see on TV? How about everything that your teachers told you about evolution? Now, a lot of people do believe that right now. Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin is the one who told us evolution is a slow, stately, and orderly process. And we've been repeating Darwin's words almost unthinkingly for over 150 years. And that's too bad because I think Darwin was wrong. Maybe not wrong, but at least that he didn't go far enough. So what I'll be talking about today is generally what Diamond was saying, but I'll explain what I see as the real driver of evolution. You'll learn that evolution, just as Diamond said, evolution does take giant and often catastrophic leaps, and leaps that I think can be, well, I think I'll prove that can be linked to magnetic reversals. You will learn why I think magnetic reversals occur in a predictable cycle, which you probably haven't heard in many places before. And you will learn that it looks as if the next magnetic reversal has already begun. Are you a creep or a jerk? When I started writing evolutionary magnetic reversals and evolutionary leaps, I didn't realize how acrimonious the debate over evolution can be. And it really boils down to the creeps versus the jerks. The creeps, they're dubbed that way by the jerks, but the creeps insist that evolution creeps along slowly in a smooth, gradual manner, takes thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years. But then we have the jerks, so dubbed by the creeps. But the jerks maintain that evolution makes sudden, often catastrophic leaps. And that's where I'm generally on the side of the jerks, except even though I agree with them generally, I don't think the jerks have really ever presented a credible mechanism to explain just what it is that causes those leaps. So that's what I want to talk about today, and why I think magnetic reversals are the answer. Why is this important? Because just as sure as summer follows spring, I see these magnetic reversals taking effect in a dependable, predictable cycle, time after time after time after time. And I do indeed fear that the next beat of that cycle is now due. And again, I think it all has to do with magnetic reversals. But before I start talking very much about magnetic reversals, let's just talk about evolution for just a minute at least. Why do I think Darwin was wrong? Because contrary to Darwin's theories, evolution does not work slowly at all. And as Diamond alluded to, more and more scientists are beginning to realize that evolution does not necessarily work. I mean, sometimes works slowly. What, turtles are still the same that they were, 65 million years ago? Sharks are still the same they were 300 million years ago. Diamond had mentioned Niles Eldredge. Well, Niles Eldredge worked together with Stephen Jay Gould of Harvard. All paleontologists know that the fossil record contains precious little in the way of intermediate forms, said Gould. Transitions between major groups are characteristically abrupt. So this is not, this is from the mainstream science. It's not just conspiracy type stuff. That was the book, Punctuated Equilibria, but most species remain largely stable over long periods of time before some cataclysmic event sets change in motion, said Gould, and he was one of the authors of Punctuated Equilibrium. Nature does take leaps, said Gould. And that's actually where I got half the title for magnetic reversals and evolutionary leaps, because nature does take leaps. Geologic change always comes in spurts, said British geologist Derek Ager. The history of any one part of the earth, like the life of a soldier, consists of long periods of boredom and short periods of terror. I'd rather be living in one of the periods of boredom, I think. I fear we're headed for one of those periods of terror. Couldn't there just be a missing link? And Diamond referred to that too, is we don't find them. No, there is no gap in the record, says paleontologist Kenneth Shue. There is no missing link. Many groups appeared suddenly not because of the incompleteness of the geologic record, but because they did appear suddenly, said Shue. But here's something that Shue did not mention, and I think it's very important, that many of those new groups that did appear abruptly also appeared in sync with magnetic reversals. The evidence is mounting that Earth's magnetic field played an important role in the development of life on this planet. That comes from James D. Hayes of Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory. New kinds of animals appear in the record virtually simultaneously with magnetic reversals, said Kenneth Watkins of the University of Rhode Island. Now, I had one guy today say he feels like he's standing on the shoulders, when he's talking about my books. But these people who made these discoveries are really the shoulders that I'm standing on. because a lot of this stuff I didn't come up with by myself. I just through research and research and research. Magnetic reversals strongly influence population trends, with J.C. Waddington of the University of Minnesota. Animal change occurred near several reversals at Alan Cox of Stanford University. So again, this is over and over and over from legitimate mainstream science. So let me talk just about what a magnetic reversal is. I imagine most people in this room know, heard of it, but in some of the talks I give, most of the audience has not heard of a magnetic reversal. But it's a time when compasses, if they'd actually been invented, would have pointed toward Antarctica instead of toward the Arctic as they do today. Magnetic reversals are much more common than you think. You know, we humans, if things are this way, we assume they've been this way all the time. But the Earth's magnetic polarity has absolutely been reversed for almost or about half of history. I shouldn't say almost, it's probably half of history it has actually been reversed. There have been at least 14 documented magnetic reversals just in the last million years. So I think we'll eventually find a lot more because, you know, the geologists, paleontologists, whatever, when they're digging through the Earth, they have to sometimes just be lucky to find a time when there was a magnetic reversal. I think there will be eventually a lot more discovered. The reason I think there will be a lot more magnetic reversals discovered is because we've been ignoring magnetic excursions. I mean, when you look up the history of magnetic reversals, almost always it's going to tell you that the last magnetic reversal was 786,000 years ago at the Brunhes-Matayama magnetic reversal. And almost every paper I read, any article I read on the web, they almost use that 780,000 to 786,000 year ago figure. But again, they've been missing magnetic excursions. Magnetic excursions are times when the North Pole moved south for a short period of time and then moved back. Sometimes as little as 250 years, sometimes as least than 500 years. And the odds of finding that in a geologic survey are greatly diminished because you can miss that just by digging one shovel too far through the Earth. By the way they discover magnetic reversals and the way the Earth has been, the polarity has been reversed for at least half of history, is a simplified version, is that they drill a hole into a volcanic field of magma that came out many, thousands of years ago or millions of years ago. Magma, when it comes out of the Earth, is so hot that it doesn't have any magnetic inclination. When it cools through the Curie temperature, that's when it takes on the magnetic field of the day. So this is simplified, but essentially they can drill a hole into ancient volcanic deposits, drop a compass down there, and find out which way was north at the time. Simplified way, but they can find it that way. They found that in the middle of the ocean, the mid-Atlantic ridge, where they see the rocks coming up out of the ground, the magma, and then moving off in both directions. And they found stripes on the ocean floor where the magnetic field would be pointing one way. They go another 8 miles over, and the magnetic field is pointing the other direction. So they've known this for a long time, but the magnetic excursions, harder to tell, because the magnetic excursions, sometimes they don't go all the way. Sometimes our magnetic field moves south just past the equator, then moves back. Sometimes it fluctuates. And so it's apparently different each time on these magnetic excursions. But I think we really need to pay a lot more attention to those. There's a cycle that I'm finding to the magnetic excursion cycle. 11,500 years ago, we had the Gothenburg magnetic excursion, and we had an ice age, or at least the younger Dryas. 23,000 years ago, we had the Mono Lake magnetic excursion at an ice age. 33,500 years ago, the Lake Mungo magnetic excursion and an ice age. So I'm not talking about ice ages today, but I'm also the author of Not by Fire, but by Ice, and I tie ice ages together with magnetic reversals also. So if this cycle every 11,500 years holds true, then we're ready for another magnetic reversal right now. So what causes the 11,500 year cycle? It's something that I see as precession of the equinoxes. Our axis of rotation, the Earth's axis of rotation, doesn't point towards true north. Our axis of rotation is tilted 23.5 degrees from true north. Now, if you could run a stick all the way through our axis of rotation and point it all the way into the heavens, that stick, our axis of rotation now points toward the star Polaris, toward the North Star. But our axis of rotation, the other thing it does is it slowly revolves. So our axis of rotation, every 11,500 years, it revolves, it revolves, it revolves. 11,500 years from now, that axis of rotation will be pointing toward the star Vega. Then it keeps on revolving back and back and back. And 11,500 years from then, it will be pointing back toward the star Polaris again. Now, at first, I had a problem with this because precession of the equinoxes, when you read about it, really takes about 25,800 years. So how does this 11,500 year cycle fit into it? Well, finally, it dawned on me what it is that so many people have been missing is that our solar system also revolves. And it's revolving backward from the way we're revolving. So we're actually, even though the cycle is 25,800 years, that in relation to the solar system, this cycle is 23,000 years. And then you split that in half and you get the 11,500 year cycle. It's kind of like if you're on a merry-go-round, it's going a certain speed, but somebody who's on the ground who's walking towards you, you're going to reach them quicker. And it's the same sort of thing that I'm talking about here. Magnetic reversal may have already begun, and I've heard other people today talk about that, but this is according to the British Geological Survey. They came out in 2011, and they said that they thought that our magnetic field may be headed for a reversal right now. And they say that because something called the South Atlantic anomaly is growing. The South Atlantic anomaly is growing and spreading westward from South Africa as the Earth's magnetic field rapidly weakens in this region. And that weakening is important. This weakening may be early evidence of a forthcoming reversal in the direction of the magnetic field. As near as I can tell, all previous magnetic reversals, they were preceded by a weakening of the magnetic field. The magnetic field weakened and weakened and weakened, and then it got to about 15% of its regular strength, then it made the full flip.
How long does that process take typically?
Nobody knows. Okay. Some people have said, the question was, how long does that process take? A lot of scientists have said that it takes thousands of years or 500 years or whatever. They're all over the board. But one of the people that I quote in the book, or two of the people, is two scientists, I think from the University of California, and I don't remember which campus, Coe and Prevost. But they drilled cores into magma, into volcanic rock in Central Oregon, in a place called Steens Mountain. And as I mentioned before, when they drill the cores down there, they can put a compass down there and see which way the field pointed at the time. Well, they drilled their cores into the center of the volcanic rock, if you would, and the magnetic field was pointing one direction. Then they drilled a different hole toward the edge of the volcanic rock, which would have cooled more quickly because it wasn't so deep, and the magnetic field was pointing in a different direction. So Cohen-Prevost decided from that our magnetic field may have reversed. Not many people agree with them, but they say it may have reversed in as little as 30 days. Just in the difference in the amount of time it takes for the magma to cool here, where it's thicker, than it does over there. So, good question. I hope that answered it. The red area here shows where, this is down in South America, but it shows where a dip in the Earth's magnetic field allows cosmic rays and charged particles to reach lower into the atmosphere. Our magnetic field is a shield, and you've heard that certainly more today. It's a shield against particle radiation from space. The radiation in the South Atlantic anomaly is a known hazard to satellites, to spacecraft, and to high-altitude aircraft. That same radiation I am submitting can lead to mutation and thence to evolutionary leaps. Swarm. I think somebody else has mentioned that today too, but in 2014, the European Space Agency revealed that the strength of the Earth's magnetic field is indeed weakening. Swarm they put up 3 satellites in order to triangulate and check on the magnetic field. And they said that their project provides unprecedented insights into the complex workings of the magnetic field, which safeguards us from the bombarding cosmic radiation of charged particles. So again, the European Space Agency is agreeing that our magnetic field protects us from that the radiation. And that makes my point. Now here's the problem that I see, and I think it's huge. Magnetometers on board the Swarm satellites show that Earth's magnetic field is weakening at the rate of 5% per decade. That's 10 times faster than previously thought. When I wrote the first book, when I wrote Not by Fire but by Ice, in the 90s, scientists agreed, I'm not sure we're always correct when they agree, but they agreed that our magnetic field was declining at the rate of 5% per century. Now, Swarm has found that our magnetic field is declining at the rate of 5% per decade, 10 times faster than anybody even realized just 15 years ago. I'm not sure I know how to pronounce this guy's name, but the scientists who conducted the study don't know why the magnetic field is weakening, but one likely reason is that the Earth's magnetic poles are getting ready to flip. And that's from Swarm mission manager Rune Flabberhagen. Such a flip is not instantaneous, he said, but would take many hundred, if not a few thousand years. They have happened many times in the past. Well, I agree with him. It looks to me like we're headed for the reversal. I disagree with him about how long it could take. I don't think it's going to take hundreds or thousands of years. I mean, during these magnetic excursions where the North Pole only remained reversed for 250 to 500 years, how could that have taken 1,000 years? They're wrong about that part. But regardless of the amount of time they say it takes, I hope they're wrong. But when you look at the record, I'm not so sure they're wrong. Is it just a coincidence that apes and humans branched apart about 5 million years ago at the end of Miocene at a magnetic reversal? I don't think so. Is it just a coincidence that Homo habilis appeared about 2 million years ago at a magnetic reversal? I don't think so. Is it just a coincidence that Australopithecus went extinct about 1 million years ago? So we're getting closer and closer to us at a magnetic reversal. You know what I'm going to say? I don't think so. Is it just a coincidence that Peking Man coincided that he appeared about 780,000 years ago at the magnetic reversal? I don't think so. That one, by the way, Peking Man, that one 780,000 years ago. As I mentioned earlier, that's the last magnetic reversal that most of the science papers will talk about. That was the Brunhes-Matuyama magnetic reversal. But anyway, that is when Peking Man appeared. Neanderthals, is it just a coincidence But they suddenly appeared about 115,000 years ago at the Blake magnetic reversal. By the way, the Blake magnetic, I don't know if anybody's heard about interglacials, but we're essentially in an ice age right now. And then
Holocene.
yes, and
Yes.
then,
Holocene.
oh, you've got it right on there. All right. Well, right now we're in interglacial. Well, about 130,000 years ago, there was another interglacial called the Eemian period, and that interglacial was even warmer than it is today. I don't think there were too many humans out there driving their SUVs 130,000 years ago, but that was warmer than it is today. Then 115,000 years ago came the Blake magnetic reversal, and boom, we plunged into an ice age. And some records in the Greenland ice cores show that that happened in only 20 years. But anyway, Neanderthals appeared at the Blake magnetic reversal. I don't think it's a coincidence. And then the Neanderthals disappeared. Suddenly, about 33,500 years ago, at the Lake Mungo magnetic reversal. Again, I do not think that is a coincidence. There's just too many coincidences, one on top of the other, one on top of the others. I think those disappearances and the new appearances had to have had a common cause, and I think that common cause was radioactivity spewed onto our planet during a magnetic reversal, or at least during this weakening of the magnetic field. And that radioactivity has to have led to mutations, has to have led to evolutions. Did giraffes evolve their long necks so they could reach the leaves on tall trees? Or did they decide to eat the leaves on tall trees after they were given their long necks? You know, we're not so sure. Does the emu have 3 toes for a purpose? And why does the ostrich have only 2 toes? Why does a rhinoceros have a horn? Why do cows have 2 horns? Why does a moose have an entire rack? Why does a javelina have short tusks? Why does the mammoth have long tusks? Some of those, what possible evolutionary purpose did those giant tusks fulfill? Nobody's actually figured out. I've seen some scientists say, oh, they used them to plow the snow. Come on, there were mammoths in Arizona. They weren't plowing the snow. Mammoth tusks measuring 10 to 12 feet were common. That's like, what, from here to the wall? That is a long tusk. Some of them grew in complete circles until they were touching each other. But did those giant tusks serve a purpose? No. I think those giant tusks were an oops, a chance of nature with which the mammoth learned to cope. And that's one chapter of magnetic reversals and evolutionary leaps that I actually entitled that chapter, Oops, because I think so many of these changes were just simply a chance of nature, not a plan or anything like that. Did we develop our thumbs to play the guitar? No, I think we showed up on this planet fully developed, just the way we are, and so did they. Those, and this is, I really think this is true, those who were lucky enough or smart enough learned to survive in spite of their handicaps, not because of them. They survived in spite of their handicaps, not because of them. Those who learned to live with what they were given survived. Those who learned to live with their newfound colors, newfound shapes, newfound protuberances, and changed bones and teeth, they survived. Those who didn't, well, they didn't. I find it just incredible that, I mean, there's a human's hand and there's a mammoth tooth. I mean, those things were huge. I don't think it's survival of the fittest. I think it's arrival of the fittest. I don't think mankind evolved, and neither did anyone else. You can call it whatever you like. You can call it natural selection. You can call it mutation, or I've had some that would call it creation. But call it whatever you like. I think we were placed on this earth just the way we are, fully developed, fully formed. We arrived, yes. Yes.
Seriously, amen.
All right. Amen, she said. Good. Great. Yeah, I think we were just placed on this planet the way we are. And I think that's essentially the way we'll stay until the hand of creation or the magnetic reversal, until it comes down again. We may grow smaller, we may grow bigger, but we won't change in any fundamental way until that magnetic reversal. And I guess then it's not even a guarantee we'll change then. As I said earlier, we've had many more magnetic reversals or excursions than you might believe. So today I'd like to focus just a little bit on the Gothenburg magnetic excursion of about 11,500 years ago. It's dated as somewhere in there, 11,500, 11,800, 12,000, because really that's when all hell broke loose on our planet. Carolina Bays. Now, Diamond had mentioned Carolina Bays. I didn't know he was going to mention that. I've been talking about Carolina Bays, and I put them in the book because I was so excited about it, and I thought the world was going to be excited about Carolina Bays. And so far, it's been a ho-hum. It's just, I don't know why. But anyway, more than 2 million huge holes were blasted into the Earth, into our planet, at the Gothenburg magnetic excursion. And you can start to see some of these holes in the ground. There's just zillions of them. Well, not zillions, but you're going to learn that there's a lot of them. Usually these holes are not more than 20 feet deep. For whatever reason, nobody knows why. The holes range from 1 acre to several thousand acres and measure up to 7 miles across. I mean, these holes are much bigger than many cities. More than 50,000 of these Carolina Bays, and by the way, they're not always called a Carolina Bay. I think in Texas, I forget, they're called something to do with salt licks because the water accumulates in there like a swamp, but then it dissipates and you end up with the salt. I think in Pennsylvania, they're called Grady Ponds, and some areas they don't even have a label. But more than 50,000 of these bays have been identified on the United States East Coast alone. And most people in this room have probably never heard of it. Shallow lakes and wetlands. After 12,000 years, because that was 12,000 years ago, many of the bays are now just shallow depressions in the landscape. Some are filled with water. Many are now lakes, and they've been named by humans where they have named lakes. And they're unmistakable ellipses from the air. And I'm hoping some of the people from the electric universe theories can. It could be. It could be. Carolina Bays in Hoke in Scotland County, North Carolina. No one. This is another one. No one realized that these things were small. That these were ellipses until in the late 20s when they came out with aerial photography. And the photographers were up there taking these pictures, and they developed their pictures. And they, oh my gosh, these are elliptical. And in many cases, they overlap each other. What created the Carolina Bays? Some scientists insist that these massive holes were blasted into the ground by a meteor exploding above the Earth. That's the common interpretation right now. But I don't buy it. I don't think they were. Because very few meteorite fragments have ever been found in the Carolinas. So I don't know whether it's Berkman currents or what it is. I think those millions of bays were gouged into the ground. I'm thinking by gigantic explosions in the sky. And I think those explosions were triggered by the magnetic reversal. I wouldn't have been wanting to stand at ground zero and when a hole is being made that's 7 miles wide. But how can the 7 miles wide and still it's only about 20 feet deep? It's amazing. You can actually see the bays for yourself today. You don't have to take my word for it. You can go on to Google Earth. You can literally hundreds of these things. They surround Lumberton, North Carolina. So if you go on Google Earth and look for Lumberton, North Carolina, you'll find all these ellipses, just one after the other, and they're still there. I was lucky enough to go. My wife and I went down to South Carolina, and we visited one of these bays. I forget, a couple of 3 years ago, but we visited the Woods Bay State Park in South Carolina. That's something you can Google if you want to look it up, but Woods Bay State Park. We went through it, and I took some pictures, and that picture right there is an alligator. Whoa, I went too far. But yeah. Anyway, when we realized there were alligators there, we started being a little careful. The day we went to it, when you go online, it says Woods Bay State Park is open every day. We got there, there was nobody there. The park, the ranger's office was closed up. So my wife and I explored the area by ourselves, kind of keeping our eyes out for any alligators that might be around, because we did see a lot of them. They were all sunning themselves that day. So we traveled mainly on boardwalks, luckily that somebody had built. We did get off the boardwalks for a while. And by the way, these bays are not really bays. They're named after the trees, the bay trees that actually grow there. But here's the other thing. Woods Bay is huge. This is Woods Bay right here. This down here is the little tiny town of Tuberville. I think it only has like 700 or 800 population. And up here was the town of Olanta. But anyway, that thing is so much bigger than those little towns. So that would have wiped out a city if it had hit there. So what do we have here? We have 12,000 years ago, 2 million holes were gouged into the town. 12,000 years ago, the Gothenburg magnetic reversal. It doesn't take, I don't think it takes a great stretch of the imagination to think they might possibly be related, both at the same time. And here's another reason why I think they're related. There was a massive amount of radiation that fell to the earth at that same time. Radioactivity levels in Michigan soils from that period measured 2,000 times higher than normal. 2,000 times. Now, I think radiation 2,000 times normal might kill a lot of animals, but it might also create a few mutations. Rich enough for a world-class uranium mine. Radioactivity levels up to 1,600 times normal have also been found in Clovis-era soils in New Mexico. The soils are rich enough for a world-class uranium mine, and that comes from nuclear physicist Richard Firestone. So it's there. And he's been, by the way, if you want to read more about the Carolina Bays, there's a wonderful book called Cosmic Catastrophes, written by Firestone and a couple of other geologists, that they are the ones that say it's a meteor. I'm not agreeing with that, but other than that, it's a great book. Scientists have also found an unexplained layer of carbon and soot all over the world, dated to the same time. So we're back in Sierra Vista, Arizona. They found a black mat of carbon dated to the same time that measures anywhere from a few inches thick to a foot thick. Now, that's a lot of carbon. Now, a lot of scientists, of course, we like to do this. We want to blame it on humans. We like to blame everything on humans. I don't think so, because I think humans set the forests on fire in order to clear the land. That black mat covers hundreds of square miles. And always, this came from Dr. Vance Hayes, Professor Emeritus at the University of Arizona, always we find the Clovis artifacts and extinct animal bones right under it. Above the black mat, there are no such artifacts or bones. So again, this is going back to that Gothenburg magnetic excursion. Big Eloise, uneven and lumpy, the black mat covered everything. Haynes and his crew dug through the mat into one of the larger bumps. They uncovered a large mammoth that they dubbed Big Eloise. The mat was draped over her bones like a thick blanket, staining her bones almost black and conforming to her skeleton as if it was shrink wrapped. The black mat also conformed perfectly to hundreds of mammoth footprints in the area. So mammoths were alive before that black mat came. Mammoths, millions of mammoths were killed 11,500 years ago. Millions of mammoths existed, and then boom, that black mat and the mammoths are gone. Finally, the diamonds. Millions of tiny diamonds, they're called nanodiamonds, have been found at many ice age sites across North America, buried in that same layer of carbon. So it all connects. Where did they come from? Researchers theorize that those diamonds did indeed rain from the sky. Diamonds drizzled down by the ton, says geologist Dr. Alan West. The smaller diamonds would have lingered in the atmosphere for weeks or months. The larger diamonds were visible to the naked eye and dropped like hailstorms. I mean, can you just imagine all those diamonds falling down on your head? Diamonds have also been found in Greenland ice, the nanodiamonds. Scientists now point to the icebound diamonds to bolster their own meteor theory. But again, let me remind you, there were no meteorite fragments or almost no meteorite fragments found in these areas. I think that those diamonds, I think the black layer of carbon in which they are embedded, were created in the sky as a direct result of the Gothenburg magnetic reversal. I think that's a lot of where our carbon comes from, is from the sky, that it rains down on our heads. No wonder so many Ice Age animals went extinct. With diamonds drizzling to the earth by the ton, with vast amounts of carbon pouring from the sky, massive amounts of radioactivity raining on their heads, no wonder they went extinct. So I'm saying forget comets, forget meteors. I think magnetic reversals cause extinctions, and I think magnetic reversals cause evolutionary leaps. And I think the next beat of that cycle is on our way. So let's sum it up. I submit that the magnetic reversals cause the extinctions, that they cause the other evolutionary leaps, and they do it in a natural, predictable cycle. And that cycle, I think, is due right now. So, is it all doom and gloom? I don't think so. Even if I'm right, it's not doom and gloom. The Neanderthals may have gone extinct at the Lake Mungo magnetic excursion, but we, modern humans, we existed along in conjunction with Neanderthals, and yet we're still alive. 1 million mammoths and mastodons may have died at that magnetic excursion, but our ancestors somehow survived. I'm wondering, what did our ancestors do that helped them survive? They didn't know about polarity reversals. They didn't know about precession of the equinoxes. They didn't know about radioactivity, and yet somehow they made it through. If they were able to survive the Holocaust, I think that we ought to be able to do it too, if we can figure it out, if we pay attention. I think the answers are out there. I don't know them yet, but I think the answers are out there. But a little bit of luck wouldn't hurt. So I want to wish you all good luck. So thank you all for coming. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to give it a shot. Yeah.
Is the sun, obviously raining the diamonds down, but where's the carbon?
I think, and I'm hanging out on this one, whereas not by fire, by ice. I was really confident all the way through. And this, I think that's being created in the sky.
The chemical reaction with this supernova.
Yeah, and I think those explosions may be coming from that same thing, because as our magnetic field, the magnetic field, you can't have a magnetic field without an electric field. And the Earth does have electrotelluric currents running through it at all times. I think when that magnetic reversal
Current draws the carbon from
somehow, and there could be collisions, because as the polarity is reversing, I envision it's like a giant particle accelerator. I can't prove that, but that's what I'm envisioning is happening, is a giant particle accelerator. So it's Einstein's theory in reverse. If energy, if matter can create energy, if E equals mc2, then every formula should be able to be reversed. So energy should be able to create matter. Yes.
Do you believe in mini supernovas?
I don't even know about supernovas. I'd say, why not?
Mini supernovas.
I
Just like a boom, but like
Yeah, micronovas.
I haven't looked into it, so
The
I.
sun, like the Andromeda galaxy has like a micronova that happens like yearly.
Okay.
Like why not the Milky Way? Like could our sun have like a cycle of mini nova?
Why not?
Just like the
That,
Andromeda.
I'm going to have to say why not. Yeah, why not?
Tied together, you're thinking that the magnetic reversals, the evolution, and the ice ages are all connected.
Well, I think the ice ages, because what I also found is during magnetic reversals, volcanic activity picks up strongly, and earthquake activity picks up strongly. When I wrote Not by Fire, by Ice, scientists thought there were 10,000 underwater volcanoes in the entire world. Well, in there, I said that I think the ocean warms because of underwater volcanoes. And people kind of laughed at me. Well, 1990s, they said there were 10,000 underwater volcanoes. Now, both NOAA and NASA admit that there are over 3 million underwater volcanoes. As far as I'm concerned, that is what is heating the oceans, not humans. Say that again?
There's no seismic instruments on any of these volcanoes.
No, there's a few. The University of Oregon has in the last 3 years put seismic equipment on one of the underwater volcanoes off the Juan de Fuca Ridge. So they're still learning. But as far as I know, that's the only one with seismic equipment. Somebody back there? Yes.
I'm curious your personal belief on if the CIA is attempting to hide this information, just what your personal belief is that this information is purposely being hidden from the mainstream?
No, I don't think this information has been purposely hidden. I think a lot of people don't care. And I think on the other side of it, I think a lot of people just don't understand what's coming. They don't understand. That's what I think is they don't. I get on programs like with George Norrie on Coast to Coast and things like that, but I don't have the mainstream following me. And if you go to, they're talking about the media kind of hiding people. The name of my website is iceagenow.info. But if you search on Google for ice ages, I don't come up. I've had more than 40 million hits on my website, and I don't even show up. So I think there's, in that way, yeah, I think it's hidden. Yes. Somebody, yes, back there. Okay, the mechanism I see is volcanic activity increases during when the magnetic field weakens, and so does seismic activity. I see the underwater volcanoes heating the oceans, while the above water volcanoes are cooling the skies. So you've got the warming oceans throwing more and more moisture up into the sky, and it's rising into skies that are cold. And that is what I think triggers the ice age. Way back there. Yeah. Do I think there's more money in anonymity than in holistic? What I know when it comes to ice ages or to cold, anybody who says it's getting colder is shunted out. The state climatologist of Delaware said, I don't believe in global warming. They fired him. The state climatologist of Virginia said, I don't believe in global warming. They fired him. The state climatologist of Oregon said, I don't believe in human cause. I mean, they believe in global warming, but not human cause. They fired him. So if I'm a young professor, I got a family to raise, and I'm trying to pay the car payments and make the house payments, and I see my boss get fired, I'm going to learn in a hurry that I'm not going to do that. So that's what I think. Yes, ma'am.
What do you think is the most practical perspectives for you looking at this time? And see how low it's gone. Because if you look at the curve that shows on magnetic reversal .org, and it's getting mighty low, the magnetosphere. What do you think? Since it seems likely from what you're saying, from what my book is saying, that it's going to be the cold very soon because of the magnetic decline. What do you think is the best way to locate it?
I'm not going to tell anybody where to locate. When I came out with the book, 1997, I lived in Seattle area, and I moved to Arizona. And it was such an emotional thing for me. My daughter lives back in Seattle. My granddaughter lived there. I moved back. So I don't want to tell anybody where. Now, I have, again, in order to make my actions match my words, 3 weeks ago, I moved to Texas. So I rented a big old Penske truck and put a car behind it, and my wife and I moved. We're not even unpacked yet.
I'm not saying in terms of individuals now, you know,
Okay.
whoever's watching your site, you know, they want to know where they go. What I'm saying is, you know, I personally think there should be some plan. We see how many thousands of people are getting wiped out in some of the disasters.
Yes.
Is there any rhyme or reason? I know that, what's the name of this physicist in England? Leslie passed away. But he was saying, you know, if we don't go to outer space, how are we gonna, you know, save the human species? But I'm sure there has to be some solution on this globe. So I don't know if you have any ideas, scenarios of how people can be alerted, moved, encouraged to go to places that they're not going to be flash frozen like mammoths that the sled dogs were eating when they went looking for ivory.
Yeah. I guess the best I can say is looking at, on my website, I do, on iceagenow.info, I do have maps that show where the ice extent during the last ice age. But I don't think, now ice ages do start quickly, but I don't see the ice grinding out of the north to get us. My biggest concern, and I think other people here have echoed that same concern, I think we're going to be fighting in the streets for food long before we're covered with ice. So I'm going to say not in a big city. I don't want to live in a big city because I think that the panic and the fighting will be much more dangerous than any ice age.
But what I'm trying to come to is in terms of planning things.
Yeah.
You know, because there's so many mass situations of death, and the people that are in control, I call them the CIA, really want to capitalize on that. Having looked at the Georgia Guidestones, they wouldn't be sad if 95% of people were gone.
That's true.
Can you foresee any planning thing that can actually safely situate people? There's some place, what was it, on the east side of South Africa, they just lost 1,000 people in one event.
Wow.
2,000, a lot of people in one event.
I don't think there is a way to do that. I don't think the politicians, even if I'm right, I don't think anybody would have the will to do it.
Politicians don't know, but some.
No, some do, but I don't see that happening. I really don't. I think it's everybody for themselves. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to comment on this lady's comments to add to it. I think a lot of us are here because we are highly concerned. If we're in the know, we have an idea of what's coming, and we're concerned about how to prepare and how to prepare our people. So it's a valid question, and I hope that LeakCon next year gets us together to start talking more about it.
I think that's good.
You mean solutions?
Solutions.
Yeah.
Are you scared?
Well, I moved south.
Scared, but you're more educated.
I am worried about. I'm worried about the. I'm going to have to stop here in a second. I can see Diamond here. I am worried about the cooling and the food. When it comes to the magnetic reversal itself, I don't think there's a darn thing I can do about it. So, okay. Thank you all for coming. Thank you. Thank you.
Are you selling, signing books?
Yeah, they're still down there. Yep.
Ice Age Farmer Workshop will be in Conifer.
Okay. So I talked a lot about the Carolina Bays.
Sweet.
Glad you mentioned it. I'll get out of your way here in a second.
I know you're compressing your things, but I noticed something about the Carolina Bays. The Thunderbolts Project people.
Yeah.
They invited someone on who's more of a DIY fella, and he was capable of actually recreating those patterns described.
I did not know
using
that.
A high voltage plasma chamber.
I did not know that.
Nano, just like the planet Earth, and he could get the same discharge and commentary.
Do you happen to know? Do you remember the video? Or?
Certainly find it for you.
I did not.
Oh, very fast.
Yeah, I want to go down and see Ice Age Farmers. Then I'll be.
I'll meet you there.
All right, cool.
think they have the same direction. Thank you, brother.
Now, you came to me
Yeah, yeah, well, yes, I'll get it. Okay, all right, okay.
My wife should be down.
Okay, good, good.
She knows. She knows.
Okay,
She
good.
knows you're coming.
Thank you, no problem. Okay, good, thank you.
A lot of books on math and science, as well as a lot of philosophy. So I could figure anything out that I could. So my specialty allowed me
So who's that's his?
No, this is our live stream.
Okay.
Just put your
So-
computer here, plug in.
That's
This has been running for 7 days in the network.
Sure.
So I'll give you a little intro. We'll wait a few minutes, let some people come in. Cool. Yeah, give you an amazing intro. The crowd will roar. Yes, we're doing it right now.
Yeah, please.
So 8 hours is dark.
Whatever radiation we're getting,
But once we get it, we'll hack it up. It's deep space.
or whether it's from that red star that you
Well, we're going red for like $1. It's like maybe we're just watching.
What is the whole
Is this on? Yeah, so we have to separate and say this is something else. No, so they'll come to our best. That's why I said. Okay. So where's my
What I'm saying is.
Robert, you gonna hang out for a bit or?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure. Yeah, it's cool. Where? Got it. Okay, now what am I doing? The main presentation for Philly for LeakCon. There it is, right? Our investigators LeakCon.
I can't watch these imaging.
Can I make this higher?
No, I
Sure, we'll do it. Oh, you want me to just go up that?
There's some screws. In the front. Yeah, that will just raise it a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I think that's perfect. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Nice. Thanks, man. Okay, what else do I need? You know what? I haven't been able to get this to work. How do I get this to work? Is it on? It's on. Oh, it's doing that. That's awesome. Thank you. Thanks. That's cool. Let me see if it works on the screen. It even works on the screen. That's great. Okay. Okay, well, next. Oh, my phone.
So our next speaker, and I'm sure all of you people out in live stream world are really waiting for this talk. And it is my pleasure to introduce the man next to me, John D'Souza, who I can tell you that I stopped watching TV as soon as the last series of the X-Men actually ended. And I haven't really watched TV since then. And the reason I actually watched that program is because it intrigued me in many ways. As a conspiracy theorist and a truther, I've been studying the ruse for years. And this man lived it. And not only that, he got paid to live it. And now he's speaking the truth to the public about it. And let's give a warm welcome to Fox Mulder, the real X-Man, John D'Souza.
Thanks, David. Thanks so much. All right. How many people here were at my last the general presentation? Has anybody already saw it? Okay. Then I'll expect you guys to ask a lot of questions since you've already seen this general presentation. Because this presentation is the para-investigators and the globalists, the global terror, which I believe is the age that we're living through right now. We're living through an age where the globalists are committing terror against us on a regular basis. And it's invisible, it's supposed to be invisible, but we who are true investigators can see it. We can see it. We don't just, we're not fooled so easily with the labels. Yeah, I'm done with this. I don't think I have volume. No. This is just introduction material. My name is John D'Souza. I was a special agent in the FBI for over 20 years. At the age of 23, I became one of the youngest people ever recruited into the FBI as a special agent. As an agent, I helped solve high-profile crimes against humanity. Homicides, the 93 World Trade Center attacks, the Oklahoma City bombing, even 9/11. Most of my cases were criminal in nature, but other cases weren't so cut and dry. If I were to tell you I saw or experienced nothing strange during my 20-plus years of service, I wouldn't be telling the truth. These cases couldn't be explained in the physical world.
You see that? This appeared in the Norwegian sky. Oh my God, get that.
What is this? Major sighting here. What I saw, the things I couldn't explain, they haunted me throughout my career. After 9/11, all these cases started coming forward. Children drawing pictures of burning buildings before it happened. Others saying they made predictions of 9/11. They were called indigo children.
There is absolutely no doubt that this is a different kind of child. It's a different kind of human being. They think different. They are completely different.
I investigated several indigo children while in the FBI. Could they predict the future? Terror events?
There were a lot of people that had premonitions of the tragedy of 9/11. Days, even weeks before these events actually happened. The problem is, what do you do with it?
The FBI concluded the indigo children's premonitions were just coincidence, so they closed the case. I believe evil exists in the physical world, but from my experience, there's an evil even darker in the paranormal. For those who have any, any questions, just shout them out. We'll try to deal with them here. Otherwise, also at the end, I'll be back at my desk in the atrium. And anyone who wants to get this presentation on PDF, just come and give me your email back there, and we'll get it. That's good? Okay, you give me a thumbs up. All right. And that way, of course, you can't get the videos, but at least you can get the notes and the text. The gaslight triangle is something we're living in right now. It is the three-legged monstrosity of deception that we are living. The first leg is fake news, which is all media, basically, which is all, as we know, owned by the same few companies that the board of directors, all the same globalists, sit on all the board of directorships of all the same companies. Also, establishment science and mainstream science, okay? that's a very specific use of language. Of course, there are scientists who are cutting edge people, like Tom Campbell, who are out there, and the gentleman who just recently passed away, the former NASA engineer, whose name escapes me, but who tragically passed away just a couple of days ago. You know, these are guys who, they were scientists, but they became something else the moment they stepped out of that scientific paradigm. They became something much more valuable and very different. But anyway, but these are the old-fashioned scientists and doctors. I could find you dozens of ads from doctors, MDs, and scientists from the 50s doing commercials for nicotine and telling you how good cigarettes are for your lungs. Okay? The same scientists today and the same MDs today are running around telling us how great vaccines are for our kids. Did you?
You said Casey who passed away?
The gentleman who just passed away. You guys, anybody, gentleman who was the NASA engineer?
John
Casey?
No, he didn't know it.
No, not John Casey. What was his name?
It's not, it's okay.
Yeah, I'll come up with the name in a little bit. Government authority fakery is another leg of this deception, of this gaslight triangle. They are gaslighting us. They are trying to make us believe that our version of reality is not real, and that their version is real. That's what gaslight means. True investigators and para-investigators. Para-investigation is just a systematic inquiry or investigation that utilizes rational scientific means to start with, but then relies upon intuitive paranormal abilities to resolve crimes and mysteries. Let me tell you this. There's a lot of cops out there. There's a lot of FBI agents and a lot of investigators who are actually para-investigators, who actually use their, especially experienced police officers, who use their intuitive abilities all the time, constantly, but they're not allowed to say it. Yes?
So, I know a guy in Illinois that goes to spiritual meetups, and he's something after his grandmother died. He was a retired local cop investigator. But then when his grandmother died, he got intuitive gifts.
And he's a police officer?
And he follows domestic criminal cases and international terrorism.
Wow.
So he's pretty gifted.
Nice.
The gentleman that died is a Skylab and Space Shuttle astronaut Owen Garriott. Died in '88, April 15th.
I was thinking about Stansfield.
Stansfield? Okay.
Stansfield.
Yeah. Oh, he died. Okay, this was a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. Stanfield. Yeah. No, Friedman. No, that's The Economist. But it's a similar name. It's a similar name. Yeah, I know. We'll come up with it.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
This material is from my book, The Para-Investigators, True Tales of Supernaturally Gifted Investigators, which many of us here are, and I know it. True investigators versus fact finders. Most police officers, most FBI agents, most investigators are actually nothing more than fact finders. That's all they are. They just find data, they put together data, they connect it, and they give you data. That's all they do. That's what scientists do. And they are not true investigators. True fact finders only follow clues as far as their bosses tell them they can. They follow material data to a material conclusion. Some scientists like to say, you got to follow the data, follow the data. What they really mean is follow the material data to a material conclusion. Because if it goes into this metaphysical, they cannot go one step further. They just can't. That's not true investigation. Fact finders cannot offer a final investigative conclusion. Something the true investigator always has to provide. You have to provide a true investigator, a final investigative conclusion. We believe this guy did it. Here's the reasons why. We believe this person is being truthful or not truthful. Here's the reasons why. That's a true investigator. That's a final investigative conclusion. And fact finders can never give those. Mr. Jewell, he was the gentleman who saved many lives, was a great hero of Centennial Park in Atlanta, Georgia. And here's
Welcome to Atlanta's Olympic Stadium for the opening ceremony of these Centennial Olympic Games.
In the early morning of July 27, 1996, more than 100 people were injured and one killed by a bomb blast at Atlanta's Centennial Olympic Park.
After the bombing had occurred, the victims were taken away. I remember very distinctly, as the light came up, I started meeting some of the people around in the area, and one of the people on the scene was Richard Jewell.
Jewell, a former sheriff's deputy, had discovered the bomb in a backpack and helped clear the area before the explosion. He was hailed a hero.
And I just hope that we catch the people that did it.
Following the bombing, there were a lot of suspects, but it wasn't too far into the investigation where Richard Jewell's name started surfacing.
The president of a college where Jewell had worked security called the FBI to say he had concerns about Jewell.
All the guys in this video clip are lying. And they're basically making up a story to cover their tracks after the fact. They invented this whole thing about that Richard Jewell was a suspicious character. He was a wannabe cop. And the reason was because when the incident occurred, Richard Jewell found a giant hiking bag. He declared it a suspicious package right away. He became the greatest investigator ever. And he put a police line around the package, a police tape. He put it and he started telling people, leave the area, leave the area. And there were hundreds of families with little kids in that park. The park was packed. It was packed with people. And they weren't listening to him. They kept walking through the same pathway. Hundreds of them on either side. So finally, and we have this all on CCTV, finally he started screaming at the top of his lungs and waving his arms and screaming at people, people, get out of the area, get out of this area. This is probably a bomb. Screaming. So the FBI agents on the scene who saw that came to the same conclusion that I did, which was he knew it was a bomb. Right. But he never touched the thing. He never looked inside of it. So how did he know it was a bomb? Yeah. Right. But the police officers and FBI agents on the scene were unfortunately not true investigators. And they could only conclude he knew it was a bomb because he was the bomber. He planted the bomb. It's the only way.
Well,
it's the only way.
They have to have, they have to have their man.
Yes, so. They do. And so they created a narrative that he was the bomber. Oh, and they passed that on to these other it's the New York Times and CNN and Atlanta Journal-Constitution and all the newspapers, and all the newspapers were later sued. And the people who made this clip, New York Times, were also sued and had to pay millions to his estate. And so did the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, so did CNN, and many other news outlets. They were sued for libel and slander, and they had to pay. And it's an extraordinary story. Unfortunately, Richard Jewell's health was broken by being accused of this crime over several months. His life was ruined, his health was ruined, and he died shortly after. He was 44 years old, and he died. So, it didn't give his mother any comfort to collect all these millions because her son was dead.
Did he die before being cleared or not?
After being cleared, yeah. And
I never really got through it.
Yeah, he never really got over it, and that's what happened. So let me finish playing this.
Came up, I saw people around in the area, and one of the people on the scene was Richard Jewell.
Jewell, a former sheriff's deputy, had discovered the bomb in a backpack and helped clear the area before the explosion. He was hailed a hero.
And I just hope that we catch the people that did it.
Following the bombing, there were a lot of suspects, but it wasn't too far into the investigation where Richard Jewell's name started surfacing.
The president of a college where Jewell had worked security called the FBI to say he had concerns about Jewell. A check into Jewell's background revealed other witnesses who reported he had a history of employment problems and was obsessed with law enforcement.
The tissue of lies, everything they made up. And it's unfortunate, but that's the way it is with with fact finders versus true investigators. Here's a famous saying: "We like him for this." That's what law enforcement says when they don't have enough proof on it, or sometimes no proof on an individual, and yet they still want to accuse that person of a crime. It's a very well-known saying in law enforcement circles. We like him for this. We like her for this. It just means we want to accuse that person, and we got nothing to do it on, nothing basis to do it on.
Do you consider this to be deep state?
It is. Well, do I consider this to be deep state? It's used by the deep state sometimes for their convenience because they know about these tendencies and they use it for their benefit very often. So they manipulate it, but they don't cause it, unfortunately. They don't cause it really. We are presently living in an age of globalist terror where the globalists are committing terror against us all the time. There was a time in the 70s and 80s when the Soviet Union, which is hundreds of millions of people, were living during a period known as the Red Terror. They were living in the Red Terror. And it consisted of government officials coming and dragging away family members in the middle of the night, usually about 3 in the morning, dragging them off to the gulag, and they would never be seen again because they spoke out against the government. And that went on for decades and got even worse when the Soviet Union was getting ready to go under in the 70s and the 80s. That was the period of the Red Terror. But people didn't talk about it. They didn't talk to each other. They didn't talk openly about it. So a lot of people in Soviet society didn't even know it happened until later, until afterwards. Okay? We're living through a similar period right now, except the atrocities are being committed against us by the globalists and by their minions on a regular basis, like the fire that happened in California, where this fire was started through artificial means in 20 places at the same time in order to burn up certain sections throughout California. You know, that's murder, that's mayhem, that's genocide, and yet we are living through that right now. The time when the globalists decided to take direct control of the United States and the Western world was 2001 on 9/11. And this is one of the best summary videos of what happened. It's taken down constantly by YouTube. We lost track of who originally made the thing because it's been taken down so many times. But if you can find it, this is a great, great summary of exactly what happened on 9/11.
On the morning of September 11th, 2001, 19 men armed with box cutters, directed by a man on dialysis in a cave fortress halfway around the world, using a satellite phone and a laptop, directed the most sophisticated penetration of the most heavily defended airspace in the world, overpowering the passengers and the military combat-trained pilots on 4 commercial aircraft before flying those planes wildly off course for over an hour without being molested by a single fighter interceptor. These 19 hijackers, devout religious fundamentalists who like to drink alcohol, smoke cocaine, and live with pink-haired strippers, managed to knock down 3 buildings with 2 planes in New York, while in Washington, a pilot who couldn't handle a single-engine Cessna was able to fly a 757 in an 8,000-foot descending 270-degree corkscrew turn to come exactly level with the ground, hitting the Pentagon and the budget analyst office where DoD staffers were working on the mystery of the $2.3 trillion that Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld had announced missing from the Pentagon's coffers in a press conference the day before, on September 10th, 2001. Luckily, the news anchors knew who did it within minutes. Osama bin Laden. The pundits knew within hours. Osama bin Laden. The administration knew within the day.
Terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them.
And the evidence literally fell into the FBI's lap.
That a hijacker's passport was found blocks from the World Trade Center crash site, if you can believe that.
But for some reason, a bunch of crazy conspiracy theorists demanded an investigation into the greatest attack on American soil in history. That investigation was delayed, underfunded, set up to fail, a conflict of interest, and a cover-up from start to finish. It was based on testimony extracted through torture, the records of which were destroyed. It failed to mention the existence of WTC-7, Able Danger, P-TECH, Sibel Edmonds, OBL and the CIA, and the drills of hijacked aircraft being flown into buildings that were being simulated at the precise same time that those events were actually happening. It was lied to by the Pentagon, the CIA, the Bush administration, and as for Bush and Cheney, well, no one knows what they told it because they testified in secret, off the record, not under oath, and behind closed doors. It didn't bother to look at who funded the attacks because that question is ultimately of little practical significance. Still, the 9/11 Commission did brilliantly, answering all of the questions the public had, except most of the victims' family members' questions, and pinned blame on all the people responsible, although no one so much as lost their job, determining the attacks were
failure of imagination.
Because
Nobody in our government, at least, and I don't think the prior government that could envision flying airplanes into buildings.
Except the Pentagon, FEMA, NORAD, and the NRO. The DIA destroyed 2.5 terabytes of data on Able Danger, but that's okay because it probably wasn't important. The SEC destroyed their records on the investigation into the insider trading before the attacks, but that's okay because destroying the records of the largest investigation in SEC history is just part of routine record keeping. NIST has classified the data that they used for their model of WTC7's collapse, but that's okay because knowing how they made their model of the collapse would jeopardize public safety. The FBI has argued that all material related to their investigation of 9/11 should be kept secret from the public, but that's okay because the FBI probably has nothing to hide. This man never existed, nor is anything he had to say worthy of your attention, and if you say otherwise, you are a paranoid conspiracy theorist and deserve to be shunned by all of humanity. Likewise him, and her, and her, and her, and him. Osama bin Laden lived in a cave fortress in the hills of Afghanistan, but somehow got away. Then he was hiding out in Tora Bora, but somehow got away. Then he lived in Abbottabad for years, taunting the most comprehensive intelligence dragnet employing the most sophisticated technology in the history of the world for a decade, releasing video after video with complete impunity and getting younger and younger as he did so, before finally being found in a daring SEAL team raid which wasn't recorded on video, in which he didn't resist or use his wife as a human shield, and in which these crack special forces operatives panicked and killed this unarmed man, supposedly the best source of intelligence about those dastardly terrorists on the entire planet. Then they dumped his body in the ocean before telling anyone about it. Then a couple dozen of that team's members died in a helicopter crash in Afghanistan. This is the story of 9/11, brought to you by the media which told you the hard truths about
His head could be seen to move violently forward.
and
They took the babies out of incubators.
and
Mobile production facilities.
and
The rescue of Jessica Lynch.
if you have any questions about this story, you are a batshit paranoid tinfoil dog-abusing baby hater and will be reviled by everyone. If you love your country and or freedom, happiness, rainbows, rock and roll, puppy dogs, apple pie, and your grandma, you will never ever express doubts about any part of this story to anyone. Ever. This has been a public service announcement by the Friends of the FBI, CIA, NSA, DIA, SEC, MSM, White House, NIST, and the 9/11 Commission. Because ignorance is strength.
That's the Colbert report.
Colbert,
Yeah, Colbert report.
So are you saying Colbert made this?
Yeah, James Colbert, he has a YouTube channel. I think
Oh, it's not the television
no,
guy.
No, not the late night show.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's a Colbert,
Colbert.
Corbett.
That's wondering.
Yeah, I
Okay.
know, it sounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain the reference to Able Danger?
I'm not, but you're the Able Danger guy, right? I
I
don't,
just noticed that he was on there, and I've been following his Able Danger live streams.
Yeah. because I don't know too much about Able Danger. I thought you were telling me stuff.
Oh, well, I was. I just, but then you showed this video.
Oh, I
You showed
did.
a picture of him.
Oh, okay.
He's announced in this video.
Oh, okay. Well,
So it's really clear.
I don't know too much about Able Danger. If you guys know about it, you can educate us. But yes, sir.
The Patriot Act was literally hours after this happened.
Yeah. Right. Almost like they had it ready
They did have it
ahead of
ready.
time.
They did have it
Yeah.
ready.
I'm
Yeah.
actually a targeted individual, and I'm terrorized every day by a satanic cult. One of the private contractors in the FBI was one that put me on the list. Maybe it's the terrorists or maybe terrorist watches or whatever. But yeah, I'm terrorized every day. B2K, you guys don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. That's most of us know.
Yeah.
So,
Well-
you guys need to educate yourselves, and yeah, the government, some really good shadow government, big call all over.
Now, speaking of educating people, in the 911 report, there's actually something included in there called the Phoenix Memo, where an FBI agent accurately predicted everything that was going to happen on 9/11. He wrote a large communication to FBI headquarters that was thrown in the trash can and ignored. That basically said, "Hey guys, a bunch of Arab terrorists are going to grab a bunch of planes and fly them into landmarks." He said landmarks, and he says, "And we need to be prepared for this. And here's what we can do to prevent it." And he gave a whole bunch of ways to prevent it. Well, it's heavily redacted, but it's in the 911 report, and you can actually look it up. You can Google material, the Phoenix Memo, and he completely predicted it. And the government could have prevented 911 from happening.
Well, and there was a CIA lady that also came out, and they put her in jail.
Yeah. Sybil Edmonds?
Blonde. She came out and was saying that they had gotten all kinds of information and they ignored it, and then they locked her up.
Wow.
Is she still alive?
Yeah, she did get out.
She's alive now.
Yeah, she got out after serving, but they didn't give her due process. They didn't give her a lawyer.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, sir?
Do you believe most of that was set up in the 80s when they had the explosion in the basement?
I believe that was testing for it. That happened in 1993. I actually worked on that case. And we had 4 terrorists that actually mixed the bomb. And the terrorists are real. They are real. The terrorists mixed the bomb and then tried to blow out the supports on the World Trade Center in 1993.
But the way it dropped, you could tell it was an implosion.
Right. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, if you want to see any of the provable truth on 911, all you got to do is look up architects and engineers for 911 truth. They are the guys who have everything. They've got everything showing what really happened. Architects and engineers for 911 truth. They are the ones.
And Judy Woods is pretty good too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the last thing I want to tell you about this is that I recently had somebody show me some clips that have actually convinced me that it's very possible that the planes, and I should be showing video of it, but the planes could actually have been hologram technology.
It was hologram.
Hologram technology. And you guys know who the person is who has convinced me of this.
Yeah, what's his name?
It was Donald J. Trump. Because there are clips of him in interviews saying, guys, the skyscrapers were done with like a new type of technology that we were trying out, because he constructs buildings, he makes buildings for a living, he knows. And he says the Twin Towers is one of the first skyscrapers that was made with the outside steel cage. Instead of all the steel being in the supports on the insides, it was around the windows and the outer frame. It was all the steel beams were surrounding the skyscraper. Yeah, it's an outer skeleton, like an exoskeleton. So he said, and there's clips of him saying, I just don't see how those planes could have just gone right through the buildings without leaving something on the outside or something. It does, because of the steel cage that was surrounding the skyscrapers. So he said, go look at that. And it's very unlikely the way that it happened, how these planes just sliced through them like butter all the way through. It's almost impossible that it happened that way. And that's what has made me think that, yeah, I think it may have been holograms. Yeah, exactly. That type of technology. Now, these days, we're talking about the globalist terror. How do we tell? Who are the traitors who have accepted the globalist coin and who are working for them? They're not working for us. They're obviously working for them. Unfortunately, in the old days, it was a lot easier to tell who was working for the globalists.
A bribe of the flesh, gentlemen, while a husband promotes anarchy and war.
Words escape even most cunning tongue. My little whore queen.
What queen-like behavior. Remove her from this chamber before she infects us further with her inglorious and shabby self.
This will not be over quickly. I will not enjoy this. I am not your queen.
Xerxes' head on the coin. And the other senator finds it and starts saying to him like, traitor, traitor, traitor. Xerxes, he was the dominant, the world power at this time, the Persian Empire. and he was the dominant power of the earth at that time. And it was so much easier in those days because you had to have a coin, gold coin or whatever, and it had the head of the tyrant right on there. Very easy to identify. Well, today we don't have that. Today, the only way we can tell who the globalists are is by what they support. Do they support globalist policies favored by the elite powers in control? That's the only way. That's the globalist gold coin in their pocket.
Are you saying left and right?
Left and right, exactly.
Since I moved to Colorado, I've seen it. There's a division amongst the Americans. It's incredible.
Yeah.
And I've been doing some lobbying. It just shuts them down. We
Yeah.
gotta wake up. We're all Americans.
Exactly.
That goes back to Rome, divide and conquer.
Well, that's a whole nother level, but I'm just talking about us.
Right.
People who live in our country and down the street and around the corner.
Right.
You know,
Here's the globalist coins. It's the top priorities for the globalists, which are basically for American genocide. Here it is. It's no borders for your country. No border, and anything that promotes illegal aliens over American citizens. That is the number one priority of the globalists these days. And it doesn't matter, Democrat, Republican, the conservative, Tory, or Labor, it doesn't matter. The political parties don't matter because these guys have both. They have every political party working for them, always. Another one is gun control. Any restrictions on your right to defend yourself. That's one of the top 3 globalist priorities. That is the globalist coin in their pocket.
And censorship.
Yeah, censorship is another big one.
Yep.
That's a huge one because that is a pure fascist globalist ideology that goes back to every fascist empire ever used by the globalists.
Shut them down.
Shut them down, exactly. Or anything that promotes genocide of American citizens. There's a lot of things that promote genocide of American citizens. And that's the globalist coin that you can identify these politician traitors by. Okay, this is where it gets weird. Some of you have already seen this. This gets a little crazy here. You like that sound? Okay, there's a purpose to it though. This is happening right now, folks. And this is not a question of interstellar travel. This is all portals and wormholes.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Sorry.
And this is going on right now.
Yes.
Were you in my last one? No, you weren't.
No.
Okay.
We need to
All right,
talk.
then you got to see this. And I hope everyone's sitting down.
who's behind it?
That's a good question.
Video out of New York. No, this is not a scene from an upcoming Independence Day movie or an
This happened
actual
December
alien
27th.
invasion. New York police say it's a transformer explosion
New
at a
York
power plant in Queens, lighting up the New York City skyline in a brilliant blue. No one was hurt in the explosion. The explosion caused some power outages, including LaGuardia Airport, but they didn't last very long. The New York Fire Department determined it was caused by equipment malfunction.
Now, the first thing that I want to draw attention to is the video captured of what happened. Meanwhile, they splice in video that you see here of some kind of event supposedly taken during the same thing. They combine those images together to make it seem like, oh, regular people got video of the close-up transformer explosion. But that is how deceptive and sneaky they really are. This is what a real transformer explosion looks like. This video was captured last year in New Brunswick. As you can see, it doesn't go on for as long as this event did, and it doesn't light up the entire sky with a bright bluish green. It is a warm yellowish glow, and it is a local light that definitely does not light up the entire sky, and it extinguishes very quickly.
If anybody's a welder, you'll know right away the compounds that running through. If you see any of them videos where it's traveling through the circuitry,
yeah,
you can tell that that's an energy bulb.
Plasma, right?
Right.
Plasma.
So quickly. Plus, I also want to know what is seen flying out of this bright area in the sky. Could it be that perhaps we are being visited by extraterrestrials? Could it be that perhaps we are being visited by another dimension? Or could it be that these are experiments being made right in front of our eyes? What if this is a government experiment that was out of control? The quickest thing to say is, hey, it was an electrical fire. Well, last time I checked, this is what an electrical fire looks like. It's always red and black from the smoke. I've never once seen a bright blue sky due to an electrical fire. So what is happening here? It's very scary, but I think that we finally have made contact. It is here, ladies and gentlemen. The proof is here. It's happened right in front of our eyes and we haven't even noticed. We have not even noticed. Now, what should we be doing? I want to be prepared in every way possible. We don't know exactly what's going to happen from this moment on. 2019 is going to be a very interesting year. I want to play this over and over again, slower, so that you can see what I see. I'm going to slow it down to the speed of maybe half or 1/4 of the regular speed. And you can clearly see that something has flown out of this area in the sky. It almost looks as if something actually opened, some type of portal. As you can see there, you can actually notice something, actually a bright light. And then from that light comes this vessel. So many questions can be asked from here on. Like, what is in the vessel? Could this be connected to time travel? That's another theory that I have that I believe is very possible. Could it be that we are seeing ourselves from the future? Or could it be that this is also maybe an interdimensional portal that has...
Okay, yes, sir. I don't know, maybe. I do know, they look like real UFOs to me.
So where did it go, or did it disappear?
It disappeared. We don't know where they're going. And these portals are opening up over all the major cities around the United States. And there's always a few UFOs viewed, but most UFOs are invisible. They're outside our bandwidth of visible light. And so if you're seeing 1 or 2 UFOs, that probably means there's like 90 more that have been coming out that we just can't see. So that's the way that this goes. Also, while these portals have been appearing, there has suddenly been what do you call a dew? Directed energy weapon that has been sending a ray down to blow things up on the ground so that we would think that there's no portal, that the light is just from this thing exploded on the ground. This happened in Kenner, Louisiana, shortly right after the New York City incident. And there is, and people will say, oh, that's lens flare, but there is a lot of lens flare, but there's also a ray coming from the sky, coming down here and trying to find a gas station tanks to blow up. And you can see it happening. And then found transformers. People in the neighborhood thought they were under attack. They were terror.
That's crazy!
And then the news comes on this morning and says, nothing happened last night. Don't worry about it. Yeah, just transformer blew up. If you think you almost got flying alive, it didn't happen. This is Canada, Louisiana. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. Yes, young lady at the back. Paradise?
Yeah, the fires. Yeah, they were started, there's people saying they were started by direct energy.
No, yes, directed energy weapons were used in Paradise. Yes, I do believe that. Yes.
Can you just go back 1 second so I can get the last word? Victorus
Libertas.
Libertas. Thank you.
And now the same thing happened in Venezuela in September. New York City, okay. India in January. Sao Paulo, Brazil, again January. Mexico City, Mexico in January. And Crossville, Tennessee, and South Sweden. And there's been others since then on.
Sigue explotando todo, acaba de explotar toda la calle. Es una cosa, miren. Este es el verguero eléctrico.
Local news was showing this. Local news CBS and telling people, don't worry, nothing's happening.
Overnight, the New York City sky lit up in a supernatural shade of blue. Oh my God.
What is that?
That looks gnarly.
Look at the sky. Well, that doesn't look good.
Meu Deus! Nossa! Caramba!
Mexico City, Mexico.
It's happening. The end is near.
And this just happened in Phuket, Thailand. Wow. April, at the end of April. It's not a volcano. It's all red, orange. And you see that thing traveling right there? There's others that travel out of the other sides too. Yeah. And this is going off like lightning, but there's no sound, there's no thunder. So the portals are not, apparently they're evolving, they're not always the same. Like this one was covered in a giant cloud that just seems to, it's the only cloud in the sky.
Right.
So it seems artificial.
And it's coherent.
Yeah, and it's covering the portal. And there's some kind of energy charges coming off.
But there's always a cloud present when these things happen. So to the viewer, it's always obscure as to what's on the other side.
Right. Right, exactly.
That's cloaking technology.
So this is continuing to happen. And people are still sending me these from all over the world. The portals are going on, and I've been giving people predictions. Whatever city you're from, there's going to be a portal there soon. And I believe that. I believe that. Any major city.
Do you believe that somebody on our planet is causing it? Like
No, I believe that these are extraterrestrials. Okay. These are extra dimensionals that are coming in from another reality. They are opening portals to come here, and they are trying to capture our interest right now.
Is it a CERN thing?
I don't think it has anything to do with CERN. But I think this is a separate phenomena, and I think they're trying to capture our interest, trying to get our attention. And the elite powers in control who are sending down those rays are terrified of us having direct contact with them. And that's why they're doing that.
If it's a dual weapon, it comes down after the portal manifest?
Yeah, it is.
Short time period?
Yeah, usually the portal is up for like 20 minutes, half an hour, and then suddenly the dews start coming down, blowing things up on the ground.
Where are the
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
The what?
The dews. Where are they?
Satellite-based platforms that have been put out in space for quite a while now that are owned not by us, but they're owned by the global powers. They're not owned by us. It's like James Bond supervillain stuff, except it's real, and it's killing us. It's killing us like it did in California. Yes, sir.
Just to add a comment to what you just said, one of the reasons I tend to believe in this sort of stuff is happening is because they actually made a law back in the 70s, I think, that it's illegal to come in contact with extraterrestrials or to harbor any of their technology or materials. Wow. I mean, that's
Is that still in effect?
I'm sorry?
Is that law still in effect?
Yeah.
Where is it?
I was passed by Congress back in the 70s.
Oh, for
And
the,
I thought, oh, if the government didn't believe that this stuff, if the government believes this is all malarkey, then why would they pass a law?
well, because they're working on their Project Bluebeam
Oh, yes, of course.
to brainwash the public.
And I wanted to finish on this, guys. Whistleblowers, because of everything that we've been talking about, they're still important. They are very important, and we should always examine their information. You got to map the person, cuss the information, and this is note-taking stuff here. But map goes to motives, access, persona, cussing the information, credibility, unbelievability, source, and survey. I'll be back at my my desk in the atrium. If anybody wants to get this presentation on PDF, just come by there and give me your email, and we'll send you the presentation on PDF. You won't get the videos, but at least you'll get these types of notes as well. I see some of you taking pictures. That's a good thing. You got it? Okay. So I want to leave on this, the importance of whistleblowers, and the reason that we know how important whistleblowers are is because of this clip that was put together, which is the best examination of the Tic Tac incident with U.S. Air Force pilot David Fravor. And I want to show that now. Darn it.
Warning, the following content may not be suitable for all viewers. Viewer discretion is advised. November 2004, off the coast of San Diego. A training exercise has begun. The USS Nimitz supercarrier, the largest aircraft carrier in the world, designed for one purpose: to infiltrate and annihilate enemy forces.
The Nimitz is one of the largest ships we have in the U.S. Navy. It's so big, it has enough firepower to basically take over the entire country. Add to that the Nimitz is always accompanied by smaller ships of all shapes and sizes. You're talking about a flotilla.
Housing over 6,000 soldiers, the Nimitz can launch one of its 90 deadly warplanes every 20 seconds. This is the U.S. Navy at its most extreme. No one and no thing would dare cross its path. Until November 14th. A blip appears on the radar. An unknown object crosses the screen, pushing speeds at over 3,000 miles per hour. Radar operators assume it's a technical malfunction. But then another object appears, and another, and another. the Nimitz goes into high alert. Not only are these foreign objects appearing near a Navy aircraft carrier, but they're also invading United States airspace. 2 F-18 fighters are deployed, led by Top Gun Navy pilot Commander David Fravor. With over 16 years flight experience and over 3,500 flight hours, Fravor had more qualifications than any other pilot in the United States at the time.
So we were running training exercises before our deployment to Iraq when we got the call about these foreign objects. So I ordered my guys to suit up and go check it out. But we never could have expected what we were about to see.
Flying high above the ocean surface, the F-18s intercept the location of contact, 180 miles west of the San Diego coastline. When Commander Fravor reaches the contact point, he looks out of his cockpit window and is astonished at what he sees below. A craft hovers above the ocean surface, floating in midair. It has no exhaust, no wings or rotors, and no apparent means of mechanical lift. Fravor described the craft as an elongated egg or tic-tac shaped craft, unlike anything in the U.S. Armada.
See, the craft didn't have any flight surfaces on it. There was no wings, no tail, no jet engine. It was just solid and white. And it hovered like a helicopter, except there was no rotor wash on the surface of the water.
And if the presence of the craft wasn't strange enough, what happens next defies all known physical laws. The craft began moving at instantaneous speeds, starting and stopping without any acceleration or deceleration. Commander Fravor said it looked like a ping pong ball scanning across the water, and that the G-forces of such maneuvers should have been enough to destroy the craft itself, or at least instantly kill any human occupants inside.
When we're dealing with advanced technology, we're in the realm of the unknown. We don't actually know what it is that's animating the craft. We don't know how it's moving. It's beyond the realm of our physics and our understanding of how physics work. Therefore, when we're thinking about things like G-force, to us, it makes sense that it doesn't make sense. But when we traverse into that unknown territory, we have to start asking more questions about what we think we know.
At this point, all I could think about was, I want to get a better look at this thing.
Fravor pilots within a half mile of the craft and chases it throughout the sky. And once he locked on, his heat-activated camera picked up this extraordinary footage. Commander Fravor and his co-pilot converse over their private communication line.
We're going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Holy man. My gosh.
The seasoned pilots are completely baffled by the craft's speed, lack of heat exhaust, and impossible maneuverability. Then, something amazing happens. The craft begins rotating on its side.
It's rotating.
The pilots are shocked. It becomes clear to these professional pilots that what they're witnessing is not of this world.
My gosh.
I've never seen anything move like that. I mean, it had no exhaust. Every aircraft has exhaust. Even drones have contrails that you can see on the FLIR. There was nothing coming out of this to make it move. I've seen every aircraft on Earth. And this thing was not from Earth.
You can believe that there's other life out there. You can believe that it's coming here to visit, but it's much different than when you actually are staring at it, because your entire worldview is shattered. This thing shows up out of nowhere. That's not part of your current reality. You can't deny it. It is there.
When the footage was released in 2017 by the Pentagon, the military classified the object as an AAV, an anomalous aerial vehicle, the new military term for UFO. But this wasn't the first sighting. Over the following 2-week period, the Nimitz continued to spot hundreds of craft, and new footage kept rolling in.
Oh my gosh, dude. Wow, look at that, man. Look at the fire.
Why is it that even people in our military who are fighter pilots with 17 years experience, they don't know what advanced technology is being used?
Within days, internet commenters suggested the video might be the work of clever CGI artists or an elaborate hoax. But the nature of the footage and its release suggests otherwise.
Let's say, could it be a fake? Let's say yes. Okay, it's a fake. If it is something like CGI, then you have to consider that means Every single pilot involved is in on the fake. The people on the Nimitz are also in on the fake. People at the Pentagon who authorized this to be released are in on the fake. Either way, this is a monumental story because you're talking about either this is aliens visiting us with tech that we can't imagine, or this is a fake from the government that somehow has some extraordinary agenda going forward to make us believe in alien life.
To this day, the Pentagon has no explanation for the event, and the military's executive report assesses that the anomalous aerial vehicle was no known aircraft or air vehicle currently in the inventory of the United States or any foreign nation.
This is an extraordinary event, and taken in context with the eyewitness testimony of the pilot flying the jet chasing this thing, and the radar data from the ship itself tracking this thing, you've got not only an image, but radar data, and the pilot giving his personal testimony. You've got three different triangulations that this is something not from Earth.
Could the Tic Tac craft be evidence of extraterrestrial contact with our own military? Are the purposes of its occupants peaceful, or are they possibly a threat to national or even global security? Perhaps an explanation can be found from more extraordinary footage captured by everyday civilians recording UFO contact on a commercial airline.
Because of this interview by David Fravor, the U.S. Navy has just changed the rules that Navy personnel are not allowed to talk about anything to do with UFOs or alien visitors whatsoever. And that's that just recently happened. So guys, that's all I've got for you. And I'll be back at my desk for any questions, objections, challenges. I'll be there. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, it'll be in the atrium where the vendors are. How do I describe that?
Oh, I know where it is. Where the registration is, right?
Yes, right where the registration is.
You're gonna be there until what?
I'll be there the whole night.
Oh, thank you, man.
Thanks, sir.
That was really good. I enjoyed that. Do you have a website of sorts, or?
Yes, John Tama Books at Gmail. JohnTamaBooks.com. JohnTamaBooks.com. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Oh, shoot. I took it down already.
So did you investigate paranormal things at all in the FBI?
Yes, I did. Quite a bit. Quite a bit. Oh, my website is, hold on. Let me just show it. There it is.
Oh, I see.
You don't know what you're looking at. Point the ad to you, you'll see it all the time.
There it is. Yes, in 2013, when they put a guy over there in charge named James Comey. You might know who he is. And so I left in 2013 when they put him in charge. Real bad person. Very, very bad person.
Okay. My son works in the FBI. Part of the counterintelligence.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, James Comey and all his people were all globalists, cabal, scumbags. All very bad people.
Obama?
Yeah, Obama, Trader 44. Yeah, he was developed by them for a long time.
John, who do you think Q really truly is?
He's just, it could be General Flynn.
It's military intel, right?
It could be General Flynn. That's my best bet at this point. Or it could be a couple of other people, too.
Could be multiple people, though, possibly.
Yes, it could be a small group of people.
I had to get your take on it.
Yeah, but Q is real, and Q is the future. So, yeah, Q is definitely
worlds.
Yeah.
Nice.
And
He's credible. Q is a credible person.
Oh, absolutely. He was the most credible person there is.
Who's that, Flynn?
It's possible if you're asking him, he's a single individual. He could be General Flynn. It could be General Flynn. It's possible.
Thank
we
you.
don't know for sure.
Mind blowing.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I've had that issue happen, and I'm so short, you know?
Who's this coming in here?
Are we?
So who else is coming in here? Oh, Rex, awesome. Awesome. Okay, make sure I got everything. Yes, I do. Cool. Rex is coming now?
Yep.
Awesome.
A few seconds for like a preview and get it all back all together after it's written.
Cool. All right, I gotta go out. Cool, man.
I mean, over there, you're right here, I'm like.
All right. Down for the awkward silence. Let's see here. This bad boy's plugged in to right there. I'm unplugging this. Is that the right one? No.
You should just have to plug your HDMI.
Yeah, it's not even plugged in yet. Perfect.
Yep, you're good.
That's just what I wanted. All right. Okay. Okay. Wish we had some like elevator music or Twilight Zone or X-Files. Can anybody whistle good? Okay, cool. Who's that guy? The legend, Diamond. All right. So this is in a place called Sankawi. And I wanted to start off because we're going to be talking about the Anunnaki and possibly the ant people that the Hopi talked about, the Hopi prophecy. Anunnaki means ant friend. And Diamond and I went to a place called Sankawi in New Mexico and a place called Bandelier. Anybody heard of Bandelier or Sankawi? A few of you have? Okay. Well, Sankawi is not as well known, and it's an area in New Mexico that looks like it was built by ant people. It's very small rooms. They're multi-rooms, and you'll see that the biggest room I wouldn't even be able to stand up in, and I'm 5'7" with boots on. So there's also petroglyphs in the area of what looks like ant people with antennas, and they're hanging out with what you can clearly see are normal people, at least with the petroglyphs. So it looks like they're almost saying, we were here, we made friends with you, and then I don't know what happened, some type of cataclysm. But there's also a bunch of petroglyphs that show cataclysmic events, and people have thought that they were like aliens or extraterrestrial. There's a gentleman by the name of Parat that has done these experiments with plasma and has been able to duplicate many of these petroglyphs. So where I'm going with this is I think that at one point there was a civilization that is actually, I don't know where they went, of what's called the small people or the Anunnaki, the ant people. And then you've heard of the other Anunnaki, Sumerian tablets, which are giants. So there's all these different cross references. So I'm going to show you some footage of what I think are remains of a civilization of at least 15,000 years ago in New Mexico. And let's get started right here. So you can see in this image, this right here, which looks like something was carved into the rock. Now, the official story is people walked for so many thousands of years that it made this pathway. But we think it has something more to do with water.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
And okay, if this is the petroglyph. There's a petroglyph on. Oh yeah, this is one of my favorites right here. I was just talking about this one. So, here's the guy with the antennas. This guy here has no antennas whatsoever. I'm going to show you another image in a minute, which looks like little Jimmy to the at the very far left here. That's got antennas as well. So it looks like, and they're all happy. They're all smiling. It's like there was this full story that they were telling people on the way into this town, into this civilization. So something happened 10, 12,000 years ago that wiped out the majority of these remains. But some of them are still in New Mexico. And I think there's also megaliths in Montana that I want to confirm that actually weigh more than Stonehenge. We're talking like 80-ton blocks on 4 other rocks. I mean, just very bizarre stuff. So anyway, to make a long story short, something I feel happened 12,000 approximately years ago that caused these people to go inner earth or go somewhere. And I don't mean the center of the earth, but I just mean they built into the earth. And let me see if I can find a better picture on this, because this is really important. Okay, now right here, this is showing where they're doing some kind of, Diamond's kind of pointing this out, where they were grinding something in here. And this isn't really the good stuff. Let me get to the good stuff here. Okay, here we go. Right here. Notice the antennas on the one guy. You see that? Oops. Right there. See the antennas? You guys see him?
Yep.
Okay. There's no antennas on this guy. Notice he's middle height. There, he's also got a different shaped head. It's not as big. And look down here. Look at this guy. Look at it. He's got little antennas. What does that mean? And they're all happy. They're not, they're not saying, we're coming to destroy you. Like there's so much Hollywood stuff where, and here's the thing, I don't necessarily think they're aliens. Shrooms. Yeah, well, shrooms are different. You'll see clouds laughing at you. You'll make all sorts of fun stuff. Sure, I'm not going to mock you. But anyway, so I think that this right here is showing clearly there was another civilization, and they helped the humans survive this cataclysm. And let me show you some more images, and we'll get into the buildings in a second here. You can see right there, there's the whole thing. And then there's these crosses that have been etched in there. Okay. Then you see these stairs that you go up to. This is the top here. But what I think happened was when this cataclysm happened and they went inner earth or wherever they went, you can start to see some of these openings here. And doesn't it look like a big anthill? And they started digging into it. So here. I think they're telling us a story. And I think that after the cataclysm happened, those that survived came out and they attempted to recolonize the area. And they don't know they don't have these same technologies. So now and here it is right here, Sankawi ruins. So you'll see, arrowheads and a lot of remains from different cultures after the fact. But I think a lot of these megaliths and these ancient sites, the Anunnaki, and look at this. This is another interesting anomaly. This guy's just pointing out right here is like some type of worship center. And I think that when the ancestors used to worship stuff, I don't think they were just worshiping for a belief system. I think there was some type of energy grid that was connected to the water, that was connected to their structures and the ley lines of the planet. And I think they were using vibrational stuff and frequencies versus what we're using now with the fuels and such. It was just a completely different reality. But where it gets really interesting is when we start looking at Dulce, New Mexico and Archuleta Mesa, and these are just some, some pottery and stuff that's left out there it's just all over the place out there. That I feel is from a civilization after the fact, a civilization that came out and they're rebuilding. And now we'll get to some of these. I want to show you these rooms. Flip through this here. Look at this, like these weird, just great. How did they do that? How did they put those in there? Okay, let me do this. Let me make it faster for us, guys. I want to. Here we go. Here's the rooms. So And you'll notice that they've also got these lines in here, like they were following the sun. And there's certain holes at specific areas where the sun will come in and hit. And there's this one room that looks like it's for a midget, for a, like somebody that's maybe 4'5", and it's designed as a person. They go in there, and most of these rooms are very small. And I've talked to the locals in Dulce, and their grandparents, their natives, have told them about the small people and how the small people have been there longer than we have. And so if you've heard the Dulce story, the Archuleta Mesa story, how there's some underground base there. I know there's a lot of woo-woo out there. You can go on the internet and they're like, oh, look at all these bases. And it's a bird's eye view of the school. You know, it's literally the school out there. But the Archuleta Mesa, you can talk to a lot of locals and their ancestors and their family. There's a very mysterious stuff out in that area. But when they talked about the small people, I started to think about the small people. Well, the Greys that are referred in Hollywood, they're small. They're not very big. And you've heard everything from their clones to it's not real, it's swamp gas, to it's a government project, to they're from Sirius. There's all sorts of different theories. But what if the Greys and the small people, or the Anunnaki, the Aunt people that helped us at one point in time, are actually from here? They're here. They're not from out there. And the remains we're looking at, these are the remains that we're looking at of their civilization. I mean, look at this. How did they build this 14, 15,000 years ago with arrowheads or with whatever kind of primitive tools they were using? You can see these holes that are in specific locations in there. And if you go to Bandelier, Bandelier has the same thing. And they're very close. These are some petroglyphs. This arrow that's pointing up. And I need to remember, has anyone ever been to Newspaper Rock? Okay, it's pretty cool, right? All those petroglyphs and stuff. And yeah, Moab, yeah, absolutely. So you go to Newspaper Rock, and in Newspaper Rock, there is a petroglyph, huge wall of petroglyphs. And there's this one that looks like a lady that's wearing a dress. And it looks like the dress is like steps, like a pyramid steps, right? And then underneath, you see this arrow. And then if you look to the left, so, okay, let's say that this is where the wall is, the wall of petroglyphs. And you can see this petroglyph of what looks like a lady with an arrow that's underneath her. Well, then you flip around, and you look out at about the 11 o'clock position, and there is this monument. If you've ever been to Monument Valley, you've got the mound, and you got the rock that comes up like that. That looks exactly, in my mind, that's what they're showing. And they're showing there's some kind of entrance underneath it. It's like some kind of treasure map. And it's all connected in the four corners area. And there's also these petroglyphs of all these lightning bolts and these big giant centipedes and stuff. And they're plasma bolts. So I think that event that happened about 14,000 years ago, when there was all sorts of civilizations here. I mean, even the Smithsonian has released several different types of people, and they hide a lot of stuff. So I hear it's a rumor on the internet. Everything's real on the internet. But no, there's a lot of stuff out there. Even just recently, they uncovered this 4 foot, approximately 3.5, 4 foot tall person that has ancient DNA, but also modern DNA. And they're about 4 feet tall. It's a new type of human. Elves. You think about that. The elves, the small green people. Well, you talk to the natives, they'll tell you about the small people. And then you look at these crazy caverns and these areas of maybe 4 feet tall. These rooms that are 4 feet tall, 4.5 feet tall. So why would they do that? If it's a regular sized person, I'm just asking my question. Why would a regular sized person spend so much time to build a cavern that's 4 feet tall?
Well, maybe they put the kids in there during the day and locked them in there and then went out hunting.
Is that what you would do? I doubt that's what they did. I mean,
Little kids in there and go out. Right, a little daycare center.
that's a big daycare center. Where's the adult houses? You know what I mean? Were they just staying in teepees? They're putting their kids. Yeah, we'll put them there in the cave. They'll be good. We'll see in a little bit. You got internet. Oh wait, what's that?
Is it soft rock or
I don't know exactly. I could ask Diamond. That's a great.
like it's got soft edges, like it was
Right, like you could
water or something or sand.
like spray that. Like maybe it was some type of water technology. That's a good, because there's all those water areas that got water that flows at specific places. And also if you go to Mesa Verde has these cliff dwellings, and there's a place called the Sun Tower. And they say they can't explain the Sun Tower and why it's aligned the way that it is. And on the very top, it looks like it had this water, where it was collecting water, and it was used as some type of not only collection, but an energy source of some sort. So I wouldn't be surprised if the natives knew how to use frequencies similar to the gentleman did at Coral Castle that weighed about 90 pounds, and he was moving, multi-ton rocks in specific places. And somebody saw him. They said he was just like, So it's you're either tapping into this etheric field somehow, and the mainstream science has this feeling that we need to, go out and buy a chainsaw or something to blow this up, TNT. But they were using some type of different technology. But like, look at this right here. These are steps. These look like they're steps right here. And then you can see the comparison. There's Diamond, and then there's these entrances. Well, I mean,
keep them out of the sun from baking in the sun.
why? I mean, I guess I don't really see the reason for that. I think they'd be more worried about themselves and the animals. But look at some of these like cubby. Like they put something specifically. Everything that's in there is there for a specific reason at a particular location, and it's at least 12,000 years old. It could be a lot older than that. You'll notice this one. I don't know if I can move this up a little bit. No. So these are. Let me see if I can find some more pictures that I'd like to share with you on this. Okay, right here. Look at that. So Diamond's ducking here. And then you can see this one's like for a person. It's kind of shaped like a person. So that's one. This is one that I wanted to share with you. The next thing that I wanted to go into, let me pull this one up right here. The petroglyphs. Okay. This is in Utah, a place called Sago Canyon. Now, once again, you'll notice this is a man.
Yeah.
Making it very clear that that's a guy, that's a dude. He's excited. Yeah. And then he's got some kind of like antenna thing right there. Okay. And then look at this opening. Like, what is that? It almost looks like a gray. Now, this could be what they were seeing in the heavens. There are some similar plasma discharges that you can get duplicates and stuff. And it could be. But it almost looks like this ant guy is so this is some type of opening, some type of wormhole or Stargate or something where they're like, yes, come in, we're holding you. They're coming in. Or he's showing what they're seeing in the heavens where there's these giant plasma bolts or solar flares or something going on. But clearly it doesn't look like a regular man but it does look like a man. But you can see right there with the antenna setup going. So this is weird. This is a place called Sago Canyon. And I want to show you some more. It almost looks like Noah's Ark in a second here. Let's go back here to photos. No, we'll go back to these right here. This is fine. Oh, some ark was found. I don't know if it was Noah's Ark or not. But so also, people came out and they carved a lot of these. They chiseled a lot of these older petroglyphs off. So now, like these are newer petroglyphs. So for some reason, a lot of this stuff was suppressed here. All right. Now this one, I like this one. Let me show you this one right here. These are the plasma bolts. This is Sago Canyon. These plasma bolts they're showing. Now here's what's scary. 700 years ago, there was a huge event that happened that took out the large part of the population 700 years ago. And look at how much we've rebuilt in 700 years. We've got verification of that. It was approximately 770 AD. There was a huge Carrington type event that took people back to the Dark Ages. And what we're looking at right here is verification of that. But what gets weird, now we're going to get into the weird stuff. I want to show you some of these petroglyphs of what looks like robots, what looks like people. Like I like this one. That's me.
With hair.
With hair, yeah. And this is not that long ago. But look at this dude right here. Look at this antenna system thing. It looks like there's some kind of antenna set up on the top. And then you've got these other beings right here. And you could say they're tribal people. They're just putting, horns on their heads. And they're dancing around and stuff like that, trying to get some type of energy going on or something. But this guy to me looks like somebody straight up out of Return of the Jedi. Like one of the red Siths that's like, he's going to pull out some lightsaber. And then you got this guy that's got some kind of antenna system. Mohawk system. I don't know what that is. And there's something here. But here's where it gets really interesting. Let me show you. I've got another one where you can see two regular-sized people right here. There's two regular-sized people right here. And these guys are dwarfing. So why are they doing that? Why are they showing us the difference like that? What does that actually mean? This is in Sago Canyon. Here we go. This is a better one. So right here. This is Adam and Eve. This is, or Bill and Mary. This is two people right here. So look at the size comparison. And then it's like you got some kind of robotic thing. And then I've read through the secret teachings via Blavatsky, the Nag Hammadi scriptures. I've read through multiple Sumerian tablets, read the Holy Bible from front to back. I've read the Hebrew version, bits and pieces of it. And what I feel they're showing here is something where this guy over here is literally some type of robot, and they were coming down helping humanity. And I think that they're showing that right here, that there's no malintent. So the Anunnaki, who are the Anunnaki? Well, according to the Sumerian tablets, the Anunnaki are connected to the planets. Does that mean the Anunnaki are the planets? Or does that mean that they hijacked it? Like they got this power, they had these technologies, so they went back, they rewrote scriptures, they said, we're gods, we're Neptune, I'm Mercury. I don't know. But I think that this right here is a clear depiction of something that isn't us. Does it mean they're not? Does it mean they're alien? I guess in that sense. But they could be an ancient civilization that survived the cataclysm and they came back to help us out. What do you guys think about these petroglyphs? Like, what do you think about this guy right here that's got this weird looking straight up antenna system? These are thousands of years old. Do you think they were just tripping on peyote? Like, oh man, let's write up an Android real quick. That's what's in my mind. Virtual reality. The internet.
The one in the middle looks bird-like. Yeah.
Guard-like? Bird-like.
Yeah.
Oh, well, speaking of bird-like, the Ajiji, you can look at the Ajiji. That goes back in ancient Babylon. You can read the creation tablets that talks about the Ajiji being part of our structure, of our DNA makeup, that one of them was actually sacrificed in order to make the first human. If you read the seven, the seven tablets of creation, I'm getting a little excited here.
Yeah.
7 tablets of creation, you can clearly understand where I'm coming from because it's describing exactly that. They took the Ajiji, they sacrificed them to make humans. And what was the question?
As it wasn't the epic of Gilgamesh about, wasn't his helper like a robot? Wasn't he very robot-like?
Who's robot-like? That's a great question. I mean, but then I also think that these stories that we're reading about the Anunnaki, a lot of it's mixing astrotheology as well. So these people kind of, they took the deity, they took the form of this planet, and now that they're dead and they're in the spirit world, they're literally getting energy from us by saying they're God, they're Mercury, they're Venus. It's what the Egyptians did. It's what the ancient pharaohs did. They would put these hieroglyphics in their tombs. And like the Book of the Dead was very important to them. And those that had money would do everything they could to make sure that they could preserve their body. Why were they preserving their body 2,000 years ago? 3,000 years ago? What did they know then? What do you think?
It's like now there are people putting their bodies in these freezer.
Yeah, cryogenics.
So I mean, we're kind of.
If they could make pyramids 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago, however old the Great Pyramid of Giza is, if they could do that, and you tell me they couldn't do these other things, like, oh yeah, man, that they were just rocks and slaves. That's how we made it. But just to get the materials, they had to get the materials from around the world. I mean, we couldn't do that now. If you go to Baalbek and you look at the structures out there, there is no way we could even pick them up. And for them, it was nothing. I mean, there's skeletal remains of giants. We can see, we can actually go into Peru and Mexico and other places and see these giants for yourself. Are you going to see the biggest ones? Probably not. Do you have a question?
Just an observation. What if they were drawing in perspective and the little people you're seeing are actually people following people following?
Hey, it absolutely could be. It could. To me, I don't think that's the case because I've seen so many, and I'll just give you my, and I appreciate that. I really do. And you could be right. I mean, these are just theories of mine. I wasn't there. And if I was, I don't remember it. It would have been in another lifetime anyway. I have to figure out how to unlock the DNA. And wouldn't that be cool if you could just take your DNA and you're like, yes, who was I? And then it told you all all right. So, and that would be based with the stars and the astrological charts, etc. But the reason I don't feel that is because why are their shapes so different? How did they get so close to that robotic shape and design? And why do these guys look like they've got some kind of spacesuits or antenna systems or something, and they're normal? These are the questions that I have. Yes?
It might just be their armor or technology, and they're a little dweeb inside of it.
Yeah, it could be. Like me, I'm in there, I'm like, yeah, it's like, I'm a big robot. It's funny because I met Jay Campbell, nice guy. He's on YouTube, and you know I'm not a very big guy, and I met Jay. And I'm like, hey Jay, how you doing? And he's like, you look bigger on the internet, Rick. So it's pretty incredible what you can do with the internet. So everything's real on the internet. So this right here, what do y'all think these are? When you see these, like, okay, you're seeing horns and like this big body, and what do you see there?
Cow people. Ticks.
Cow people, ticks. Nice. Cow people, ticks. Cow people and ticks. They're like, okay.
On cow people.
Yeah, the Sankawi cow people. They lived back about 45,000 BC. They got tired of being milked. They hold all their milk in there. These are plasma bolts. They saw these in the heavens. You can duplicate. You can actually look at like a big lightning storm and see the exact same thing. So right here, I think we're looking at what they were seeing in the heavens. Plasma stuff going on. And they're like, whoa, what is that? We got to write that down. So they're writing everything down. They're freaking out. And I think a lot of the gods are connected to what they saw in the heavens. Because you can look at petroglyphs that look very similar to what you would see in Egypt, of like birds coming out of people's heads and stuff like that. Well, now imagine they're seeing that in the heavens, and they're seeing like this plasma coming out of somebody's head. But it's not a person, but it looks like a person. So they're writing it down, and they're freaking out. I mean, I'd freak out if I looked outside and I saw some big giant Medusa thing go, freak me out, right? So I think that's what they were writing down. I think this is a part of an event that happened, whether it's 700 years ago or 7,000 years ago, I don't know. But this was clearly something that caused some major catastrophes, and that's what they're showing here. So I think that the gods, the Anunnaki, are an actual, or people. I think they're just people that are highly advanced, highly technologically advanced, that were very large, giant-like. They hijack things with their technologies, and we're reading about them now, and they found a way to make themselves gods and connect themselves to the planets. So they are absorbing that information at a different vibrational frequency, not in the physical realm, if that makes sense. And if you want to experience that, read the Book of the Dead. If you read the Book of the Dead, it's pretty scary, but it'll give you an idea of what I'm talking about. And then you'll start to understand the somatics and like the different realms. So if you research Hinduism, and if you research the Baba Chakra, the will of destiny, the will of life, the will of karma, there's multiple realities in that. You're going to have the human realm, the animal realm, the demigod realm, the god realm, and all these different things that are connected to karma. But you can also read through other scriptures that have similarities, and wow, I got to take a breath here for a second. It's getting pretty deep. So if you read through that, you'll understand that whether you're dead or alive, you're alive at some form. This physical body it's a suit. We're spiritual beings and experiencing physical reality. So they knew that. So they wanted to preserve their lifespan. They wanted to be, I think they knew about cloning. I really do. I think they knew that they could get cloned in the future. They had that thought. They're in the spirit world. They're getting all this information, all this knowledge, and all this data. And then plus people are worshiping them, giving them more energy and feeding them. And then they get reincarnated back into their own body. That reminds me of when Inanna descended into the netherworld, ancient Sumerian tablet. Now, it's another thing about Christianity, which I have great respect for. The story of Jesus being reincarnated has been talked about for thousands of years prior to that. And Inanna was one of those that was reincarnated. And Inanna was married to Dumazud, which is most likely the representation of Jesus now. And if you understand Easter was the day that Ishtar, Inanna, which was with Dumazud, which might be a representation of Jesus, was reincarnated, and she gave up Dumazud to the demons so that she could be reincarnated. I don't know if you're following me on that, but basically people think that Easter is the belief of Jesus being resurrected. It's actually the belief of Inanna being resurrected and giving Jesus to the netherworld. But that's also connected to the planets and the stars. So then you have to ask yourself, which came first? Did we come first, or did they come first? Who made who? Were we all here at once? What's the purpose? So astrotheology, Akhenaten, Pharaoh Akhenaten was so into astrotheology that it was like he was marrying his own family and such, because it was connected to Mercury, going from male to female aspect ratios. When we were seeing that at one point in time, tens of thousands of years ago, and you look at the planets and the stars, and they connect to the royalty here on earth. And then you can read the Sumerian king list, and it says the kingship was descended from heaven. The first king was Alulim, which is Adam in the Bible, and it's all interconnected. There's just different stories and different different mechanisms to tell a story from cultures, because you can have an entire lexicon of information in just one name. You can have a lexicon of information in the name Moses. That means something. Ziasudra was Noah. That means something in a different culture. That's the tones, the sounds, and then you can connect that to the electric universe and the possibility of the original Hebrew alphabet connected to the plasma events and the plasma characters that they were seeing in the heavens. So it's all interconnected. Yeah, you have a question?
Since you've read so many texts, is there anywhere in any of those texts where it talks about why we lose our memory when we're reincarnated and we come back to the cell?
Why we lose our...
Forget everything? Is there anything you can think of that?
Yeah, and I could give you a few scenarios. For some, it's a blessing.
Yeah.
What if you had a bad life before? You went through a lot of chaos and trials and tribulations. You saw bad things. It's like a fresh start. But also, I've heard it's a rechargeable battery aspect. So you're in this system. Oh, there's the light. You're seeing the light. You die physically. They're like, go to light, go to light, go to light. And so you're going to the light, and you're like, yeah, I'm almost there, I'm almost there, I'm almost there. And the next thing you know, boom, you wake back up, and it's you're starting all over again. It's like the whole system. It's all connected. And then you can get into Saturn being Satan, being the adversary. Doesn't mean it's evil with horns. It's the adversary to the sun. Because if you understand the electric universe hypothesis, how 10, 15, 20,000 years ago, maybe further, Saturn was our sun. Saturn was what we looked at in the sky as the sun. That's what the ancestors worshipped. These catastrophes happen. Venus, a.k.a. Isis, a.k.a. Ishtar, a.k.a. Inanna, a.k.a. Lucifer, that's talked about in the Bible, is Venus. So when Venus was somehow captured by the sun and it did a flyby, it wiped out a large portion of the planet. A bunch of people died. That was pretty bad for them. They're like, oh, that's Lucifer. That's you suffer. Think about all the people that died thousands of years ago. Now, a lot of people think that's Planet X. It's Venus. Now, I don't know. I'm not saying there isn't a Planet X, but at that point, Planet X was Venus that caused the catastrophes. So I feel that when you're studying the gods, you are studying the planets. The original gods are the planets. And I don't think that that means the divine creator or the great spirit. I do believe in a divine creator and a great spirit, but I feel that the religious texts that you read and that I read are talking about the planets. And it's like this mechanism. It's like this matrix blueprint where they're showing you the keys. You just have to, it's cryptic. Matter of fact, check this out. I got this today from a gal that is she's a pastor. She's like a hippie pastor. And she's awesome. And she busted out all these cards. And she said, pick one of these cards. One of these cards is for you. They're all different cards. It's like, pick a card, any card, pick a card. So I picked a card. And I thought this was pretty cool. Let me read this card to you. Okay. And Jesus said unto you, it is a given to know the mystery of the kingdom of God, but unto them that are without. All these things are done in parables. What are we just talking about? Parables. It's cryptic. That seeing they may see and not perceive, and hearing they may hear and not understand. So that's Mark 4:11-12. And I thought that was perfect for what I've been talking about during this presentation, the last presentation I did yesterday. It's all cryptic. You can get all the information in the Bible. It's there, but they're taking these in parables. They're putting it in parables, so you have to understand it. And the further you evolve and the more you understand you are more than your physical body, and you can research these things without it being, I was under that Christian mindset where if I hadn't had a body experience once that I didn't mean to, and it scared me because I thought a demon was going to possess me, right? That's the way that my mind thought. And then I realized I wasn't going to get possessed by a demon. It was actually a beautiful experience, and I learned how to do it. But I had to break out of that mindset of thinking it was evil or thinking that something evil was going to take me over. So I feel, once again, that if you want to understand the matrix and the system and the Anunnaki and the gods, that you need to understand how it all goes back to the planets. Because each planet represents some type of characteristic. And then you can get into the 7 chakras. And then you get into the 7 days of the week. And then you can get into the Nag Hammadi scriptures that talk about the 365 demons that made Adam. There's actually 365 demons and angels. Now think about that number 365. That's the days in the year. They're talking about this system of control. And then, according to the Nag Hammadi scriptures, the Gnostics believed that the mother of all demons was named Matter. So they're basically saying they believe that the human body was an evil thing, and that you were born into this box or this shell, and you were tricked to get in there by Yaldabaoth, which is very similar. If you read Yaldabaoth, if you've read the Nag Hammadi scriptures, Yaldabaoth says that he is the only God and he's a jealous God. Sounds very similar to the God in the Old Testament. Now, if you read the Old Testament and the New Testament, how come God has all these different personalities? Like he's really happy in one minute, and then he's really upset another. It's like, wow, you want me to kill every man, woman, and child because they're of a different tribe? Oh yeah, they're the Nephilim. They're having sex with everybody, and I don't want to hear it. That's kind of what it says in the Bible. So, I mean, it's more detailed than that. But I'm like, wow, that God's pissed, man. What's going on with that? But then when you understand about the Anunnaki, and you read the story of Enlil, and you read the story of the council, these stories that were written before the Old Testament, before Genesis, clearly proven, it talks about how they decided to wipe out their creation because it was getting out of control. So they looked at us like we look at AI. Like we build an algorithm to go do work for us, and then it starts, sending dirty pictures that it makes up to another algorithm on Twitter or something. You know what I mean? It starts going crazy. It starts getting on my hands. I'm like, no, you can't do that. Turn it off, turn it off, turn it off. So I think that whoever manipulated us thousands of years ago, the Anunnaki, I think that they had some type of purpose, and they saw that we were getting out of control, getting too smart. And they're like, no, we can't let this happen. It's just as the same things talked about in the Nag Hammadi scriptures, the secret book of John. They wanted to suppress Adam after they made him because they made him better than they were. The Vatican tried to destroy these scriptures. They tried to wipe them out. They tried to get rid of them. First of all, I am not saying anything bad about any religious organization. I do find it fascinating that the Vatican has a giant snake head as basically the worship room. And hey, snakes are cool, but they make it look like it's okay. How do I put this? You're worshiping the sun. You're worshiping the sun. Look at the courtyard in the Vatican. It's all connected to the sun. The Son, Jesus, the only way through me is the only way to the Father is through me. That's what Jesus says. He's talking about the sun in our solar system. Now think about this. Remember how Satan gets cast down? Oh, Lucifer, the eastern star, gets cast down from heaven. They're talking about Venus when it did that flyby. Now, if you get into the Mayan traditions, and I think the Jubilee 52 years or 50 years? 50. That's connected to Venus because it did a flyby 50 years after the first time, and people were freaking out. They didn't want it to do it again, so they're ripping hearts out of people, hoping that, by appeasing the gods, like the Mayans, for example, oh yeah, let's rip their heart out. That's connected to Venus, the eastern star. So does that mean that they also have a micro form, like a macro, as above, so below? I would think that there is a physical representation of each deity of that form if they want to. Have you heard this theory before? We are in a symbiotic relationship that disguises itself as an extraterrestrial invasion so as not to alarm us. Anybody heard that? You've heard it. Terrence McKenna. Now, how does that not freak you out? Think about that. Something so interesting, it's disguising itself as an extraterrestrial invasion so as not to alarm us. How does that not freak you out? It's like, what is it, man? What's so scary that it's like, oh, I'm an alien. I'm gonna abduct you. There's something going on there. And somebody brought up mushrooms or something a minute ago. I had an experience in Chimney Rock where a shamanic experience, and I did have a babysitter to watch over me. But I took some of these very powerful mushrooms, and it's been 10, 15 years since I've done it before. And I was out there in Chimney Rock, and I'm seeing like the clouds are turning into these fractals, and it's almost like the clouds were mocking me. I could see energy in the clouds, and I was realizing at that point how small we were, and how this whole system. You think you're big, man. Look up at the sky. You look at Saturn with the telescope, and it looks small, but it's so massive. Obviously, that energy is connected to us, and there's so much we don't see. We only see 0.01% of the electromagnetic light spectrum. We filter out 50% of that. So you start talking to people about stuff that's a little bit different, that doesn't jive with them, and it upsets them. So the first thing they do is denial. They'll get mad at you. They'll call you crazy. They'll call you a conspiracy theorist. They'll unsubscribe from your channel. And they'll think about it for a little bit, and they'll come back and they'll resubscribe, and then you'll upset them again, and they'll do it again. And then finally they'll just think, yeah, I need to think for myself. Just because I've been taught something by somebody else at another time doesn't make it true. Cross-reference everything. Be the change you want to see. I mean, do what's important to you, and don't let anything get in your way. I mean, be who you are. What's your purpose? What's your purpose in life? And I think that that's why the Anunnaki, or whatever they're called, I like to call them the MFers. call them the MFers, money funders, because they seem to have something, they're scared about something. If they weren't, the world would be a lot different. We wouldn't be driving cars that we put gasoline into. I don't think the medical system would be the way that it is. I don't think they would force feed you a shot that you didn't want to take if it's supposed to work anyway. As you know, a vaccine is an example. If the vaccines work so good, I'm not saying I'm pro or against vaccines, but if they work so good, why you got one? Why do I need one? They are forcing people to get vaccines. So my question is, can you prove to me that it's not going to hurt me? Well, ask a doctor to sign a waiver when they give you a vaccine that says no side effects. They will not do it. At least they didn't for me. And then you start to look at the ingredients that are in there, start to look at the thimerosal. That's the good stuff. Then you start to read this stuff called Triton X1000, which is a heavy-duty cleaner that Dow Chemical owns. You're like, why are they putting that in there? And the doctors will say, oh, it's just a little bit. It's just to give you a little immune response, so you'll be safe and you'll be protected. I feel, my personal belief is the GMOs, the way things are so twisted and out of whack is because if we were living in a system that was actually designed to help each other and designed to work, like a medical system that was designed to work, like not here's another Band-Aid, but it's got 10 side effects. Here, let me give you 5 other things. My father-in-law died. He was on, was it 7 drugs? Gosh, I'm getting a little emotional here. My father-in-law would have been healthy as an ox until the day he died. He was on 7 drugs. He was out there. Oh yeah, take this. Oh yeah. Oh, don't exercise. You're okay. We'll give you a drug for that. It's okay. Well, he died because his organs failed. And they said, oh yeah, it took him 2 weeks. And they said it was hepatitis 2 weeks later. It took him 2 weeks to figure that out. That's baloney. I think that the drugs causes organs. This is my opinion. I think that the drugs causes organs to fail, and he died. And they had to come up with an excuse. Oh yeah, this is my opinion. I can't prove it, but I can tell you this: one of the drugs he was on had a black label warning on it. If anybody's on drugs that has a black label warning on it, you may want to see if there's other options. I'm not a doctor, but I would be a little bit concerned if I had a black label warning on my my pharmaceutical drugs. So with all of that being said, I think that there is something out there that clearly does not want us to reach our fullest potential. But at the same time, I think there's something out there that's just as powerful and just as that's on the opposite side of the spectrum that is good. Because if it wasn't, I don't think we'd be here. I mean, clearly we can go to $7 and drink a crappy coffee. You know, we're still in a reasonably healthy situation. Things are pretty good. And it's interesting that they're as good as they are, because if you look at places like California, there should have been a major earthquake, maybe over the past 50 years, and it hasn't happened. We've got, 462 nuclear reactors around the world? And yeah, some of them leaked. Fukushima was terrible, but they're still there. We're still breathing. So, 5G's coming out, 4G's out, 3G's out. Pretty soon it's going to be, 7,000 G, and people are just like, oh yeah, plug me in. Okay, download the whole internet. Oh, I got cancer too? Shit. So, I mean, they're clear cutting for us to put up 5G. How is that healthy? How is that good for you? I don't understand it. I'm trying to figure this out. How is it good for you every year to put more thimerosal in your bloodstream, directly bypassing all the immune system, going right into your blood? How is that good for you? I don't understand it. I just ask these questions, but that makes me a conspiracy theorist for asking questions. So that's why I bought a tinfoil hat that literally blocks 5G. So there you go. Thanks. Right on. Got a little upset there. Any questions? Anything? Yes.
Have you ever heard about the Egyptians doing mummification to avoid the reincarnation process?
Ooh. No, but that's interesting. That would make sense.
The realm on the other side.
Because their body's it's not going back into Earth. So it's so preserved that it's stuck. It's in a cube or something. So does it burial to me? I don't want to have my body, I have a bunch of chemicals in my body to be buried in the ground, because I feel at some quantum level, my body is connected to my spirit, and I want it to go back into the earth and go back to the, the great source. When it's my turn to come back, I'll come back. But that's just my personal belief. So that's an interesting thing. Now, there are these Egyptian hieroglyphics that show these snakes that are supposed to mean reincarnation, and you'll see the cat cutting the snake. And maybe that's why they would do that. But I feel the reason they do that is because they did want it for actually reincarnation purposes. I felt they wanted to go back to the netherworld, into the spirit world, get all this data, bring it in, and then come back into their body, literally be superhumans. And Inanna, the descent, Inanna's descent to the netherworld talks about that, where Inanna decides to go to the netherworld because she's got all of her powers and all of her riches and everything she wants up here. She goes to the netherworld. She has to give up her 7 garments of protection. And then she asks, okay, so when she went down there, before she goes down there, she says, ask Enlil to come get me if I'm still down here. Enlil said no. She goes, ask Enki to come get me. So Enki made these little, I don't know what, some type of genetic stuff, but they're described as demons in the tablet. And these demons go out and get Inanna and bring her back. But one thing that's interesting is Enlil says, no, once you go to that other side, you can't come back because you've obtained knowledge that you're not supposed to bring back. So I'm thinking these Egyptians are finding the pharaohs that had lots of money and lots of power wanted to mummify their body, go into the netherworld, get that information, bring it back, and be almost like gods. That's what I think they thought. And I'm sure there are people that wanted to get rid of the reincarnation cycle, but I also feel that what I'm discussing in that reference would make more sense. But you could be right. Yes.
The garments that you just mentioned, do you think that could be the layers of the colors of the rainbow in the rainbow garment?
It could be. It could also be describing the planets, and it could be describing when Venus did that flyby. Because also, if you does everybody know, or does anybody in here know who On or Anu is? Yeah. The king of the Anunnaki, the first Anunnaki, Anu, is also Uranus. Yes, from the but he's also the father of the Anunnaki. Well, he's also the greatest of the Anunnaki. Well, there's a tablet that describes how Inanna gets the power from Anu. So she takes the power from Anu and she becomes the greatest of them all. And now I'm thinking in my mind, Venus doing this flyby, and these planets are just going, they're getting all out of whack and they're getting destroyed. And Venus, and then Venus comes back, and that's kind of the same description. It's kind of connected there. Yeah.
What about, in the 365 ages of Venus created man? Wasn't it when the woman was created afterward that took the spark from Enki?
Nope. It was actually Adam that took the spark. And what you're talking about is when, Yaldabaoth is the chief archon in the Nag Hammadi scriptures. Some people think that Yaldabaoth could be Yahweh. Some people think that Yaldabaoth could also be Enki. But to make a long story short, in the secret book of John, Yaldabaoth creates Adam. He then breathes the spark of his life on accident into Adam. And that's when they realized, now we've done it. Adam's greater than we are. So that's what you're talking about. Let me see. Any other questions? I get some other images here I can show you. Yes, you can go to Oxford University. If you Google search Oxford Sumerian tablets, it's ECTSI is the website, and you can read through the different tablets that have been translated: Enki, Enlil, Inanna, Dumazid, and there's several stories of flood stories. One flood story I've been able to date back to 29,600 years. Yeah. The Sumerian king list goes back over 270,000 years.
How long did you just say? The longest translation, what did you just say? How many years?
Okay, so the Sumerian king list goes back over 270,000 years. The first king was Alulam, which is connected to Adam in the Old Testament. I think he ruled for 36,000 years. Now, here's another thing that's interesting. If you look into the electric universe and the possibility of Saturn at one point being our star, if there was some type of ultraviolet protective atmospheric conditions, we would have longer lifespans, we would have healthier lifespans, and also you wouldn't have a day and night. And there's several tablets as well in the Oxford stories that describe when Inanna went to battle with the Irada civilization, which once again you can date back about 25,000 years, 30,000 years. You can date that to the 29,000 year timeline of the flood. Well, at that point in time, Inanna left the Irada civilization for the next civilization. The Irada civilization falls. They were the great builders. And that's also describing the flood that I just shared with you approximately 25 to 30,000 years ago. Nice. Yeah. Hello. You have a question? I was stretching. She's like, right on. And I'll show you a few more images. If you have some questions, go ahead. Feel free to ask.
Where did the Egyptian gods fit into this, like Ra?
Okay, so a lot of people think that the Egyptian god Ra was actually Saturn.
Okay.
And then also think about this. Venus, Isis with the horns and the red star in between. That's what our ancestors would have seen if Venus was doing a flyby. When I say flyby, I don't mean like, a mile away. I'm talking still millions and millions and millions of miles away, but it's so massive. It's, these plasma bullets are going to be connected. I'm sure you've heard about the Mars, the Canyon of Mars, and also the Grand Canyon here being created from one giant lightning bolt, which could have been connected to Venus, the rod of God, Thor, the great hammer. So it's pretty. So really, the whole thing about like Satan and Saturn, that thing used to trip me out. And there could be like dudes with red horns that are really evil, and I'm not saying they're not, but Satan means adversary. And if you look at the electric universe, when Saturn used to be the sun, and we didn't see the sun like we see now, and then these cataclysms happen. Now we see the sun the way that we see the sun. We see Saturn the way that we see Saturn. It's the adversary to the sun. It's the opposite. So it's like this whole system is a control grid that keeps us like reincarnating batteries in a sense. But then people say, hey, man, how do I get out? And I'm like, well, do you really want to get out? What's it like on the other side? It could be even scarier. You know what I mean? Who knows? So when I say out of this matrix per se, but the only way out of the matrix, according to the ancient Hindu tradition, is in the human realm. So it's all based on karma. So if you're, let's say you're a bad person, next life, you may come back as an animal. If you're real bad, you may end up in the wandering ghost realm. If you're real bad, you may end up in the hell realm. But then you can like redeem yourself. And the highest realm is the Deva realm, which is the God realm. It's the top of the will. But you're still stuck in the will, and you're still stuck underneath like this giant demonic force. And the only way out of this will is in the human realm, which is interesting because the human realm is still that duality. And then you can research the triarch. And most of these ancient buildings, which could go all the way back to Atlantis and the Anunnaki, have a left-right door, which are the same size, and then a very large door in the center, which could be the yin and the yang merging, the duality merging. Maybe that's our purpose, is finding that balance. Maybe we're supposed to go through the trials and tribulations and deal with all this to get to that higher level. That's the way I've been looking at it. We could be optimistic about it or not. So I think it's our mind that really dictates our futures. And yeah, so thanks. I appreciate it. You're all awesome. Be the change you want to see. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Oh, all right. So now we're going to go down to the main lobby area. Yeah. What did you call that? The atrium? Yeah. Nice. Oh, man. Great. That's awesome. Thanks. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Thank you. Great. Thanks for being here, man. I appreciate it. What's your name? Matt? Yeah. Good to meet you, Matt. Oh, cool. Right on. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Okay.
I've been questioning something about it.
Right.
While I was here this weekend.
What's up?
Do you think there's two different kinds of species of humans?
Yeah. Why not? I think there's one too.
Well.
Yeah, absolutely.
What about
RH negative? Is that what we can ask you?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, there's different. I mean, you got more copper in your blood, more paranormal activities, there's all sorts. And you can pick them out. You like, oh yeah, that person's got RH negative. Yeah, I know you can. You can pick them out like that if you've got RH negative blood.
So, do you think I have RH negative blood?
I think you already told me you did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you already told me you did.
I didn't know if I did.
Yeah, but Enki.
But
I think you're like Enki's project. The RH negative thing. I think it's like there's some special genetics in there that you kind of like added. And so that like a lot of people have more, like a lot of my very good friends that like family that I trust with my life, they told me they're RH negative, and they told me stories that were scarier than like you're talking wow. Like
yeah,
and
I
then,
have some
and then
of
their
those
mom
too.
will confirm, and then the sister, and it's like everybody's confirming.
Yeah, I'm getting
Oh, I gotta walk everybody.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. I gotta walk everybody to the.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for you, boss.
Rex, you blew my mind.
I did.
Let's
hang out, man.
We're gonna hang out. Give me a hug,
Yeah,
and a high five, and everything.